I mean, yeah. That's some fun habits for
Welcome to the 2025 European International Championships. These championships are a cornerstone in the competitive Pokémon season. We're bringing you the world's top trainers for a weekend of electrifying battles. Last season, Emmy Weedle mastered every strategy and dominated their battles to claim the crown, an unstoppable force in Pokémon Go history. Combining teamwork and flawless execution, Fusion turned each skirmish into a victory and claimed the champion title. Tord Reklev made precise plays and maintained an unshakable focus, outmaneuvering every opponent to become a TCG legend. Through flawless strategy and perfectly calculated moves, Nils Dunlop rose to the top and became the Pokémon VG champion.
This event is going to be one for the history books.
Oh, the energy! Brainbird is coming through!
That is literally the example of 1 HP in a North American dream.
Currently have the lead. Cole thinks it here for Rayquaza. Coffee Trunks earns the range shield. See if it's there. Get both. The counter catcher and the dark energy.
It's been locked in. Benjamin Polster is your champion.
Absolutely incredible scenes here in London for the European International Championship.
Welcome to the European International Championships. Let the games begin.
Hello and good morning to all of our viewers, trainers, and Pokemon fans tuning in from around the globe. I'm Adam Watson, and this is Sierra Dawn, and we are absolutely thrilled to welcome everyone to Day 2 of the 2025 Pokemon European International Championships here live at the Excel Center in London, UK.
We're only halfway through the weekend, and the competition is only heating up. The energy here, like Pikachu, is electric, and I know we all can't wait to jump right into the Day 2 action.
The Pokemon community has been phenomenal this weekend. It's so heartwarming to see trainers from Pokemon Go, Pokemon Unite, the Pokemon trading card game, and the Pokemon video game all together under one roof to celebrate the spirit of competition and camaraderie.
Speaking of that competition, let's make a quick mention of some of those standout trainers to keep an eye on in Day 2.
In Pokemon Go, V-Tenacity, the hometown hero, powered through Day 1 with tenacious energy management. And after defeating the reigning EUIC champion, Arceus Aurelius is firmly on the hunt for his crown. And the 2023 champion Tauntaun Batuz has returned, folks, this time with Steelix to match his steely resolve.
Pokemon Unite teams will be competing in a single elimination bracket today. Will two-time world champion Luminosity light up the stage? Will Peru Unite defend their EUIC title? Or will a hometown hero in Kabai Esports, Noun Esports, or BH3 bring the title back to EU?
Meanwhile, in the Pokemon trading card game, Grant Shen emerged as the only undefeated TCG Masters player, but Jeremy Gamilla was not far behind at 8-0-1 with his Miraidon EX deck. And five-time EUIC caster Joe Bernard took the last win of the night to finish out Day 1, moving into Day 2 with a respectable 22 match points.
For the Pokemon video game, we have Miraidon as well, piloted by none other than reigning world champion Luca Ceribelli, undefeated in Day 1. Joining him, Joji Kaida and Joseph Ugarte, all heading into Day 2 now with an impressive 8-0 record.
And Day 2 is where anything can happen, folks. Who knows who will be left standing as we make our way towards the final showdown on Championship Sunday.
Making it to Championship Sunday isn't the only thing on the line today. Every trainer competing today has the chance to earn crucial championship points to help secure their invite to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California this August. And of course, the opportunity to claim their share of the massive $500,000 plus prize pool.
But before we get started, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the incredible effort of everyone working behind the scenes. So let's join So let's join together and give a huge round of applause to all of the staff, judges, and production crew who has worked so tirelessly to make this event an unforgettable experience.
The next EUIC champions are gearing up to start their first matches of the day, so let's not wait any longer. Let's send it over to our amazing casters to kick off the Day 2 action. Trainers, good luck and have fun.
Yeah, we're here. Day 2, EUIC. The excitement is in the air. Electricity, I can feel like electricity. I don't know if it's the Pikachu in the background or it's the feeling that the trainers are, I don't know, getting started for Battle for the Lives today.
Honestly, Pedro, it might be the Zapdos that we've seen featured so heavily here in Europe. It might be the Unova Stunfisk that Amanda picked as her caster selection. Either way, high voltage in the arena, everybody. I can feel it.
Yeah, it's electric. It's electric.
Absolutely.
And you know what's electric too? They play Pokemon Circuit. And now we're gonna see the roadmap. Can you tell us about it, Amanda?
We started out this year for international championships in Brazil in November. Now we are at the second one, but the first one of actually the 2025 calendar here in Europe. We're going to be having the North American International Championships in New Orleans in June, but it all leads to Worlds. Tighten up your bootstrap, put on that backpack. All these trainers are heading to Anaheim, California in August to compete to see who will be the new Pokemon Go World Champion.
Every trainer has their own unique journey, but as Amanda said, all roads lead to that one place. But these are the points that you need to collect along the way. Being first place, that's you 500 championship points, and that's going to be very useful for keeping yourself in the race, because as you see on the right side of your screen, those are the cutoffs. Pedro, only 75 for North America can qualify, 50 in EU, 50 in LATAM. It's going to be a marathon, not a race.
Yeah, it's a lot harder to get to Worlds this year. I mean, that only means that the best of the best are gonna be there. It's gonna be a huge spectacle. And now, for the people that maybe want to get into this for the next season, or maybe for the last tournaments this season, here comes a little bit of a segment talking about the format of these tournaments.
This is the 2025 European International Championships, broadcasting live from the Excel Center here in London, UK. Pokemon Go trainers have traveled from around the world to compete over a $500,000 prize pool, precious booster packs, and prestigious championship points. Points that will get them one step closer towards qualifying for Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. This epic tournament is a 3-day battle with trainers dueling in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format until only 3 remain at the end of Day 2. On Day 3, Championship Sunday, the intensity hits a fever pitch as our remaining trainers face off in the final matches, where only one will emerge victorious as the European International Champion. Matches are best of 3, except for the high-stakes winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, which will each be a best of 5 showdown. Every match follows the Bring 6, Pick 3 format, where trainers must craft a team of 6 Pokemon but can only bring 3 into each game, making every choice a game changer. It's anyone's guess who will be crowned the European International Champion and receive an automatic berth to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, but we're definitely excited to find out who the last trainer standing will be. Let's send it back to our casters and get this tournament started.
Now, you know how this works, you know how to play, but did you know these tournaments not only are really fun, but you can win a lot of prize money.
Absolutely. The prize money here is definitely something these trainers are after. $5,000 for first place, $3,000, $2,000, all the way down the list. But what I want to point out, Amanda, is that even tied for 13th, you still take home $600. That can be very useful. Spending money, maybe spend on some booster packs, but also if you want to travel to another event, that's a great way to get there.
Yeah, there are a lot of these events of giving travel stipends and travel awards. And not only these trainers, they're playing for prizes, they're playing for those points, but they're also playing for that prestige of being a champion. The champion of this event will be able to get an automatic qualification for Worlds. And these these trainers are well on their way. Let's take a look at the winners side of the bracket here. These are 16 trainers doing a fantastic job, haven't lost yet in this double elimination tournament.
Yeah, this is only the top 16, the top half of our bracket for day 2 at EUIC. Pedro, there are so many incredible pairs here. I really want to see, for example, Septile versus Arceus Aurelius. That'd be so much fun to watch. Which pair are you most looking forward to?
You know what? Mardo Galde Padoman looking strong. Looking strong.
Yeah.
Both players are really, really good. Padoman, really young, really talented player that has been to Worlds, has won tournaments, and I mean, he's facing the Argentinian goat. It's gonna
Exactly,
be
the pride of Argentina, as I like to call him. But there are also 16 more trainers on our losers side of the bracket. Most notably, okay, I know these pairs are a little bit smaller, but most notably, I'm looking one above the bottom pair. That's Emmy Weedle versus Dunebug 97. That is a rematch of our grand finals from last year.
That means one of them for sure will not be able to make it into those finals. As we talked about, a double elimination tournament. I know that we'd like to see the winner side of the bracket. Those players are so precise, they're so on point. But what I absolutely love is the loser side of the bracket, because they have so much more to play for at this point. You can really feel the grit, the determination between all of the players.
Pedro, you did a great job guiding us through day 1, but there's so many things to look back on. We've got spicy plays, top plays. What do we have first, though? Spice, right?
Yes, let's go for the spicy plays.
All right, this is a spicy matchup. We've got a Pachirisu for the first time that I've seen it on an international stage. I mean, this reminds me of Sejun Park back when he won the World Championships in the video game, but Walrein superior and out of pocket, just doing his best to kind of manage the spicy team from the Mega Junko.
Mega Junko played really well. He made it to both the winners and losers finals in his bracket, and that was the most of his run. Out of pocket still in this tournament so far. Pachirisu, a really fun pick, and not the only electric pick that we've had. I think we've seen 6 individual types of electric here at first day at EUIC.
Yeah, and you know what? Out of pocket reminds me, you know, it reminds me of Lucario. You know what?
Because,
if you see him play, he has this aura. He knows what's gonna happen. He knows what's, like, he's so confident that you can see something around him, like, he's doing it.
He's so good. And speaking of trainers that see what's coming up next, we've got Dunebug versus Septile Ice. I think this might be our top matchup of the day. We had Mantine, a Pokemon that we rarely see in the Championship Series these days, but Septile Ice able to take down Dunebug 97. That's no small feat. And Pedro, I think that speaks so much to the ability and the skill and the growth of Septile Ice.
Yeah, I mean, to use such a Pokemon that's not that common, but also to use it so masterful and being able to read the meta, to think of that pick means that he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, speaking of people who are reading the meta, Arceus Aurelius has been playing a lot with this team lately. He said, you know, it wasn't working for a while, but this is actually working really well for me. Day 1, he was able to take out the 2024 EUIC champion, knock him down to the losers bracket with some fantastic gameplay.
Yeah, Arceus Aurelius is so exciting and so fun to watch. I feel like he doesn't believe it until it happens, and then he's like, wait, did I just do that?
Yeah, he's so emotional. I love when people like get so emotional, so passionate on stage, and he shows that, and that makes entertainment.
Speaking of entertainment, watch him now. Are you not entertained?
Yeah, I always dream to be in the stage, win, and do a backflip, but I don't think I'll be allowed to.
Do a backflip?
I mean, why not? I don't think it's allowed, but I could try.
What do you mean, why not? I feel like absolutely not.
I don't think we're athletic enough to do that, but I think you could pull it off, Pedro. I would like to see that backflip, so keep on competing, my friend.
Okay. If Pikachu allows me, I'll try it too. The next tournament.
Well, we have seen the story play out in day number 1, but we also made our own predictions leading into this tournament. Let's see how we're doing so far. I've got Tauntaun Batus and his Steelix, as mentioned in the intro. I think that's his most valuable Pokemon. What do you think, Amanda?
I thought it was an interesting pick that both him and M.E. Weedle are using. Another pick I used is for Howie with the Ariados. I don't know if you saw that matchup, being able to completely poison sting down the Azumarill, coming out with literally 1 HP in the dream to knock out his opponent and stay in the winner's side.
Yeah, I had to choose Richie's Galarian Corsola. I gave it to him. We traveled to Stone Age. We traded a couple of them. I gave him a really, really good IV one. So it's like I'm part of his team, you know?
Yeah, and our eagle-eyed viewers might have noticed that only 4 caster picks were there. We have a 5th pick from the GOAT Zionic, and we're going to be talking about that more later, but that's a Pokemon that we think has a huge potential to pop off. And if you want to pop off in your own gameplay, we've got some exciting Twitch drops for you as well. Check these out. We've got one for each title here this weekend, but let's start it off with Jump Love in this Elite TM.
You're going to make sure to be watching our channel. Make sure your account is connected, because not only are you going to get the special research for a Jump Love, you're also going to be able to collect an Elite TM. And I think a lot of PvP players recognize how important that is to have in their inventory.
Yeah, and in VG as well, we also have Jump Love. Jump Love is really good at all games, it seems. It won Pokemon Go LAIC, but also VGC LAIC in 2025. That's why we're giving away Marcos Silva's Jump Love with that code you are seeing on screen.
EU1C25 sunny day for all of our viewers out there, but it doesn't stop there, Pedro. We've got TCG drops as well. Make sure to enter in this code. That is a beautiful terrestrialized EV card there. That looks like an EVEX card. You've got to get one of those for your deck in the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, but that's only the first half. What do we have here, Amanda? Those look like some EV evolutions.
I mean, you wanted Eevee before, well, you got Eevee now as well. Not only that, do we have Ogerpon, which we've decided is sort of the mascot of all of the international championships. Things that you're going to definitely be wanting to collect for your own, card collection.
Exactly. Pedro, it's been really exciting. We're going to kick off day 2 really soon. What are you looking forward to? Just one thing that you really want to see.
I mean, I wanna know who's gonna be the day 3 finalist, but also I wanna see the stories behind it. Like every match that people get into leaves a trail, leaves a story. So like imagine like something like losing to someone and then coming back from the losers bracket and facing him again in the finals. That would be something cool. I like the stories behind the matches.
I do as well. These trainers are writing their stories here at the Europe International Championships. But Amanda, we've got so many trainers that are following along. How can they stay engaged with competitive Pokemon?
You're going to be wanting to make sure and use that hashtag Pokemon EUIC to be featured, and you're going to make sure to be following all of the channels as well. You're going to want to know when we're going to go live. But really, we've been loving the social post yesterday. We've been going through it all. Please make sure to continue to use it to engage with us in the chat. Let us know who you're cheering for, and we'll see how many of you guys are right. We'll see how many times Will is right too. He's been making a lot of predictions lately.
Everything was wrong.
Oh, come on.
Don't believe
Hey, the tournament's not over yet. And we have some exciting battles coming up, right, Pedro?
Yeah, exactly. The day is just starting. We're not gonna keep you here anymore because we're going right now to our casters to start EUIC Day 2.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Pedro, Will, and Amanda. What an exciting day 2 we have here at EUIC. I'm Zionic, and I'm joined with my co-caster, Leo.
Hello, thank you, Zionic, and welcome in everyone from my side as well. Day 1 has already been crazy, but we just know that things are heating up. All of these trainers, they've been doing postings on social media. Hey, I have made day 2, but now the competition really starts to heat up because this is what it's all about. You want to go into Championship Sunday and you want to earn the title of European International Champion.
Yeah, and they were talking about how electric the atmosphere here is. If you've ever been to these ICs, they are incredible. But one thing I think that slipped underneath their noses was there's a giant Mareep right next to Pedro. I think that's why they were feeling so much electricity. It was just staring right at them. And that's why we love all the plushies there that they have on stage. They're amazing. But what is amazing is the battles that we're going to be having first thing this morning. We're going to be having Out of Pocket versus Howie in our first set of matches. If you guys were watching the games yesterday, Howie overcame Nessa Beethan at the very last second with an aggressive Poison Sting farm down from the Ariados and able to clutch it. And that's why Amanda decided to choose him as her MVP.
Yeah, I think that was also the biggest roller coaster of emotions that we had in the match, because he was tapping, getting knocked out because of a nice combo play of Nessa Beethan. Really nice execution from him. And he was like, ah, man, I couldn't outplay this. Oh, wait, I can just farm down the Azumarill with my Ariados and win the game. So that was really, really nice for him as well. Howie has been a star in grassroots as well. He's such a talented trainer. This is also what I love about the EUIC. We have those trainers, those people who grind for the leaderboard, who want to go to the World Championships. And we have so many trainers who just play at home most of the time. But at an
even EUIC, they also come out, or at NAIC or LAIC, because these events are just so amazing. There is a Pokemon Center, there's music everywhere. We had this big opening show with the longest Johns. I've been listening to The Leaving of Liverpool on repeat.
Yeah, their performance yesterday was incredible on stage. It was a really great pacing set for the day. And what we have here is we're getting locked into these battles. These trainers are ready. You can take a look at the teams. Very top meta picks. Shadow Drapion has been an incredible force in this circuit so far. It has been, I think, the #1 sweeper of all the games because of its ability to have that coverage and loaded on energy, as we're going to be getting literally locked in to this first set of battles. So let's kick it off.
And I'm saying that I think Howie might want to bring the Bibarel, even though there is a Shadow Annihilate on the side of Out of Pocket. Nope, I am absolutely mistaken. I was lying. Now we have Corsola from the Galar region versus Azumarill, which is a very positive matchup for Corsola, for some more than for others. If you have a lot of HP on your Corsola, you can actually farm down after hitting 2 Nightshades.
Yeah, I think even though it's a positive matchup here for the Galarian Corsola, it's a very calming matchup to kind of start off. Nothing too exciting going to be happening right out the gate, but I think it's really going to come down to, can that Talonflame have that shield advantage to sweep this team, or will the Shadow Drapion and the Shadow Kanto Marowak be able to take it out with hard-hitting charge moves?
Yep, it's gonna be tough, but Howie also has, even if Out of Pocket wins this matchup with Corsola versus Azumarill really hard, he has a Wigglytuff in the back to sponge the damage from the Galarian Corsola. Oh, Out of Pocket wants to go for a hard switch into the Shadow Drapion, and now Howie needs to find a way to adapt to the situation because it's just loading up on energy.
This is a big tell to Out of Pocket, knowing that the Azumarill did not swap out yet. He's got to be weak in the back, and we're going to see the crunch come through here, and a Protect Shield given up by Howie. That's even a bigger signal that this Shadow Drapion is the MVP of this game. Out of Pocket looking at the roster now going, okay, I need to protect this Shadow Drapion, but no, decides to let the Ice Beam go through.
And now we're going to see Wigglytuff enter the battlefield here. Out of Pocket will reach an Aqua Tail, but I don't think he's going to be able to reach one more charm to knock out the Shadow Drapion soon after the Aqua Tail will connect.
Howie decided not to give up the Protect Shield there, as Aqua Tail is going to get the Wigglytuff down to 50% HP. 1 shield remaining. Still a Talonflame on the back line, low health Azumarill, and now it's all up to the Shadow Kanto Marowak. And I tell you what, it can carry.
Yep, Shadow Kanto Marowak giving up a shield here against the Swift of the Wigglytuff. There is Talonflame waiting in the back. Out of Pocket is probably hoping for something like an Ariados or a Clodsire, but it is a good answer. But now you can farm down, and that makes the answer so much worse because you can just Rock Slide the Talonflame out of the sky.
Howie's in a very tough position. He's going to have to utilize that Azumarill correctly by catching some energy, but even then, this Shadow Kanto Marowak has almost 2 Rock Slides ready to go. There's only 1 Protect Shield remaining. Howie is making the call to block, and let's see if they can make magic happen here in the final seconds of this game.
Yep, and now Howie is trying to go for a catch. It's really hard to catch with a Talonflame against a Kanto Marowak. And this one is just going to throw one more Mud Slap for good measure, and it's going to throw a Rock Slide. And let me tell you something, this is super, 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 super effective.
You know, I'm just going to send it here in our first game of the event.
Yep.
Thing is, we saw the win condition right there, right? It had to be a catch on the Azumarill, and if you're Out of Pocket, you know that. The Azumarill sitting in the back as a secondary shield to soak that energy, and you just have to overfarm because you gotta anticipate that your opponent's gonna try to catch maybe 1 fast move after the Rock Slide, which we saw them try to go for. But overall, started off a bit slow, kind of find the adjustment. We saw Out of Pocket decide, you know, and instead of giving my shields into Shadow Drapion, I'm going to give it into the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and it played out perfectly.
I mean, at the point where Howie invested the first shield into the Azumarill, he was already at such a good point with the Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back, because the only real answer that Howie has is Azumarill for the Kanto Marowak, and everything else in the back. Talonflame is also a great answer, not with shields down though, and if you have a little bit of energy advantage. So he just knew immediately when the Azumarill got shielded and was very low, he was like, hey, my Marowak in the back is incredibly free. I can just use this as my win condition. Got the full farm down on the Wigglytuff. Wow, very well executed.
Yeah, if your opponent doesn't have something like a Superior, right, to come in and really handle that, taking that resisted fast move damage and only the Rock Slide for neutral, you're very free to be comfortable in those 1-to-1 shield scenarios to just load up on energy and fully trust in that Marowak to sweep because its damage output is incredible.
We have so many strong Shadow Pokemon that can make or break a game, like Shadow Feraligatr, like Shadow Drapion, but also like the Kanto Marowak. We're going into game 2. Can Howie take a game back from out of pocket? The lead is Shadow Drapion versus the Bibarel.
Bibarel, such a unique Pokemon with Rollout, Surf, and Hyper Fang. We'll have to see how these trainers decide to strategize this early game, but Howie, down 1-0 in the series, needs to hang on strong and come in with a unique lead pick here as he gives up the first Protect Shield on the Crunch.
Yep, again, energy advantage for the Shadow Kanto Marowak, but this time around, Azumarill is still in the game, so out of pocket has to be very, very fearful of that with the Kanto Marowak. Can't play it safely like the last time here. Now we're going to see that the Shadow Drapion just outpaces the Bibarel easily. I think you can let this go and then throw a Surf. However, then you're very vulnerable to a catch.
You know, with 1 shields down, the Talonflame is looking even more exciting with the Brave Bird that it does have access. And 2 shields down now, it's looking very exciting. I suspect we see a Howie swap out into a Pokemon. Yep, straight into Azumarill right here to get a hunt on energy and utilizing that Talonflame in the backline to try to potentially sweep this game.
Yeah, and I can't wait for out of pocket to just swap out into Corsola after getting so much energy on that Shadow Drapion, because this is just how you play this Pokemon. If your opponent feels forced to swap out, you can just load up on energy, especially versus Azumarill that needs 18 turns to reach a Play Rough, 15 to reach an Ice Beam, and then you can just go all out on energy.
See, this is going to come down to the wire right here. Out of pocket has that Aqua Tail locked and loaded on the backline with the Shadow Drapion. The Galarian Corsola here has the Power Gem, so if he can come out of here with loaded energy and put pressure on the shield of Talonflame, then it comes down to a potential charge attack priority right there, or even a potential catch on the Shadow Kanto Marowak. So it's all literally going to come down to, can he get the farm down? But I don't think he's going to be able to get there in time.
Nope.
Oh, he might get it now.
Ooh, he's almost at 2 Nightshades. This is just, I think you get to a Nightshade if your opponent brings in the Talonflame here. Howie might have to go in back with Azumarill.
You know, I kind of like that play. It forces the energy out so he can't throw the Power Gem against the Talonflame.
Yeah.
He might be able to get it, though. Let's see if he's going to come in with the Incinerate. No, he's going to come in with the Azumarill. He would have gotten it anyways, but now we're going to see the Nightshade. But this is perfect. Howie putting all of his trust, his final shield, into this Talonflame to sweep this game. There's no energy on the Corsola, as we will see a great farm down with Incinerate. And now this is where things get very dicey.
Oh, wow, he only has 1 shield. There is 2.5 Aqua Tails already on the Shadow Drapion of out of pocket. Will he reach 3, or is he just going to connect 1? Because now, he's already at 2. This is down to a charge attack priority event.
That Incinerate didn't knock out the Shadow Drapion, so now it's going to be charge attack priority, and if that's the case, he could swap out. Yes, he did! He swapped out, catching the charge move, forcing the energy on the Talonflame out of pocket, making an incredible play, and how he knows that the Shadow Kanto Marowak now can Mud Slap down and force the Bone Club here to close this game. What a beautiful play by out of pocket.
So well played. He even got the Mud Slap through. That means that he paces to the Bone Club in 3 Mud Slaps before Howie reaches the next fight, so he can't even beat the Kanto Marowak. So it again comes in to win the game for him.
My goodness, the caliber of play right there, the thought process, knowing that, you know, I could charge attack priority, but my opponent, Howie, knows that he has to throw this fly in order to take me out. Let me just soak it on the Marowak, because even then the Mud Slaps are going to be within range, right? The Bone Club's going to be within range out of pocket, waking us all up this morning with those plays. What a beautiful first set of battles. But remember, this is the winner's bracket, so Howie is still in it, has to fight his way through later today through the loser's bracket, but out of pocket is going to be moving on.
I'm going to be honest, it was not out of pocket that woke me up, it was your boom on the, on the rocks.
Maybe that's what did it, right? We got to start our mornings off with the boom, a cup of coffee, and we're good to go.
Yep, we got those done now. This was a masterclass out of pocket again. He's an NAIC champion. He just won a regional again. This player is so magnificent. He has just those teams. I think he's using the same team that he won with a few weeks back. So very, very strong showing here, saying, hey, I can win a tournament with a team, and I just don't need to adapt.
You know, there's a great old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
If you know the team and you're dominating with it, just keep it going. And I missed an opportunity to say that he pulled the Marowak out of pocket right there with that swap. But before we get into our next set of battles, there was the MVP picks that we had. So why don't you talk about yours, and then I'll reveal mine that I had.
So I had Kaifia with the Shadow Primeape. We've seen this from him. He said, hey, it's a very difficult Pokemon to handle. You just have to play this against basically every scenario. So you already know that he has been putting in a lot of work and preparation for this tournament. So he can just go and sweep through teams with the Shadow Primeape that is in a nice spot in the meta.
Yeah, it's very strong. The top 2 fighters this time around has been the Annihilate and the Primeape.
Same evolution line.
Yeah.
What a gifted family.
Right? A gifted family. I have hope now for Alolan Marowak with Kanto Marowak being so strong. But my pick has been something we actually haven't been able to see perform on the stage yet. And it was Inadequence's Shadow Palkia. When I was done with my casting round, went back out in the crowd and saw Inadequence, I talked to him and he was telling me the stories of the Draco meteors that he was landing off stream, and I was like, we got to see this on Saturday. So we will hopefully see that later today, but that is my pick, the Shadow Draco meteors from the runner-up at last year's World Championships, Inadequence himself.
Yep, Inadequence, surely a top player, but you know who else is out of pocket? Let's go over to the winner's interview.
Indeed, we are here with the unstoppable force of this tournament, Out of Pocket. I know you don't like that, but you deserve it. Hey, day 2, what's on your mind?
Going into day 2, I mean, I knew who my opponent was, Howie, and I know that Talonflame is pretty rough for me. I did like 7-8 scrims last night, just every 7-8 battles just to get used to the matchup. And then I was like, I mean, Bibarel, Talonflame, Azumarill, Wigglytuff, they're all very annoying for me. And I knew that the more I scrimmed, the more I asked for advice, the more I would just get into my own head. So I just said, all right, after those 8 games, I went roughly even, maybe a little bit positive, and I was like, okay, that's good. And honestly, I just, one game at a time, one battle at a time, I'm just gonna try and get to day 3.
That's the secret, folks. Scrims. Now, I need to know something. So there's a lot of ground types on the tournament. Why do you... I mean, you used it masterfully. I love it. But why do you prefer Marowak over something like Diggersby or Clodsire?
What I like about Marowak is, hot take, it's actually pretty flexible. It's just so good that, even matchups that you'd think that it's performs poorly in, it always can get a lot of value. And what's nice about something like Mud Slap is that you also threaten auto-win scenarios. If someone safe swaps Drapion and they don't have something good to sponge Marowak energy, and I bring Marowak into Drapion, I just spend a shield, Mud Slap down, and then I get 3 Bone Clubs off, and that can instantly win me games.
Yeah, it's so good, and finally, after 2 years, you can obtain it again. So you might as well get one. And you know what? I'll wish you the best. You'll do amazing, I know that. And now we're going back to our lovely casters.
Thank you so much. You heard it. Hunt down Cliff. Team Rocket is up to no good anyway, so get those Shadow Cubones and get a good Shadow Marowak.
Yeah, I love the way that he put it, right? There's a lot of value that Pokemon can provide, right? You have the hard check to Shadow Drapion, but it's that energy on the back and the shield pressures that you can apply to set another Pokemon up later to sweep. And that's what's so cool about some of these Pokemon. Much like Dugong, my favorite Pokemon from this tournament, it's not necessarily that it dominates certain matchups. It's the value that it provides to your team and gives the other Pokemon a chance to shine and win you games.
Yep, and I think that Shadow Marowak just got even better because Jumpluff has basically vanished from the meta except for Marto Galde. I mean, we've seen it in the Twitch drops. It's his favorite, his signature Pokemon. Yeah. And this is basically the hardest answer in the meta to Shadow Marowak. And if that's not on the opposing team, Out of Pocket said it correctly. There's not a lot that can sponge the energy.
Yeah, and we have our next set of battles here. It's going to be Tauntaun Batuse versus Nighttime Clasher, Steelix versus Zapdos. This is going to be a clash of the continents right here, as Tauntaun Batuse is going to hold it down for you. And Nighttime Clasher, known for the invasions over across the pond, he is ready to dominate, and this is going to be a very exciting set of battles.
Listen, this is tough for me because I love both of them. Tauntaun Batuse always has great energy. He brings great picks to the tournaments. Every match you're watching is an absolute show, and he's always so happy.
All right, here, we'll just do this, right? I am technically American, and I have a Zapdos pin. I'm going to go with Nighttime Clasher on this one. You
All right.
take Danton Batus, and we'll may the best battler win right here, because this is literally championship caliber
that's true.
competition right now. And like we said, all weekend long, these trainers are fighting for those top 50 spots. It's no longer points, so every match counts. If you can get to top 16, top 8, that is going to matter in the end as we get into game 1, Steelix versus Shadow Annihilate.
And that is big. You have to get out of here usually, but Tonton Batus is so weak against the Annihilate because you definitely can't swap your own Annihilate and has to go for a Psychic Fangs and hope to get a farm down after that here. Takes out a shield from Nighttime Clasher already.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher still in a great position though, as he has the swap straight into Shadow Drapion into the Superior, but behind on Protect Shields.
Yeah, but if the matchups play out like this, that would mean that Tonton Batus has his Shadow Annihilate versus the Diggersby of Nighttime Clasher. So despite the bad lead, Tonton made something out of it and now has maybe a favorable matchup in the back.
All right, here comes the crunch on the Aerial Ace charge attack priority as well. So Tonton Batus wanted to soften up the Shadow Drapion before maybe going down to double charge moves here.
Yep, and I think that what he is planning is to maybe farm down later on with the Shadow Annihilate of his own. However, Nighttime Clasher, even though down a shield, has so much energy on the Shadow Annihilate himself. I think maybe even...
Forced to throw because the Superior was going to be winning right there with the fast move of Vine Whip, and Aquatail now has to be thrown. Nighttime Clasher maintains switch advantage, which is going to be crucial in this game.
Yep, the question here is, do you Thunder Fang this down or do you counter this down? Because your Annihilate is your win condition, but maybe you don't want to reveal it yet.
Yeah, you don't want to reveal it. Comes in with the Diggersby and swaps instantly into the Annihilate Mirror. Ahead on energy, but behind on Protect Shields. Tonton Batus is not out of this yet, but Nighttime Clasher needs to be very careful here.
I think this is looking incredible for Tonton Batus right now, because, they're pacing at the same time as well. And Nighttime Clasher with the charge attack priority. This is so huge for him.
This is huge, as the second Protect Shield is going to be coming down from Tonton Batus. No shields remain. It is going to be a race to the final Rage Fist. Who is going to be winning this matchup? Here we go. Switch Clock is coming back up as well, but I don't think it's going to get there in time.
Nighttime Clasher is racing to this Rage Fist. There is no chance for
Nighttime Clasher takes it!
Yep, and this is a tough matchup if you lose charge attack priority. This was just a comparison of the attack of those Annihilate, and now Steelix goes in there. Thunder Fangs down, but look at the counter damage.
Wow.
Diggersby's just chilling in the back.
Simultaneous KO. Nighttime Clasher able to clutch it up there with the Annihilate energy and making sure he maintains switch advantage, which is huge. And I love that play by him of coming in. We saw the Steelix. He didn't want to, Tonton Batus didn't want to reveal what he had in the back, so he came in with the Steelix, and Nighttime Clasher's like, all right, I'll come in with Diggersby, see what happens, because there could be an Annihilate lurking back there, and I don't want that matchup. So I still have favorable, right? Annihilate and the Diggersby both do well against the Steelix, so that is perfectly fine to come in, and thankfully his reflexes were quick enough. He was able to maintain the pacing in terms of charge moves and shields remaining, so he could win that charge attack priority at the same time.
That was so huge. If Tonton Batus would have won the charge attack priority, that would have been great for him, because then the game would have been in his favor. This is sometimes how it goes. That's why it's so dangerous to play Annihilate in the mirror match if you don't know exactly what your appraisal is. Some trainers are going for a very attack-weighted appraisal, and there we're going to see the reverse.
The reverse. Whoa. Send it back. We want to see it again.
Rage Fist. Wait, what's Rage Fist in reverse? It's Sif.
No, let's not do that. Let's not do that. It's Calm Palm. That's what it is.
I loved Sif, Igor, and Calm. That's very, very good. But now, Nighttime Clasher 1 game away from entering the top 16 of the EUIC here. He has been so good in those last 2 years, ever since he started competing. He had one rough start in the tournament, and then he absolutely took off. Nighttime Clasher is a prime example of if you want to, you can.
Yes, Nighttime Clasher on his A game right now, but Tonton Batus, calm and collected. Do not underestimate him whatsoever. The 2023 EUIC champion. Do not count him out. Here we go.
Oh, we're entering game 2, and that is a huge lead for Tonton Batus with the Shadow Annihilate onto the Shadow Drapion. Typing-wise, it looks very neutral, but if you land a Rage Fist, you can counter down. If you don't land a Rage Fist, you counter down as well.
See, I love the plays right here because if Nighttime Clasher is not swapping out, right, that means there's probably no Azumarill, no Zapdos, and a no shield on Crunch. Tonton Batus is going to let it go, trusting that he can survive, and we do see a swap on the Ice Punch of all things. What a catch by Nighttime Clasher.
And he's actually going to let it go. This is so huge. Still a sizable chunk of damage. The Talonflame is free now, and there is Superior that just needs to shield once to not get hit with an Ice Beam and farm down completely. So Tonton Batus still has plenty of win conditions here.
There is a lot of energy on the Superior, and it can go a lot of places, right? The Shadow Drapion, though resistant, does not want to see those Frenzy Plants because it can still do a lot of resisted damage. And obviously Annihilate, well, Frenzy Plant, you don't want to get hit.
Yep, or Aerial Ace. Both of those attacks do hit for very much of damage. And now we're going to see double Aerial Ace is reached already. Throwing the first one, I think a Frenzy Plant could have maybe knocked out in this situation even.
Yeah, two Protect Shields though, using one right here. Wanted to keep the Shadow Drapion alive in order to get to the Crunch in time, which is perfect, as we will see a no shield by Tonton Batus.
Was that perhaps a miscount? Because if he threw immediately, he would have not gotten to the Crunch on the side of Nighttime Clasher. Frenzy Plant is now going to be shielded or not. Will you give up the Shadow Drapion? Put everything on the Annihilate. There is the Talonflame lurking in the back, coming in here now. Both trainers at one shield. This is a lot of damage from Incinerate.
This is a lot, and the Annihilate and Talonflame only have one Protect Shield remaining. Going for the Rage Fist right here. Those Incinerates are adding up. Nighttime Clasher, I don't know if he's going to be able to make it in time.
Oh, he shields that one up. I think that Nighttime Clasher is going to reach the next one before Tonton Batus, and now the one is boosted, so he gets to the boosted Rage Fist, and there's now only the Shadow Annihilate in the back for Tonton Batus.
Oh my goodness, and he's double boosted from the Rage Fist. Counter is going to be doing an incredible amount of damage. The Superior is going to go down to counter. Nighttime Clasher is one fast move away, and he takes it. Game 2. Nighttime Clasher is moving on. What an incredible set of battles right there. I thought it might have been all over. You have a flying type Pokemon versus a fighter, but it just goes to show how powerful Counter and Rage Fist is on a Shadow Annihilate. It doesn't matter what typing you are, I'm going to counter you down.
And this is why we have seen the uprise of Shadow Annihilate versus regular Annihilate. We've seen it on day 1. I think there were more regular Annihilate in the field than Shadows, but this time around, Tonton Batus had to shield the first Rage Fist because he knows I'm just going to get countered down if I let this go through. Maybe I'm just already going to be knocked out, and then Nighttime Clasher got to the second Rage Fist and then could just freely knock out the Talonflame.
Yeah, typically, right, you know when your opponent is going to be getting stronger, the later charge moves are going to be the ones you have to shield, but like you said, now the counter, if that Rage Fist lands, you just get countered down. So you have to shield and you have to hope that you get to the double fly in time or the Incinerates take it down. But that is not the case. Nighttime Clasher and his Shadow Annihilate was able to claim victory. And, you know, I will also say this aesthetically, I like that Annihilate is Shadow with all the flaming hair. It just works perfectly.
Yeah, but it's very good flavor. And this is Shadow Annihilate. If it was a regular Annihilate on the side of Nighttime Clasher, he wouldn't have won that game. It is so strong, and here you could see this phenomenal catch. Nighttime Clasher really knowing immediately what the plan of Tonton Batus was. As soon as he saw that the Crunch landed, he was like, okay, he's going to try to knock me out with an Ice Punch. Let me catch a charge attack from Shadow Annihilate on my Feraligatr.
That was a huge play. I mean, we know that the Annihilate was able to clutch it here at the end, but I think that Ice Punch catch was pivotal for him. Yeah.
That was so good. Shadow Feraligatr didn't really do too much in that game. It just got Vine whipped down by the Superior, but Superior also let go. It didn't throw early enough against the Shadow Drapion. It got to the charge deck priority, lost the charge deck priority, and then got very low as well. I think if Tonton Batus had thrown a little earlier, he could have won that game as well. And this is something I've never seen from Tonton Batus, but he might have had some reasoning as to why he threw on charge deck priority.
Yeah, there always is reason. We can try to do our best to analyze why these trainers made the choices that they did, but ultimately it's them on the battlefield with their Pokemon and their teams and their strategy. Now, Tonton Batus is not out of it just yet. Again, this is the winner's bracket double elimination tournament, so he will be fighting his way down through the loser's bracket, and I have confidence in Tauntaun Battus. Having him seen play over the years, he is amazing. I think we will see him later today.
Yeah, he's a previous IC champion, regional champion. Tauntaun Battus has won it all, but also a regional champion. Nighttime Clasher advances to the next round, and we're seeing him with Pedro in the interview booth.
Yeah, we're here with the man of the hour, Nighttime Clasher. Great battle. That second one was a nail biter.
I mean, after the first one, like, I was feeling pretty good, but then the second one literally almost brought me to my knees. That was kind of crazy.
It was indeed. So, hear me out. Annihilape, I think, is one of the Pokemon of the tournament. It's amazing. And I want to know, why do you prefer the Shadow over the regular one?
It just feels so much better because you can like counter through a lot of neutral matchups and just counter through a lot of even bad matchups. Say like Talonflame, like regular Annihilape doesn't have as good of a matchup. Azumarill as well, like it just adds up so quickly. And when you get like the momentum, get the advantage of energy or shields, it's just so dominating on the field.
Yeah, it goes bananas. It's insane. And one last thing. So there's a lot of good trainers in this tournament. Who do you think is the trainer to beat?
I think it's got to be Out of Pocket. I mean, I think I have him next round, and I'm obviously very good friends with him, talk with him a lot about the game, so that'll be a really fun match, and whoever wins, it'll be a good battle.
That will be almost like an anticipated finals. That'll be really great. So best of luck to you. You'll do great, and we'll go back to our casters.
Thank you, Pedro. So Nighttime Clasher, the reason why he loves it is because of those neutral matchups where that extra damage really comes into play. And that's what we like to see, right? Those Shadow Pokemon are typically more the offensive, glassy type Pokemon because that extra damage really comes through in those matchups where you would think on paper, wow, I'm against a Fairy, I'm against a Flyer, I should be losing as a fighter. But no. No. You rage fist through.
Yeah, you just punch everyone, and this is how Annihilape goes. This is how Shadow Annihilape goes even better. The conversion rate of this Pokemon is completely insane. It started off at 18% Shadow Annihilape in the field, and now we have over 40%, if I remember correctly. So that is incredibly strong. It is one of the best Pokemon here. Players have dropped their answers. Jumpluff isn't as prevalent anymore in the meta. People are running Azumarill, but Nighttime Clasher said it earlier. It has good play against Azumarill. If you have one shield advantage, you exit the matchup with a lot of HP, quadruple boosted basically.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me, not in the same circumstances, but it kind of reminds me of the Sableye back in the day against Azumarill, where if you had that energy advantage in the return, you're able to kind of overcome some of those Azumarill mid-game matchups where you are facing off against a Fairy as a dark type Pokemon.
Hey, and then if you have Shadow Sableye and you have a good enough attack in your appraisal, then you can actually reach a breakpoint, as we call it, which means that you're dealing one more damage per Shadow Claw as usual, and then you're able to win versus Azumarill in the 2-shield scenario as well. And now we have Bart the Gamer, who beat the final boss, Colin 6, and Zweilos with his trusty Charger Bug.
Oh man, we are just going back to back this morning. These trainers are locked in. The team's looking very strong. We have that Dugong that I love so much on the side of Bart the Gamer, and Chargebug, a Pokemon that we haven't seen too much this tournament, but with how many Flyers we have been seeing and how many Waters, there's a lot of utility there, especially with those X-Scissors for the Superiors that are trying to break apart the cores of Azumarill and Diggersby.
Yeah, Chargebug, it looks very good here on paper, but there are some different scenarios in which you don't want to have the Chargebug. So, for example, if Bart the Gamer says that he has a big win condition in some of his Pokemon like Ariados or Shadow Drapion, Chargebug is not ideal because in those neutral scenarios, Chargebug has some issues. You can play around it. Volt Switch is such an unflexible fast attack because it's 4 turns that you can basically get enough momentum with your Pokemon there. If you bring in Chargebug on the Shadow Feraligatr, you have decent play there, yes? You can basically farm down the Shadow Feraligatr, but you have to go down shields, and this can come back to bite you later if a Marowak is being brought in here. However, Exeter still deals a lot of damage to Marowak.
Yeah, now these trainers are locked in, so let's see what strategies they bring as we have Diggersby versus Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Oh, and that is very interesting because it depends on the appraisal of the Shadow Kanto Marowak. If it is really defense weighted, can actually win the scenarios versus Diggersby. If it is not, Diggersby has the heads up here.
Now this is going to be a very fast-paced endgame. As you see on the backlines there, we got Chargebug and Primeape with the Feraligatr and Shadow Drapion. So whoever gets shield advantage here in the early game, I imagine is going to be dominating in the end, but let's find out.
I'm going to say that the Primeape of Zizwilos looks incredible here against the Feraligatr. You just win the charge attack priority, and against Drapion as well, you're pacing at the same time. There is an attack debuff here, very big for Zizwilos. And the Diggersby, Bart the Gamer, oh, he actually lets it go because he has no fast attack pressure against it.
Yeah, no fast attack pressure. You wouldn't get a lot of utility there, and you're going to go bring in the Shadow Drapion and the Primeape now on Zizwilos' side, so saving that Diggersby for a potential sacrificial swap later on.
And I like that Zizwilos went out there. Diggersby actually has a lot of HP, so you can play versus the Shadow Feraligatr later. But, oh, he goes for the first bait. It is a Rage Fist. Not shielding that would be great. Shielding this would be painful, but Bart the Gamer makes the call. Gets it. Is doing calls left and right since yesterday. Another Aqua Tail is being...
Zizwilos deciding to give up the Protect Shield here, wants to get more use out of the Primeape as it's very close to a close combat, which would definitely one-shot right here. But I think maybe getting into double Rage Fist is the call. That is what he's looking to do.
And this is very, very strong because he can now just get a shield back from the Shadow Feraligatr in the back because you can't not shield that now.
Yeah.
And there is, of course, the Charger Bug in the back as well in the one-shield scenario. Yes, Shadow Feraligatr has a lot of pressure and it outpaces, so that is going to be tough here.
Yeah, the Charger Bug now coming in one-to-one shields, but Volt Switch is doing far too much damage. Feraligatr desperately needs to get to 2 Hydro Cannons, but can he make it in time?
I think that Shadow Feraligatr actually wins the one-shield scenario versus Charger Bug, or it might be really close with the Hydro Cannon because Charger Bug has sizable bulk. We're going to see it very soon. Getting to that Hydro Cannon, throwing it immediately, not even getting the Excisor off is huge here.
Oh, let's see if the Charger Bug can hang on. The Hydro Cannon is connecting, able to survive, and 2 X Scissors are ready to go. And unfortunately for Bart the Gamer, there is only 1 Protect Shield remaining. So Zizwilos is going to be taking game 1 here with all 3 Pokemon alive.
I lied. Shadow Feraligatr doesn't win the one-shield scenarios, but if you are playing the one-shield on your Charger Bug and Shadow Feraligatr has 2 shields, it might be able to farm down. But still, Zizwilos winning this with the trusty Charger Bug. Very well played here, knowing his matchups better than I do.
Yeah, very well played. Able to keep all 3 Pokemon on the field as well, which is a testament to the ability to swap in and out, manage health, manage energy to find that win. And that's always a tough thing, is if you're at the end of the game like Bart the Gamer with the Shadow Feraligatr, you don't have a sacrificial swap to be that second shield for you to catch an X-Scissor. You are on the field by yourself. Even though you have the shield advantage, you're going to be going down.
Yeah, but I can see Charger Bug, and basically I said earlier that it's not looking that great on paper because Bart the Gamer has good play against it, but it is still. X-Scissor is completely unresisted on the team of Bart the Gamer, and Volt Switch and Discharge can hit for super effective on 3 out of the 6 Pokemon. So I expect the Charger Bug to be there every single time. If you get a farm down on something, I think it's very dangerous.
Yeah. So a strong game 1 there from Zizwilos, looking to secure the 2-0 sweep in this winners finals right here. And Bart the Gamer has the roster, has the Pokemon, has the skill to come back. Like we said, he took down Colin 6 yesterday, putting Colin 6 into the losers bracket, upsetting the final boss. So if you're Bart the Gamer right now, get a boost of confidence. This is Zizwilos. He's an incredible trainer, but he's not undefeatable.
Yep, that is true. I mean, no one is undefeated.
No one is.
Except for maybe Marto Galde this season, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe.
There's a point to be made that Marto Galde might be undefeatable this season.
Look at, there's the confidence. I saw it right there. He knows. He's got a strategy. He's got a plan. He had a smile. Let's see as we go into game 2. We have Shadow Kanto Marowak versus Talonflame.
With even shields and even energy, this is very favorable for the Talonflame. Immediate pivot out into the Shadow Drapion. Zizwilos is following this up with the Diggersby, but this means that Bart the Gamer might need to go down shields to flip the switch.
You know, Shadow Drapion was used on 75% of teams in this tournament, and there is a reason. Even when you're facing off as a Poison-type Pokemon against a Ground-type Pokemon, those Aqua Tails, the Poison Sting, the added Shadow damage is very strong in this meta.
Look at this matchup. It's supposed to be one of the worst matchups for Shadow Drapion, but the Diggersby is almost already knocked out here.
Yeah.
And now if it just takes your shield, Oh, Bart the Gamer is going to let the Shadow Dropion go, possibly expecting a fade with a Fire Punch from Zweilos. Now, what is he going to bring in? You can't farm this down with the Shadow for Relegator.
The Marowak has to come in and do what Marowak does best, like Nighttime Clasher, I believe, said earlier. There's a lot of utility that it can bring.
But this is very good for Bart the Gamer as well. If he doesn't get debuffed like in the first game, and he doesn't get debuffed, Talonflame is being swapped in aggressively, answered by the Shadow for Relegator on even shields. This is so good for Bart the Gamer.
Correction on my side. It was out of pocket, not Nighttime Clasher, my bad. But out of pocket said there's a lot of utility that can be brought. But for Alligator now facing off against Talonflame, a little bit behind on energy and shields now.
Yep, but now you're going to grab the first shield back. Zweilos is possibly looking towards a farm down with the Primeape in the back on this Feraligator. Feraligator is just sitting there, is going to take another fly up with a shield. Yes, doesn't want to get knocked out just yet. Can reach the next Hydro Cannon rather soon.
See, now Switch Clock is coming back up, and there's a charge move loaded on the Shadow Kanto Marowak. I keep wanting to say Ninetales. What is? All right, the Hydro Cannon, though, going to be getting the final shield. Do we see the hot swap? Is Zweilos ready for it right here? Let's find out.
Are we going to see a catch here? No, Talonflame is just going to stay in, winning the matchup against Shadow for Alligator. The fly is going to connect through no shields anymore. It's Shadow Kanto Marowak versus the world, but it has so much energy. You can do 3 Mud Slaps here, then throw Bone Club to knock out. You have a charge attack loaded for the next Pokemon, but is it enough to take out this incredibly fragile Primeape?
Oh, let's find out. Marowak, it is all on your side. There is the Primeape still in the back, and there's a Diggersby. He's going to need like 3 Bone Clubs maybe in order to win, and I don't think there's enough health remaining.
2 Karate Chops left for a Rage Fist. This is so much damage, but it's not even close to enough. Rage Fist is going to connect, and Zweilos takes the win against Bart the Gamer 2-0.
Able to take the 2-0 victory with Primeape, not Shadow, by the way. So it'd be interesting to see why he chose the normal Primeape instead of Shadow. But congratulations to Zweilos as he progresses through the winner's bracket, and Bart the Gamer, still amazing games, and we will be seeing him later today as he moves down into the loser's bracket.
Yep, and Zweilos is a big contender. Yesterday he posted that there's lots of scary trainers in the bracket, and he said, hey, let's be scary back, and I think he is.
I think he was this morning. Charger Bug there in game 1. The Primeape, a nice cleanup in game 2. Very clean execution, not too much drama in those set of battles, but I think that what that comes down to is a lot of these trainers, actually all of these trainers, do a lot of preparation the night before. And the great thing, and what I love about this community, is you practice with your friends, with your community to get preparation. Like Out of Pocket said, he did some simulations, he did some battles against his opponent's team with some community members. You have that support, and you come in. These first games are already pre-planned by these trainers, which is why I think they're going so quickly. They're getting executed perfectly. We're seeing a lot of 2-0s on either side. And as the day progresses, things start to mix up. Yeah, chaos ensues.
Yep, everything is just planned out before, but you can't prepare for every opponent at the same time because there's just so many variables that are coming into who's your next opponent after winners or losers round 1. So you don't have the time to prepare for 3 entire matchups. So you try to win the first round, and then it comes back to being spontaneous. This is also what happens in day 1 as well. You don't know who your opponent is going to be. You don't know their teams. So you have to go with the flow. You have to be spontaneous. You have to be fast and smart against those. On day 2, the first match you get to plan out completely, and you
first one is pre-planned, and then it's just chaos after, which is so much fun. But now we get to see the executions of these players as we move on through the brackets. We have so many more battles to see today. We are just getting started. Oh my goodness, it's Saturday, and the best trainers in the world are here competing to fight their way into Worlds in Anaheim in August.
There's nothing that beats this, except for maybe Championship Sunday, but we're going to enjoy our time until we get there. These trainers are phenomenal. These Zweilos now, Out of Pocket, those are big names. Nighttime Clasher as well. So far, we have more trainers from the US advancing on this day to the next round than Europeans.
I love the position that I'm in. I can kind of play both sides. You know, I live in the UK, but I'm from the USA.
Amanda as well.
I cheer for everyone, right? But what we have now is Pedro and Zweilos. Let's go ahead and head over to them.
Yep. Sayonek was talking about unbeatable. We're here with Zweilos. How's your day going?
Well, it's been going pretty well, I would say. I was delighted with yesterday, and I still haven't dropped a game, so what can I say? This has been great.
Literally unbeatable. Let me ask you something. I love your teams. Always something new, always something fresh. How's the team building process?
So, honestly, I'm kind of looking forward to the March meta shakeup already, because this meta has kind of been figured out for the most part. But yeah, I just try to play a lot of practice tournaments. I'll try to see what currently dominates the meta and what has win conditions against those Pokemon, maybe even in unusual scenarios. Like, you have seen the Primeape. The Primeape looks like it's the weaker version of Annihilate in most scenarios, but if you get a little bit of an energy head start, you actually beat it just because you outpace it so massively. So even the simulations don't tell the full story. You just always need to find those little niches where you can get this little bit of an advantage that you need at the highest level.
I mean, I can't argue with that. It's pretty good. It works. I love your teams. I'm hoping to see better teams, and your teams are great, but even better teams in the future. And one more thing, you talked about Primeape. That's not the inferior ape, but I want to know why not the Shadow? Like almost every other Primeape on this tournament was Shadow, but yours wasn't. So why is that?
So there's a lot of merit to both Primeapes, actually, both the Shadow and the non-Shadow. With the Shadow, you threaten knockouts way earlier. Like, the one-shield scenario gets a lot better because your close combat is so threatening. But I want to double-shield my Primeape. So the two-shield scenario against, for example, a Talonflame, which we've seen quite a few of in Top Cut, is a lot more comfortable with the non-Shadow Primeape just because the incinerate damage doesn't threaten as much. So I feel a lot safer also just swapping this Primeape in. It's like a utility Pokemon that can do it all.
Indeed, that I've seen your Primeape do a lot. So congratulations. I'll be seeing you in the next battles. And now we're going to pause, but don't go anywhere because we have a cool recap of Sierra doing some cool activities here at EUIC.
The competition is exciting, but it's not the only thing that's happening at EUIC. For the first time ever, we have an activity stage hosted by none other than Shay. Shay, what's going on over here?
Oh, there's all sorts going on here, Sierra. We got artist sign-ins, meet and greets, influencer meet and greets, and earlier, if you were watching carefully, we had Pikachu there for pictures as well.
Did you get a picture with Pikachu?
I certainly, of course I did. And Quaxley as well. I am Team Quaxley, just a spoiler alert.
Spoiler, okay. So how has it been going over here? So what are some of the things that people can expect if they come over to the activity stage?
Yeah, we've got all sorts going on. So influencer meet and greets, like currently right now we have Cerebi Joe up there. But then also the thing I'm most interested in are the artist meet and greets as well. Because we get to learn all about the illustrators who bring our Pokemon cards to life, hear about their day-to-day life, their journey as being an illustrator, and quite honestly, it's just content and information you can't get anywhere else.
No, I love that, and I know a lot of people are excited for that. There's already been people coming up to me like, how can I get more information? Yeah. And I heard, too, there's a cosplay contest that's going on soon?
Yeah, now that right there, the cosplay showcase, I'm so excited for that. I've seen the list. We've got about 20 people in the cosplay showcase all coming out, and that's going to be like a Pokemon fashion show. That's going to be top content. Cannot wait for that one.
And that you're certainly already dressed the part for, right?
Yeah, I am this weekend. I am Terra Burt's PTCG. So I'm dodging all the bench damage and I'm hitting for all types Terra Stella.
Perfect. I love it. So if you're here at EUIC, definitely make sure to come by the activity stage. It's only one of the exciting things. But for now, back to the competition.
Welcome to the 2025 EUIC edition of Speedburger. I am Lundberger here, and I am alongside my co-host, Speediest Chief 2, and we have a special guest in from Europe. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Are you talking to me?
I'm talking to you.
I'm Arceus Aurelius. My real name is Marcus Borger, which is very close to burger, actually. So we have a couple burgers here, is what I want to say.
All right, well, Marcus, this is a very fast-paced game. Speedburger is the name. We're going to read off some questions for you, trivia questions related to Pokemon, and you have to answer them quickly so you can snag your ingredients and build the perfect burger. Are you ready to start?
I guess so.
All right, first up, most important part of the burger is the bread. Let's go ahead and secure that. According to the Pokedex entry, this Pokemon is smooth and moist to the touch. Its yeasty breath ferments the air in its vicinity.
Whoa, yeasty breath? I have no idea, but maybe yeast, I'm gonna say some mushrooms, maybe Shinate?
Maybe bread related.
Bread related? What Pokemon is bread?
That was recently
Like a Fido, for example? Like a Fido? Fido? How do you say
Fido.
Fido. I mean, English pronunciation is not my game, but I'm gonna say Fido. Fido.
All right. Okay, we'll give it to you. We'll give it. You know, it's a warm-up round at the beginning. We are already burger related. It's already in the name. For your lettuce, what grass-type Pokemon is typically paired with Bastiodon in a classic Go Battle League team?
Is my least favorite Pokemon of all time, but I know that James loves it. It's Victory Bell.
Very, very well done. So we have the bread, we've got the lettuce. Let's go ahead and lock down some of the toppings that are so, so important for a tasty burger. Name 3 regional Pokemon that can be found in Europe, but nowhere else.
I'm gonna go with Mr. Mime, Mime Jr., and Sigilif is the Middle East as well. Klefki.
All right, there is your ingredients. You've secured basically everything except for the sauce on top. So for the sauce, who had the sauce last year at the 2024 EUIC, winning the whole tournament, and what spicy Pokemon did he use, if you remember?
I remember the spicy Skeledirge from Weedle, and it was an incredible run, and I'm here to stop him this year.
Thank you so much, Marcus. I think you secured all the ingredients we need. Let's see what we cooked up.
All right, so that was the European edition of Speed Burger with the burger, the Borger, and the Chief too? Join us for the next one. In the meantime, we're gonna enjoy.
Well, back to the Pokemon action.
Welcome back, trainers. This is EUIC day number 2. The 2025 competition has been unlike any other, and it's only going to get better from here. Speedy's Chief 2 here with the one, the only Amanda Lundberg.
That's me. And you know what? If you guys just saw that little segment that we did with Arceus Aurelius, he kind of made a prediction that he was going to take down Emmy Weedle.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he did in day number 1, knocking Emmy Weedle down to the loser side of the bracket.
Yeah, the word I wanted to use is prophetic, right? He said, I'm here to stop Emmy Weedle, and guess what? That actually came to fruition. So that's a quote that actually aged very, very well. Arceus Aurelius will definitely be taking the stage later on today. I'm excited to see what he's got in store for us. But Amanda, you and I were talking with Leo and Zionic. I feel like so many of these early round matchups in day 2, the trainers have looked at these matchups all night long. They probably scrimmed with their friends. They're ready, and they know exactly what they want to do, and they execute very well. That's why we're seeing so many 2-0s.
We're on the winner's side of the bracket, so they knew a little bit earlier on in the day, okay, I'm probably playing against this other opponent. You're absolutely right. I was talking with some of the trainers last night. They were already looking at the teams that they would be playing against. We had some North American trainers already mingling with the European ones. I know that you made a prediction that the title will stay in Europe, but there are a lot of outside contenders coming up, including in the next round.
Yeah, actually, I bumped into one of them on the way back over to the stage after our lounge intro. We're going to see Richie pretty soon, and I'm so excited to watch him battle because he is a fun time every single time he hits the stage. So
and he will be battling up against C. Leonardo, who has really been popping off this season. He's been well known in the grassroots PvP for many, many years. This is the first year that everyone is really like, whoa, C. Leonardo is also playing this Show 6 Open Great League very, very well.
Are people saying he's the truth?
People could potentially be saying that he's the truth.
I think people are confirmed for production. People are saying C. Leonardo is the truth, and we're going to find out here on stage very, very soon. But these teams are also fascinating. We're going to get into a close-up look at them. But let's talk about some of these signature picks, mainly the flying-type Pokemon. We've got a Corviknight for C. Leonardo and a Shadow Pidgeot for Richie.
Not things that we have typically been seeing throughout the season so far, but we have seen some masterful plays from both of these trainers with these picks. Obviously, we've been seeing the Shadow Drop-ins. They are everywhere here in London. And what I really would like like to point out is the electric type Pokemon on C. Leonardo's side that Unova and Stunfisk hasn't really seen much play in previous seasons. It's been surprisingly doing really well in European events.
I feel like this Pokemon, as long as it dodges the Mud Slap users like Shadow Kanto Marowak and Gastrodon, it's got a ton of flex play. And if you recall, C. Leonardo's Unova Stunfisk is shiny, so it's gorgeous, it's great on the field. But let's take a look at these trainers' accolades. I mean, Richie has been on fire this season. Top 8 in Merida, the Bogota Special Champion. It's going to be really fun to see them battle because, honestly, Amanda, we're already locked in.
We're locked in. We are ready to go. Let's kick it off. Game number 1.
This is a matchup I wanted to see. Unova Stunfisk versus that Shadow Drapion. Amanda, you mentioned that the Shadow Drapion is almost ubiquitous among these top cut teams. And seeing the Unova Stunfisk, this feels like the antidote to the poison.
Aqua Tail is going to do a nice chunk of damage, but you know what? It really wants to avoid those Mud Bombs on the other side. Super effective, almost knocking it down to half. And wow, a quick swap into Richie, but an even quicker response from C. Leonardo here, coming in with the discharge, taking it full front.
Look at the reflexes there to fire off the discharge instead of the Mud Bomb. That was actually incredible. And now we're going to see an overcharge to another discharge. Honestly, I wasn't sure if C. Leonardo would go to the Wigglytuff, A, to keep it away from the Shadow Drapion, but also B, to apply pressure to Azumarill. Instead, double discharges coming through.
It's a big chip and dip if he is planning on swapping out, but at this point now, no Protect Shields have been used, and it looks like C. Leonardo's content to keep them for a later part of the matchup here. Ice Beam enough to take out the Stunfisk, and in immediately comes the Primate to start ramping up. These Karate Chops aren't doing much, but keep an eye on this energy.
I was absolutely in awe of how Z Swilis just played his Primeape earlier on in the stream, and now we've got C. Leonardo about to unleash some Rage Fist Fury, taking out the Azumarill, and there are 2 Pokemon in the back that actually do not want to see this Primeape.
You see the attack has already risen once. There's already some energy. Richie wondering what he's going to do, coming back in with that Drapion. This Rage Fist and Close Combat combination is very dangerous here, going for the heavy hitting attack and getting that shield off of Richie.
Richie doesn't even give us time to be worried. He throws out that Protect Shield immediately. He says, there's no way I'm going to get caught by a Close Combat this early in the game. And now that you're debuffed to C. Leonardo, yeah, you absolutely have to shield here if you want to keep Primeape around.
Primeape has still so much energy. Once again, going to charge up a little bit more, one away from another Close Combat, and throwing right at that charge attack priority. Richie knows he wouldn't have taken it, goes ahead and goes another fast attack, uses a second shield here, but now it's even more ramped up.
This seems like it might be a wasted shield, but we're going to see because another Rage Fist is actually ready. I think the 4th Rage Fist, if I'm not mistaken, of this series from the Primeape. This might actually be enough to KO the Dark type.
Down goes the Drapion, and oh no, a quick pivot out actually into the Wigglytuff here. Doesn't want to let Richie get any extra energy, and Wigglytuff against Diggersby in a shields down scenario is a little bit better for that Wigglytuff.
And I'm looking here, I mean, the Scorching Sands debuff would be massive for Richie, but there's still, like you said, a Protect Shield to get through. Gonna break that Protect Shield here with the Scorching Sands. Debuff does occur as well. Maybe Richie's got a chance.
Coming back in, if you're talking about debuffs, well, here's another one for you. No Protect Shields remaining. This Icy Wind is going to debuff the attack of that Diggersby for the rest of the game.
I don't know. This is looking a little bit icy for that Diggersby. Going to fire off another Scorching Sands, trying to slow down this Wigglytuff. But after the Icy Wind, this Scorching Sands will do even less damage. So even if another debuff occurs, which it does.
Oh my goodness.
Does it really make an impact? We're going to find out.
Luck on the side of Richie here, doing everything he can to keep himself in this matchup. Throws right before the next charge attack is available. The real question is this going to be enough? It is debuffed a little bit. A couple more charms will do it. Down goes the Wiggly.
Hold on. Here comes the Primeape. It's launching all these Karate Chops and then finally gets the KO, but that was really, really close. Richie honestly brought that way closer than I thought it was going to be.
Wow, incredible plays and wherewithal by both of these trainers. Talk about fast reflexes. Richie coming in, trying to catch that Mud Bomb onto the Azumarill, only to be met with the quickest of discharges. And let's not count out what C. Leonardo did there. He was debuffed from throwing that Close Combat. He had to swap out of the matchup because if he would have stayed in earlier, I think that Diggersby would have just quick take down the Primate.
Yeah, I think so as well. And I mean, Richie gave himself a chance there with the double Scorching Sands debuffs, but it just wasn't enough because the Karate Chops, even though they're not high damage, fast attacks are still super effective against that Diggersby. So going into this game number 2, I think Richie needs to make a couple of adjustments here. here. Can't really let that Wigglytuff run wild, but he doesn't have a strong answer. I mean, he could bring the Drapion again, but that's about it.
I think a lot of times when trainers swap out, if you have a good matchup, you say, okay, I will be willing to swap out too, but not see Leonardo in that. When that Azumarill came in, you saw he was content to let that Stunfisk go down because it gave the perfect amount of farm energy for the Primeape to just go absolutely bananas after that point.
It did. Smoliv on the stage, but big plays are being made. C. Leonardo wants to get this 2-0 and continue through that winner's side bracket. Like we always say, there is still a chance if you fall to that loser side bracket, but the road is so much longer, many more twists and turns. These trainers want to stay on the winner's side.
So far today, everyone has been sweeping what we call 2-0 victories on this winner's side of the bracket. Richie could be the first one to take the game off of it, but if C. Leonardo wins this, the streak continues. Very excited to see what will be brought into this next matchup. Both of these trainers taking a little bit of time to decide because this is a very important pivotal point.
The Wigglytuff, I think a lot of this series is going to pivot around that Fairy-type Pokemon because Richie, again, doesn't have a Steel-type, doesn't have a Fire-type. He's got to get creative with how he deals with this. And if he leads something like a Annihilate or the Galarian Corsola and it matches up against a Wigglytuff, he's already 2 steps behind in this battle.
You made that perfect point there. Not only does he not have a Steel-type, he's got 2 Pokemon that are weak to a Wigglytuff. Would not be surprised to see it again. Looks like game number 2 is starting off with a more neutral matchup here. We have an Azumarill against that Drapion on the other side. Drapion now coming in a little bit delay, going with the Poison Stings here.
I don't think I've seen that before. A little bit of an uneven start for our trainers here. We're going to find out exactly how this is going to play out. Crunch coming through here from the Shadow Drapion. Trainers kind of looking around, but we're just going to play this out, see what happens.
Crunch going through here at this point. No debuff. It's just getting a couple more fast attacks here before the next Crunch goes through on Richie's side. Still no Protect Shield from C. Leonardo.
I wouldn't be surprised at all to see Richie Protect Shield the charge attack that's going to come through here from the Azumarill just to keep his Drapion healthy. He knows that he needs it to deal with the potential Wigglytuff. That's exactly what we get.
Even though those crunches aren't very effective, you can see the Azumarill already down in the yellow, so Protect Shield is important. Now a pivot into that Primeape from C. Leonardo's side, but there's still a lot of energy on the Drapion, and Primeape is not a very bulky Pokemon. You're going to see if this connects. No, doesn't even want to. Wants to keep that as healthy as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming out with the Azumarill, this Pokemon can absorb so much damage, as we've seen time and time again. It's probably not even threatened until that third Rage Fist is queued up, but the difference here is that the Primeape probably won't appreciate an Ice Beam very much either.
Going ahead already at another Rage Fist. The hard part about this turn cycle is when a Azumarill gets up to an attack, sometimes you want to make sure you're throwing on optimal timing, which is really hard to do against a Primeape because it just charges energy so quickly. An Ice Beam going through, getting that second shield from C. Leonardo's side.
Absolutely. Azumarill applying pressure. It doesn't look like an offense-oriented Pokemon, but it can take away shields in vital moments like these. Primeape storing a lot of energy. Honestly, C. Leonardo could aim for that close combat. It might be enough to get the knockout, but a swap and a catch. C. Leonardo heads up here.
Wow, not only a catch on the Ice Beam, not very effective against Azumarill, this water-type Pokemon here, and now it'll continue to come in. I actually think this is perfect farm for that Drapion, saying thank you very much. I will take all of that energy.
Yeah,
show me what you have with no shields.
Richie didn't give us as much as an eyebrow raise. He was ready for that. Wigglytuff comes in, gonna fire the Aqua Tail now, and this is fine because the Crunch is gonna be resisted. You wanna apply as much damage as possible. He might be able to get 3 Aqua Tails, but somebody close.
The big problem for C. Leonardo right now is that shield deficit. There's so much energy on Primeape. Primeape is going to win that charge attack priority against basically anything, but he's got to get through one of those shields on Richie's side first, and this Aqua Tail is bringing the Wigglytuff very, very low.
Yeah, forgive my eyes there. I forgot for a moment how much damage the Charms still do. We see the pivot into the, oh my gosh, into the Primeape, and now the Diggersby squared up against it, and the close combat's loaded.
Close combat number 1 coming through. Only 1 Protect Shield remaining, and no shield by Richie on this side. Knows it's not enough to knock him out, but that is indeed some heavy damage. Going up a little bit more, and wow, Richie says, hey, you catch, I catch.
Exactly. Anything you can do, I can do better. Here we see the Primeape throwing the Rage Fist. A shield throw from Richie, shielding the bait Rage Fist. Does that mean now he's exposed to the close combat?
Close combat number 2 coming through. No Protect Shields left on either side. Both of these trainers have very little health left on their back Pokemon. Now double debuff. This is going to do it. Fire Punch is loaded. So is the Swift.
You need, oh, it's the Fire Punch. You see C. Leonardo, all he needed was 1 charm, and Richie says, no, no, no. I'm going to take this game number 2 and keep my series alive.
Wow, I thought that there was a attack loaded. I think C. Leonardo thought he might have had it too. Unfortunately, 1 charm away, and Richie takes that game.
think we're going to see our players just speak with the judges for a moment, because if you recall at the beginning of the match, we did have kind of a desynced beginning to that battle. So we're going to see if it made any impact on how the result eventually played out. But I just want to commend Richie there for reining in that Wigglytuff. See, Leonardo keeps hammering that Pokemon. And sometimes that's what you have to do. Keep on doubling down on your advantage in team composition. But Richie actually found a unique way past it.
If you're looking at Richie's team there, and you're noticing that C. Leonardo is seeming to play that core of that Wigglytuff and the Primeape, what do you feel is his best counters that he can be bringing to kind of negate all of that energy that duo is putting together?
I mean, best counters? I don't know, honestly, Amanda. That's a tough one if you look at the team here from Richie, but I like what he's doing with the Diggersby and Drapion core. What he could actually try, though, is maybe the Shadow Pidgeot. What do you think about that?
Pidgeot, I think, would have a great matchup against that Primeape and be able to probably really start chunking away at the Wigglytuff. You know, it actually doesn't surprise me very much in game number 1 that we saw that Unova and Stunfisk with those two, because the main counters for the Wigglytuff and the Primeape that actually do sort of neutral damage get completely negated by that Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's a lot of play there for both of these trainers, but C. Leonardo has put up a great fight. Did not bring that Unova Stunfisk to that game number 2, instead opting to go with some of his other choices, but the Wigglytuff, the Primeape, I like that course quite a bit because it's so dynamic, right? If you risk it and you bring the Glaring Corsola, yes, the Glaring Corsola can chip away at the Primeape, but then you're absolutely at a dead-end road, so to speak, against Wigglytuff in that matchup. So it's very difficult for Richie to find an open window where he can counter both.
And he did a really, really nice job last time. I think Shadow Drop-In has such neutral play against almost everything, but again, now that I'm looking at that Stunfisk, I'm actually surprised that I didn't see it in game number 2, because it just seems to counter all the things that negate all of the energy of the Wigglytuff and Primeape quite well.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes we've seen this, right? Yesterday we saw several instances where there was a key pick, like maybe the Toxapex, right? You say, oh my gosh, if they bring Toxapex, it might be over for their opponent completely. And the opponent not only prepares for it, but probably over-prepares and overcorrects, trying to counter that one Pokemon. So by leaving it on the bench, you might actually open an opportunity for yourself to bring it later on in the series and capitalize when you really need it.
We've talked a lot yesterday about Annihilate and then the rise of Shadow Annihilate, and we saw really the potency of Shadow Annihilate yesterday. Richie has an Annihilate on his team, but with so many harder counters to it, like, you know, the Azumarill to an extent, but definitely the Wigglytuff, I wouldn't be surprised if it's benched this whole time, even though it actually can sort of go toe-to-toe with its younger brother, perhaps, the Primeape.
Yeah, pre-evolution, right? But I mean, I'm so confused about the moveset changes, and I just wish that there was somebody who is talented and knowledgeable and could tell us.
That could have some very wise insight into what people might be running on their Annihilapes and Primeapes. Oh, that's me, in fact.
Yeah,
we sensed a pattern yesterday, not just me.
No, you. I think you sensed it. You sensed it greater than I did.
Oh, you know what? I'll go ahead and take that compliment. I noticed... Oh, there, I said it. That if people are running the Shadow Annihilate, they tend to be running Rage Fist and Ice Punch. But if people are running the regular Annihilate without the Shadow, without the Purple Flames, without the 20% more impact, they are tending to run Rage Fist and Close Combat as its charge attacks.
Interesting. Yeah, I think if you're not expecting to stay in a matchup that long, if you think that your Shadow Annihilate can't take as many hits, then maybe it might be the right choice to go ahead and go for the Close Combat. But we actually see an interesting development here. C. Leonardo got that game win. We're getting some word from production here. The delayed or desynced start caused Leonardo's ability to reach a charge move mid-game to not be fulfilled. So we're going to get a rematch, it appears.
Yeah, it looks like at this point, that means the last game that we saw is just completely wiped from existence. So there will be a score of 1-0 in the favor of C. Leonardo. He needs one more game to be able to win, to stay on this winner's side of the bracket. Richie, meanwhile, he can take some of the information of how he was able to take that last game and apply it to this real game number 2.
But let's talk about that just a second longer, Amanda. Do you think it's more of an advantage or disadvantage? Because Richie, I mean, he played that matchup, he found his win conditions. That's great for him, right? But if you're C. Leonardo and you're already carrying momentum and then you have to rematch, you kind of lose some of the steam that you were building up, right?
I can agree with that, but I think both of these trainers at this point in their what is it, battle career, let's call it.
Sure.
They're getting used to this sort of thing. They know they've been on the stage many times. They've played against opponents from all over the globe, and they're recognizing it's just another game. At this point, even if momentum's on one side or another, I know my team of 6, I know what my opponent's bringing, and I just have to play to the best of my ability to get that next win.
Yeah, I mean, all the time, you need to focus on pivots, adjustments, and improving. I think that's exactly what both these trainers are going to look to do. Again, so many accolades for both these players, but like you said, C. Leonardo, just, I guess, known for the Go Battle League success, for the grassroots success, really showing his grit here on stage in London. But we're going to get started on this game number 2 very soon. I think that the Shadow Pidgeot deserves a little bit of a spotlight here. We might see it in play. Will we see the opposing flying type, the Corviknight? I don't think so, Amanda.
I don't think it has as much play into Richie's team. It's actually really fun. You were making some really nice points, and it sounded almost poetic coming out of your mouth, and you said something about pivots, and I thought you were saying Pidgeot at first, and I was like, oh, wow. I was like, he's really like already so locked in for day number 2.
Well, I wore a Pidgeotto pin yesterday, so maybe I was just, getting warmed up. Let's go right into game number 2, though. We've got a Wigglytuff lead. The fairies are on the field.
This is that more neutral matchup that I was looking at earlier. I think that the Azumarill does decently well against both the Wigglytuff and the Primeape, which, as you can see, is on C. Leonardo's team. He has paired it with some interesting picks. I'm very excited to see how this will turn out. Play Rough coming through. It's going to do a nice chunk of damage as he's unprotected from C. Leonardo. And I think this is a good indication to Richie that Primeape is probably in the back.
Exactly, and a little bit of matchup knowledge here by Richie as well. He knows Wigglytuff would win that charge attack priority over the Azumarill, so he throws the Play Rough immediately as soon as he's got it. And now C. Leonardo, leveraging that information as well, throws the Swift on the charge attack priority.
I love this play by C. Leonardo because it's going to get the Azumarill very low, and if he threw his attack, which he did, again, one more time, this is giving that perfect amount of farm for that Primeape to come in to get a ton of energy. I think we're going to see a quick pivot from Richie after this point because he does not want to get farmed down, but he's getting a lot of bubbles in at this point. He's going to maybe bank an attack before he goes down. Look at this!
Yeah, Richie really trusting in his Azumarill there to not get karate chopped down, and he does force this Primeape to throw some energy, but Richie controlling switch advantage here is vital because guess what? Here comes Pidgeot.
Pidgeot comes in. Look, that one attack already brings it down so low. Look at this play by C. Leonardo, getting that Protect Shield off of a bait attack. It is going to boost him, but at this range, he's swapping out now into the Azumarill. Neither one of the Pokemon really do that well against a Pidgeot, especially with energy.
Look at the moveset here by Richie as well. He's got Aerial Ace and Brave Bird, but maybe a miscalculation stays in this matchup a little too long, and now he's forced to shield the Ice Beam. Suddenly, Richie is down 0 to 2 shields against C. Leonardo.
And when there is a Primeape with energy on the field, that's dangerous to have this low. Richie, at this point, he is going for a bait himself. There's 2 shields on C. Leonardo's side. Does he fall for it? Yes, he does! Shielding up the Aerial Ace, and a Brave Bird is still almost loaded.
Yeah, I'm honestly a little bit surprised to not see the Feather Dance on this Pidgeot, but Richie knows what he's cooking up. Gonna throw the Aerial Ace again, another bait. C. Leonardo doesn't take it.
Oh, this time he says, you fooled me once, shame on you. A quick swap into the Drapion at this point. Switch timers are so misaligned. Going for this Ice Beam, no Protect Shields remaining on Richie's side, saying, okay, you know what? I'll take that on one of my many chins of this Drapion.
Gonna go for some Poison Sting damage here, building up to the Aqua Tail, but that Switch timer is available. Throwing on the charge attack priority. Crispy timing by Richie 1409.
Going ahead, this Aqua Tail might feel refreshing normally to an Azumarill, but at this point, it's enough to make it take a nap, go back into its ball. Another Aqua Tail already loaded up for this Primeape. 1 shield remaining. You have to use it somewhere. C. Leonardo might be running out of gas at this point.
And the difficulty for C. Leonardo is that he can't karate chop down. He's got to throw some energy somehow, some way. Primeape building to the Rage Fist on the charge attack priority. This is resisted, but it's only single stage. Will it KO?
At this point, we're going to have to see no Protect Shields remaining. There's still a little bit in the back of that Pidgeot. 1 Gust should do it. The Rage Fist, I don't know if this will be enough.
Look at Richie. He's like, please don't be close combat. Please don't be close combat. Is it a double resisted Rage Fist? I got good news, Richie. It is. Pidgeot hangs on.
Not very effective. Richie takes game number 2. First person on the winner's side of the bracket who lost their first game to be able to stop that sweep.
Take a note there, trainers. Stay hydrated. Richie takes a little swig. He's going to get ready for his next battle here. This is a decisive game 3. And as you said, Amanda, already bucking that trend of the 2-0 sweeps that we've seen so far today.
I think all those Aqua Tails from that Shadow drop-in is starting to fill up his water bottle there, because we saw quite a few being thrown throughout that series. Both of these trainers now really locking in. They both want to stay on the winner's side of the bracket. It's a much shorter route to that championship series day on Sunday if you're able to just stay on that winner's side of the bracket.
Yeah, there are no shortcuts, but I would say that that winner's side bracket is basically a straight line, the shortest path between 2 points. As you take a look back at this game number 2, bringing the Pidgeot was definitely a little bit dicey here in the mid game, because Richie stayed way longer than I expected in that Azumarill matchup.
I also want to point out Richie played a very risky team to take that. When you play a Unovan Stunfisk game number 1 and you play both an Azumarill in the lead with a Pidgeot in the back, that is called ABA weak to a very specific Pokemon.
And don't forget what was sandwiched in the middle, the Shadow Dragon.
Oh man, almost triple A weak to that Unovan Stunfisk. Richie made a big bet and it paid off for him big time.
Yeah, I would say that wasn't even the double down. That was the triple down by Richie, but will he take as many risks going into game number 3? And also, it's so interesting because once you see the Unova Stunfisk in game 1, that's sending a direct message to Richie to not mess around and bring something that risky. But then Richie does exactly that. So what does it do? It opens the door back open for C. Leonardo to bring the Unova Stunfisk. But is that a trap in itself?
That's what I say. I always say, I know I say it almost every single stream, that it is a game that's played on the phones, but half of the battles are played in the mind while you're locking in, while you're deciding what your opponent is going to bring. You might have a very strong team composition, but you think, oh, my opponent knows it as well. Let's see what they're going to cook up for this decisive game number 3.
Wow, a bold choice by Richie, bringing the Galarian Corsola into the Unova Stunfisk. This Pokemon would have been hard-walled by Wigglytuff, but he chooses it anyway. He is taking some real risk, and they are paying massive dividends.
And at this point, too, Leonardo was probably like, wait, he played 3 times weak to the Stunfisk last time. There is potential that maybe there's an Annihilate in the back, too. I've been playing things that are double weak or perhaps ABA. Going for this first Nightshade, it's going to do a nice chunk of damage, but Unova Stunfisk actually has a decent amount of bulk to it.
Yeah, I like this position for Richie as well, because I think if he stays in this matchup, even if he would eventually lose, even if C. Leonardo decides to start shielding his Unova Stunfisk, he can still maintain that shield advantage, and Azumarill and Shadow Drapion are both decently well-rounded and neutral into the rest of C. Leonardo's team.
Poor C. Leonardo at this point, leaning so heavily on the Wigglytuff, both game 1 and game number 2, finally would have a really good mark with the Galarian Corsola. Nowhere to be found on C. Leonardo's team. Coming in now with that Primate to be met now with the Dropion. Both of these pace very, very quickly, but one of them has a lot more bulk than the other.
Also, interesting choice by Richie to switch into the Drapion. You would think he would just leave in that Galarian Corsola and deal that hard-hitting Astonish damage, but he's got a plan here, and the Swiss timer is up for C. Leonardo, so he can swap out. Richie's got to respect the close combat, and he does.
Respect it, he does. That would be able to knock it out, but at this point, there's so much energy, and a quick pivot trying to catch an Aqua Tail isn't able to do so. Richie now throwing the crunch. It's doing a little bit more damage, but it's really those fast attack poison stings that are going to start wearing away at the Azumarill.
C. Leonardo has a tall mountain to climb here, because if a debuff occurs, it means he's also going to be behind in the eventual Azumarill mirror match. So I think that Richie's applying pressure from multiple angles. This can be very difficult here for C. Leonardo to come back.
2 shields, you have to wonder when you're going to use them. You don't want to get too low. C. Leonardo's forced to throw shield up a crunch there, and now in comes that Azumarill in the back, but with only an Azumarill and a Primate, I'm very excited to see how C. Leonardo's going to go with this back up against the wall.
I really think that C. Leonardo was hoping for a Diggersby maybe in the back, hoping for something that Primate could neutralize, but it just doesn't have that much room to maneuver when there is an Azumarill and a Galarian Corsola on Richie's team. Play rough coming through.
Play rough. He does have a little bit of an energy advantage, didn't have the health advantage. Richie already is almost up to 100%, throwing a play rough of his own. It's going to do a hefty chunk of damage to C. Leonardo at this point.
Play roughs getting fired off back and forth. Azumarill mirror match like a seesaw on the field. A little bit of an energy parity situation though, as both Azumarills reach their play roughs. Richie actually going to win the charge tag priority. Adding insult to injury, you could see Leonardo. He's like, come on.
At this point, that play rough really would have helped him out to be able to keep that shield for his very low health primate in the back, forced to throw his own play rough. But Richie has gathered some very important information saying, okay, I know exactly what to do. A little bit of an undercharge here, coming back in with the Corsola. Now to be met with the primate, recognizing he just doesn't have it in the tank.
Galarian Corsola is going to cause this team from Leonardo to fizzle out. And unfortunately for him, he will fall to that loser's side bracket. Richie wins a de facto 4-game series there against his opponent. Nice pivots, nice adjustments, and great skill expression to rein in that Wigglytuff.
Both of these trainers having an incredible 2025 competitive season. Really fantastic games. Not surprised to see either one of these trainers on that winner's side of the bracket, but ultimately, Richie making big waves in day number 2. The first trainer to lose game number 1 and reverse sweep the series.
Yeah, definitely a spoiler of riches, I might say, that he's able to win such tough matchups and still find his way through uncertain waters. So, I mean, seriously, in that mid-game in game number 2 with the Pidgeot against the Azumarill, I was really like, Richie, are you going to switch? Are you going to come out of this matchup? He's going to get to the Ice Beam pretty soon. But Richie had a plan all along. And I want to talk a little bit about that moveset on the Shadow Pidgeot as well. Aerial Ace and Brave Bird.
Right.
It's just, I guess, more consistent damage. What do you think Richie's thinking there?
I hope that maybe if we have an interview with him at some point that Pedro can ask, because typically what we know is standard movesets of Pokemon. Sometimes if you see people playing them in Go Battle League or see them in even a different Show 6 Pick 3 format, oftentimes the Pidgeot is running Feather Dance.
Yeah.
And when that is thrown, it is a bait attack. It takes a little bit less energy, and it also reduces the attack of their opponent. The fact that Richie is playing it with Aerial Ace shows something different about his playstyle and maybe how he wants to formulate his team composition.
Yeah, there are definitely certain matchups that he's looking at. For example, the Feather Dance probably doesn't do too much damage to something like Annihilate, but the Aerial Ace commands respect, commands shields, and with the energy differential and Gust being a 4-turn fast attack that gathers energy rather quickly, maybe he's got some kind of plans. Maybe he's got some kind of specific situations he's looking for. And honestly, Amanda, we talked about it yesterday, but if you're not ready for something like a Spark Charge-a-Bug or a Mudshot Clodsire, a Gust and Aerial Ace Pidgeot could throw you off.
Now, you made a cute little pun earlier. Let me give you this one. Richie 1409, more like Risky 1409, playing a triple week there to the Unova Stunfisk for game number 2. Getting that first win for him and helping him ultimately on that trajectory for the win of the series.
Yeah, I gotta give it to you, man.
Hey, guys.
Honestly, what really blew my mind was the AAA week to Unova Stunfisk team, Azumarill, Shadow Drapion, and Pidgeot. It takes a mad scientist, right, to go in the lab and make something that creative, but let's hear from the scientist, the battler, the trainer himself, Pedro. Let's hear from Richie, please.
Indeed, we're here with Mexico's mad scientist, Richie. 1409, you did amazing, incredible, masterful use of your Pokemon. I need to know, what went through your mind when you went triple wig to Stunfisk against a Stunfisk?
I don't know. I mean, I think both Azumarill and Drapion have somewhat of a solid match against Unova Stunfisk. So I wouldn't say I was triple wake. I mean, I was like triple sub, but I could play around. That was my strategy overall.
That's what a mad scientist would say, definitely. Okay, one more thing. So, Pidgeot. You love Pidgeot. Why not Feather Dance?
I mean, to be honest, I hate to play Feather Dance, and I hate to use Feather Dance because if you don't get the shield, then it's like not that okay of a move. I prefer to have the hard-hitting damage on that Pidgeot. I mean, not much Pokemon in the meta can resist the flying type damage, so I think overall I just prefer to go like attack weighted.
Yeah, I mean, it works. It's amazing. I love that Pokemon. You use it so well, and I'm hoping to see you advance and carry the hope of Mexico to win EOIC 2025. So now, let's go back to our casters.
Perfect little segment there with the Mexico's mad scientist.
Ooh.
I like that.
New one. I think Pedro's cooking over there.
Oh, yeah, it sounds good. I'm also surprised that Pedro didn't mention again that it was his swap of that Galarian Corsola that ended up sealing that deal for that win for game number 3 with Richie. Very, very intense battles going on the winner's side of the bracket so far in day number 2.
Incredibly, incredibly well said by Pedro and Richie. And I like what he said about the Pidgeot as well. He said, you know what? If you don't get the shield, it can hurt hurt you even more than it would benefit you with the debuff. So I just like consistency. I like damage. And honestly, that's a fair point. Everyone likes to just deal damage. I remember, playing my original main series Pokemon Blue, and whenever I was asked, like, do you want to teach your Pokemon a move that, debuffs the opponent, maybe Leer or Growl or whatever it might be, do you want to teach them that, or do you want to teach them something that does a lot of damage? I say, damage. Give me damage all the time.
Not me. I'm a risk taker. I'm going to say, I'm going to go for that. I'm going to go for that chance. Now, a lot of these trainers were going for chances when they were picking their teams of 6 for this. Yesterday's meta has shaken out. Today's meta, if you're going to look, looks actually pretty similar, but with some very key differences. Azumarill still at that top, but this time with 71.9%. Shadow Dropian at the exact same level. These two are being used by so many really, really good trainers, but the main thing I want to point out, if you guys are looking at that bottom left-hand corner, is the Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff has made it into the top 12 usage of the largest Pokemon tournament to date.
I would say there's high usage, and then there are high performers, and these Pokemon are the latter. Ariados also bringing up the rear of the caboose of the train here, 9.4% usage. Mandibuzz actually a little bit higher than I expected, but after we saw so many Air Slash Mandibuzz in San Antonio, that also makes a bit of sense. Dugong, I think, is the all-time outperformer. We don't see it very much on the usage charts in day 1, but it always seems to creep into day number 2 usage. One Pokemon that was absent, Amanda, was Jumpluff.
Indeed. That is something that has been doing rather well. Speaking of Jumpluff, we're not seeing them here maybe on the field because they're all going home to your guys' Poke indexes. Make sure that you are following along on the channel, that you're connected, because we have Twitch drops for Pokemon Go where you can get an encounter with a Jumpluff also and get some Elite TM.
Speaking of Jumpluff, one more double entendre here. We have the trainer that made it so famous by winning LAIC, the pride of Argentina. Here's Marto Galde taking on Pato Man.
Marto Galde, has everyone's been saying, he's been mugging the camera though. Look at him, giving little grins. He is the trainer that I think, if you asked who is the best player in Pokemon Go at this instant, 80% of people would say Marto Galde, and the other ones are just saying they're friends to be nice.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're exactly right. But Pato Man is no pushover. One of the best trainers in the EU, a young rising star. He's got Walrein on the team, and I gotta shout out that Pokemon because Leo and I picked it to be an impact maker, a core breaker, and a game taker. Let's see if he can do that against Marto Galde. Both trainers locked in. Let's go.
Both of these trainers super well known. Both of these trainers want to stay on this winner side of the bracket. Huge gameplay, and this is actually a little bit dangerous for both of these trainers. If Pato Man double shields, he can avoid all this Hydro Cannon damage and actually get a lot of meaningful impact with those Mud Bomb or Bone Clubs.
Let's talk about the utter disrespect too. There's a Jumpluff on Marto's team, and we have a ground double water team from Pato Man. No respect. He's gonna look to make an impact here and write his own name in the winner side column. Azumarill safe switch by Marto, met by a Bone Club.
Bone Club's coming through, those Mud Slap damage already starting to hurt the first Pokemon in. Now this is going to do some chip damage. I think we might see a quick swap from Pato Man now into his own Azumarill.
Azumarill mirror match. I think this is Amanda's favorite matchup to watch out.
Can't wait.
Because we don't get that many Lickitung mirror matches anymore, but this is your second favorite, right?
Oh, I mean, look how cute these two are. This is, okay, here's another one. Some Azumarill play neat, but this one plays a bit rough.
All right, moving on. There's a Diggersby in the back line there for Marto and the Walrein for Pato Man. So as we look at those two Pokemon in their own matchup, I do say Walrein has a slight edge. So that's really important considering how this Azumarill mirror match is playing out. It looks like Pato Man has a significant health advantage, and if he's able to control Switch, I do think that he can line up his Pokemon where he wants them to be. The shielding situation is also something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, Pato Man did what we call that chip and dip strategy, throwing a Bone Club before now going into his own Pokemon. He's at basically 100 waiting. They're gonna throw his own player up here. This should be enough at this range to knock out. No shield from Marto. In comes the Azumarill. Now down goes the Azumarill, and now the Feraligatr comes back in. Quick pivot by Pato Man for a combination here, throwing yet another Bone Club, forcing a shield.
I like that play so much by Pato Man. It's aggressive, it's on the offense, and now he forces the swap into the Diggersby from Martel Galde. This is so fascinating because it allows Patoman to control the pacing of this matchup. He doesn't like being behind. He was already behind a Protect Shield, and now he's caught right back up.
Bone Club coming through here. It's not going to be doing so much damage to that Diggersby, but look at the Pokemon that's in the back. It's going to have a really nice matchup with both of the Pokemon left on Martel Galde's side.
Gonna go for the Fire Punch, recently buffed. Martel looks up at the camera. He says, I think this is enough, right?
Chat, is this enough? Definitely enough. Down goes that Marowak, but now in comes the Wall Rain. At this point, Martel has a lot of energy, but will it be able to surmount this Wall Rain with a shield?
Thinking about relative damage, Patoman thinks the Scorching Sands is going to hurt more than anything the Feraligatr can dish out, so he uses his final Protect Shield. Good news for him as well, because there's no debuff. Does he keep track of the counts? Does he know the Scorching Sands is ready? He actually overcharges here. And now we see another charge attack.
Scorching Sands coming through. No Protect Shield remaining on Patoman's side. Martel Galde hoping for a debuff, doesn't get it, and now actually has to shield up this Icicle Spear coming from the Wall Ring to the Feraligatr.
Yeah, a little bit surprising. You see the swap. You're catching an Ice-type charge attack on a Water-type Pokemon. Maybe it's not worth the shield, but Marto thinks it is because a second Icicle Spear is ready. Can this Shadow Feraligatr take a Shadow Icicle Spear?
Wall Ring there looking like a clown, but mean in business here. Coming now back in with the Azumarill. Now this bubble damage isn't going to be doing that much, but he is able to get the Ice Beam. You see Patoman pumping his fist. Marto looking a little bit helpless as this Feraligatr goes down.
Yeah, I think this is just a testament to the barrage of charge attacks that Patoman was able to fire off. The quick heads-up switch into the Shadow Kanto Marowak to take control back of the game. Then you see the pivot to the Wall Ring, the overcharge, the Azumarill in the back. I mean, he just had so much board pressure, and Marto was unable to meet him.
We talked about it a little bit yesterday, but Patoman's team composition is different than a lot of trainers so far today because there is no fighting type Pokemon. There's no fighting type damage on his team. Instead, he's opting to go with Pokemon that are really good counters, such as that Mandibuzz with Air Slash, such as that Galarian Corsola and the Azumarill.
Exactly right. And as you look towards game number 2 of this series on our winner's side bracket, I'm sure both trainers would love to stay on the top side and don't want to head to the flip side. So how can Marto flip this series around and win game 2?
I mean, like you said, that team was very disrespectful for Jumpluff, but Jumpluff definitely doesn't want to be facing up against a Shadow Wall Ring. The ice damage is going to be doing so much. Either does the Diggersby. So I think once Patoman saw there was a Diggersby, he recognized it was very unlikely to also have that Jumpluff on the team. Now, I say unlikely, it doesn't mean it's not possible. We've seen matches where players have been extremely weak to a Pokemon, just banking on the fact that that Pokemon would not be in that round.
Stranger things have happened. Azumarill able to close out this matchup for Patoman, but can he do it again? Sometimes lightning strikes and then it moves on, so we're going to find out here in game number 2. Feraligatr with a little buddy, little Eevee.
Shadow Feraligatr on the team of Marto Galde. We saw, I think it was a Psyduck on the team of Patoman, not on the team composition, but a little bit in the name, as Pato means duck in Spanish. Patoman is a trainer who wants to keep the title here for Europe. One of those trainers that you thought would be making it, Will. If you guys missed it, Speediest Chief 2 said earlier on that the title, the championship, that trophy is staying in the EU region. So far, all of our EU winners have actually been knocked down to the loser side bracket. Patoman saying, nope, not gonna be me. Leading the same thing once again. We have a Shadow Marowak up against that Shadow Feraligatr.
You can believe it, but you gotta prove it. We see the counter swap now into the Azumarill here in game number 2. Shadow Kanto Marowak staying in this matchup, going down to the Azumarill after banking a ton of energy. I like that play so much by Patoman because it puts him ahead, and you cannot get behind against the pride of Argentina, Marto.
If you're taking a sneak peek at those backlines too, there is actually that Shadow Annihilate on Marto's side, but there's no targets for it with Patoman's team. There's the Mandibuzz and also the Azumarill coming in now. Both of them at a lot of energy, basically 100 energy now for Patoman. Patoman not even bothering to wait to turn, knowing that Marto is stuck, and now also realizing that he wins charge attack priority.
Interesting composition here by Patoman, pivoting now to the Mandibuzz in game number 2. I don't recall if that is an Air Slash or Snarl Mandibuzz, but either way, I think it has a slightly better matchup against something like the Shadow Annihilate. And also Marto leaving his flying type on the bench. No Jumpluff in this game number 2.
Going for yet another play rough on Patoman's side. I think Patoman was very happy to see that Azumarill to chunk it down as much as possible because Mandibuzz has a horrible matchup against it there. Now coming back in because there's so much energy on the Marowak, going right before the Shadow Feraligatr is ready to throw Hydro Cannon, getting that shield off of Marto Galde.
I'm getting deja vu. This is exactly what Pokémon did in game number 1, and now he's bringing it back in game number 2. Mudslap comes through. We're going to see the Hydro Cannon get Protect Shielded up there. Can Pokémon Mudslap all the way through?
2 Protect Shields at this point. So much energy. I think we might see an aggressive farm down. 1 Mudslap, 2 Mudslaps. Down it goes before the next Hydro Cannon is even reached. Pokémon nodding his head saying this is exactly going to plan.
Such a tough position for Marto to be in, losing that Hydro Cannon energy, losing again the charge tag priority. This stumble might look like a fall here pretty soon, but Pokémon is not going to let up on the pressure.
No Protect Shields left or on that Azumarill. Now in comes Annihilate, and now you can see he's already pumping his fist. He's grinning away saying, okay, yeah, feel free to not shield this. You're going to see my 3rd Pokemon, Marto, taking it on the chin there. Look how much damage that does.
Yeah, Bone Club comes through. Mandibuzz, speaking of bones, is going to pick this Annihilate apart with the air slashes as Pokémon takes a swift 2-0 to advance through the winner's side bracket.
This might be Marto's season, but these were Patomon's games. They're being able to take 2 off of someone who's been doing so well. Our LAIC 2025 champion, Patomon says, hey, I want a bit of that glory myself.
Something really important to remember here is that one of Marto Galde's victories this season actually came from the loser's side bracket. Marto is a flame that burns bright in LATAM and worldwide, and do not count him out for a second, because I do think this trainer will fight his way even harder through that loser's side bracket.
We've just started the day, and already we've seen so many incredible matches, but it's just on that winner's side of the bracket. So we're definitely going to see some more plays by a lot of trainers, including trainers that we maybe didn't get a chance to focus on so much yesterday, because a lot of the people from the loser's side of the bracket, we didn't get to see their finals. We didn't get to see how they made it into day number 2.
Exactly. We gave everyone 29 matches yesterday. We want to do that or better in day number 2, but we can't show all the battles, unfortunately. We'll do our best to do as much as we can, including some of the most hype losers side bracket matches. I saw a couple of them circled on our charts earlier, Amanda.
I'm very excited.
I hope we get to them, because I'm itching to see these trainers throw down.
But of course, we got to give credit where credit is due. We're showing that winner's side first because these trainers have been doing absolutely phenomenal day 1. They deserve the recognition for day number 2, and I really am so impressed with how Patamon played out these matches.
I just want to emphasize as well, if you follow the championship series, you saw Elite take down Rise to Occasion with his Shadow Kanto Marowak in San Antonio a few short weeks ago. This series reminded me so much of that, because there was no hard counter for the Shadow Kanto Marowak when Marto left that jump off on the bench, and you can tell sour grapes on the face. He was not ready to deal with that kind of pressure.
Both of these trainers so expressive. One thing that I love about it is, even though they recognize that some things aren't necessarily going their way in the game, they also recognize, oh, you can't take yourself too seriously, especially when you're playing against a trainer that is so well prepared, so good. It could have really been anyone's game.
Yeah, there's so many folks supporting both these trainers. I know whenever Marto takes the stage, there's so many trainers from his team from the LATAM region that are cheering him on. And also Patamon, he's done a great job of getting the crowd engaged. He's definitely feeds off the energy of the people that are there. And some folks, you might argue, like Lyle Jeffs, he just kind of focuses on himself. He's very, very centered in his approach. But Patamon rides the waves of the energy. He's very much up and down and tries to capitalize when he feels like other people are behind him.
Well, I hope that Pedro has a surfboard, because he could get ready to ride those waves with Patamon in a brief interview over there.
Yeah, like our casters were saying, I'm here with Patamon, one of the crowd's favorites and Psyduck #1 fan in the world, maybe, could be. Okay, I need to know something. Your battles were amazing, and something that impressed me was how you read your opponent. And it wasn't an easy opponent, it was Marto Galde. So what's behind reading your opponent? How do you do it so well?
Well, so actually, I didn't read it at all. I just try to play a strategy, which one I can, like, I know how to play it, and even if I face a lead that is not the best for me, I can do things and, you know, take the game if I do well.
I mean, if that works, we sure should do it. One more thing, Lil, quick. Why Walrein?
Okay, so actually Shadow Walrein is a very good pick in this meta, and it breaks a lot of cores, and I think it's the way to go for this tournament.
Sure it is. It's a great Pokemon. It's coming back from 2022. Here in the Excel was meta a couple of years ago, coming back. Congratulations, Spider-Man. We'll see you in the next battles, and now we're going back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Pedro and Pato. I love like the knowing grin, you know, as Pedro asks those questions. Like Shadow Walrein, Pato's like,
oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm absolutely cooking with that Pokemon. I think it's a great core breaker. Well, it's one of my caster picks.
I know. I was just saying, did you? It sounds like Will had some insider information about certain Pokemon that would be used.
I did it without advanced intel. So, you know, skill issue perhaps? I don't know. But anyways, I'm taking a page out of Amanda's book. You got to harp on those successes when you get them. You got to remind
And
folks.
when they are so few and far between, in the case of Speediest Chief, yeah, you definitely should harp on them. So 100%.
I thought that was a self-depreciating joke, and then you turn it around into a burn. I don't know, Chad. She's out of control.
We'll get him some salve soon. But in the meantime, let's stay on the winner's side of the bracket. We have a couple more matches to showcase for you guys. Very excited about them because one of them is a trainer from the country that I live in, and that is Belgium.
I'm going to need your help with the pronunciation as well.
I would love actually just to hear. I'm actually horrible with it to begin with, so I would just at least love to hear
You're better than I am. Oh, no, absolutely not. You're better than I am. Well, we have a trainer that's
first, let's go with the other one against Snorek. That one's a little bit easier, right? Snorek from Poland.
We can agree on Snorek.
And Kafia.
All right.
Kafia.
Kafia? Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you have any players from the Netherlands that can help us?
Okay, so here's the thing. Belgium speaks Flemish and the Netherlands speaks Dutch. So it's slightly different. Dutch has a little more emphasis. So I'm going to go ahead and just say, no, I'm saying exactly right. And I'm going to bribe my Belgian friends with French fries to tell everyone I'm saying it right.
Well,
Kafia.
no matter where you live or what language you speak, we can all engage in fun events like Community Day. So let's take a look at what we have heading in March. You know what? One of our judges and friends, Ilya, he said this is going to be the best day of his entire life because Fuecoco is getting its Community Day, and that means you can evolve it, get a Skeledirge with Blast Burn, but also, importantly, Torch Song.
Torch Song. Both of these charge attacks are going to be very, very interesting and perhaps vital, but maybe how vital is it really going to be when Emmy Weedle won last year's EUIC with the Skeledirge, with Disarming Voice, and Shadow Ball? The choices are yours of what you want on the Pokemon. We talked about it before with Marto Valdez Jump Up. Here is it again. If you guys are watching, make sure that you are hooked up to the Twitch drop so you can get these for watching our event.
Exactly right. I mean, Jumpluff would not fare very well against Patoman's Shadow Walrein or the Community Day Skeledirge, but it does very, very well against the ground and water type combinations that we frequently see in the Great League meta. And speaking of the meta, let's break down these teams.
Speaking of the meta, look how much purple is on the field on these Pokemon. So many shadows on both of these trainers' teams here. On Snorlax side, we have 4 shadows with that Shadow Dropion for Alligator, Pidgeot, and Annihilate.
4 shadows almost sounded like foreshadowing, and I think what we are foreshadowing here is a ton of damage across the board. We know that offensive potency is going to be formidable. Lots of accolades for all these trainers, but they are ready to go. We see the fist bump. What that is usually followed by is a lock-in, and that's what we got.
Both of these trainers are pretty well known within Europe, especially this season. They both have been top cutting, having wonderful performances, but this is EUIC, this is the big leagues, and this is a Galarian Corsola against a Shadow Annihilate.
Don't get scared now. The ghosts are on the field. We see the counter swap into the Azumarill because that Annihilate with shields up is helpless against the Galarian Corsola's astonished damage. So this is a nice pivot by Snorlax to give himself some more neutral play.
Nightshade being thrown here, no Protect Shield at this stage. The Azumarill still nice and healthy, still in the green, and now pivoting into Azumarill of his own. We've seen quite a bit of this. Will made a bit of a reference in the past. We had what we called a Licky Tongue mirror match. This is a Azumarill mirror match. Both of these Pokemon very bulky. Takes a while for this matchup to go through.
And we saw that Nightshade be thrown by Kufia in the opening matchup before he switched. We call that the Chip and Dip. That's a fun name we came up with, but I want to know you in chat what your favorite dip is. Guacamole, salsa, queso? What are you cooking up over there, chat?
Oh, guacamole. Now I am hungry. Play rough coming through from Kalfia's side there into Snorlax Azumarill. No shield on this. It's going to get down nice and low, but it's not enough to knock it out.
Exactly right, but it is deep into the red. These Azumarill might be close to Ice Beam range at any moment, and will Kufia go for the Ice Beam? No, actually on the charge type priority, confident he would win the CMP, but he was actually denied that because the Azumarill from Snoruck went first.
When their two Pokemon get to a charge attack at the same time, the one with the higher attack will win that. You could see by Kufia's face that he thought he would have won, still now forced to throw the Play Rough, but what turned out with a big advantage is now looking like farm for whatever Pokemon comes in. It's going to be that Annihilate coming back in, and now Annihilate has a little bit more energy.
Annihilate still, with the shields up, is going to have a tough time versus this Galarian Corsola, and controlling switch advantage is also super important because that Shadow Drapion is lurking in the back for Kufia. Going to go for the Rage Fist here against the Galarian Corsola. Lots of damage, but the Galarian Corsola still has a lot of HP left.
Coming in now, throwing yet another Nitro, getting a first Protect Shield off of Snorlax side, saying, okay, for Alligator, you've seen it nice and healthy. Let's try to keep it that way and just get a ton of energy, but in comes that Drapion.
Now, this is going to be interesting because although it is behind in energy, Shadow Drapion does have a shield advantage, and it is resisting all of these Shadow Claws. The Feraligatr is going to be within one single crunch range after just a few more Poison Stings.
The Shadow Claws aren't the things doing the damage. It is indeed those heavy-hitting Hydro Cannons that Snorlax wants to connect with the Drapion. Crunch coming through here. One Protect Shield remaining. Does he think it's a bait? No, correctly shielding it up at the last second, but another one is going to be close behind.
Yeah, got to throw the Hydro Cannon here. I think Snorlax wants to get back to that switch timer. That might be his only chance to keep his Shadow Feraligatr in this matchup. Hydro Cannon pulls away that final Protect Shield, and Annihilate is ready. He can catch, he can swap, he goes for it.
Goes for it, but still, this Crunch is going to do so much damage at this point. I think Kufia is still in a good position. He was thinking maybe to undercharge, but it's still enough to knock it out. Trying to get to it. Will he be able to get to it before next Crunch is loaded?
Wow, Feraligatr trying to claw its way back in. Maybe just one Poison Sting off. Snorlax holds his energy, and that means he's going to lose this battle number 1 against Kufia.
Kufia takes it out with a Crunch, and I just want to go ahead and congratulate him on that play. Snorlax also, I think a lot of trainers maybe looking in the chat was like, wait, no, he had the energy. Why didn't he throw it? Because the Hydro Cannon would have gone first. We have to remember that Kufia also had a Galarian Corsola in the back, and I think Snorlax was anticipating that he would swap it in for a catch. He didn't want to get caught on, but unfortunately for him, that made him just get enough energy for that Crunch to knock out.
Yeah, it's just enough, right? When your opponent has 2 win conditions instead of 1, just enough to make you go cross-eyed. And if you do that for just a second, then you can lose track of what's happening on the field. Our two trainers are getting locked in for game number 2 here. Do we expect any major adjustments, though?
I think both of these trainers played it out fairly well, both of them recognizing the other one's win condition. And game number 1 is really what I like to call an information gathering round. So we saw on Kufia's face that he was a little bit surprised that his Azumarill lost that charge attack priority.
It was.
And I think that maybe is an indication that he maybe has a bit of a higher attack Azumarill, maybe not one that has the most bulk to it, but perhaps then this has happened before. If they have the exact same attack, it can turn into a coin flip situation where it can sometimes go to one trainer and sometimes go to the other.
Shout out to our friends at TCG, but let's go right into game number 2 here. We're going to see how our trainers fare. Going back to the Shadow Annihilate bleed, this time met by a Drapion. These two trainers are actually staying in the matchup.
Both of them just content to play it out, wondering who will be the first to shield, who will be the first to throw energy. It looks like Aqua Tail coming through, getting that first Protect Shield as well, because that Shadow Annihilate takes that 20% more damage. Not very bulky, and now swapping into Azumarill, but this Annihilate has 2 Rage Fists loaded and swaps out.
Yeah, swaps, maybe trying to catch a charge attack there, but now the Feraligatr is significantly behind in terms of energy. Gonna go ahead and throw the Play Rough there. I like that Kufia threw the charge attack and did not allow his Azumarill to overcap on energy because you can only store up to 100. We're gonna see that Play Rough connect. Now, Feraligatr going for the Hydro Cannon.
Feraligatr, though it doesn't look like it has a very good matchup against Azumarill, actually can play pretty well against it. Hydro Cannon's not very effective, but just that Shadow Claw damage and being able to spam attacks so quickly comes to an advantage, but not when there's so much energy on the Azumarill side. Forcing now to shield an Ice Beam because he wants to get a lot more energy on that Feraligatr. 1 Hydro Cannon already stored. I think we're going to see a full other one before the first is released.
We saw Snorlax trying to do this exact strategy in game number 1, and it didn't really come to fruition. He wants extra energy on Feraligatr because he knows the Hydro Cannons will wall up everything in the back here from Kufia. Goes for the Hydro Cannon into the Shadow Drapion. This is going to take away a shield, surely.
That's what take away a shield or take away all of the HP, right?
Yeah.
Can that shield up here, wants to get a little bit of energy, knows he's not going to be able to get to another one, completely able to Poison Sting down. Snorlax has absolutely no shields left.
This is so tough because he's got a boatload of energy on the Annihilate, but Snorlax sends in the Azumarill instead to absorb this crunch. Do we see a swap now that this Drapion is energy dry?
I think now we're seeing a swap back in, catching a Rage Fist, catching with a quote around it, a question mark, because this is going to do a lot of damage to the Corsola, but not as much as the second Rage Fist. Kalfia knows it as well, wants to keep that Protect Shield for later, because look how low this Annihilate is getting.
You saw the micro mechanics at play here. After the swap, Snorlax threw the Rage Fist immediately, allowing the Astonish through. Will a single counter that was missed make a big difference here? No, he gets the third Rage Fist regardless.
Third Rage Fist coming through. This is boosted up. This would be enough against that Galarian Corsola here. I think Kalfia's up against the wall. That Drapion doesn't have much health left to it, and the counters are making it so low and low enough to knock out.
Wow, triple boosted Shadow Annihilate counters are just enough, and because it's a ghost type, it's resisting those poison stings, allowing it to stay in the matchup just long enough. And that Azumarill in reserve for Snorlax locked in that game number 2.
If you're just joining us, we're in winners round 1, but the game series is tied up 1-1. These trainers want to be taking that second game home for them. They want to stay on that winner's side of the bracket. A little bit of foreshadowing with these 4 Shadow Pokemon here. Snorlax has been playing absolutely phenomenal to get on this top cut side.
Snorlax, an impressive trainer, has that Shadow Pidgeot. We asked this of Richie and his Shadow Pidgeot. Is there play for the Pokemon? Let's ask Snorlax and his team as we take a look at the full squad of 6 for Kufia. I do think actually Pidgeot has tons of flex play. Annihilate and Galarian Corsola, it does well against both, Primeape and Galarian Corsola does well against both of those, as well as the Shadow Kanto Marowak. And it's got some neutral play for Azumarill and Drapion too.
One thing to point out about his Pidgeot is it is actually the same as Richie's, running Gust as its fast attack and Aerial Ace instead of Feather Dance as with a charge attack.
Exactly right. We are locked in. Game number 3, decisive matchup here in our winner's side bracket. We're going to get a Feraligatr lead into the Shadow Drapion.
Let's see how these trainers want to play this out. Crunch damage is going to do a lot, but Hydro Cannons are also going to hurt. And speaking of that Pidgeot, it's in the back line.
It is absolutely lurking back there, waiting in the wings, as I like to say. First protection coming up there from Kofie as he shields the Hydro Cannon. A great joke, Amanda, I know.
Will is full of great jokes today, and Kalfia is full of energy here. Basically 100% before now swapping out into the Galarian Corsola. And oh, if you're Snorlax, you're pretty bummed that it's kind of missed its mark here with that Ghost-type Pokemon on the Normal-type Pidgeot. Still going to get this Play Rough off, still going to do a nice chunk of damage.
Yeah, we talked about this matchup being very close between these 2 Pokemon. Azumarill on the field for Snorlax, and Azumarill lurking behind Kufia on stage as well, staring down at him, saying, can I take switch advantage away from you? Let's find out.
I like yesterday when we said, oh, neither one of these Pokemon have chins. And that's all I can think of now when I see them both. They can't take it on the chin. They have to take the full front of it unless they put up a shield, and no shield used on Kalfia's side, taking yet another Play Rough.
Play Rough connects into the Galarian Corsola. Astonished, dealing significant damage over time, and the bubbles a little bit less. The Nightshades are loaded. They are ready. Dropping the curtain. Kufia throws the Nightshade, and Pidgeot takes to the skies. Double resisted damage. Normal typing coming in clutch here.
Kalfia not happy about that at all. Wants to probably swap out. No, he already has that Power Gem loaded. Does Snorlax realize that he had a back-to-back? Is he going to use a shield here? Because this will do a ton of damage, correctly shielding it up, and down goes the Corsola, but I think it did its job.
Yeah, uncertain about the call there, but Snorlax made the right one in the end. 4-turn Gust, 3-turn Bubble, a precarious turn cycle to throw on. Ice Beam coming through first, though.
Precarious, but still well played there by Kalfia, making sure that an extra Gust does not go through. Super effective damage, taking out that Pidgeot from the sky, and now a quick pivot. So much energy on the Shadow Dropping. 2 crunches are available. You saw a little smirk as he looked up and says, all right, I see where we're at.
Yeah, don't forget, this Drapion has both pincers full, locked, and loaded, ready to go, but it's going to use its fangs now for the crunch against the Shadow Feraligatr. This is going to sting.
It's going to sting. This is going to knock out, and there comes the Azumarill with a little bit left. Snorlax is already taking off of his headsets. Poison Sting going for a crunch. I think we're seeing them both on one side of the screen.
Yeah, Snorlax walked over. He said, you know, I just want to talk to you a little bit.
Can I just have a moment? Can I have a little word with you?
Can I just congratulate you, because I know this crunch is going to be enough, and you actually did phenomenally well in that game number 3. As you say, Amanda, I mean, one of these trainers is so talented. Left side of the screen, little pop out there. We love to see it.
It's really funny. Kalpia asked me yesterday, could you get me an Electivire from the Pokemon Center? And I did look for them. I didn't see one, but there are so many incredible little plushies, little sitting cuties, different things in the Pokemon Center. If you were here at the event, I highly recommend you check it out.
Kofia, if you're watching the VOD, Amanda found the Electivire. She just bought them all for herself.
I told you that in confidence.
Oh, you heard me? I'm shocked. No, seriously, no pun intended. No Electivires in the Pokemon Center this year, but so much exciting merchandise. So I hope everyone in the venue has had a chance to stop by and see what is offered. But these trainers have so much to offer us, and we've seen incredible matches so far. Again, more winner's side bracket battles, but there's so much fun to watch. I still have my mindset on that loser's side bracket, though, Amanda. I can't shake it.
And I actually want to point out, too, when we were doing our caster predictions for players with their MVP, their most valuable Pokemon, our co-caster Leo actually picked Kalpia and Shadow Primeape that was used yesterday to get him into day number 2. We didn't see much of that in these current battles, but I do think that we probably will see a little bit more of that later on in the day as he is still on that winner's side bracket.
I think it depends so much on the team composition, and when that Primeape can find openings, it can be absolutely menacing against the opposing team. But a decisive game number 3 had it all. It had a great catch here on the Shadow Pidgeot, a great shield call with the Power Gem. And in the end, Kofia just built so much momentum early on. I think the energy on the Drapion was just insurmountable for Snorak.
Yeah, I think at that point with the 2 crunches loaded, you saw the first one go and you just saw Kofia look up and give like this little grin, being like, okay, if one wasn't enough, you shielded up, the next one is already ready to go.
Exactly. I mean, 1 bite, 2 bites. I don't know how many it takes to get to the center of the apple, but Kofia took the center stage there and won that series in stunning fashion against Snorak. Snorak falling to our loser side bracket, but as another reminder to everyone watching at home, these trainers that have lost on the winner side are still in the tournament. They just have a deeper run. They're in the trenches now in that loser side bracket.
And there are a lot of incredible trainers in that loser side of the bracket. Some of them we got a chance to see yesterday when they were playing in the winners finals to get into day 2. They ended up losing out on that, but managed to win those losers finals. So still in it, but they're, yes, a little bit longer of a run to go. Emmy Weedle, the 2024 European International Champion, is in that side.
Let's see what arguably the best Shadow Drapion trainer of day 2 has to say. Pedro, take it away.
Thank you, Will and Amanda. We're here with the Shadow Drapion Master, Kavya. You did amazing. I think the gameplay you did with the energy management of the Drapion was next level. So, first of all, congratulations. And, well, I just want to know, how do you face a Feraligatr user like your opponent? He was so strong with Feraligatr. Feraligatr is such a strong Pokemon. How do you face that?
It helped me actually because I know it was coming, so I could prepare for it. And like every plan, and there was a Feraligatr plan, to say it like that. And I have a lot of respect for Snorak, by the way. Really good games against him. Really good player. So yeah, he did amazing.
He did. You did too. Now, how do you handle the pressure when you win the first match, you lost the second one, so the third one is the last one, the one that matters the most. How do you handle that kind of pressure?
I think at that point you just gotta say, try your best. I want to say something else, but I can't say that here. But yeah, sometimes you just gotta try it and hope for the best. But I felt confident in the line that I played, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, some players really shine under pressure. I'm sure you're one of them. You'll do great in the rest of the tournament. And now we're going to a break, but don't leave us because we got Charlie and some British slang coming up.
Hey trainers, it's the European International Championships in London, and what better opportunity to test some of our trading card game casters on their Britishisms. These weird things that we say here, every region's gonna have them, that kind of only make sense here. Let's see how much they know. All right, starting off, Adam, Pablo, telling pork pies.
Telling pork pies?
Yeah.
Is that like telling a lie?
It is. Yeah, it is. Had you heard that?
I had never heard that.
You never heard that? Okay, nice. Now, before I tell you more about that one, let's do the second one because they kind of make sense together. Having a bubble. Having a bubble. What do you think, Pablo?
Like you're having a laugh at someone.
Good, very good, very good. Now, these are two examples of Cockney rhyming slang. So, telling pork pies, you substituted pork pies for lies. So some people could say telling porkies, for example. With having a bubble, that's having a bubble bath, having a laugh, sort of thing. And like you could say going up the apples and pears, which means going up the stairs. And so some people will just say going up the apples to mean the stairs. So it only makes sense if you know. It only makes sense if you know. Okay, moving on from that, a cuppa.
That's a coffee, right? Specific
tea. More British, Adam. More British, not coffee. Let's make it more British there. Cup of tea. Exactly. Okay, Pablo, keep your hair on.
Like, don't exaggerate or think more straightforward.
Close. Yeah, yes. More swiftly. Oh.
I like that guess. Is it more like hold your horses? Does it mean like be patient?
You're both kind of there. It's don't panic. Keep your hair on. Don't worry about it, you know? Yeah. Okay.
And hold your horses, right, would be an Americanism.
Hold your... Ooh, I don't know where that one's from, actually, because we definitely say it here. We definitely say it here. Yeah, no, I'm familiar with that one. All right. Wind your neck in.
Like, calm down? Like, calm down.
Calm down? What do you think?
I think it means to kind of keep your eyes to yourself, mind your business.
Yes. Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. This one I'm actually not so familiar with, but yeah, stop being annoying, stop being nosy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know if they say it over here, but where I'm from, we call it rubbernecking.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. Thank you for that. You learn something new every day, don't you? Think of Raging Bolt Frigoroth. That could be told. Mind your neck in. All right, final one here. Knackered.
Completely tired.
Yes, very good. Very good. Are you knackered from those Britishisms?
I wish I would have got the coffee one.
Yeah, well, you need it now because you're a little bit knackered, aren't you? Good. This is how we use these. We learn from our Britishisms. Fantastic, traders. Very shortly, time to get back to the action at London. Maybe we'll hear some of these Britishisms in the next bit.
Welcome back, everyone, to the European International Championships 2025 in Pokemon Go here at the Excel in London. My name is Koning Lionheart. I'm sat next to the almighty Zionic.
Good morning, everyone. If you're just tuning in, we've had an amazing morning of battles, and we are just getting started as these trainers are scrapping and fighting their way through to Sunday, day 3 here at EUIC. Now, coming up next, we have Arceus Aurelius versus Sceptile Ice.
Yep, and that's a very, very interesting one. Arceus Aurelius yesterday just defeated the current reigning EUIC champion, Emmy Weedle, in a quick, very swift 2-0. He had very alignment-based games. Some people might call him Arceus Aurelius, but Sceptile Ice also beat Dunebug. Now Dunebug and Emmy Weedle have played in the losers bracket. I don't even know the result of that. I don't know if they have played already, but that's a rematch of last year's grand finals in the losers bracket already.
That means this is anyone's tournament, right? The grand finals from last year, fighting it off in the losers bracket. Both of them can't move on, so hopefully we'll find out the results of that shortly. But today's games have been incredible. Some amazing booms, which I always love. Some amazing sacrificial swaps, and always coming down to the wire.
Yep, my caster prediction, Kefir, just had a crazy game versus Snorlax. Snorlax also with an incredible performance on the European stage in this season. He needed a little bit of time. He has popped up here and there in the last few years, but at the moment, he's really on top of this game. Also, not out yet, of course. This is still double elimination, and this is only winners round 1. We have so many more battles ahead of us, and look at those trainers. Sceptile Ice versus Arceus Aurelius.
Now, this is very interesting. Sceptile Ice is the only trainer in this tournament running the Mantine, which is so unique. It used to be dominant in previous seasons. And my take on it is, well, there's no Lantern anymore, so maybe it's free to fly, and actually did incredibly well yesterday.
But Arceus Aurelius is one of the few trainers who is running an electric-type Pokemon, and that is Charjabug. By the way, where is Shadow Magnezone gone?
I mean, it was hitting so hard that it came and left so quickly, but that doesn't mean that electric isn't strong in this meta, right? We always have flyers, we always have water, so there is great utility if you bring an electric type or a Pokemon with electric type moves.
Look at those accomplishments. Toronto finalist on Sceptile Ice side. Arceus Aurelius, of course, the Dortmund regional champion from the 2024 season. Neutral lead in the beginning. Shadow Drapion on Sceptile Ice side versus Dugong from Arceus Aurelius.
Oh, this is anyone's guess of how this game is going to end, as there's a Shadow for Alligator swap, and Arceus Aurelius able to hold on, going for the drill run right here for that neutral damage. Did I see a pause there? No extra. I think he was waiting to see his reaction, or Sceptile Ice's reaction, because I didn't see a fast move go through. But now Amandabuzz is going to be coming in with that hard-hitting fast move of Air Slash.
And that's also a very, very interesting one, because he had the advantage with the Dugong, because he got one charge attack up. Ice Beam is being called correctly by Arceus Aurelius. It's now going to be able to maybe farm this down completely, even though Sceptile Ice still has some energy. Arceus Aurelius says, hey, I don't want to need any shields or anything. I'm just gonna throw an aerial AC. Oh, matched by a shield. Look at the backline of Sceptile Ice.
This is huge information for Arceus Aurelius, knowing that Feraligatr shielded at that point. Maybe he doesn't have a great answer, right? Maybe there's no Azumarill. He's properly shielding his Mandibuzz, knowing, hold on, I might be able to sweep this game with Mandibuzz alone.
I think he literally just said that.
There's a why would you shield that? And now we see the Drapion come back in.
Yep, and now you have to unload all of this energy, all of this neutral energy from the Shadow Drapion that is used to sweep games, to win games. The Kanto Marowak is coming in here. It's going to throw some Mud Slaps. You have no shields left remaining. This is going to deal over half.
I think Arceus Aurelius is hard reading a Primeape in the back. That's why he's keeping the Mandibuzz alive. Kanto Marowak is in a great position right here with Mud Slaps. Even though these Aqua Tails are going to come through and he's going to lose the Marowak, it's about soaking the energy from Drapion where it's going to be used in the Marowak instead of the Mandibuzz, which is going to be needed to win this game.
Can you farm this down now, though, on the side of Arceus Aurelius? Sceptile Ice already frantically tapping on the Primeape, wants to get this in there, swaps it into a Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz is at so much energy. Can it outpace before the close combat to a second aerial ace, and will it be enough as well?
I think it's well ahead. One more fast move here, and there's no
Ice Punch.
There's an Ice Punch, no close combat, so this is looking to be a good game, as the Air Slash and Aerial Ace combination is going to be enough to overcome. But Primeape able to hang on,
Yeah,
and able to go for this Ice Punch.
Ice Punch is not the strongest charge attack here, not same type attack, bonus boosted. Is this going to knock out? Can Arceus Aurelius just go into the Dugong after this and farm down, or is he just going to continue? Air snatching, now tapping on the Dugong, no shields anywhere.
Yeah, he's just going to continue. This was a hard read, right? And I think it all came down to the Feraligatr that was so low on health.
Yeah.
Why would you shield that? I mean, granted, yes, you could have gone to that next Ice Beam, right? But there's a reason. Players do and don't do things for a reason. And Arceus Aurelius saw it the second he saw the shield. I saw his head like turn over, look at the roster, and wait. Hold on, there's a Primeape in the back. I'm keeping Mandibuzz alive. I'm gonna swap out. I'm gonna let Kanto Marowak soak all these Aqua Tails.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna call my prediction and sweep, and that's exactly what happened. Very well executed.
This, by the way, this Sceptile is taking me out. The head tilt, I love it so much.
It's like he's trying to watch something. He's like turning his head a little bit.
I think it's more like a bit intimidating. You got a problem?
Maybe they're watching the game, right? The big screen out there, both the Feraligatr and Sceptile.
Yeah.
But this was the pivotal play, right? Arceus Aurelius bringing in the Marowak into this situation, which is still great, right? Those Mud Slaps are doing incredible damage. He got a lot of utility out of it, just like Out of Pocket mentioned earlier. You know, those Mud Slaps soaking the damage, and now this is where he knew it was all over.
So many trainers have won games with the Shadow Kanto Marowak, but Arceus Aurelius just decided, hey, I'm just going to let this throw 2 Mud Slaps against the Shadow Drapion, or even 3, and let it get taken out. It soaks up some energy, and my Mandibuzz, which I double shield, is going to win me the game. This is a very creative call to make.
So we'll have to see how they adjust here in game 2. But all these trainers, this is their first game of the day. So they are well prepared from the night of studying, analyzing their opponent's decision making, right? You can go back and watch the VODs, see what your opponent decides to do in clutch situations. Do they decide to overload on energy, or do they decide to throw on double charge move? What kind of intricacies and little wrinkles do they bring to their battle? Because then you can dominate here at the very beginning of the day.
And some trainers who've been on stage a lot of the time already, they know that people are going to watch their plays, and then they like set up little traps for the opponent. But now in this situation, Sceptile Ice needs to keep his head on, right? So he can't panic now against Arceus Aurelius. Phenomenal trainer, strong showing here with very good calls here. Arceus Aurelius already locked in as well. Sceptile Ice still needs a second to think about this line of 3 that he's bringing in. We're going to be locked in now. Both players are having their phones out. We're going to see a lead of the Kanto Marowak on the side of Arceus Aurelius versus Azumarill.
Ooh, not the greatest of matchups for Arceus Aurelius, but the Kanto Marowak can still do great damage later on in this game as we see a quick swap into the Primeape and Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, but now you're ahead on energy, which is very good for the Shadow Drapion. However, type advantage is on the side of the Primeape because the harder hitting crunch is not very effective here. But you also don't have close combat, and this affects this matchup greatly.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting, and I think the Ice Punch here, not going to be enough. He might be able to get to 1 more Aqua Tail in time and get himself that shield advantage, which Shadow Kanto Marowak desperately wants, right? A 2-to-1 Kanto Marowak, there's not a lot that can stop it, but Sceptile Ice deciding to opt for a no shield and lose switch advantage.
Wait, flip is switched here. Can you go for a Shadow Claw down even? Is that a possibility for Sceptile Ice? He tries to go for it, but there is a crunch that is going to be reached. The switch timer is not up yet. Oh, he goes for an Aqua Tail. Wants to perhaps swap out the Shadow Drapion afterwards. Gets the shield.
I think this is an interesting call, knowing that there's only bubble on the backline in terms of fast moves. No, he's going to stay in trying to go for another one. Yeah, he's still got the shield advantage that he wanted for that Kanto Marowak, which is huge.
Yeah, but the shield advantage in the matchup of Kanto Marowak versus Shadow Feraligatr is not as important because you want to have energy disadvantage on the other side because then you're able to farm down.
Yeah, but I think we might be in a situation here where he gives up 2 shields and maybe swaps into Dugong to catch the Hydro Cannon. That might be the play because those the Mud Bombs or the Rock Slides on the back end against the Azumarill might be just enough damage.
Yep, I think that's a very likely way this is going to go. He just needs to count the energy perfectly. Sceptile Ice is 1 away from a Hydro Cannon. Now Arceus Aurelius just can't throw a Mud Slap after.
Will we see a stall out here where he's waiting for the Mud Slap animation?
Oh, no, he's actually, wow, he's going for it.
Oh, okay, he's just going to let it go. All right.
Oh, I like the 2 Shadow Claws here because the damage of the next Mud Slap isn't going to register then. So maximum amount of energy taken out of that matchup. Very heads-up play from Sceptile Ice. But you're not going to reach the Hydro Cannon. Now this Dugong has an energy advantage. And if it has energy advantage, then the Zero Shields double Icy Wind Run is away.
Yes, that was very crucial because right there, Sceptile Ice, instead of swapping right away into the Azumarill, waited a turn or two there, trying to see if he could get to the Hydro Cannon in time. So there was you either commit to the Hydro Cannon and get the chip damage, or you go instantly into Azumarill.
I think this is going to come down to a catch again.
Yeah, it always does. As we will see another Icy Wind be thrown, and with each Icy Wind, the attack drop lowers the damage output of those play roughs.
Wait a second. I don't even think that the double Icy Wind Drill Run strategy works in this scenario, because Sceptile Ice can just farm up so much energy and then reset the attack drops with the Shadow Feraligatr in the back.
Yeah. I mean, this is going to be interesting. Decided to go for the play rough, even though the switch clock was just about to be up, doing that extra bit of chip damage. Needs to load up and try to catch on Feraligatr here. And Arceus Aurelius, he has to be careful of when he throws. Throwing right here in the middle of the bubble animation, which is perfect as the drill run is going to be landing.
Now that one is very, very important, because Dugong wins the charge attack priority event against the Azumarill. Oh, and he gets the farm down here. Arceus Aurelius is going to throw the drill run on charge attack priority. Dugong is going to get it off.
Oh my goodness, that came down to the wire as Arceus Aurelius is able. Wait, is this enough to knock out? Fingers crossed. Azumarill goes down. 2-0 sweep by Arceus Aurelius as he's cheering and handshaking Sceptile. What a great match right there. It came down to the wire. Trying, like I said earlier with Sceptile, he didn't know, should I go into Azumarill, should I not? Am I going to survive those ice shards and the water-resistant damage taken, or the ice-resistant damage taken on the water typing from Feraligatr? Came down to the wire at the last second, unable to get to the Hydro Cannon, but ultimately, Arceus Aurelius is able to move on.
He goes to winners round 2, and that is so huge. Sceptile Ice also still not out. He goes to the losers bracket now. Has to fight his way through so many trainers. It gets very sorry.
No, it gets significantly more difficult as this day progresses, because not only are the trainers in the winners bracket so dominant, but the trainers in the losers bracket are incredibly skilled as well. Just like some of the upcoming trainers that we haven't seen on stage yet today. If you've been hoping to see Inadequence, if that is a trainer you have been rooting for at home, I have been rooting for myself. He's bringing Shadow Palkia this weekend, which is absolutely amazing. As he said, he's landed multiple Draco Meteors this tournament, which have not been seen on the live stage. Are you all right?
I think I am all right. I just had something in my throat here. I'm crying a little bit, but we're fine. I just love these battles so much, you know. And I think he actually told you that he landed a Draco Meteor on a jump bluff.
Yes, 100%, 100 to 0, 100 to 0 a jump bluff. I'm like, okay, I gotta see this.
You know, those Draco Meteors, they make me so emotional that I gotta cry sometimes. But yeah, Inadequence is a trainer that has always been bringing those spicy picks. And you just, at this point, he's so far ahead of the competition. He just picks his favorite Pokemon, something that he finds funny as well, and just wins with it. He has been performing so well with, of course, Giratina, first place at the Special Championship in Utrecht and second place at the World Championship. He has had third place with a Pelipper. He was the one who introduced me to Dunsparce in Stuttgart with a top 4 appearance, or a third place appearance, I think, as well in the 2023 season. So many great matches. Plus Arceus Aurelius here. Very well played this situation by Sceptile Ice, getting the maximum amount of energy on the Shadow Feraligatr. Still wasn't enough against Dugong.
Yeah, this was that situation right there before the camera cut away, where it's like, do you stay in or do you not? You're so low on health. If you get that Hydro Cannon, right, that added damage might mean the victory, but ultimately it wasn't enough. And as you can see right there, Arceus Aurelius couldn't have been happier, as he knows the drill one is going to be just enough damage. And Sceptile Ice, you fought a good fight. This came down to the last moments.
Hey, you know the old saying, appraisal doesn't matter until it does, right?
Yeah.
So barely knocking out the Azumarill. Arceus Aurelius, a bit too relaxed here, my friend, is celebrating.
Something was in that burger, right? That he ate. Yesterday.
Yeah. Yes, Arceus Aurelius, Marcus Borger, fantastic trainer. Let's hear it from him and Pedro.
Thank you, Leon Psionic. Yes, indeed, something must have been on the burger. We're here with Arceus Aurelius, one of the, I would say, more entertaining trainers to watch. Yeah. I love your passion, your gems. What do you feel when you win a battle like this?
Well, like this, I felt like going into this, I was the favorite. So when I won, it was relief. Was the first feeling that I had. But it's also just, I'm super happy to be here, happy to perform well. I made this team with Tomahawk UK. He helped me build this team. like 3-4 weeks ago, and I've had massive success with it so far, and I'll just try to keep on doing that.
Yeah, you've been all over the place. You were in Merida, now here. Really successful run this season. Where are you heading next?
Well, after this, I'm heading home. My fiance is missing me because I've been gone so much.
Yeah, I think that's a good choice. Well, you're doing great. Congratulations. I hope to see you continue advancing. That Relegator is really, really well fed and doing great. And now we're going back to our great casters.
Arceus Aurelius going in as the favorite. Inadequance versus V-Tenacity. I wonder who the favorite is there. Fun fact, if you play Goodra versus Shadow Palkia, I think that you can easily farm down with a Goodra.
I didn't know that this match was coming up. How did I know that Inadequance was going to come? Maybe some
magic, huh?
Maybe a little caster knowledge or something like that. No, Inadequance versus V-Tenacity. This is going to be a great battle of dragons as we see Goodra versus the Palkia. And it's been pretty rare to see dragons in this tournament, but their utility has been very strong.
Zionic Shadow Palkia is one of the coolest picks in this entire tournament.
Yeah.
I'm Goodra all the way. Goodra is so cool. It's so pretty as well.
I can't wait for the Draco Meteor to land on you then.
I don't think you get to the Draco Meteor versus the Goodra as Shadow Palkia.
No. We farm down something else. You come in, no shields, and 100% you.
I have never even seen a Shadow Palkia reach a Draco Meteor before. This, I think with one shield you...
Well, he's looking at you. You haven't? I'm about to show you today.
I mean, seeing an Inadequance locked in is always a pleasure, right? V-Tenacity on the other side, regional top 16. That's day 2 for the Liverpool regional because it was so many players that we got to play a top 16 and top 32 at EYC in the last year, I think that was. And we're going into the match. Shadow Drapion versus Wigglytuff, one of the better matchups for V-Tenacity.
Now, this is a much better matchup since you don't have that Sludge Bomb that's typically run on the Shadow Drapion, which can be very scary for Fairy-type Pokemon. But Aqua Tail is a great option as well and does a lot of neutral damage.
Yep, but you can still deal so much damage with the Wigglytuff. Another Aqua Tail tried to catch a Swift on the Dugong. Inadequance stays in for a little bit of chip damage. Do you want to throw a Swift? Oh, actually does go for a Swift, so let's count this as a catch, yeah?
You know, I kind of like the Dugong safe swap. There's really nothing safe that can come into it, right? There's no fighter. So this is like a very clean save. So one has to use the Goodra in order to, or not the Goodra, sorry, the Gastrodon to come into this matchup.
Oh, and it is the pink Gastrodon. Wonder what Lou thinks about that, but we get the attack drop here. Usually that's a very good thing in that matchup. I think at this range, Earth Power might still knock out after another Icy Wind. It's going to get tricky. However, if you don't knock it out, you can still swap out, reset, and get maybe an energy farm.
Yeah, Switch Clock is coming back up, and Inadequance knows he's got to keep on track of that, so there's no swap out. He does throw the Body Slam just in time, and hopefully this is going to be enough damage to knock out the Dugong from V-Tenacity.
Never. Dugong always going to be able to take this, and another Mudslap gets... Oh, but this is going to be a decent farm. I mean, it's going to be one fast attack.
I mean, let's take a look. Let's take a look at the Pokemon remaining. There's a Talonflame for a Jumpluff and a low health Shadow Drapion. V-Tenacity knows, like, uh-oh, I'm in a bit of trouble.
Yep, he just wants this one Incinerate, but then again, there's already an Aqua Tail stored, but look at the damage. How many Aqua Tails can you throw before you get farmed down? And then what's Jumpluff gonna do?
I think he might be able to get to the second one. The question is he just going to full farm down, or will he? Yeah, he won't be. He's just going to farm down, shield, call it safe. But this Shadow Jumpluff with no shields on the Talonflame can still do a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, that's true. Sometimes they also have acrobatics, and that makes the matchup so much better. Inadequance also doesn't seem too happy. Keep in mind, there is still a lot of energy on that Wigglytuff, so that is another win condition. Wigglytuff has Icy Wind. Inadequance is shaking his head, so he must see something that we don't. Aerial Ace is going to land here. Shadow Jumpluff makes this a little better for V-Tenacity as well.
Yeah, this chip damage, though, while it's a bad matchup in terms of fire versus grass, it's really starting to add up, and I think he knows that he can survive as he gets to another fly. This will be getting the final shield, and like you said, that Wigglytuff, I believe, still has energy. He might be able to fast swap in and go for the Icy Wind.
Yep, the switch timer is still not up for V-Tenacity. Is actually going to get this attack of Inadequance. Doesn't have to go for a combo play here, because I don't think he is at the Icy Wind. It's just really, really close.
Oh, he hangs on. Able to go for the fly now. This is going to be doing super effective damage, and Talonflame able to have a nice, clean sweep here at the end with 1 HP and a Dream.
Yep, the the Wigglytuff still has to come in to take out the last HP. Oh, this is actually really close as well.
Whoa!
The Shadow Jumpluff not being able to take out the Talonflame was so huge there. There should have been a little more Shadower.
Yeah, that's a great call from Inadequence. The Shadow Drapion in the back with the Poison Stings and how low health the Talonflame was, and Incinerate wouldn't have done the damage in time. So instead of swapping out like I had originally called, the runner-up to World Championships last year made the correct decision, keeping the Wigglytuff in the back, knowing that the charm damage would be enough for that Shadow Drapion.
But then also, he couldn't go for a combo play onto the Jumpluff because then Fairy Winds would add up so that your charm doesn't take out, or you actually take Poison Sting damage. So you
look at that Body Slam. We've known it to be so strong for years. Double Icy Wind debuff after the nerf to Body Slam, and now the Dugong was able to survive that. Oh man, the Jumpluff though, it's got so close right there, and the beautiful swap into Charm. What a way to close it out.
Charm, 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 as Inadequence likes to say, and the players are already locked in for the next match of V-Tenacity versus Inadequence. Let's see if the lead is going to be as polarizing as before. Shadow Drapion on the same side for V-Tenacity versus Talonflame.
Do you know what we see on the back line there? Oh, there is the Shadow. I'm going to say the Shadow Palkia in case they can hear me through the muted headphones because I might get way too excited. But Inadequence's Talonflame incinerating down 50% of Shadow Drapion's HP as an Aqua Tail is going to be landing.
I'm going to tell you that Shadow Palkia doesn't really look too good into the backline of V-Tenacity because Aqua Tail is the move you're way more likely to reach. It's resisted by Dugong, and Jumpluff, it's also resisted, and it does super effective damage with Fairy Winds.
Yeah, I'd be very curious to see what V-Tenacity does after this swap in with Wigglytuff. Will he decide to load up on energy and then swap out into that Dugong, which could be a bit more favorable for the Shadow Palkia? Let's find out.
I think this is a strategy that we have seen time and time again, and V-Tenacity is also one of the farmers for the Shadow Drapion market. Now a Swift is going to connect on the Dugong with Wigglytuff.
This is a great bait out by Inadequence, getting the Dugong out onto the field, knowing that's the hardest answer to dragons on the team besides the Dragon Mirror, right? If he can get the health low, he can come in with Talonflame, maybe do an Incinerator too, and then close it out with Shadow Palkia.
Yeah, can we please see a Draco Meteor?
I want to see it!
Jumpluff again.
Oh my goodness, Icy Wind is going to connect, knocking out the Wigglytuff. Here comes the Palkia, and looking to shield up the first Icy Wind. Now, thankfully, there is still a Talonflame in the back, meaning he can remove the Icy Wind debuff here to maintain the full attack damage. But we are seeing an aggressive farm down right here, filling up the whole screen.
And Shadow Palkia is still relatively healthy for this one. Also, Talonflame in the back in the lead matchup had to endure an Aqua Tail from the Drapion. Drapion will throw a crunch now as well. Inadequence can just keep on farming at this point.
Oh my goodness, having to give up the final shield. Crunch is going to be blocked, and now we get to see the Jumpluff in the back, the swap into Talonflame. But did he have the Draco Meteor before swapping out?
No, but he's barely there. I think this is going to come down to a call from V-Tenacity. Is he going to risk getting hit by a Draco Meteor? I think at this point, you will have to shield this here. Inadequence is going for it. The Draco Meteor, and the shield is being put up. That would have been a
That is the safe call. That is the safe call. Unfortunately, Draco Meteor will be stopped as V-Tenacity can easily go for the Aerial Ace right here to knock out the Shadow Palkia. Tough there for Inadequence. He wanted to come in with the Talonflame and force the fly to Aerial Ace charge attack priority so he could finish off this game with the Draco Meteor.
Yep, but nice swap in by V-Tenacity, bringing in the Jumpluff early a little bit so he gets an energy head start and doesn't have to tie the charge attack with the Talonflame. Very well played on his side. Shadow Palkia just doesn't really seem to do the work that Martijn has planned for it, because we have already seen him on stage with it once before. In that match he lost, even though that was due to a dispute as well, so can't really blame Palkia for that one. However, it also didn't look as great there, so it is a tough bring sometimes, I want to say.
Yeah. Now, we saw the approach here that Inadequence had, right? The Wigglytuff safe swap to bait out that Dugong, knowing that it's the hardest answer to Palkia and hoping for Palkia to kind of win this game in the Hail Mary throw. But the safe play is always shield. You know that Palkia can't get to an Aqua Tail and a Draco Meteor before you knock it out. And those Fairy Wind fast move damage as well is crucial in that matchup.
Yep, super effective. Feels like a counter Pokemon, but Jumpluff is just such a menace against these Dragon types because of the Fairy Wind, Aerial Ace neutral coverage against most things, and of course Energy Ball will probably just take out a Palkia from full health.
Yeah. So we'll have to see how they adjust in Game 3. A lot of the matches today have been going 2-0 with very few going 1-1 getting to Game 3 because these trainers had so much time to study and prepare last night for their first opponent. And now we get to see what the final strategy is going to be. How will they overcome? Will V-Tenacity stay with the same formula, utilizing that Shadow Jumpluff to such a high degree? Will Inadequates bring the Palkia once again, trying to have a better alignment and landing the Draco Meteor with no shields? We will find out now as both trainers are locked in.
Yep, and let's look at the lead matchup. It is Dugong for V-Tenacity versus Inadequates' Wigglytuff, and that's a good lead for V-Tenacity because there is neutral pressure from the Wigglytuff. However, Icy Winds are so useful here.
Yes, Wigglytuff, though, able to do quite a bit of damage with Charm. Now, if we look at the backlines there was a Clodsire and the Gastrodon and the Jumpluff once again coming all 3 games lurking in the back, and that Jumpluff can be very dominant against the water ground type Pokemon of Gastrodon.
Yep, this is looking like it has to be alignment for Inadequates. There he doesn't know the backline of V-Tenacity, so let's see if he's trying to force the alignment. No shield here from V-Tenacity. That means that at least if you put 2 shields on your Wigglytuff, you can farm down here.
I think Inadequates knows, right? We've seen the same 3 Pokemon come in 2 games already. The third one, why change it up, right? So he needs to maintain that switch advantage. We're seeing him go for the Charm Down and the Charge Attack priority with the Swift. Inadequates wants this lead matchup.
Yep, and now he has it. If V-Tenacity shields, he can just give a shield back against the Icy Wind and then just Charm down.
So tough.
Does a Charm knock out from this range?
Yeah. I would say yes. I would say yes. Charm, Charm, Charm.
Because if it doesn't, nope, it takes it out.
Charm.
Barely any farming. You can get some farm on the Shadow Drapion. Might be 1 Poison Sting, could also be 2. But then again, the Gastrodon is going to come in. Oh, the Shadow Jumpluff is in here as well.
So good. Inadequates leans forward, knows that he has the Clodsire, having access to Sludge Bomb as well as the Earthquake with the Poison Sting fast move. This is an amazing situation to be in. This is why Inadequates forced the lead win so he can get switched alignment.
But the Shadow Jumpluff has more damage on its Charge Attack. Drapion is being swapped in. The Gastrodon is the answer. This is looking super tough for V-Tenacity. He has a shield up though. Plenty of neutral damage from Crunch.
Yeah, don't count out V-Tenacity just yet, even though he's facing off against the Mud Slap damage from Gastrodon. Crunch is going to be landing. Will he get the debuff?
Nope, doesn't get the debuff. Body Slam is going to be thrown here. V-Tenacity, now what is he going to do? He has to let this go maybe, and then go into the Jumpluff. There he can farm up plenty of energy. Oh, it actually gets to an Aqua Tail.
Wow, he gets to an Aqua Tail. This is definitely going to allow the Jumpluff to be able to farm down and maybe get to 2 charge moves.
Did Martine just not throw a Mud Slap at all? Thinking,
yes, they're stalling! They want to wait for switch alignment so they don't get the farm down. Because the more energy you give the Jumpluff, the better opportunity it has to win this game. Clodsire needs to maintain that advantage, and winking at the audience, Inadequates going for the Body Slam. We're going to see Clodsire now come out onto the field, and here we go.
And that Body Slam damage as well is so important because this puts it closer to the Sludge Bomb range. It is Shadow Jumpluff. It is bulky, but is it bulky enough? Because you need at least 2 more Energy Balls here, or an Energy Ball and an Aerial Ace might as well also be enough. Let's see how close V-Tenacity can make this, but Inadequates is so close.
The Sludge Bomb is same type attack bonus as well. The Jumpluff is Shadow, so it's going to be taking more damage. Inadequates is going to be taking this game as the Sludge Bomb, boom, takes out the Jumpluff, and that is a good game.
Charm, charm, charm. Inadequates' motto this weekend once again. You know, people have been saying that the Giratina origin is his signature Pokemon, but is it really? He has brought Wigglytuff all the way with it, and Wigglytuff stuck around.
I think he just says that because dragons are such a powerful and dominant force in this game, but ultimately it's the sneaky Wigglytuffs that Inadequence is known for. And what I loved there is we saw the plan and the strategy breaking out in real time. V Tenacity brought all three, the same Pokemon all 3 games, right? And Inadequence knew it. He knew if he got alignment with Gastrodon onto the Drapion and Clodsire onto the Jumpluff, he could win. And you could see it on that final moment at the very beginning. Does he give up the final shield? And he was considering, what do I do? What do I do? I'm just going to stick to the plan. He went for it, and it worked out.
You know, sometimes the biggest genius on Pokemon Go Earth, perhaps, I don't want to toot your horn too much there, Martijn, just relies on charming and then shielding.
And trusting your gut. Yeah. Right? You come with a strategy, trust your instincts. Trust your instincts, and just let it all out on the field, right?
Yep.
And amazing things can happen. Now, V Tenacity, I don't believe is out. Yeah, we were still in the winners round right there, so V Tenacity is still going to be fighting on. So be sure to cheer him at home. But man, what an amazing game!
I can just imagine for myself that Martijn is standing in front of like a blackboard and he's having some chalk and he's doing like these big formulas with all of those numbers, and then in the end it just equals Wigglytuff.
Yeah. Did you notice how he sat up? Inadequate. Yeah. Right there. He sat up. He's like, okay, my plan is executing perfectly. He knew it. This was the exact moment. He is locked in, and that was beautiful to see.
Yep, Shadow Drapion doing its best. Crunch damage is still so huge, but here reaching the Body Slam also pretty important because I don't know Shadow Jumpluff too well, so Sludge Bomb might have knocked out without the Body Slam damage, but it might have also not.
Thing is, this is what I like. We discussed this yesterday. The moveset on Clodsire is so unique in this tournament because you can run Stone Edge with Earthquake or Sludge Bomb with Earthquake. And what I like better for this tournament is the Sludge Bomb, right? You pick up and do great damage against the fairies like Azumarill and Wigglytuff. You have damage against the Superior, which you couldn't do before, and you still get the Jumpluff even though it's part flying typing.
Or you still go in like a madman, like Stone Collection, the original Water-type gym leader, and play Sludge Bomb and Stone Edge at once without the Earthquake. But let's hear it first from Martijn and Pedro.
Thank you, casters. I'm in it here with the Xeno Dragon Master. Second time, second dragon. Is Dialga coming next?
If there's a Shadow Dialga, I will bring it to my next tournament.
You heard it here first. Okay, I need to know something. And people maybe that are starting are not that like into play Pokemon and Pokemon Go do not understand that play. I want to know the thought behind stalling with the Gastrodon in the last match.
So I didn't want to play for Switch in the last game, but since he also was shooting, I was like, wait, maybe he's playing that alignment game, you know? Maybe he has that Jumpluff and the Drapion in the back. I was really afraid it was going to be the Feraligatr. If Feraligatr had that energy and the shield advantage, it was so over for me. But I had to make a call, and I put up the shield. It was Jumpluff coming out. I brought in the Clodsire, which I brought, by the way, to core break Drapion Jumpluff. So that's why I put shields on Wigglytuff, so it becomes better, blah, blah, blah. And then I saw the Drapion. I was like, yes, baby, that's it. That's what I wanted.
I mean, it worked, and it was amazing. I really like this out-of-the-box plays, you know? So congratulations. We're going to continue to see you advancing here, I'm sure. Maybe you're going to make it with the second dragon. That would be amazing. I'll be waiting for the third. And now we're going back to our anime. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't talk apparently. To our amazing casters.
Thank you, Pedro. And now it's all about us. Wait, did I say that right? I think it's all about the US because it's Nighttime Clasher versus Out of Pocket next.
Ooh, this is going to be an epic battle as both trainers have been so dominant this tournament and in previous tournaments. Nighttime Clasher, Out of Pocket. This is going to be a great one to witness.
Yeah, I can't wait for this. Out of Pocket has been so dominant. He played versus Howie and he just defeated him 2-0. It looked very swift, even though the team wasn't easy for him to handle. And Nighttime Clasher as well, defeating Tonton Batters. That's not an easy task, you know?
No, it is not. And running the Zapdos as well.
Yeah.
That is such a cool and unique Pokemon, which we have seen in this tournament. Unique flyers, whether it's Jumpluff, Mandibuzz, Talonflame, Zapdos, Emolga yesterday, like we saw. really great options in this tournament.
I just haven't seen a Ho-Oh yet. I don't know what this is.
It's in the Ultra League and Master League.
Yeah, fair enough. But have we seen the Zapdos from Nighttime Clasher actually, or was it just
We saw it. There was 2 trainers running Zapdos. I don't think we saw it on stream, him running it on stream.
I think so too. Eric, there is something that we want from you, and it is a Zapdos on stream. Perhaps it is better versus Out of Pocket's team. I think Out of Pocket was running a Shadow Kanto Marowak as well. I might be completely...
No, he was, because he pulled the Marowak out of Pocket for that catch.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And that's actually a funny matchup because you think that Shadow Marowak is bad against Flying-type Pokemon, but that's, I think, one of the major downsides of Zapdos, where other people choose other Flying-type Pokemon. Zapdos doesn't win any even shield scenario against the Kanto Marowak.
Ooh, that's tough. But what's going to be tougher is this set of battles, as both trainers are champions in their own right. Wigglytuff, Shadow Drapion, Shadow Annihilate, Dugong, Galarian Corsola, and Shadow Kanto Marowak for Out of Pocket.
So the Shadow Kanto Marowak looks super good for Out of Pocket. I wanted to start German all of a sudden. It has an answer in Azumarill. Diggersby has a decent time against it. Zapdos it's tough for Zapdos. It's very tough for Shadow Drapion. It's very tough for Shadow Feraligatr if you're on 2 shields. Annihilate also has good play against it. So.
And Nighttime Clasher mentioned yesterday, the Azumarill Diggersby core is just so strong if there's no superior, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see that every single game.
Yep, and that makes Shadow Kanto Marowak at least a little worse for Out of Pocket, because those 2 Pokemon can at least handle it.
Yeah, so this is going to be interesting to see what they decide, as both trainers are now locking in, looking at their previous regional top 8 in San Antonio for Out of Pocket, regional finalists in Sacramento, Honolulu, top 8 in Worlds, and New Orleans NAIC champion.
Yep, Out of Pocket has done so little peekaboo there. Has won so much. Nighttime Clasher also a top competitor, regional top 8. Buenos Aires, Sao Paulo, top 16 at LAIC, and of course the Liverpool champion who ran away before I could give him his medal.
What? I was there for that event, and what an amazing set of battles he had against Tomahawk UK in the finals. It was absolutely amazing, and then it was like, cool, thanks guys, I gotta catch a plane, and then didn't catch it.
Yep, that's that.
Maybe he flew Zapdos back, who knows?
He caught some charge attacks as well. He has brought the Zapdos with him as well. Maybe get the beak upright a little bit more.
Let's get that Zapdos some coffee.
Yeah, that's true. It looks like it's still half asleep. Nighttime Clasher is still choosing his team. I think both trainers are locked in at this point. So we're ready to go for Out of Pocket versus Nighttime Clasher.
Here we go. Shadow Kanto Marowak versus Diggersby.
Oh, crazy. Diggersby Azumarill in the time of Nighttime Clasher.
What? No, if there's no superior, Nighttime Clasher is going to be bringing unless there's another grass out there, he's going to be bringing the Diggersby Azumarill core. It's just way too strong.
I mean, all the other grass types, which are Jumpluff and Shadow Jumpluff, they can be handled by the core as well. So there is still some play for those. Now we're going to see a Bone Club. No attack debuff. That is important, because then Shadow Kanto Marowak can still win the matchup versus Diggersby in even shields.
All right, first Bone Club did land right there. Now we're going to be seeing them load up on some extra energy, swapping out into Dugong, maybe hoping to catch that charge move. Stored energy for both trainers as Shadow Feraligatr now comes into this matchup.
Yep, and now Nighttime Clasher can throw immediately after 5 Shadow Claws on perfect timing, because the timer was misaligned, or the swap was 1 turn behind, and now that Dugong is switch locked as well, you can just freely fire off your energy.
Now, if you're Nighttime Clasher right now, you gotta be hoping that there isn't the Galarian Corsola lurking in the back for your Azumarill, as the Wigglytuff matchup could be a bit better if you have shield advantage.
Yep, Nighttime Clasher now charging up. We have seen this matchup once or twice before. Do you want to shield your debuffed Shadow Feraligatr now at this point against the Dugong?
He is going to decide to shield, going to keep loading up on energy, and likely throw that Hydro Cannon here shortly. Switch Clock is coming back up, and maybe we see a swap out.
I think this was the correct choice to shield this here, because you have no convenient way to get rid of the Dugong on the field right there. It's still at a decent amount of HP. You can just go for the farm down, have a lot of energy, and then, as you said, swap out at some point. Oh, we're throwing the Hydro Cannon on charge attack priority when Out of Pocket tried to go for the Bone Club immediately.
Yeah, this is perfect. Getting a shield right here, and this is that swap out that I was anticipating, as we will see. No, deciding to stay in instead, hoping to get that next Hydro Cannon, which is huge! huge right there. Getting the final shield now. Shadow Kanto, Marowak, and Out of Pocket forced to use their final Protect shield and go for the aggressive farm down, but this energy can still go a lot of places.
Yep, Out of Pocket is trying to catch a possible Fire Punch here. If I remember correctly, Nighttime Clasher still has some energy. Goes into the Azumarill. Azumarill absorbs the Bone Club like it is nothing. He's one shield up. So in case worst comes to worst, he can still shield up a charge attack.
Oh, another one going to be coming through, chipping down the health as much as he can, but he's got to get into that Wigglytuff quickly, but there's still the Diggersby to contend with. There's still the Azumarill to contend with, as we will see the swap out. It is all now on Wigglytuff with no Protect shields.
Yep, the Wigglytuff is going to have to eat a play rough. Let's see how much it does. And if you want to go into your Diggersby afterwards, you have those super effective bubbles on that energy dry. Kanto Marowak swaps in, has so much energy.
Yeah, this is looking to be a good game as Scorching Sands is going to be able to land. Quick Attack as well is going to be doing some nice chip damage. And I think we might see the farm down right here just before. No, actually, he will get to the Swift in time, knocking it out. But there is a shield still remaining on Nighttime Clasher. So that is looking to be a good game.
Yeah, and to add insult to injury, he also gets the attack debuff here, so you can just freely farm down there, throw a Scorching Sands or a Fire Punch, whatever you like, to knock out Kanto Marowak, and Nighttime Clasher 1-0 up against Out of Pocket.
What a beautiful combination, and that just goes to show how strong the core of Diggersby and Azumarill is in this tournament when not answered by a superior.
Yep, that is true. And even against Superior, if you have energy advantage, you have some wiggle room.
That's what's amazing, right?
Yeah.
You got the Ice Beam, you got the Fire Punch. There is opportunities there, which just goes to show how strong that core is.
Diggersby just handles it slightly better than Azumarill because Azumarill just doesn't do any damage with bubbles, but the quick attacks do add up over time. Nighttime Clasher's team, Zapdos still not being seen anywhere, but Shadow Annihilate also waiting in the back.
Oh yeah, I would love to see the Shadow Annihilate come out. It's always fun to see that get unleashed like we saw with Snowman yesterday. If you were catching the later part of the broadcast, able to get 3 boosts on the Raging Fist and then the big one shot against the Gastrodon. That was unbelievable. Right here, this is where Nighttime Clasher decided to risk it all with the Feraligatr and stay in. I was thinking maybe he was going to utilize it as a potential sacrificial swap later on, but the real utility was the double shields that he got.
Yeah, Shadow Feraligatr was being shielded by him versus the Dugong. We were thinking, is this maybe not the right play? But it definitely was, just because it was the best way to get rid of Dugong. And it got so much energy there. And if your opposing Shadow Marowak is at 30% HP, you don't care about a debuff.
Yeah. Oh, man. Both trainers looking to be locking in here soon. Maybe they're discussing something with the judges right now, which is totally fine. But yeah, these trainers are at the top of their class, the top of their skill, wide awake in the morning right now, as we are just getting started with day 2 at EUIC.
Those trainers, they are both very young, those youngsters.
Yeah.
They're absolutely dominating the play Pokemon scene. We've also seen Patamon beat Marto Galde before. Now the match is under review. It might have been the scenario with the Shadow Kanto Marowak versus Shadow Feraligatr, but I think that we're going to be shown the result in a slow-mo video later.
Yes, we will be able to see that. We have that amazing technology for this tournament. What's also cool is we have the new sprites. I don't know if you can see them in the background of the broadcast right there in the moving background stage. I think it's a really nice touch.
But we have so many moving Pokemon in the background of the stage as well. Oranguru is there.
Oh, yeah, I see your
absolute champ.
Slow King right there.
Yeah.
Very happy.
Totodile is just cheering for its final evolution, the Feraligatr.
Lucario.
I played Hakamo at a regional once. Special championship in Utrecht. Did not go well for me.
I Draco Meteored someone in Go Battle League with a Alolan Executor before.
Nice. Wait, why wouldn't you bring a Shadow Executor to a regional maybe someday?
I don't think I have the Shadow one.
Oh yeah, or a regular one. That also works.
Yes. That'll be a nice surprise.
Yep, that is true. But let's go back to that matchup, Nighttime Clasher versus Out of Pocket. Nighttime Clasher. When are we going to see the Zapdos? Let's look at the team that Out of Pocket is bringing. It has the Marowak, which is tough. Corsola can be won by Zapdos. Dugong is usually won by Zapdos, unless there are too many shields involved, then the Ice Shards add up too much. Annihilate, I think Annihilate Shadow can counter down with a few Rage Fists. They can even be shielded. Shadow Drapion is also not that good, and Wigglytuff is also going to... I don't think we're going to see Zapdos in this game.
No, I don't think so. It's much like the Shadow Palkia there from Inadequance, where as much as you want to bring it every game because of how fun it can be, ultimately it provides a lot of utility as bench pressure, or doesn't have a great targets from your opponent's team, right?
Yeah, so we've just gotten confirmation there is no rematch. The Marowak didn't get a fast attack off coming in against the Shadow Feraligatr. That was that situation for sure then, but it didn't affect the outcome of the game. So
good to know. That means 1-0 to Nighttime Clasher as we move into game 2. Both trainers looking to select their Pokemon, taking down some notes as well. And we should be finding out. This is the winners round 2 bracket. Both trainers still undefeated in their sets. And the loser will be moving down to the losers bracket and still fighting their way through this tournament.
Yep, Nighttime Clasher is looking to close this one out. Has Azumarill, has Diggersby, out of pocket, can basically safely prepare for these Pokemon, but
you gotta know it's coming. I think the out of pocket needs to utilize the Shadow Drapion very well because of how much pressure it can put down in a lot of these matchups. But Nighttime Clasher has his options, right? He can use the same core and then choose the Shadow Feraligatr again, maybe the Shadow Drapion this time if he doesn't think the Shadow Kanto Marowak is going to be coming. But ultimately, I think we might see the same team from Nighttime Clasher, knowing how dominant it is.
Yep, I can see that. And what's striking out from out of pocket's team is there's no Azumarill, by the way, because I was going to say that one of the best answers to the Diggersby Azumarill core is just Azumarill itself, right?
Yeah,
as a mirror match, it is good versus Diggersby.
Yeah, we've noticed with some teams, right? It's like kind of like choose your fairy, and we've been seeing the options of either Azumarill or Wigglytuff through all the trainers.
Wigglytuff is so back in. The trainers are locked back in. Let's go into game 2 of Nighttime Clasher versus Out of Pocket. And the lead is going to be a Wigglytuff versus Shadow Feraligatr.
Same core in the back. Shadow Feraligatr has an opportunity to put a lot of pressure down with those Hydro Cannons, but deciding to swap out instead, keeping the Feraligatr healthy and alive in the back as we come into the Fairy Mirror match.
Yep, and now you can farm up a lot of energy. You throw a Swift at some point. I think Out of Pocket has the option to keep the alignment here by throwing a Swift and then going into Dugong, or just taking this energy now going into Dugong.
But you know, if you're in a Nighttime Clasher situation right there, I'd be happy to get that play rough down, right? Any extra damage you can get on a Wigglytuff, a Charmer, get it relatively low so that maybe a Fire Punch knocks it out. That Hydro Cannon definitely knocks it out. That is huge utility right here as we do see the Dugong come onto the field, which is great for that Diggersby because now it doesn't have to worry about those Ice-type moves.
And Nighttime Clasher also has one Shadow Claw on the Shadow Feraligatr. The timer is severely misaligned, so if worst comes to worst, he can still get a Hydro Cannon off on another Pokemon other than Wigglytuff without taking too much damage. Azumarill is now getting debuffed. There, we are going in with the Shadow Feraligatr. Wonder if this is going to be shielded. Nope, absolutely not. Nighttime Clasher might predict an Icy Wind or just says, hey, this is going to be on the Wigglytuff anyways, so this is not my win condition.
Yeah, this is totally fine. Now, there is a Shadow Annihilate lurking in the back. For not Out of Pocket. Out of Pocket right there really wanted to go for the swap. I don't know if you saw that click, but he wanted to go in the Wigglytuff to catch the charge move. But Hydro Cannon now hoping to knock out the Dugong, does get the knockout. We see the Wigglytuff come in, but another charge move's coming through, and we will actually see the first Protect Shield given up.
And I like that a lot because I think at this point you can just freely farm down here. There is not enough pressure from the Shadow Feraligatr Shadow Claws at all. Absolute farm down here, and the Shadow Annihilate in the back has a field day now.
Now, Azumarill does have a play rough, if I remember correctly, but Diggersby hasn't been shown yet, and that is a bad alignment versus the Annihilate in the back.
You have to bring in Diggersby here. Takes a Swift, which is very, very good. Out of Pocket shaking his head, but he thought that was going to be Azumarill coming in here.
Yeah, maybe he was hoping for the charge attack prior. We do see the swap out into Annihilate now, and the Azumarill coming in. There's only one shield remaining. This is going to come down to, can Out of Pocket make the correct call? Will he shield the correct move? He's shielding the Ice Beam. Azumarill has an opportunity to get to this play rough in time, and he's going to be able to make it. This is going to be doing super effective damage as Nighttime Clasher running the Azumarill to perfection, doing so much damage. Boom! boom on the Annihilate.
This time, Nighttime Clasher pulled this one completely out of his pocket against Out of Pocket, who threatens to go for a top left here. Fire punches being reached by the Diggersby. Nighttime Clasher doing such a good job preserving that Azumarill in the back in case there is a Shadow Annihilate for the Diggersby in the back. He wants to have a lot of energy, a decent amount of HP to survive a counter down, and then have this win condition there.
Yeah, that was a beautiful strategy right there. Keeping Pokemon alive with energy, knowing that there might be an opportunity to one-shot the Annihilate, especially having that shield advantage. That was huge. And it really came down to that call. Knowing that the Azumarill can't have 2 play roughs loaded, right? And couldn't get there in time, they had to go for the bait, and Out of Pocket unfortunately shielded it, think he was going to be the play rough, and then able to survive. Nighttime Clasher closed it up.
Nighttime Clasher is so on top of his game right now. If you know him, he's always very goofy, acts like he sometimes doesn't know what he's talking about. If you've ever heard him casting, he sometimes also acts like he doesn't know what's happening. But if you're seeing games like this where he just beats Out of Pocket in situations where Annihilate is aligned on the Diggersby, you just know he is one of the top trainers in the world right now, and he's just showcasing that here.
Yeah, he did such a good job. Still undefeated in this tournament, not in the individual battles, but in the sets, which is amazing. And the Azumarill Diggersby core is so strong. We talked about how Superior was trending down, but ultimately I think it needs to be trending up.
It needs to be slithering into the meta.
It does. It needs to slither into the meta. It has the right moveset. It has the right coverage. As we see some replays right here, this was the Feraligatr against the Dugong, and that extra damage was perfect. Just enough to be able to knock out, and ultimately with a Wigglytuff coming in to that Diggersby.
Also nice to soak that damage onto the Diggersby with a Swift. Azumarill saying, hey, I can get this bait here.
I think he might have been able to go for 2 play roughs. Regardless, because Nighttime Clasher still had a shield. So I think he might have been able to make it because there was still enough health there, but it would have been extremely, extremely close. But the bait call was perfect.
But I also think if he just needs to land an Ice Beam afterwards, I think he is going to reach a Fire Punch against the Annihilate, and that should seal the deal. Ice Beam plus Fire Punch plus a few bubbles should be enough to take out a Shadow Annihilate.
Yeah, so that was the fair play, right? Because even if he no shields, he's still it's the win-win condition, right? The lose condition, you go for play rough first, they shield it, and then you don't make it to another charge move. That's where you get in a lot of trouble.
He just knows everything. Nighttime Clasher is a genius.
He definitely likes to come over and invade Europe and absolutely dominate.
So he is definitely one of those trainers of all time. But we don't go anywhere. Have a little Hello Trainer video for you.
My name is Marto Galde and I'm from Argentina. If I won the World Championship, I will call my family. They would be so proud of me. It would be unbelievable. My favorite Pokemon changes from time to time. Right now, I like Grookey a lot. It's my favorite starter, and I haven't even played the Galar game. The furthest I ever traveled to a Pokemon tournament was Worlds 2022 in London. The experience for me was mind-blowing because I got 5th in the world, and it was not something I didn't expect, and it made me so happy. In this moment, I look up to Colin Six a lot because I feel like he's one of the best players in the world, if not the best, and I feel like he's way ahead of a lot of players. So I like to stay up a little late. Sometimes when you play video games, it is like that. So when I'm competing, I like to eat healthy stuff because if not, the stomach might be a bit bad. But my favorite food is burgers. I don't recommend to eat them in a tournament though. It would probably be Grookey. It's just so fun and goofy. I love it.
Come on in, trainers. Come on in, gather around the prize wall. No pushing at the back. Yeah, that's it. Nice and orderly, trainers. The prize wall. I'm here with Mishka, who works at our beautiful prize wall here. Mishka, I'm Charlie. Tell us, what's going on here?
So, when you want to go to the prize wall, first what you do is playing the side events. For the side events, you're getting the tickets, and then you can exchange them here for the prizing. We have many special stuff. We have plushies. We have huge plushies. For example, this Slowpoke is amazing. Then we have beautiful pins. We have boosters, of course, playmats, bottles. We have so many stuff you can exchange for the tickets. So yeah, and then it's us. You can talk to us.
Friendly help as well, trainers. So, in terms of how our trainers build up the points they need to exchange them for prizes here, how does that work?
Well, as I said, you do the side events. For example, pick a pack. It's very nice, very fast how you can get the points. And actually, they're so much fun. You have side events for VG, for TCG, for Pokemon Go. So anything you like, you can, play, have fun. And then, I don't know, we have mostly everything, anything for the points you get. So.
Come and exchange, yeah. Can you tell us more about the VG side events?
Not quite sure, to be honest, but I think you have your team, Pokemon team, and you are battling each other. And of course, you win the points.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in previous years, I've experienced things like a Chaos Cup, where you have predetermined teams that have a certain theme, or maybe they're all one particular type, and you have to go up against another one particular type of team, and you can gather with friends. There are on-demand events as well, all sorts of ways for trainers to test their battling prowess, and slightly more relaxed side events too. So, Mishka, I've got to ask you, if you were exchanging prizes here, let's say you had all the points in the world, what would you want?
That one, the Slowpoke or the Psyduck. Look at them, they're amazing, huge and amazing. I mean, the only problem with them, we don't know how to get them through the airport, When you want to get them home, they're just like big plushies, so yeah.
But if the big plushies aren't so much your thing, you've got the mini ones here as well, and you've got trading cards, socks down there too. There's so much going on here. You look, there's some clothing there as well. You've got some caps, backpacks too. I love those with the Eevee and Pikachu with their backs turned.
The Chittipov and Gengar one, they're plushy, they're very soft, so they're very nice.
Fantastic. Well, thanks so much for talking to us, Mishka. Just some of the action available live here at the European International Championships. Now, trainers, we'll be back with the action very shortly.
Charlie Merriman not kidding there. We are back with the action here for Pokemon Go in London at the 2025 European International Championships. I'm Amanda, also known as Lumberger, with Blink as you miss him, because we got Speediest Chief 2 here on the deck.
I thought Charlie was setting a precedent that we are not joking anymore. We are fully serious at this point. Going forward.
All right, well, we have some very serious matches coming up, but that is no joke because these matches are going to be really, really good. Before we get into the matches coming up, has there been anything that's really been sticking out to you so far of what you've seen in day 2?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think this is a story that we're going to see time and time again. Some trainers that are favorited, that look like those trainers that are very consistently in the top cuts, very consistently in the running, are actually falling out. And a lot of that is due to these most valuable Pokemon picks either really excelling or falling short. And I gotta say that Steelix for Tauntaun Battus has not been nearly as effective in day number 2 as it was in day number 1, but things like the Primeape are really shining. Leo's pick was on point.
Yeah, Leo's pick was on point. Unfortunately for me as well, Howie dropped down to the loser's bracket a little bit earlier on in the day. Richie, we just saw using that Galarian Corsola, and of course Zionix's pick, which we didn't get to see on the graphic, was that Shadow Palkia from Inadequance, and we really got to see that play against V-Tenacity earlier on. Inadequance still on that winner's side of the bracket. We've got so many more rounds to go, and a little callback to this. We saw Richie, and Pedro called him the Mexican mad scientist.
Yes.
How is he going to fare against that German reverse engineer? Because that is the match that we have coming up next. We got Richie 1409 up against Z Zweilous.
We have so many nicknames. I feel like chat needs to start, recording these to track all of the lore that we are building around these players. But Z Zweilous, again, one of the best trainers in EU, seems to consistently make it into the top cut and do very well, but falls short in the grand finals. He's not in the grand finals yet. He's got to get through Richie, and Richie 1409 has been so good with his Shadow Pidgeot that we see there on the graphic, and he is ready to face off here against the Charge-a-Bug from Z Zweilous.
Z Zweilous is one of these trainers where he really looks at the meta, decides Pokemon that kind of can counter things, but in the same breath, I've seen him come out of matches where he has lost the lead, has swapped in a second Pokemon, lost that secondary matchup, and yet still somehow still manages to win the game. His counting is on point. His plays are precise. And I'm really excited to see how these two players will play up against each other.
Yeah, as we affectionately nickname that line, the Arrow Battle approach the ABA. Z Zweilous is no stranger to it, but he's up against an unpredictable opponent who's even tripled down with the AAA team, and that is Richie 1409.
Both of these trainers are no slouches. They know what it takes to get to the road to success. They're both in the winner side of the bracket, round 2. That means earlier on today, if you saw it, you have seen them play. We're about to see them play right now. Jumping into game number 1. We got that charge bug on Zweilous' side up against a Shadow Drapion.
We talk about that utility of the charge bug so often, and yes, I think Zweilous would have loved to see it paired against that Shadow Pidgeot, but he's got the Drapion now, and this is actually a pretty palatable matchup for the bug type as well. That dark typing on the Shadow Drapion is not weak to many things, but bug is one of them.
Crunch coming through here, doesn't get the defense drop, and an immediate throw of the X-Scissor, getting that first shield from Richie here. Wants to keep that Drapion nice and healthy, full of energy, just the way Richie wants it.
Absolutely, flexing that first shield of the game. In comes the Primeape though, and Zweilous has been so good with this Pokemon. It's potent, it's lethal, it's agile, it's on the field.
It's on the field, but it needs shields, and luckily for Zweilous, he had 2 of them at that point, using the first one up on the Aqua Tail, now swapping into a Azumarill. This is a difficult matchup for the Primeape, but Primeape's Karate Chops make it pay so quickly to the charge attacks. It's going to start ramping up energy so quickly before Azumarill is even to 1 charge attack.
This might be a reach, but there's a famous quote, an empire is best diminished like a cake around the edges, and it takes tons and tons of bites and pieces to work down this Azumarill, but this Primeape is trying its very best. Ice Beam gonna get queued up here, but the good news for Zweilous is that A, his switch timer is nearly up, and B, it's going to take another 5 bubbles for Azumarill to get ready for another Ice Beam.
It looks like it is completely up, charging up a ton of extra energy here. I wouldn't be surprised to see Zweilous go for an attack. He's at 2 close combats right before the Ice Beam is even loaded. This would be enough because it is doubly boosted here.
Exactly.
Close combat coming through. The defenses are lowered, but the Azumarill is gone.
And now the Primeape is locked and loaded. There's still a Protect Shield for Richie, but he's got to decide what to do because the Primeape will absolutely get to another charge attack. It's got an attack loaded. Gonna go for the Rage Fist here against the Galarian Corsola. This is what, triple boosted?
This is now gonna be triple boosted here. Still Richie unfazed, super effective damage, but the Annihilate will not. Oh, he does! He makes it to another one. This is what Richie was calculating. Look, he's sitting back. He's still not using a shield. He's completely sacrificed. No, last second shield on that Galarian Corsola.
This makes a lot of sense. You know only that there's a charge bug. You don't know the third Pokemon yet. Azumarill now gets revealed, and I'm sure that Richie is very happy that he kept this Galarian Corsola in the matchup, but he's got to decide what to do because Azumarill going to close in on that play rough at any moment.
No Protect Shields on either side of the field here. Going to have to take this Nightshade. It does a nice chunk, but already at Ice Beam and Play Rough, ZZ doesn't want to get caught on here. This Play Rough will connect. It will do a nice amount of damage, but will it be able to knock out this Corsola, this newly caught Corsola? No, it hangs on by a thread.
Wow, absolutely astounding. Also, the clockwise swipes on the counterclockwise bubbles. The reverse engineer truly at work here. We're going to see the Drapion throw the crunch, and Richie sits back in his seat. I think he has a feeling this matchup is not going to go his way.
Yeah, Richie a little bit upset. This crunch is going to connect, as you can see, not very effective. Already at yet another play rough from Zweilous here. This Azumarill is swiping all the bubbles, going to make sure it's a full potency here as it knocks out the Drapion. 1 bubble should do it, but a Nightshade is already ready. Richie playing this out till the end.
You got to take every single bit of confidence building you can in this game number 1. Even if it's a loss, you make it close. In comes a charge bug. This game actually was very, very competitive, and Richie saying, you know what? Got to go back to formula.
Richie lost game number 1 earlier on in the day, but that didn't stop him from winning the series. I think he took a moment to reflect, saying, what do I need to do? This is a new opponent. This is a new team composition. I need to trust my gameplays. But Zweilous, look at him, calm and collected, bringing some Pokemon that we're getting very familiar with this season. A couple of newer picks that made it onto the day 2 meta that weren't there day 1, including that Talonflame.
I also appreciate how that charge bug is tiny, but fills up the entire box for that animated sprite. But the Primeape was the true story of this game number 1, entering in the mid-game with the Protect Shield advantage, triple boosting the Rage Fist, and landing a close combat. That Pokemon made a massive impact.
I think Primeape is one of those Pokemon you definitely need to save shields for, and that's exactly what Zweilous did, masterfully working around. Richie has faced off against 2 opponents now that have been running Primeapes. So very interesting play. He kind of knows how to deal with this. Should he repeat what he did in the first series with that Pidgeot?
Here's the trap that Zweilous laid, though. He sent out that charge bug in game 1. He wanted to remind Richie, as soon as you try to counter my Primeape, that Pidgeot is going to get pinned by the charge bug and its Volt switches. So are you going to take the risk?
But if you remember, that's exactly what C. Leonardo did when he won game number 1, coming straight out off the bats with that Unova Stunfisk. It's so good against the Pidgeot and against the Azumarill. But I would actually argue, what do you think is better against the Drapion? The Stunfisk or the Charjabug?
That's a great question. I have to say that Charjabug looks to be a positive pick in dealing with that Pokemon. I mean, we see so much Shadow Drapion across the meta, across these teams. We're going to see it undoubtedly in this next match because we are locked and loaded and ready to go. Z-Swilus on the left, Richie, 1409 on the right.
A better matchup here for Richie as the Galarian Corsola's fast attacks are going to be doing some nice damage. Meanwhile, Primeape needs to get to the charge attacks, but he gets to it so quickly here already at that first Rage Fist. No shield from Richie on the first because each attack will get boosted as more Rage Fists come out. Want to use those Protect Shields when it's going to be more impactful.
Blink and you miss it. Blink and you'll miss another Rage Fist coming right at you. Galarian Corsola opting to go for the Nightshade here. Richie trying to take away that Protect Shield. This is actually incredibly valuable, and just like the Annihilate versus Galarian Corsola matchup, the Galarian Corsola likes it a lot more when shields are in play. In comes the Azumarill. What do you think Zarius is going to do?
I know, this is a little bit of a tag team effort because at this point, a close combat would not do enough to the Azumarill. He wants to boost up a little bit more, but the big problem is the health is starting to dwindle down on the Primeape even as the attack arises. I wouldn't be surprised to see him swap out. Wow, if you want to talk about swapping, now's the time to do it.
Something that I really admire about Z-Zwilus's approach here is that he farms up as much energy as possible. He never leaves a matchup empty-handed, and that Primeape has so much energy for Richie to deal with later. So not only does he have that to worry about, but catching an Ice Beam sets Richie a little bit further behind as well.
Empty-handed, how is it even carrying anything in his hands? Looks like Primeape's wearing those boxing gloves, carrying the Rage Fist in each one of them. Play Rough coming through now onto the Azumarill. No Protect Shield for Z-Zwilus, lots of energy. Play Rough responding in kind.
Switch timer is up for Richie, but Z-Zwilus recognizes that, throwing the Play Rough into the opposing Azumarill because he wants his Pokemon weak. He wants it within close combat range, perhaps. Now we see Richie come in with the trump card. Here is the Shadow Pidgeot.
It's kind of a bold play coming in with the Pidgeot because now Z-Zwilus can completely avoid it with that Primeape if he wants to. A shield now forced as this Ice Beam would be super effective damage, but look at these gusts just doing a ton, probably throwing before the next Ice Beam is even ready.
Azumarill needs to be careful. It's going to get blown away. The shield from Z-Zwilus. He wants this Shadow Pidgeot to be defenseless, and he knows Richie can't swap out. He's got the Ice Beam, goes for the bubble. Here it comes.
Defenseless, helpless, and alone. There's no shield used here. This Pidgeot may fall from the sky, and he's not using it here. It's super effective, barely hanging on.
Heavy damage, and the bubble is enough, and now Richie is back to square one. He's got his Galarian Corsola, but he is staring down a weak Azumarill, a Primeape that's loaded, and a healthy Diggersby in the back.
And here is the big problem for that Corsola. Even though Z-Zwilus isn't able to get to another attack, there is this Diggersby to completely negate any energy. Coming back in with the Azumarill now, and Z-Zwilus has two Rage Fists basically loaded. This first one might not be enough. There's still a shield on Rich's side, but he's got to use it at some point.
Efficiency and execution. Z-Zwilus is applying pressure. Ice Beam coming through here from Richie. This will be enough to KO that Primeape, but there's still a healthy Diggersby lurking in the back. Ice Beam connects, Primeape goes down, Diggersby hits the field.
Diggersby has a ton of energy already, but you know what? Z-Zwilus says, I'm not taking any chances. I need to get this Azumarill out of the way because what I really want to feast on is this Galarian Corsola in the back. Throw whatever you want at me here, Richie. It's not going to be very effective.
Corsola could go take a bathroom break, grab the kitchen sink, come back to the field and throw it at Diggersby, and it still wouldn't be enough. So Richie's going to go ahead for the Power Gem here, and just to get an idea of the damage calculations here, you'll see just how much this is going to do. I think Galarian Corsola needs probably 5 of these in order to get the job done.
Maybe with a little bit of the extra damage from Astonish, it could be, I'm going to guess, even 6 or 7. Look how little that did. Meanwhile, Scorch's Hand still not enough to get out. Worse for the wear, getting an attack fall. Z-Zwilus putting that Corsola out of its misery, taking game number 2.
Z-Zwilus proving what happens when an engineer meets a scientist. He says practical application is key, and he's able to win that series against Richie.
Look at these two hugging it out. Two trainers from completely different territories on making winner's side of the bracket. Richie falling down to the loser side in this double elimination tournament. Z-Zwilus on to round number 3, winner's side of the bracket.
Yeah, Z-Zwilus doing very, very well in this tournament. Richie will fall to that loser's side bracket, but as Pedro said in the interview with Richie earlier, he's the pride of Mexico here this weekend. He needs to continue to fight, and we know that he will do exactly that in that loser's side bracket.
We know that a lot of times trainers are used to playing on the winner side, especially really good trainers. They start to look at teams, they start to being able to read exactly how they want to play it out. Both of these trainers have been doing so well day 1 and day 2 to be able to make it this far. But this is where the tournament starts to get a little more iffy, right? Now you're knocked down to the loser side of the bracket. Do you take more chances? Do you play a little bit more dramatically to be able to stay in this tournament?
I think most importantly, you have to stay true to yourself. And I think Richie will continue to do Richie things, running AAA weak to a certain Pokemon and still finding a way. He says, I'm not weak, I'm just a little soft and I can find my way through it. So I think Richie will attempt to work his way through that loser side bracket. Something I want to say about Z Swilus, not the team, right? Because the team is very different, but the reference I want to make is JW Naldo at LAIC. When he won that tournament with Toxapex back in 2023, it really felt like he put a lot of distance between everyone else and himself. It didn't feel like he was really threatened. He wasn't down to his last Pokemon. He wasn't forced to make a catch to win the game. Z Swilus is reminding me very much of that. He doesn't seem to be under duress, panicked, out of options. He seems to be comfortable in all his wins. I mean, can you recall even like a close matchup for him?
I mean, especially not lately. He's been, well, I do remember a couple times recently where he did lose, but those were in the grand finals of different regional competitions. Z Swilus has really been making a name for himself this season throughout all of the different seasons. In fact, he's been a tried and true player. He played at actually NAIC last year, doing extremely well. He knows how to play around these different matchups, and he knows the expert opinion that he has that's a little bit different than everyone else.
And I think here in London, he's in peak form, in top condition, because he has put a lot of space between himself and the competitors. But that's the question. You mentioned it beautifully, Amanda. Can he continue to execute? Because he has had those recent losses. He's made it all the way to the grand finals just to come up short. And I'm sure that he does not want to repeat that again here in London. But Z Swilus still has a long way to go. That was only winners round 2, and we are continuing to work our way through this bracket. We're going to see Pokémon versus Kufia coming up very soon.
Yeah, let us know in the chat who you guys think will be ending up winning this. Who's going to keep on going in this winner's side of the bracket? And thank you for joining us, chat, right? I mean, we have some rewards for you guys throughout this time. You guys got to have the community pick of the first match of yesterday, and we're still going to continue on with different things as well. Look at the Twitch schedule for this week.
I'm telling you, the competitive Pokemon chat is the best chat in esports, and there's so much more that Pokemon has to offer. Pokemon the Series XY. You can also tune in to Pokemon Presents. Everyone, don't use a permanent marker, but circle that on your screen right now. On the 27th of February, we are going to get an incredible presentation. I'm really excited to see what the Pokemon Company has in store for us. And remember, it's Pokemon forever. And there is Suicune on that graphic as well. My favorite legendary beast. It's the best, right, Amanda?
Yeah, it's not Pokemon for now. It's Pokemon forever.
Exactly. But Raikou, Entei, Suicune, what's your preference?
Ooh, I think I would prefer Raikou out of all of those. I think it's a pretty cool Pokemon.
Choice.
I like electric type Pokemon, and we've seen so many electric type Pokemon in this actual tournament. No Raikou, that would actually be a pretty interesting spice pick. It is eligible for Open Great League. Maybe
And it does learn Shadow Ball, too.
That's true. That is true.
Tremendous coverage. So anyone watching who wants to bring it to a regional championship, we would love to cast those battles. But right now here in London, it's a little bit cloudy, a little bit rainy outside, but inside, it's all fireworks, baby, because we got Pokémon taking on Kufia here. Kufia was so impressive earlier on stream. Pokémon also taking some very impactful victories as he continues his progress here. I mean, could we see a situation where it's like Swilus versus Pokémon in grand finals or something like that? I mean, I think that's definitely a possibility, right?
I think that Pokémon is no stranger to being in these top cuts, to being in these final parts of the events. He's a player that's been tried and true, super well known. Kufia, on the other hand, he's made a top cut before, and he's a trainer who's a little bit of what I would call an up-and-comer. So don't count him out. We saw yesterday how well he played with that Shadow Primate. We saw him a little bit earlier on today, taking down Snorlax, bringing Snorlax down to the loser side of the bracket. it. But one thing that I pointed out about Patoman earlier that I'll be interested to see how he plays against Kofia is the fact that there is no fighting type damage on Patoman's side. He's got a plan to work around all these Annihilates, all these Primates that are coming out, and he has been doing it with a passion.
Honestly, Amanda, that's a brilliant point. Probably the best point you've ever made while we cast together. Let's go ahead and check out game number 1, though. We've got Patoman versus Kufia in a winners round 2 showdown.
And it looks like we're going into it with a Shadow drop in into that Shadow Primate here. A lot of punching damage going to be karate chopping through, but the still will be outpaced with this Aqua Tail.
This is always an interesting battle. I mean, at any moment, this Primate could fire off the close combat and absolutely Control-Alt-Delete this Drapion off the field, but it's got to shield up these charge attacks too, especially the Shadow variant of this Primate cannot take much damage. This is a risky bait call. Does Patoman sniff it out?
And see, at this point, does he want to? He knows he can take one Rage Fist, but still doesn't want to risk that potential close combat. Shielding up the first one is a bit detrimental. He's now throwing the Aqua Tail, and Kofia using both shields in the first part of the matchup here has a lot of energy on that Primate. He's boosted. What will he do? Looks like now coming in with the Azumarill.
Yeah, great heads-up play there by Kufia to not throw any charge energy. But look, taking a page out of Z's Wireless's book, gathers so much energy. Going to throw the close combat now to the Azumarill.
Now it's going to make its defenses drop, but it has a ton of energy. I think we're going to see a quick swap out at this point into his own Azumarill. If we're talking about a chip and dip, that is a pretty big divot into that first Azumarill.
That's not a dip. That's not a chip, Amanda. That's a scoop of that Azumarill's HP. We're going to see the player off get fired off here. I feel like a lot of the time in this Championship Series event, we've seen a lot of mid-games featuring Azumarill mirror matches. And what's so important here is that when you have that massive HP advantage like Kufia has, it really shores up the conditions for him to maintain switch advantage and control the pacing of the matchup. It's so important, and I just think everyone can learn something from how these trainers are playing it.
Wow, speaking of how these trainers are playing it, mistimed switch timers here, swapping into that Galarian Corsola to take another attack with a super low Azumarill in the back. Patoman has to keep track of all this energy, but all of his Pokemon are still there. Kofia now just charging up a little bit more. His switch timers aren't quite up. He might have to take an attack. Looks like he's going up for yet another player of Patoman, not even bothering to throw.
I wouldn't be, okay, we see the no shield. I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see a shield here because Patoman is actually getting very low in terms of HP, and he hasn't even seen the third Pokemon yet for Kufia, so he's got to start to build in a plan about what to do and how to execute.
It starts to get a little uncomfortable when you have this much energy because when the tank is full, any extra fast attack, it's not like you can bank it for later. It just goes over the top. But this is a good reason to have that much energy. No Protect Shields. In comes that Dugong, and this is a super effective attack going right at its face.
Yeah, this is where having that much energy on Primate kind of betrays you because Kufia could have gone for the swap, but he doesn't want to lose the energy he stored on the Primate. Icy Wind bait, but it still might be enough to knock out, so Patoman, a difficult decision to make.
I really like that play because now no matter what, there's going to be a combination play going for the Rage Fist here. Is this even enough at this stage? I don't know for sure. First one coming through, maybe a boosted Karate Chop after should make it enough.
Yeah, Patoman, fingers crossed, he's able to endure that Rage Fist and get off the Aqua Tail here. But the question is, there's very little HP on the Drapion. It's got very little energy as well. Is he just adding fuel to the Dugong?
Dugong coming back in. We saw nods from both of these trainers, so both of them have plans on how to play this out. The real question is, who can execute this plan? Who can take this game number 1? Waiting out the switch timer. Coming in, there's so much energy on this Azumarill.
There's a lot of energy, but this Azumarill's also pretty low. I mean, I don't know. If this Pokemon is within Ice Shard range, this could be a backfire for Patoman. He sends in the Corsola. The Astonish damage does so much, and the simultaneous KO means that he locks up game number 1.
Eyes connect as Patoman looks at the camera and says, I nodded earlier. I knew I had it. Played it to perfection there. Able to simultaneously knock out the Corsola, but there was still that Azumarill lurking in the wings.
Something I want to mention there is that Patoman got a 0-turn switch after the charge attack, which allowed him to line up the 2 Astonishes. If he does get the 1-turn switch there, he might get KO'd by double Ice Shards, and then he might lose that game. Well, but that switch mattered so much.
I don't know if he necessarily would have lost the game, but it maybe could have come to a tie at that point because there was still the Azumarill in the back, the bubble plus the Ice Shard.
But
we'll never know.
But if Dugong is able to load a charge attack,
sure,
right?
Hit me with it. Yeah.
Then that would be enough, I think, think. But anyways, we're not going to speculate on what could have been. Let's focus on the now. This was a very, very exciting game, one between these two trainers, and it really came down to the wire.
It came absolutely down to the wire. Look at these fantastic combination plays by both of these trainers. Rage Fist not quite enough. Your Dugong just not quite bulky enough to hang on. Pokémon shaking his fist. Pokémon taking game number 1.
You see the determination, right? We talked about Pokémon kind of riding the waves of energy in the crowd, in the arena. He's absolutely doing that right now. He is at an all-time high, cruising through that game 1 of the winners round 2, but he's not finished yet. Kufia looking to strike back.
Kufia is one of these players who he really studies other trainers. He's played against really top-level battlers such as Inadequans, and also Statusan, which we saw him play against yesterday, in local cups and challenges. And when you start to play with these trainers who have been well-known for being really good, you're also becoming one of the best yourself. That's why you're in winners round 2. That's why you're up here right now. We got Dugong against a Drapion lead.
The D's on the field, Shadow Drapion and the Dugong. Gonna pace a little bit faster. Here comes the Shadow Drapion with the crunch. No shield needed on the first one here, but if a defense drop occurs, the second one will absolutely command a shield, and it does.
That's exactly what you're going for here. The defense falls, going for an Icy Wind. This will lower the attack, but the drill run would have potentially knocked out. Pokémon puts up a shield. Very curious to see how they want to play this out at this point, because a crunch would be definitely enough at this point with that defense fall. Will we see a shield from Kufia's side, or will he be content to let that Dugong go down?
It's so difficult because this Drapion has enough health to be a nuisance to farm down, and it looks like Kufia is going to actually shield up and throw the Icy Wind. But look at the back lines, Amanda. I think we both realized it at the same time. I'm seeing double. We've got Azumarill and Galarian Corsola on both sides.
Prepare for trouble. Make that double here. Drapion's energy is a lot, but I tell you what is not a lot is the attack. He's charging up to 2. He's swapping into the Corsola now, but Azumarill has a big bubble advantage at this point. Look at that, almost 100% energy.
Gonna go ahead and throw the play rough into the Galarian Corsola. Again, another Azumarill mid-match. I'm definitely recognizing a trend here in London. We're gonna see Astonish damage coming through. Nightshade is getting queued up at any moment here whenever Pokémon decides to throw, but opting to overcharge. I've noticed this a lot about his playstyle. He banks so much energy, and he's always ready because he knows that switch timer is displaced.
Yeah, at this point, too, 100 energy, throwing that first Nightshade, not going to be enough. Another thing we need to point out, which could come in very impactful later, is Pokémon doesn't have any shields. He used them both in that first part of the matchup there, so he's gonna really have to time things around, play it out exactly how he wants. A magnificent catch here. The Nightshade going into now that Dugong.
This actually might be enough to KO Dugong. Oh yeah, it absolutely does get KO'd there. Nightshade, great damage efficiency there by Pokémon. He's got a lot of residual energy like we just talked about. He's gonna try to pace to another one, but it's a Galarian Corsola. He knows he's gotta get farmed down, so he's gotta swap into the Shadow Drapion.
Shadow Drapion now coming in, throwing this crunch. Is gonna be doing so much damage. Needs to put up that Protect Shield, but at this point, the switch timers are so misaligned, and guess what? One more coming through.
I felt that one in my bones. I was like, why shield the first one? If you get a defense fall, the second one's gonna hurt even worse. But luckily, no defense drop on the second one though. It does come through, and now we get an Aqua Tail.
The second one had that defense drop. Aqua Tail now going to be able to reach. It might not be enough to completely knock out, but it gets it desperately low. Now the switch timer is up. Now the simultaneous KO happens, but now there is a healthy Azumarill in the back.
I'm telling you, Azumarill mirror match on the field, but this one just feels different, everybody. We've got Pokémon playing in peak form, and he's looking to bubble down. He could throw a charge attack, but he says, no, I want you to feel it. Here comes the Ice Beam.
Cool down, Azumarill. Here's an Ice Beam, 1 HP, shaking it out here. Pokémon stays on the winner's side of the bracket. You see his Spanish fans cheering for him in the back.
Absolutely right. Pokémon exchanging the team sheets there on stage. But my goodness, sometimes, Amanda, sometimes you can't end a sentence on a period. You gotta leave an exclamation mark on the stage. You're bubbling down to 1 HP and then throwing the Ice Beam. Bam, Pokémon knows how to do it.
We've seen some pretty dynamic plays over the past couple days. We've seen a trainer use the top left button once recognizing that there was no win conditions. We saw another trainer get up in the middle of the match to shake the hand of a trainer, and now we've seen a complete bubble down just to throw energy at the very last second.
Fun fact about the top left button, it's 100% effective in every single game.
Wow, that is absolutely true.
No matter the matchup.
You know, you should just say fact and let other people tell you if they're fun or not.
You think so? We'll let chat decide. I think it's a pretty fun fact. But I think what everybody in chat is probably talking about right now is how dominant Pokémon was in that series. Kufia, very impressive earlier on stage, but Pokémon seems to be playing at a brand new level that we have not seen him reach just yet. Incredible catch there by Kufia to keep himself in the game, in the mid-match here against Ekulari and Corsola.
One fun thing that we've noticed earlier on is at the very beginning of the day, trainers knew who they were going to play against, so they already had a game plan in mind. We saw some really quick 2-0 sweeps, but it gets now when a little bit later in the match, when you're not sure who you're going to play against, that's when you can really shine as a highly competitive trainer. Pokémon just had to make this read on Kufia's team right when it got there and said, okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this, and he managed to still 2-0 him.
Yeah, exactly, right? Even when your opponent throws everything they've got at you, finding a way through the storm to the calm waters on the other side is so, so important. But in the stadium, right here in the XL, the ground is still moving. Still so much is developing. Let's take a look at the bracket and how things have shaken out so far. Amanda, you and I were talking right before we rotated in. There's a pair in our top 8 here, round 2, that is going to be a heartbreaker for whoever loses.
Yeah, but he's had 2 caster friends who have actually casted together recently in Birmingham here in the UK. They're going to be playing up next to see who will be making it to the semifinals in the winners round of the bracket. That's Arceus Aurelius and Inadequence coming up next. But let's go ahead and take a look at all the other people who have been on this winner's side of the bracket so far today.
Yeah, absolutely. Out of Pocket taking down his first round opponent, Howie, but only then to lose to Nighttime Clasher. Some of these trainers, like Out of Pocket, might be the most consistent top-cutting trainers on Earth. And then we see trainers like Nighttime Clasher, who has real, flash in the pan runs where he's able to win championship events, but then sometimes not really make top cut. And I feel like Nighttime Clasher is in really nice form today. He seems confident. We caught up with him for just a moment backstage. He seems really happy to be here. As anyone who knows Eric knows, he's just a fun time all around.
He's a good time.
Yeah.
One thing that I like to point out is day number 1, we see a lot of different styles of gameplay. We see a lot of competitors that, maybe we're seeing for the first time, and they're making big splashes, like some of the people who we saw yesterday who made it in from the loser side of the bracket, who have been maybe their first tournament.
That's true.
But as the days go on, as time goes on, a lot of these names become very familiar, and that's because their consistency is key. Names like Pokémon that we just saw, names like Inadequence, names like Out of Pocket.
Yeah.
These trainers have been around since almost the beginning of our competitive circuit, and they're still here, and they're still performing at the top level game.
Yeah, I know a lot of trainers who are probably watching competitive Pokemon Go for the first time are here with us in this stream. I just need to emphasize again, if you see a bad lead, a bad swap, a bad game, and maybe you think there's no way to come back, watch what these trainers are doing, because it's no mistake that 12 out of 12 appearances, somebody like Palasha is on stream. There's no mistake that Pokémon is top cutting here at EUIC. These trainers are doing it intentionally. They're finding the win conditions, and maybe, there's only 1 or 2 win conditions that are possible. Flipping switch advantage, controlling the pace of the game, calling a bait. Maybe that's the only win condition, but still, they find it and they try to achieve it, and that's what really separates them from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, it's not even necessarily the Pokemon. A lot of times people say, all the same Pokemon are being played. It's really how you're playing these different Pokemon. Or players like Tonton Batus, our 2023 EUIC champion, running a different team in every competition so far this season and top cutting in basically all of them. This is the matchup that we were talking about earlier on. This is Arceus Aurelius on the left-hand side of the screen, knocking our former champion M.E. Weedle down to the loser's bracket. And this is Inadequence, our runner-up at Worlds, playing with a very unconventional team with that Shadow Palkia.
Yeah, that was Zionic's caster pick, and we thought it had potential in day 1, but Inadequence has shown us it's the real deal in day number 2. Dragon Breath, Aqua Tail, Draco, Meteor. Immense pressure on Arceus Aurelius' shoulders here as he looks to rein in that legendary dragon.
How do you play against each other when you know how, at this point, both of them definitely want to be making a name for themselves. Both of them have been regional champions, and both of them want to be making themselves the international champion here in London. Look at him. All I'm hearing is talking since our time.
He says, keep on yapping, let's settle this on the field. And speaking of it, We are locked in and ready to go. We've got a Dugong lead from Arceus Aurelius and a Talonflame for Inadequate.
Quit yapping, start tapping here as the game starts and begins. Dugong versus the Talonflame, both of them waiting a full Incinerate. That takes quite a bit for now going for this, getting the first Protect Shield off of Arceus Aurelius.
I can just kind of read the lips here. It's like, is this a Brave Bird? What do you think? No, actually, he's going to throw the shield regardless. We're going to see an Icy Wind from the Dugong here as these trainers kind of talk it out. Let's get some lip readings in the chat. Type what you think these trainers are saying to each other as they battle it out.
Some players like to keep to themselves during battle because they want to stay very concentrated. Both of these trainers have known how to play on stage for a bit. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see a lot of talk, a lot of shade, not just nightshades being thrown at each other throughout this whole thing. Completely farming down 2 shields here on the Dugong, now coming in with the Gastrodon, but Arceus Aurelius has alignment.
Let's talk about this. And honestly, Amanda, perfect segue because the strength of Inadequate's gameplay has been controlling alignment in these matchups. You saw him set up in his chair in the previous round. He knew when he found his advantage, and now Arceus Aurelius sacrificed 2 shields to take that alignment away.
Going ahead, going now for the heavier hitting Earth Power here, but an Ice Wind did go through. The attack is not going to be as much. Still does a nice chunk and gets the defense fall on top of that. Now going for the Bone Club. They're just both mud slapping away at each other.
Yeah, but you can see Arceus Aurelius not very happy to get that defense fall. He says, are you kidding me? I'm taking on one of the world's best, and I get the defense drop? This is rough. 2 charms come through, but the Bone Club clutched up.
Slapping, yapping, and tapping here. Now going for the Bone Club against the Wigglytuff. 2 shielded Wiggly. Let's see what it can do. Don't want to say nice and healthy, but guess what? Icy Wind coming in.
Exactly. Icy Wind going to debuff this Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff takes a long time to build to his charge attacks, but its true strength is that charm. We're going to see this swap into the Charge-a-Bug, and Arceus Aurelius is so glad that this Pokemon avoided that Gastrodon. He's got a great poker face, and he fooled Martine here.
I don't know if it was a poker face. It looked like a winky face he did as that Charge-a-Bug came in. It's going to be able to take this Swift, no problem, very swiftly here. Already at another attack, charging up to basically 100 energy.
Yeah, exactly, but I like the turn discipline here by Arceus Aurelius. 2 Volt Switches for 8 turns versus 3 Charms for 9 turns, only giving away 1 turn of free energy, and the efficiency is almost going to pay off, but here comes a Swift from the Wigglytuff of Inadequates.
And another Swift coming through. Arceus Aurelius giving a little, not quite sure. Luckily able to hang on, getting that discharge off. Martine says, well, charge attack priority, at least I got it down low. And the Wigglytuff will go down. Arceus Aurelius puts his fist up in the air, takes game number 1.
We've got everything here in London. Battles, banter, and more. Arceus Aurelius winning that game 1. He's doing the fist pumps, but I got to tell you, Arceus, you know you got to win game 2 as well, right?
I mean, you can talk the talk, but can you walk the walk for both games? We're about to find out. Both of these trainers, again, in winners round 2. Both of these trainers running a bit of an unconventional team. We did see so many Mandibuzz day number 1, but we did see it made the top 12 usage for competitors in day 2.
It absolutely did. Is a high-performing Pokemon, but these 2 trainers consistently perform at a high level. Icy Wind coming through here from the Dugong as we recap our game number 1. I just want to say, it's so gutsy to go down 0 to 2 shields in the opening matchup, and Arceus Aurelius did exactly that.
I feel like Inadequates did that against V2 Nasty perhaps the last time he had played, and that gave him the alignment that he needed to win the game. Looks like Arceus Aurelius took a page out of his book there, did the exact same thing, and now we'll have to see how Inadequates likes to be on that side of the RPS.
Swift comes through, and Arceus Aurelius says, I can take it. We're going to get our trainers locked in here for game number 2 at any moment. Arceus Aurelius says, shh, quiet, let me cook.
You know what is really funny? Yesterday, our co-caster, Koning Lionheart, called Arceus Aurelius. Someone misheard him and thought he said RPS Aurelius. And now I feel like this could kind of be a nickname that fits for him, being able to get that alignment to completely get that Charge-a-Bug off of the Gastrodon, which was needed for him in the back line.
Exactly. Arceus Aurelius threw him off the scent, but we're jumping right into game number 2. Let's see what we get. More battles, more banter. We got them both.
Alligator, eat him up. This is pretty good. The Talonflame has to immediately pivot out into the Gastrodon, and the fact that that Arceus Aurelius stays in to throw a Hydro Cannon, maybe puts a, you can see Inadequate saying, okay, yeah, that's fine. I'll put up a shield here.
Yeah, Inadequate said, yeah, I'll take the free Mud Slap. That sounds really good. These trainers are so in tune with their timing. They know exactly when they need to execute. We see the Dugong swap in here, and the body slam, no shield, instantly by Arceus Aurelius.
Arceus Aurelius knows that nothing that is the Gastrodon's going to throw quite yet is going to do that much impactful damage. Wants to get a little bit of his own energy up, throwing the Icy Wind right at the same time. But guess what? Charge attack priority, that extra Mud Slap came in handy.
Earth Power will connect into the Dugong. This is a hard-hitting ground-type charge attack, and it can possibly trigger defense drop, but it doesn't get one here. Icy Wind, Arceus says, nah, there's no way. I wasn't worried about a defense fall.
Yeah, he got the defense fall game 1. No possible way you'll get it again. Game number 2, Icy Wind coming in. But guess what? That Talonflame is back up. Will he be able to reach an Icy Wind? Yes, he will.
This is a tug of war in terms of energy management. Arceus Aurelius says, you know what? As much as you try to heat things up, I'm going to cool things down at the same time. Dugong will likely get KO'd here, but because of the Icy Wind debuff, it nets Inadequate's another Incinerate.
This at this point, the Feraligatr coming back in, but basically 2 flies loaded here. And you can see Inadequate's looking over saying, okay, I used a shield earlier. What are you going to do? Arceus Aurelius counting up Feraligatr, normally having such a good matchup against Talonflame, but not at a charge attack yet. Forced to use both Protect Shields here.
This is the true inflection point of the matchup. Arceus Aurelius dropping all of his resources into the Shadow Feraligatr because he knows it's got a lot of potency. But this Talonflame is rearing up. It's got another fly on the charge attack priority. Here comes Feraligatr.
Beautiful timing by Arceus Aurelius. He wasn't able to completely farm down, forcing a shield, but Inadequate says, I was going to throw as well. Guess what? Here it comes.
He's got more than 1 HP, so he doesn't get KO'd there by the Hydro Cannon that was shielded. And now the fly will connect. It's going to come down to the Shadow Drapion versus, guess what? Gastrodon.
Gastrodon back into the field here, going immediately for the Aqua Tail. Doesn't want to let any extra damage go through at this point. Now it is Drapion versus the world. Normally, against, if you're looking at that backline Pokemon, a Pokemon that does really well against, but will he be able to pull it all the way through?
Let's talk about win conditions. I think Arceus Aurelius needs to land 2 crunches against a Superior, waiting to that switch timer. Inadequate wants a swap available to him later, but he's still got to wait about 20 more seconds. In comes the Superior, fires out the first crunch. If a defense fall occurs here, this could actually be devastating for Inadequate.
No Protect Shield remaining. Inadequate does have that low health Talonflame in the back for a possible sacrificial swap. He needs to be able to knock out this Drapion. Drapion at basically another crunch, throwing an Aerial Ace right beforehand. This could have worked. Double Aerial Ace. You see Arceus Aurelius wondering, will this be enough? Will he be able to reach it in time? Both attacks are up. Anything could happen.
Switch timer's up. No swap. Inadequate blinks. Arceus Aurelius stares straight into his soul and says, I'm going to fire the Aqua Tail and try to get the KO, but is it enough? No, it's not.
It's not enough. The next Aerial Ace is loaded. It's going through. Inadequate taking game number 2.
Arceus Aurelius says, you know what? I'm just going to play it safe. I'll throw the Aqua Tail in case that Talonflame comes out. But guess what? Martine says, I will leave that Superior in. Play to my win condition. Game 3. Let's have it.
I said, you guys, are you not entertained? You want a game 3? We'll give you a game 3. Arceus Aurelius maybe throwing for content.
Maybe. I don't know. I think he just likes being on stage with Inadequates, you know?
I think everyone is liking these two on stage. Really dynamic gameplay between the two of them. Really great team compositions. Let's talk about the potential win conditions there, because it was going so fast, but there were win conditions for both trainers in that matchup. Both of these trainers not only know what they have to do, they need to know what their opponent is doing, and when there are multiple choices on a decision tree, throwing the wrong attack like Arceus Aurelius did at the end proved to be the detriment, even though it looked like he was in the driver's seat.
We all come to forks in the road in our lives, and you can only take one of those 2 paths. So as you said, a decision tree with branching realities as the match unfolded. Just throwing the Aqua Tail would have been the perfect play if that Talonflame switched in. But then I think Arceus Aurelius would have been out of energy. He would not have been able to defeat that Superior. So really, really tough position to be in, and Inadequate does that better than almost anyone. He makes it difficult to beat him and take him down.
Yeah, the big choice was, is Inadequate going to swap? I think the problem was, if he would have swapped, he would have won either way. So Arceus Aurelius just needed to throw that crunch regardless. So the crunch is either caught on the Talonflame because you win that charge attack priority, so you'd be able to throw first, or Inadequates isn't able to get there in time, doesn't predict when you're going to throw.
Yeah.
Because also, Talonflame has a 5-turn fast attack, Incinerate. He would have been able to Poison Sting down with that Drapion before the Talonflame would have been able to get to energy.
Exactly. We can talk about these hypotheticals. I think that it's so important to kind of flesh out what these trainers were thinking about in such a high-stakes situation. But you see them right now on the stage, a lot more quiet than these past 2 games. This is a decisive game. Number 3, Arceus Aurelius, Inadequates winners round 2 in London. Let's go.
It's all smiles, but it is still serious business for both of them. And this is a serious advantage for Inadequates in the lead here with that Gastrodon against the Charjabug. Not very effective Volt Switches going through. Meanwhile, these Mud Slappers are slapping it down.
Honestly, really surprised to see Arceus Aurelius stay in this matchup as long as he has, but he realizes he doesn't have a hard answer to Gastron. No Grass-type Pokemon on his team and no Grass-type charge attacks, so he's got to chip and dip, and the Dugong comes out.
Earth Power going through. This is a 3rd Earth Power. Arceus Aurelius knows that he's going to throw it. He puts up a shield. The real question is, will there be another defense drop? No, now coming in with the Wigglytuff. But Dugong not only outpaces, it's going to be able to get to these charge attacks first. It's going to be able to make the attack of the Wigglytuff go down. This is in favor of the Dugong.
Yeah, exactly. We were talking with Green Slash before we rotated into Cass, and he said, you know what? Dugong actually gets the better of the Wigglytuff most of the time in this matchup because his pacing is a little bit better. They're about even in terms of bulk, and this Wigglytuff takes so long to build up to the charge attack. Swift connects, and it barely even makes that Dugong flinch.
Yeah, the charges are not going to be doing too much. It's really the charms that are really chunking away, but another Icy Wind is going to make those charms do even less at this point. No shield by Inadequates. Wigglytuff getting mighty low, but probably won't be able to get to another attack. No, quick into the Charjabug.
This is so fascinating. Arceus Aurelius knows there's a Gastron. He's trying to force out that 3rd Pokemon from Inadequate. Such a clever play, honestly, to switch in the Charjabug here, but it is going to falter against both of these picks that Inadequates has prepared.
Now going in for this X-Scissor, it is maybe not even going to knock out at this point. Inadequate's not even bothering to shield it up. But what is in the back, Arceus Aurelius is thinking, and he's about to see it because this is an interesting play. He's going to be able to get to a charge attack here. He wants to throw it. Good timing.
Wow, incredible timing by Arceus Aurelius. I didn't think he could get that next Volt Switch through, but he does, and he takes the shield. Inadequates wanted 2-shield Talonflame. He's got to settle for 1.
We've got an eyebrow raise. We've got a wink going on, but we've got 1-shield scenario on both sides. Talonflame with energy, and this is where it's going to start to get wild.
It might come down to a catch. The switch timer for Arceus Aurelius is up. Dugong waiting in the wings. He needs something. He needs a lifeline. He's going to throw 2 Shadow Claws in the Hydro Cannon, and the pressure is on.
Inadequates has to use a shield here because that would be enough to knock that Talonflame from the skies. Will he be able to pace? He's at an attack. He tries to catch. He's not able to, but Inadequate still has to throw. Both of them are leaning forward.
Yeah.
You saw it on Arceus Aurelius' face. He said, I fear I may have been too late.
The Universal Gamer pose sitting forward means this is getting real. He can't get there in time. Arceus Aurelius complimenting his friend and co-caster Inadequates as the fly is closed in. But the question is this enough?
He's already taken off his headset. They're already talking.
Hold on.
Not quite enough at this point, but the combination play is enough to knock that for Alligator out. Inadequate says, oh, are you standing up? Sit back down, son. This game is over.
Don't forget about Gastrodon. Arceus Aurelius and Inadequates again. We knew this matchup would be fun. We knew it would be a heartbreaker in the end. Friendships are forged here in competitive Pokemon Go, but only one of these 2 trainers could move on the winner's side bracket here in London.
I just want to also point out the dynamic play of both of these trainers. Though it looked like they were having fun, and obviously they were having fun playing each other, they knew the mathematics. They knew the calculations of each. You saw Inadequates kind of sitting up, and you saw Arceus Aurelius shake his head when he already recognized when he swapped that Dugong in, it's over at this point.
Yeah, I've seen that countlessly reused as a meme. You know, gamers are sitting back when everything's fine, and then, oh, we're locking in. We're getting serious here. And you saw that at the very end in game number 3 between those 2 trainers. But Arceus Aurelius has some incredible wins under his belt already here in London, taking down M.E. Weedle, the reigning champion in day 1. That's got to be a huge confidence boost, and I'm sure he's going to fight his way through that loser side bracket.
Yeah, this is the fun part of double elimination. Both of these trainers coming in from that winner side of the bracket. Unfortunately for them, one of them had to go down, but that doesn't mean that they're out of the tournament. We've seen some fantastic losers bracket run. Keep an eye on that bracket because a lot of these trainers we still haven't even had a chance to see on stream yet, and some of them, I'm sure, are willing to say, hey, don't forget about me.
One thing I noticed that was very curious about this game number 3 is that Inadequence proved he can actually be quite flexible, giving up the switch advantage early on in this battle, which we've seen him play for switch advantage time and time again. But against a team like Arceus Aurelius, with the Dugong, with the Charge Bug, it's a lot more neutral. There aren't as many clear-cut answers. We saw earlier on stream Inadequence able to line up his Clodsire versus a Jump Bluff. He knows that's a winning matchup. Gastron versus Shadow Drapion, usually a good matchup for him as well, but there weren't that many easy answers in this series, and I think Inadequence really proved that he can adapt and he can evolve.
Yeah, already clapping at this stage, recognizing even though that's not a Brave Bird, I have no more win conditions, and Inadequence letting him know that for a fact as he connects with only not 1, but 2 charge attacks.
Heavy damage across the board. The combo play was locked and loaded, and the friends hug it out on stage. But what a fierce set of battles. I feel like, as you pointed out earlier, Amanda, they were talking the whole time, but that was still very high-level play. I don't know how they do both. With me, if I'm doing a battle, I have to close the curtains, I have to turn off the ringtone, I have to put my phone on Do Not Disturb, I have to be locked and loaded and 100% focused, and anything could break my concentration, but I don't know how they do it.
I was talking with both Marto Galde and Inadequence, and Marto was saying, oh, no, everyone dislikes playing against Inadequence because he's always just yapping. He's always yapping at you. I need to concentrate. I told him beforehand, I want it to be all business.
What'd you say? Mud slapping, yapping, and tapping.
Yep.
There's so much to do at events like EUIC. Let's head down and take a look at what Sierra found at the Activity Center, and we'll be right back after this.
The competition is exciting, but it's not the only thing that's happening at EUIC. For the first time ever, we have an activity stage hosted by none other than Shay. Shay, what's going on over here?
Oh, there's all sorts going on here, Sierra. We got artist sign-ins, meet and greets, influencer meet and greets, and earlier, if you were watching carefully, we had Pikachu there for pictures as well.
Did you get a picture with Pikachu?
I certainly, of course I did. And Quaxley as well. I am Team Quaxley, just a spoiler alert.
Spoiler, okay. So how has it been going over here? So what are some of the things that people can expect if they come over to the activity stage?
Yeah, we've got all sorts going on. So influencer meet and greets, like currently right now we have Cerebi Joe up there. But then also the thing I'm most interested in are the artist meet and greets as well. Because we get to learn all about the illustrators who bring our Pokemon cards to life, hear about their day-to-day life, their journey as being an illustrator, and quite honestly, it's just content and information you can't get anywhere else.
No, I love that, and I know a lot of people are excited for that. There's already been people coming up to me like, how can I get more information? Yeah. And I heard, too, there's a cosplay contest that's going on soon?
Yeah, now that right there, the cosplay showcase, I'm so excited for that. I've seen the list. We've got about 20 people in the cosplay showcase all coming out, and that's going to be like a Pokemon fashion show. That's going to be top content. Cannot wait for that one.
And that you're certainly already dressed the part for, right?
Yeah, I am this weekend. I am Terra Burt's PTCG. So I'm dodging all the bench damage and I'm hitting for all types Terra Stella.
Perfect. I love it. So if you're here at EUIC, definitely make sure to come by the activity stage. It's only one of the exciting things. But for now, back to the competition.
Fuecoco, Quoxley, Sprigatito. Quick, pick one.
Fuecoco.
Yeah, same.
Gotta be cooking, right? With that
100%.
Skeledirge. I always love going off of the third evolutions, right? And Skeledirge, the Ghost Fire typing, absolute favorite of mine.
Absolute EYC champion as well. And the second I saw Fuecoco burn that apple that it got and then chomped it down, I was in love.
Yeah. Now, what we just saw in Adequins versus Arceus Aurelus, that was an amazing set of battles. And I was talking backstage while we were watching. I'm like, man, in Adequins' Talonflame is facing off against a Shadow for Alligator, a Dugong, and a Chargebug, and somehow overcame and swept there at the end. What a beautiful match.
If you're just looking at typings, that's two water types and an electric type for a fire of flying.
Yeah.
That is almost impossible, but I mean, it has a positive matchup versus Chargebug in all matchups except for the Zero Shields, because then Discharge plus the Volt Switches knock you out, and Dugong doesn't have a way to hit you for super effective damage, and it's also not resisting the Incinerate, so there is more play to Talonflame than you would think.
Yeah. Now, what we have up next is another clash of titans here in this tournament.
Winner semifinal.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher versus Z Zwylos. These two trainers have been what seems to be unstoppable, and now it's an unstoppable force versus an unmovable object that we're about to face off here. And it's great as well because it represented EU and North America.
Yep, it's another clash there. Nighttime Clasher, the last caster from the other side of the pond, still in competition, undefeated, while Inadequence is a European caster that is still in there. I think this is more important to me than to anyone else, but Nighttime Clasher facing off versus Zwylos. Zwylos just coming off hot from a second place in the Birmingham Regional.
Oh man, and these teams as well, no superior, like Nighttime Clasher has said time and time again. If there's no superior, you can already guess 2 out of 3 of the Pokemon that I'm bringing.
Yep, sounds like Diggersby Azumarill to me. But of course that is not always a given, but we've seen plenty of Chargebug actually now in this tournament.
Chargebug's actually been performing pretty well. There's a lot of good Pokemon that it can check in this meta. A lot of good versatile charge moves that it has, and we are locked in. We have Shadow Drapion on the lead versus Chargebug.
And is it going to be... Oh, it's not Diggersby Azumarill for Nighttime Clasher, trying to be a little bit less predictable, possibly fearing the Primate, because if you have 2 shields available, that's a huge core breaker for Azumarill and Diggersby as well.
Yeah, no, what's great on this lead matchup as well is the Shadow Drapion has an opportunity to get that debuff early, which could be huge. But we see a no shield right there, and now a X-Scissor firing right back.
Yep, the X-Scissor is going to do plenty of damage still. You are king in the Zero Shield scenario if you're the Shadow Drapion. Immediate pivot out into the Primate. Regular Primate can take those Aqua Tails a little better than the Shadow version, but do you want to?
I think he's going to go ahead and let it go. We might see the Azumarill swap in right here. Much safer matchup because of that fairy typing. But the Raging Fist, there's plenty of energy. And Zwylos, as mentioned before, the Karate Chop Raging Fist combination can sometimes get out of control.
Yep, the question is, can Nighttime Clasher farm down the Primate if you're not willing to use any kinds of shields against it? Because this Pokemon ramps up so quickly in terms of damage and energies. Oh.
Here comes the second one, getting Azumarill down to close to 50% HP, and an Ice Beam now being fired off from Nighttime Clasher. Will we see a Protect Shield here from Zwylos?
Possibly, but not too likely, because you can go into the Chargebug, have a decent matchup, or you go into your own Azumarill and farm up a bunch of energy. Keep that Chargebug around if you're potentially predicting not a Diggersby in the back.
Yeah, maybe risking it all, thinking there might just be a Shadow for Alligator, maybe even the Zapdos lurking in the back. But Play Rough now coming through from Nighttime Clasher, as that's going to be doing some nice neutral damage in this matchup.
What I can see from Zwylos is to throw a Play Rough when it's almost at full energy, farm up a little more maybe, so that Nighttime Clasher gets close to his own charge attack, and then go into the Chargebug to go for the Volt Switch down here. Okay, goes into this immediately. Azumarill has to be swapped out. Oh, and we're going to get a full farm down here.
Oh no, Nighttime Clasher did not have enough energy or health to get use out of the Shadow Drapion there. So just feeding the bug, as an X-Scissor now is going to be coming through, and Shadow for Alligator is Nighttime Clasher's only hope.
Yep, but you of course have to shield this one here. Doesn't shield this one. Nighttime Clasher really doesn't want to use those shields. Can he farm down there? No, X-Scissor is being reached at 1 HP on the Chargebug. Now you put up a shield.
Oh, this is so risky. Giving up the shield now on the X-Scissor. Shadow for Alligator is all that's really left. There's a Charger Bug. That and a very healthy Azumarill. This might, 2 shields remaining still for Zweilos. I think he can just bubble down at this point.
Yep, that might be very well a bubble down. I think at this point you should have also really shielded those this X-Scissor. It's the hardest hitting charge attack that could be used against you. I wonder if he gets to a charge attack on his Azumarill against bubbles.
Maybe. We'll have to find out. Hydro Cannon is going to land. Things are still getting a little bit dicey. Ice Beam now being thrown, trying to fish out that final Protect Shield, which Zweilos does get here from Nighttime Clasher, so we will likely see the Hydro Cannon be fired as quickly as possible. It's going to be very close. Can he get to it in time? Yes! Able to hang on and force the final Protect Shield. Now, how much energy does Nighttime Clasher have on that Azumarill?
That is the biggest question. I think he is 1 bubble away. No, it's 2 bubbles away. Can you withstand? Oh no, Zweilos reaches another Ice Beam as well. Takes out the Azumarill. It is the Supreme Water type.
Wow. Knocking out the Azumarill in the mirror match with the Ice Beam, and that is going to be a good first game. Zweilos up 1-0 in the series.
Putting it all on the Azumarill back there. Having Charger Bug on the team and Primeape using 2 shields on Azumarill is not something we see every day.
Yeah, and like we saw, there was no Diggersby in that one.
Yeah.
Which was interesting because Zweilos decided to try to call that prediction, right?
But the thing is, really, if you're seeing a Primeape, bringing Azumarill and Diggersby is so tough because if you have Azumarill on Primeape, which should be the better matchup, with 2 shields, Primeape goes completely crazy against it.
Yeah, here we have some of the replays right here. This was the Primeape get knocked out with the Ice Beam. And then there was a point, hopefully maybe we see where the Drapion was swapped in. Yeah, right here, and doesn't get any utility out of that swap. Unfortunately, didn't make it in time. Those Volt switches are just too powerful when that low on health.
Yep, that is what it's good for. It is spammy, it has fast attack, pressure as well. Charger Bug is just such a complete Pokemon. I remember when the Community Day happened, and immediately after that, I think that was LAIC, and Linus Raujev won with the Charger Bug. But we're locked in for game number 2. Zweilos is 1-0 up against Nighttime Clasher.
We have Shadow Drapion on the lead versus Charger Bug. And there is a Zapdos on the back line.
Oh, Nighttime Clasher finally decided to bring in these Zweilos. Maybe a little bit too comfortable watching Nighttime Clasher's matchups, thinking, he's not going to bring that anyways.
Yeah, and if you're Nighttime Clasher right now, you got to be very thankful for the Charger Bug being on the field, because those Volt switches would still do quite a bit of damage against the Zapdos. And if you just knew that there is a Primeape and an Azumarill on the back end, could you imagine if Nighttime Clasher saves both Protect Shields?
Yep, but I think that Primeape shouldn't even have the absolute worst matchup. Also, you can get a big farm down here on the Primeape. Actually, might be able to reach another charge attack, the Shadow Drapion, against the Primeape. You could try to catch something there.
All right, Charger Bug's out the game for Alligator and Zapdos. Breathe a sigh of relief as we do see the Aqua Tail and Rage Fist charge attack priority. So Primeape's going to be knocking out the Shadow Drapion. I don't think Nighttime Clasher really wants to invest the Protect Shield. No, it's going to go ahead and let the Rage Fist go through.
So you don't have energy advantage. You are chipped a little bit, but you're already attack boosted, which is huge. Now the Thunder Shocks do add up here. Zweilos is going to farm over a little bit, trying to prevent a catch here.
Now this is a situation where Zweilos mentioned earlier today. He was talking about the Talonflame with Incinerates. Whoa, letting the Rage Fist go through, as we will see the double Drill Peck come through. Actually, I think he's 1 fast move away, but Drill Peck is going to be getting the first Protect Shield here from the Primeape.
I think the Primeape can just throw immediately here, outpacing the Zapdos. Oh, throws on charge attack priority. Primeape wins. This is Nighttime Clasher going to shield this, because the result of that would be to get shielded and farm down after this.
Yeah, I think decides to give up the shield. The Drill Peck was thrown right here, so this is going to be forcing the final Protect Shield from Zweilos, which frees up the Shadow for Alligator to potentially sweep this game.
I think you swap out here on the side of Nighttime Clasher, but Zweilos is going to reach a Rage Fist very, very quickly. And those cross chops, they deal heavy damage. Oh, he's going for the close combat. The big attack, if this goes unshielded. Nope.
Nope. Shadow for Alligator. Nighttime Clasher no better, as the close combat is shielded. Shadow for Alligator is going to be farming, or no, not farming down the swap out into Azumarill right here as the Hydro Cannon is thrown.
But those were triple boosted cross chops. 4 cross chops that are going to deal damage to the Shadow for Alligator. And this put it in play rough range here.
Yeah. Uh-oh, this is getting a bit dangerous, because Zapdos is now in bubble down range as a play rough was about to be thrown, but Nighttime Clasher throwing at the right time here with the Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, but I can see that Xylos is just going to go for a play rough immediately. The switch timer is not up yet. Throws it immediately. The Zapdos is sitting on the bench, very low HP.
Yeah, and no energy as well. Nighttime Clasher knows that. Xylos able to capitalize right here as the bubble farm down is going to happen. And Azumarill facing all odds against a legendary Pokemon and a legendary trainer. Xylos is going to be moving on as Nighttime Clasher. It takes his first loss in this tournament, going to be heading down to the losers bracket. Both trainers incredibly skilled, but Xylos overcomes and tosses out a plushie into the crowd. I think that was the Sharpedo.
Yep.
That in itself is very dangerous. Watch out for that in the Go Battle League right there. But what a great set of battles that we just saw.
A lot of damage from Sharpedo, hopefully not being done to the crowd, but Xylos said it before. The bracket for him is looking scary. Time to be scarier.
Yeah, and oh man, that could have gone either way right there. We saw the alignment on the back end, right? There was the Primeape and the Azumarill. The Zapdos had the opportunity, but ultimately the different shielding scenarios allowed Xylos to overcome there at the end, and the Zapdos just not having enough health was able to get bubbled down in time, as we see right here. That charge attack priority was so unfortunate for Nighttime Clasher.
Primeape with its versatility is just showing that even in bad matchups against flying types, you can overcome them with the shields, with the damage that you're doing. Because you're outpacing, they have to shield before you. They have to shield.
So excited.
So good.
As we'll see the Sharpedo get tossed out right there, but that's great to see both trainers embracing and congratulating each other. They've had a wonderful tournament so far. If you're a fan of Nighttime Clasher, worry not. He is not out of this tournament. He's going to be moving on to the losers bracket, but Xylos remains undefeated in this tournament. And what a trainer he is.
He was dominant. He brought Charjabug both games, had it on the Shadow Drapion, which is not the best matchup. Tried to go for a catch in the first game and played out some matchups in the second game. I think he just let the Drapion take it out with an Aqua Tail because he knows Nighttime Clasher can't outfarm more. Brings in the Primeape, gets a Rage Fist on the charge attack priority with the Aqua Tail and enters the next matchup almost at full HP, but already boosted. The attack is already so high. Just get it up there and then Rage Fist everything.
Yeah, and he mentioned before in an interview earlier, I believe earlier today, the reason why he didn't run Shadow Primeape is because he liked the added bulk that just the normal typing has. You survive a lot more stuff that you wouldn't with the Shadow, and you can really ramp yourself up with damage anyways because you're running Karate Chop, which is higher energy gain than Counter. So you really take advantage of that energy gain while maintaining some nice bulk, and we really saw it come into play today.
And it's not the highest damaging fast attack, but it ramped up on the Shadow for Alligator after 3 buffs. So that was very, very strong. If you are a fan of Pokemon Go and PvE as well, there is the Go Tour coming up very soon where you can get valuable resources and cool Pokemon like a Victini or even Ultra Balls.
Ultra Balls. I love the color combination right there. But Victini, such an amazing Pokemon from the Pokemon Go Tour 2025.
Yeah, it has like the ears or the hair is the V for the V Create as well. Now we have Kyurem White and Kyurem Black. Absolute menaces.
The aesthetics as well. Yeah. Look at how good that art is, and the I just love it. I love when Pokemon just look so epic.
Yeah,
right?
but I think Kyurem White looks a little bit confused. Yeah. But this is epic. This is thunderous tornadoes, and Lander said it yesterday. This is the coolest album cover of the year.
It is. Very awesome legendary Pokemon to add onto your roster if you are going to the Pokemon Tour. It is absolutely amazing, and also hatching out of 12-kilometer eggs. If you have been really wanting to get that Mandibuzz on your team, you can get the Volibee there from eggs. Such a strong Pokemon.
And if you're really hardcore, you can make the Go Tour a marathon, you know? So you keep running, you try to get the most 12-kilometer eggs as well. And there is the different Pikachu. Pikachu is a Pokemon that has the most outfits of all of them in Pokemon Go. So you can add those to your collection.
Yes, such amazing Pokemon, such an amazing event happening right now. If you are just waking up and tuning in, welcome to EUIC. This has been a very, very competitive morning of battles, and it feels like we're just getting started because there's so many more epic battles in front of us. I got a little sneak peek. I think we have Paddleman coming up next. I didn't catch the opponent, but Paddleman
should be an Adequins, huh?
Is it an Adequins? Paddleman and an Adequins? That would... this is going to be great.
Yeah, I think that Patoman beat Richie so far, and then he beat Gelfie in the last round, and we are in the other winners semifinal here. So that is going to be absolutely huge. They are going to determine who goes to the winners final, and that should already determine day 3, right?
Yeah, and Inadequence has a lot of momentum behind him right now too, because taking down Arceus Aurelius, who seemed unstoppable as well with his energy on stage, his presence, and his decisions in battle. Very decisive gameplay Inadequence was able to overcome with that Talonflame. As we look to the stage right now, Patoman versus Inadequence. This is a clash of EU battlers.
And actually, I'm just realizing, I think that these Rhinos just made Championship Sunday.
Oh, okay.
And this is the winner's semis. After that is the winner's finals, and that it happens on Championship Sunday or not.
Yes.
Goodness gracious. Totally flying over our heads there. Patoman versus Inadequence now. The next one who's going to decide who plays tomorrow. Inadequence has already been on a Championship Sunday at the World Championship stage. Patoman has been a regional champion in Gdansk. This is a clash of titans.
Now, Inadequence was an MVP pick for me going into today. He is such a strong battler, such a great commentator, and I love the unique flair of Pokemon that he brings. He has a mastery of skill, but that Shadow Palkia was so cool to see added onto the roster. He told me about how he was landing Draco Meteors off stream, but ultimately the Shadow Wall Rain here from Patoman I think is going to be a big deterrent of bringing that dragon onto the field. As you guys can see, their roster of tournaments they have won and been top cuts in, notably Inadequence taking second place in the World Finals in Honolulu last year. But that doesn't mean that Patoman isn't of the similar caliber, an absolute dominant trainer in this circuit.
Now you said it, I think you're onto something with the Shadow Wallrun. There is Clodsire that doesn't run Stone Edge. There is Serperia. There is something else. Palkia also doesn't want to necessarily see it. So there is plenty of play for the Shadow Wallrun. It is brought by Patoman as well. So very strong. Gastrodon versus Azumarill. That's a positive lead for Inadequence.
Yeah, nice little matchup right here as Gastrodon is going to be having that Earth power now coming through. Azumarill loading up on energy, but kind of like a calm lead to start off with. Nothing too dynamic. We'll have to see which player is going to opt to maybe swap out, maybe utilize a shield to maintain switch advantage, but ultimately Inadequence not bringing the Palkia there. Again, fearing that Shadow Wall Ring because that is an absolute dominant matchup.
Yep, and at this point, I think Patoman, even though the matchup is slightly more positive for the Gastron. Oh, this looks like it could knock out as well. Maybe Inadequence just barely hangs on.
Hangs on right here.
Does he get to the Earth Power as well? Swaps out immediately, goes.
Here we go.
Oh, and that is not the best target for a Shadow Wallrun, but Shadow Wallrun is so spenny, it's going to deal some heavy damage.
Now, there's Mandibuzz in the back, so we're going to see a Talonflame Mandibuzz face-off, most likely, as the first Protect Shield is given up here from Patoman on the Swift from the Wigglytuff. And this is a great situation because you got the shield advantage on Wiggly. You're not really going to get to a second one in time, but if you can soften up that wall rain and come in and farm down, this is huge.
The immediate no-shield on the side of Inadequence, knowing this is going to be an Icicle Spear. It's way safer for Patoman than throwing an Earthquake here. Now let's it go again.
He's so happy about this situation. He wants that Talonflame to have the 2-to-1 shield advantage right now as the Wigglytuff is going to get farmed down with 1 Powder Snow. Here comes the Talonflame. This is what has been dominating for Inadequence in this tournament right now, is a Talonflame sweep.
Yeah, Inadequence, of course, immediately shielding this one up, is going to get one more Incinerate, but no, Patoman switches out immediately into the Mandibuzz with the Air Slash. Now it's a race to energy. Oh, he's going to go for Brave Bird.
Did he click Brave Bird? I didn't.
Yep.
Let's find out. Patoman, are you going to shield? No, the Brave Bird does connect for a lot of neutral damage. The swap out now into the Body Slam right here, clearing that defensive drop, applying the neutral pressure, allowing Incinerate now to potentially farm down.
Yep, this is very, very good to be in for Inadequence. Patoman has a lot of energy on this Mandibuzz, though. Goes for 3 Air Slashes and now fires off a Dark Pulse. This is not an aerial ace bait, and Martine calls it.
Oh, blocking the foul play right there. Going to be able to hopefully Incinerate down. No, another charge move from Mandibuzz is able to land right here. No Protect Shields remaining for Inadequence. Can Talonflame hang on?
You're right, it's foul play, not Dark Pulse. Talonflame hangs on. Talonflame has loads of energy, but Patoman also has a shield. There is still HP on this Azumarill.
There's a shield. There's a swap available. There's an Azumarill with Oh, 2 flies ready to go. This is going to be so close because he has to throw the back-to-back, and now Shadow Wallrain is going to be Powder Snow versus Incinerate. What is going to be winning? Stopping that bubble right there. This is going to come down to the last fast move of this game.
Incinerate needs 4 turns to register, and Double Powder Snow only needs 3 turns to register, so I think that Pataman might have this game. He pulls this one back out of Inadequence's grasp. Pataman is on the peak of his game, 1 step closer to the grand finals.
Wow, that came down. Yeah, that came down to the wire right there. Oh my goodness, literally an Incinerate's worth of damage, and like you said, 2 Powder Snows were able to get through to apply that damage, which is crucial. And that's sometimes the Achilles heel of Incinerate, or high duration turn moves, right? That Incinerate, while as powerful as it is, it takes a while for the damage to apply, and quick sneaky moves for neutral damage can really be a detriment in those situations.
Pataman showing how well he understands Pokemon Go mechanics by dancing around. They're going for a Powder Snow, swap into the Azumarill, transferring the damage onto Azumarill, resisted Incinerate damage, getting the maximum amount of fast attack damage onto the Talonflame in this endgame scenario. Very well played.
I like that swap out from Inadequence, banking a charge move, not knowing what he will need it for in the late game, but ultimately he did need it, and giving those shields, giving the opportunity for Talonflame to sweep. And it was literally so close right there at the end, but that extra shield that Pataman held on to was literally the decision that allowed him to win that game, as Wallrain is able to clear it.
Shadow Wallrain, you said it first. This looks like it's going to be a menace against Inadequence, and he didn't even bring the Pokemon that are necessarily weak to that Shadow Wallrain. He didn't bring the Superior in the first game or the Clodsire.
Yeah, I like the Shadow Wallrain pick. It's like you either run the Dugong, right, or you kind of opt for that Shadow Wallrain. The Shadow Wallrain is a much more offensive pressure, right? The damage that it can output is tremendous, and especially having that Earthquake to one-shot those Shadow Drapions if they are lurking in the back with no shields. There's a lot of utility that can be brought, but we are going to be getting into game 2 right here. Will we see Inadequence make an adjustment to overcome, or run the same strategy and just make better decisions?
Yep, and I don't want to toot my own horn, but Wallrain was on my caster prediction, so this Pokemon absolutely is expected. I mean, I said regular Wallrain, but you know, potato. So I want to say that I think, if I'm not mistaken, the CP of the Wallrain are 1466.
Oh.
That is some...
Maybe an attack weighted? Here we go. We're
That's
getting to the
very
next battle. This is a great lead here for Inadequence. The ideal target right there is a quick swap out into the Shadow Wallrain, and deciding to stay in, going for an Aerial Ace, chip and dip, maybe a little Wiggly coming in after.
I like that so much. You can't go to the Frenzy Plant because then you're going to be hit with an Icicle Spear, so he wants to swap out. He wants to soften it up, put it in Body Slam range. Very well played by Inadequence, but now Pataman still has a lot of energy, is going to get 2 Shadow boosted, same type attack bonus, Icicle Spears onto the Gastrodon.
Now, I actually like this strategy right here from Inadequence. I said Wiggly, but Inadequence doesn't see the backline that we see. Inadequence needs to make sure he utilizes the Gastrodon in the right situations, because if there is a Mandibuzz lurking in the back and he kept it and brought the Wiggly in instead, this is definitely the better play, as we're looking for the aggressive farm down there with Mudslap and loaded energy.
Inadequence is calling no. Mandibuzz in the back puts a shield on the Gastrodon and is now going to farm up to full energy. He's going to throw an Earthball here. Got an aggressive farm down on the Wallrain. Inadequence is just living the best life with this Gastrodon. Gets a shield back here.
Ooh, and a Body Slam as well to do a little bit of extra chip damage before Gastrodon is knocked out. But we will see the Superior come back in, get an aggressive farm down, and we may see the swap out now into the Shadow Drapion, and he can't necessarily swap out into Wiggly behind on shields. He needs to chip.
Yep, and I really like the chip here as well. Wigglytuff wants to farm down the Shadow Drapion, but you need a little bit of help if the energy is already on that Shadow Drapion. Even shields in this scenario. There is 2 Aqua Tails already, but Wigglytuff is still at full HP. Inadequence just needs to take a few of these Aqua Tails and then farm down with Superior, perhaps?
Yeah, this is going to be really close. Inadequence doesn't look too happy about how much energy the Shadow Drapion was able to get with the Superior, and now against the Wiggly, those Poison Stings really start to add up, as an Aqua Tail is going to be coming through.
Can he take this? Can he take this? Can he farm down here? No! Pataman gets to that Aqua Tail with 1 HP on the Shadow Drapion. Can Martine shield this and go for an Icy Wind against the Superior? No!
He has to let it go, coming in with the Superior now versus the Shadow Kanto Marowak, which has so much energy. 2 rock slides, I think, is going to be enough. Inadequence has to call the bait, but it is, in fact, the rock slide that's going to be doing in a lot of neutral damage. This is going to come down to the wire.
How much damage are the mud shots going to do? The mud slaps, in fact. Or is Superior going to be faster? No! Pataman farms down the Superior with the Shadow Kanto Marowak and advances to Championship Sunday.
That was not on my bingo card. Shadow Kanto Marowak able to overcome a hard lead loss and face check the Superior at the end of the game with fast moves. Pataman moves on Inadequence. Unfortunately, has his first defeat of this tournament, but he is not out. Pataman, though, as you can see the crowd cheering, has an amazing support group, and what an amazing set of battles right there.
Inadequence getting so close there, but look at Pataman. He has been performing well in recent tournaments. Didn't get the deep runs that he wanted at those tournaments, and now he's on Championship Sunday of EUYC. He has played versus Inadequence and Martogalde. That's spot 2 and 3 at the World Championships.
Yeah, Pataman is unstoppable right now. And like, we saw the start of that matchup, right? It was a Superior into a Shadow Kanto Marowak. That's like the worst case scenario when you're in that situation, but able to overcome. And that's what's so cool about the Marowak in this tournament and in Pokemon Go in general, is the utility that it can provide. Those rock slides, while they aren't doing super effective damage, they do just enough chip damage where you can farm down even the toughest opponents.
Also, butt slap damage on the Superior was insane. It got farmed down there by the Marowak. That was super, super strong. Inadequance couldn't just let it go unshielded. It was just so strong by Pataman recognizing the win conditions there.
Yeah, and another key moment right there was that Drapion surviving with 1 HP and getting that extra Aqua Tail. That was devastating. You could see it on the face of Inadequence when he saw the Drapion get to the charge move. It's like, there's no way. Another 1 HP in a dream situation. And ultimately, that's what it takes. This whole game, this whole tournament is coming down to 1 fast move, 1 health point. And that's why break points and bulk points are sometimes so important in these matchups.
Yep. If the Wigglytuff just could hang on to this Aqua Tail that the Drapion threw, then he could have swapped out immediately, take out the Drapion. I think in this situation, Pataman would have swapped into the Superior as well. But later on, he could have won with an Ice Wind. It was just... It was so close, and that's so beautiful about these games with the top trainers that are the best in Europe that are competing against each other, and it comes down to the slightest of margins.
Yeah, and also what I want to talk about is the Shadow Wall Ring. We haven't seen it used on a lot of trainers. Again, Dugong has been the favored Ice-type Pokemon of choice, the Ice Water, because it's so strong. I love Dugong, but you clearly choosing such a unique Pokemon and saw its potential, and it's dominating with Pataman. If Pataman is able to take it the whole way, I might have to convert.
Yeah, and also 1466 CP. That is crazy.
I have a feeling it's a very attack-weighted Shadow Wall Ring to make sure it has some specific matchups that Pataman might reveal later. Maybe not right now to tell other players. Keep that ace up your sleeve, but ultimately it is a very strong force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, but we have seen this Walrein plenty in those matchups against these powerful trainers that he played against. Let's take a look at the brackets that we have here to see where these trainers come from. There was, okay, let's see, Nighttime Clasher beating Tonton Bateuse out of pocket, and, then Nighttime Clasher lost to Zizwilos. Yeah, Zizwilos is in the finals, not Nighttime Clasher.
Zizwilos and Pataman. And you guys, if you were just tuning in, you can see our top 16 cut right there, the matchups that we had. Pataman taking down Martogalde, taking down...
Pataman taking out Martogalde, and then he also won against Kaifir.
Kaifu, I see it now, and then Pataman just taking down Inadequence. Sorry, we're on top of it today. Those battles catching me off guard here, and Inadequence fighting his way through V-Tenacity, Arceus, Aurelius, and then ultimately losing to Pataman, but moving down to the losers finals, and Zizwilos. Oh my goodness, this was an amazing top cut right here.
It's so many names, it got so confusing, and now we can see the results of the first losers rounds as well. Nope, actually not. We saw the players who lost winners round 1, they dropped down to the losers round later on, so they are waiting for the results of those battles. So we can see that Nighttime Clasher and Inadequence at the losers round 6, They have time now.
They do have time. They have plenty of time. Figure out their strategy, get some food, maybe get some caffeine in their system.
Take a flight home, take a flight back.
But up next, we have Dunebug versus ME Weedle. This was the matchup of the championship round on Sunday at EUIC 2024, and now it's the matchup to determine who is going home in the loser's bracket.
Yep, that was absolutely huge the last time. Dunebug looked unstoppable. He made such a big losers run, and then ME Weedle just went on and said, no, 3-0.
Thing is, I remember last year, ME Weedle early on in the tournament was struggling a little bit, but able to overcome. And for ME Weedle being such a young trainer in this tournament series, having the confidence in your skill and knowing that you can overcome, you saw a paradigm shift in him last year. And I think this moment now against Dunebug is that shift. If he can overcome Dunebug, I think we see a confidence boost, and I think we see the ME Weedle that we saw last year climb through and dominate this series. But ME Weedle has to overcome the technical master that is Dunebug 97.
Yep, a clash of the titans indeed. Steelix on the side of ME Weedle has also been seen on Tonton Bateau's team. I think other than that, nobody is running Steelix. How is it looking here? You have a decent time against Dugong and Shadow for Relegator because you have access to Thunderfang, and Thunderfang has been buffed recently. You're very much good to go against the Shadow Drapion because you double resist those poison, triple resist in fact. Jumpluff is also fine, but I think you're also good versus Wigglytuff. I can see
you've got some utility there. You just gotta really watch out for that Annihilate, right?
Yeah.
With the Rage Fist, especially if you get caught on the lead or get caught getting farmed down, the last thing you want to do is give a lot of energy to a Shadow Annihilate.
Yeah, Shadow Annihilate is a huge menace. You don't even need to give it a lot of energy, just don't get it on the wrong Pokemon. It just can play through anything. Basically, you have your designated answers to it, which are Mandibus, Azumarill, and partially also Talonflame. But look at those acolytes of those trainers. EUIC champion, world's top 32 in the Masters division, world seniors champion, Dortmund regional top 16, and Bologna top 8.
As we are getting locked in right here in game 1, ME Weedle versus Dunebug in the losers round 1. Here we go. Shadow Annihilate versus Mandibuzz.
Yep, that's not where you want to see your Shadow Annihilate. What you can try to do is go for a little bit of energy and then swap out or threaten with an Ice Punch to deal some damage, because you're actually ABA weak to that Mandibuzz, meaning the lead is weak against Mandibuzz, and in the back line you have your Shadow Drapion that is also weak against it.
As we see the swap in right now into Shadow Drapion and the Aerial Ace being thrown right away, as this is going to do some nice chip damage right here in this matchup.
I absolutely love this play because, yes, Shadow Drapion has a bad time against the Mandibuzz, but at this HP range you can hit it with an Aqua Tail. Now the Steelix is being brought in. Look at how little damage it takes from Poison Stings, but the Aqua Tail...
The Aqua Tail is going to hurt. This still does quite a bit of damage, but thankfully that Steel and Ground typing is going to be resisting the Poison Stings enough where you can't really get farmed down in this kind of situation. So energy has to be thrown as a Breaking Swipe is thrown there. Debuff? Yep. It's the debuff as the attack is now dropped, so those Aqua Tails are going to be doing less and less. Steelix is in a great position to double no shield right here and aggressively farm down.
Yeah, but does the debuffed Aqua Tail...
Oh, no!
This might be in range to still knock out.
I think so too, but ME Weedle is going to decide to no shield right here. Maybe wants to come in with the Mandibuzz and farm back down.
He has a charge attack now, hangs on by a threat, goes for the Psychic Fangs, the chop in of the Dugong, and Dugong is now going to be debuffed versus the Superior.
This is such a beautiful situation because you apply that debuff while giving minimal energy, and now you come into a matchup with Superior where the damage is going to be doing so much more. Those Vine Whips are getting hitting harder and harder as an Icy Wind's coming through in the first Protect Shield from ME Weedle.
And basically, I don't know if the math is correct on that one, the defense debuff negates that attack debuff that Dunebug is now applying on the Superior of ME Weedle. ME Weedle can just basically go for Aerial Aces, doesn't want to try that, goes for a Frenzy Plant. Dunebug has to call a bait.
This is where Superior can really shine in a matchup where the Dugong can't survive the Frenzy Plant. There's an Annihilate in the back which takes super effective damage from the Aerial Ace. There's plenty of health remaining. There's not a lot of energy because Dunebug bailed after the Ice Punch. This is such a great situation for ME Weedle.
Yep, attack debuff or not, doesn't matter at this HP range for the Shadow Annihilate. Doombuck has to put up a shield. He is close to the Rage Fist, but not close enough. The Aerial Ace is going to connect on that Shadow Annihilate. Doombuck is nodding towards Emmy Weedle, but Emmy Weedle is calm as a cucumber.
Calm as a cucumber, and I think he knows that the Mandibuzz right here is going to close this game out. Able to survive, though, with 1 HP, and the Rage Fist is going to be coming through. But I think it's just going to be Mandibuzz closing this thing out. Yeah, going to go ahead and let the Superior go down. Mandibuzz comes in, gets the farm down, and it's going to be a 1-0 shield advantage. And Shadow Drapion, unfortunately, doesn't have the energy or the health to survive. So Emmy Weedle will take game 1 in this series.
Emmy Weedle continuing where he left off last year. Basically, if we count EUIC matches, that is 4-0 right now.
Oh, wow. What a comeback. And what I loved there in that game is the utility that Steelix brought. It got the Breaking Swipe debuff. It got the bulk that it needed to survive and throw the Psychic Fangs against the Dugong, which really helped out that Superior to load up on energy a bit more because those Vinelifts were just doing so much damage. Even after an Icy Wind debuff, it didn't matter.
Yep, Superior truly showing that it is king of the court right now, trending up, 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 up right there. Now we can see that the Steelix barely hung on to those Aqua Tails with the attack drop of Breaking Swipe, absolutely huge.
And Doombug in this moment right here knows that he's a bit behind. He knows he's all right. But the great thing about Doombug is you never count him out. The second you give him an inch, he takes a mile. And Doombug already contemplating his strategy for the next game, reading what Emmy Weedle brought, that Emmy Weedle is not afraid to bring Steelix. Emmy Weedle is not afraid to utilize it to its full potential. Maybe we see that Shadow Feraligatr come in. He has to watch out for the Thunder Fangs, but ultimately those Hydro Cannons can be really devastating.
Yep, and we're seeing so many different Pokemon as well. We Shadow Railrain earlier, and now we're seeing Steelix. Which meta is this?
It's a fun one, and I love seeing Steelix. It has been such a cool Pokemon to be running in Pokemon Go, in Go Battle League. We've seen it be top tier for a little bit, and then it got some well-deserved nerfs because of how strong it was in the past. But those nerfs are not stopping it here on the European International Championship stage. Emmy Weedle chose it along with Superior to bring into Game 1. Will we see it in Game 2? Both trainers are locked in. Mandibuzz again on the lead versus Shadow Annihilate.
Doombug has to find a way to play this differently or play it exactly the same. He is running the same line back to back. I mean, Weedle made some adjustment here actually. Goes for the Ice Punch immediately again. I mean, Weedle,
here we go.
Yeah, he is no shielding that one. Are we going to go into Drapion again?
I have a feeling we're going to see the chip and the dip, but no, actually deciding to stay in. Tried to, chip and dip. Same one, just one turn after.
Yep, actually unloads the energy onto this Shadow Drapion now, so there isn't an Aerial Ace loaded for the Annihilate later on, but tries to go for more Thunderfang damage here. You're getting closer to farming this down. On Charge Attack priority, there is an Aqua Tail now. Are we going to see a boost?
Yeah, we're gonna...
Debuff.
Debuff, yeah. Debuff from the Breaking Swipe. It would be cool if it somehow magically got a boost as well, but what we're seeing is literally a repeat of Game 1. The only difference is Emmy Weedle decided to bring the Talonflame on the back end instead of the Superior, which is a really strong sweeper if you give it those shield advantage.
Yeah, but now Emmy Weedle has undercharged to get some more farm on this Shadow Drapion, knowing exactly what to do. And now there is the Annihilate coming in. The Psychic Fangs just barely reached. That is huge for Emmy Weedle.
This is so clutch. Steelix being the MVP in this series, getting the crucial Psychic Fang debuff and shield away from Doombug. And now Talonflame, a double flyer on this roster, is coming in, shielding the Rage Fist. Gonna be getting the Incinerate farm down.
Shadow Annihilate and its debuff in its defense as well. Talonflame is feasting here, having 2 Incinerate advantage on everything that could come in here, and there is only a Dugong in the back. That is huge for Emmy Weedle. He has such a big advantage. He has some residual energy on that Mandibuzz as well, and now Dugong is coming in. You have to win this matchup with the Talonflame, because once you bring in the Mandibuzz here, it's gonna get tough for you. Dugong is so good against that.
This is such a good position to be in if you're Emmy Weedle and the Talonflame, when you have even shields and well ahead on energy. Those incinerates are adding up every single turn. The Icy Wind is not going to be enough to knock out the Protect Shield now. Going up from Emmy Weedle, there's still a Shadow Drapion in the back, but it is so low that one Air Slash or one Incinerate will take it out. Fly now coming through.
Yep, and I think you're gonna get the shield. You just need one more Incinerate, but Dugong needs 2 more Ice Shards. That's 1 turn more than Incinerate has. Dugong needs to find a way. Maybe wait 2 turns and then try to swap into the... Oh, wait! Emmy Weedle actually lets him throw the Ice Shard.
Oh,
Icy Wind.
Icy Wind. Oh, no. Not going for the flying time. I think he was expecting to swap out. Talonflame not able to hang on. Mandibuzz is coming in. Goes for the aerial ace and the swap and the stall by Emmy Weedle. The confidence and the composure. Foul play now coming through. Emmy Weedle says, I was champion last year, and I'm going to take it again in this series, as unfortunately Doonbug is going to go down to the foul play.
Doonbug now eliminated from the tournament. Emmy Weedle advances the rematch of the grand finals of last year with a 2-0. Said, hey, you think my Talonflame is my win condition? Nah, Mandibuzz has been putting in too much work for me.
This is a momentum shift. Keep an eye on Emmy Weedle for the rest of this tournament. His confidence is now at an all-time high. Steelix, an undervalued pick in terms of the meta overall, but its utility in these last 2 matches was crucial. The Psychic Fangs against that Annihilate not only getting the debuff, but that shield was so huge, even though Emmy Weedle slightly messed up by not throwing the fly because he was anticipating the swap, right?
Yep.
But he held the composure. He didn't get demoralized by Doonbug. He held it, and he finished off nicely. And Doonbug as well. Unfortunately, this is the losers bracket, so Doonbug's tournament is over, but he did incredibly well. Doonbug is always a class act competitor in these tournaments, and my goodness. Emmy Weedle, I'm so excited because I have Emmy Weedle as my original pick for this whole tournament. Yeah. So I'm very excited for this trainer because I know what confidence can do for him.
I mean, honestly, Mandibuzz, Talonflame, and Steelix looks like such a perfect Go Battle League line as well, because you have the Steelix that is a little bit weaker to this Annihilate, I want to say, but you have Mandibuzz to cover it. You have Talonflame. Mandibuzz is weak to Wigglytuff. You have Steelix and Talonflame to cover it. It's so good. Look at this clutch Psychic Fangs.
This right here, this was huge. This was the pivotal moment in that game. And that was so beautiful. And you know what's, this is a throwback to the original days for those that were here in the grassroots movement. Double flyer line. That is an original line combination and just shows how strong flyers can be in this meta, even though there are Pokemon that can handle it. Whether it's Chargebug, whether it's Dugong, flyers are very strong, and having 2 on your team with different coverages can be so powerful.
And also, I find it so funny that just Mandibuzz popped up back in the meta again with the Air Slash. Also sometimes with Snarl, but Air Slash as the preferred one to just beat Annihilate and be such a powerhouse in the meta. You beat Superior, you beat so many Pokemon. The Shadow Drapion also really struggles against it.
Yeah, and that composure right there at the end, if you guys missed it and you just kind of tuning in, that composure to hold the charge move. Doombug's win condition was catching the aerial ace, and Emmy Weedle knew it and was able to fast move down and secure victory. So we're going to see more of Emmy Weedle today as he fights on, but Doombug, unfortunately, his day is done, but well done to him regardless.
Yeah, making day 2 at this EOIC is so good already. I mean, look at the competition. The player you lost to, it is Emmy Weedle. He just always just
I tell you what, next year's EUIC, Doombug is like, all right, you're not doing it to me a 3rd time, Emmy Weedle. I expect that rivalry to continue as the years go on.
Well, maybe next time he can take a game off of him.
Okay. We have an interview with Pedro and Emmy Weedle. Go ahead and take it away.
Thank you, Leo and Psionic. In fact, I'm here with the reigning champion, last year champion, defending champion, Emmy Weedle, and we just revisited. I felt like I had a deja vu because we just saw last year's finals. How are you feeling?
I'm just happy that I won that set, to be honest. I knew it was going to be a tough match beforehand, obviously, because it's Dune, you know, it's always going to be a tough match. But I'm happy I overcame him, and I'm moving on to the next round.
I mean, it was an incredible matchup. I love your strategies. I love the undercharge on that Steelix. And I heard when I was watching your match that there's quite sportsmanship going on between you guys. Can you tell me about that? But because that's what Pokemon is all about.
So yeah, we've played already a few times in like online tournaments and obviously last year's grand finals. And Dune is always a very good sport. Shout out to him. You know, he gives rematches when there's lag, and he's not afraid to, you know, give up a game to show good sportsmanship. So shout out to him.
You know, that's what Pokemon's all about. Super cool, the bonds that the different trainers are generating and creating in this year's European International Championship. I'm so glad that you advanced. I'm glad to see you continue to improve and maybe aim to higher goals. I'm sure you can do whatever you propose. And now, don't leave us. We're going to a break, but we got a lot of exciting battles coming up after that.
Hello, Pokemon fans and friends. Lundberger here to talk to you about how you can add a Galarian legendary Pokemon to your tournament roster. With the Pokemon Go Championship Series in full swing, trainers everywhere are flocking to catch the rare stars of the competitive meta, the Galarian legendary Pokemon. The 2025 competitive season marked the first time Galarian Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres were eligible for tournaments, and they immediately made their mark, stirring up excitement and ruffling a few feathers in the process. Among these Pokemon, Galarian Moltres soared straight to the top, quickly becoming one of the most popular picks in the Show 6 format. With its dark and flying typing, it counters many dominant Pokemon in the meta. Additionally, its powerful charge attack Brave Bird allows it to take on even its toughest opponents like Clodsire and Azumarill. It's no surprise that Galarian Moltres made quite an impression in its early tournaments. It was on the team of the third-place finisher in its debut tournament and continued to gain traction from there. Even by the first tournament of the season, Galarian Moltres was in the top usage for Day 2 competitors, as well as on both of the teams in the Grand Finals in Dortmund, Germany. Galarian Moltres became an undeniable force to be reckoned with. If you are eager to add a Galarian Moltres to your roster, it's easier than you might think. These elusive Pokemon can only be encountered while using your Blue Daily Adventure Incense, a special item that lasts for 15 minutes and spawns Pokemon not already seen on your map, including Wild Galarian Articuno, Zapdos, or Moltres. To maximize your success while you're out birdwatching, if you have an Origin Form Dialga, activate its Roar of Time ability to pause the daily incense timer. This will give you more time to search for your feathered friends without feeling rushed. The Galarian legendary Pokemon have an extremely high flea rate, so you should always use a Golden Raspberry and an Ultra Ball for your throw, no matter the Pokemon's CP, to increase your chance of a successful capture. For those truly special encounters where letting a rare Pokemon escape is not an option, don't hesitate to use a Master Ball for a guaranteed catch. Though the Master Balls are rare, so are these Pokemon. After catching a Galarian Moltres, you'll likely want to optimize it to be a perfect tournament-ready partner. Consider arranging a special trade with a friend to aim for the attack, defense, and HP spread that you are hunting for. Once your prize partner is ready, take it to a competition, cups, or challenges to showcase its prowess in action. The Galarian legendaries are more than just Pokemon, they are game changers in this competitive land and skyscape. With Galarian Moltres leading the way, their impact on the meta is undeniable. So grab your daily incense, prepare your team, and get ready to take flight. With one of these powerhouses on your roster, you'll be soaring above the competition in no time.
Galdo, one of the most accomplished players in the world.
I started in competitive Pokemon in 2018 when PvP was first introduced. I started playing with my friend and then some grassroots tournaments. So my starter Pokemon is Grookey, even though I haven't played the Galar games. It reminds me of myself a bit, so I just love it. My earliest memory was when I went to a tournament just to get a Meltan box, and my friends convinced me to play the tournament, and after that it was just emotion and getting excited for battles. I couldn't stop. I think I've learned to be composed. I think I have a lot of experience in stage, so that generally is an advantage against my opponents. Going to this event, I had a team that I felt kind of comfortable with. It has some holes and some weaknesses, but me knowing those weaknesses made the opponent's team more predictable. I think that was the most important key aspect. The thing I want to improve the most right now is to predict what my opponent is running and what should I do, because sometimes you need to bait out something or you need to play a certain strategy, and I feel like I could improve that. Due to the magnitude of the tournament being international, finals had a bit more pressure. I started to get nervous and played a bit less confident than I generally do. Every year, I think it's harder to win in Pokemon Go. Everyone is improving, so the competition is getting more fierce, and that's why I feel like I have less chances to win. This finals was pretty rough, and I thought I was gonna lose at the end. My Azumarill survived that with very low HP. At the end, it was crazy. Looks like I still have it.
Immortal has just reached Azumarill status. He might be the greatest of all time.
It means the world. I never expected to win it. It feels so real. This win is very important because I sometimes doubt myself, so this helps me a lot. It has been a crazy season. It doesn't make sense. This is the third time I have qualified to Worlds this season, and I think we're only like 2 months in. When I qualified to the Grand Finals, I started crying and I threw myself into the floor, and it's a moment I will never forget. I think the most epic finalist to face in Worlds would be Yekai. Yekai sent me to the losers bracket right at the end of Worlds. I think I kind of choked in the last game. I could have won that game, and I still am a bit sad about that. That would be epic to have the revenge. Worlds is always very fun and very fierce, and also I want to go to Disney.
Marto Galdes, your 2025 Latin America International Champion.
Marto Galde all over the place. He was in Brazil. He's been winning all over, and now he is here in London as well. He just got knocked out of the loser's bracket a little bit earlier on today, so we might get to see him a little bit later on, because that's exactly where we're at in the Day 2 tournament so far.
I think it's also very telling that he remembers that one loss, that one moment where he faltered. These trainers are definitely very hard on themselves, and they have very high expectations. And everyone who came into Day 2 here in London had high hopes, but not many of them will make it on a Championship Sunday. Actually, only 3.
We do have some of those already settled. Winner side of the bracket, a lot less of a journey to go through. You don't have to play quite as many games to get to that final position, although obviously you're going through some very tough competition. But the losers bracket and a double elimination, that's where things get a little bit nitty gritty.
Speaking of the losers bracket, we have 2 trainers that have not yet made it on stream this weekend. I'm so excited to welcome Javier V20 and Asper Shelto. And if you are big into the grassroots competitive circuit or even following along with the Championship Series, you know both of these names already.
Both of these names have not been seen yet here in London. However, that doesn't mean that they haven't been playing absolutely fantastic to get to this point into the tournament, to be getting into day number 2. And let's have a look at these teams.
Absolutely. We do have 2 flying types of different varieties. The Corbin I always love to point out. That is for Asper Shelto. And then we've got Amanda Buzz for Javier V20. But I've got a special surprise for you, Amanda. These trainers are actual friends. And this is a global game. We've got Italy and Peru here. And I think we're going to have a special trade before we get into the battles.
My goodness, this is going to be very exciting. The longer you are friends with someone in the game, when you're exchanging gifts with them, when you're perhaps battling or doing trades or even doing gym battle interactions, you have a chance of becoming lucky friends. And when you become lucky friends, you see this golden little aura around it, and you know that you can do a lucky trade, and that means that the potential floor for the appraisals is going to be even higher. So it looks like we have a Kyurem for a Necrozma, and I have to say, I'm 100% so far of lucky trades on stream of one of them getting a 15-15-15 appraisal.
Wow.
So, I mean,
all right, chat.
I don't know. Let's keep our fingers crossed.
Type it in. What combat power do you think this Pokemon will have? 2042 and 2104 will be the maximum stat products. Let's see what we get. Javier V20, Asper Shelto. A little shaky hand, but let's see what we get.
Already coming in at this point. Let's get them a praise. Let's see how they're doing. Ooh, I'm down to 66%, just like that.
Yeah. Some of those Pokemon, you know, they don't roll the best, but you can definitely save them in your bag. They are beautiful memories to keep. But now that we've got the friendship aspect out of the way, let's turn towards the competition. As we were saying, there's a Corviknight on one side and Amanda Buzz on the other, but so many other surprising picks. Amanda, Dunsparce, Malamar, what's going on here?
There's a lot of different Pokemon that we haven't seen actually so often. One thing I would like to point out is a lot of trainers seem to be double weak to Charm, double weak to a Wigglytuff. Usually it's either that Annihilate but also a Galarian Corsola, but Javier V20 is double weak with a Mandibuzz and also a Malamar, two of those that arguably have even worse matchups.
Yeah, exactly. And if you are Aspercelto and you can kind of cross off those Dark-type Pokemon as unlikely to appear, then what does it open up for you? I would say Annihilate is going to kick that door wide open in this matchup. So I think really the onus is going to be on Javier V20 here to decide if he's going to buck the trend and bring the Dark types or leave them on the bench.
A lot of times some trainers think some Pokemon, maybe they've gone a little bit out of fashion. Maybe they were super relevant earlier on in the tournament scene, but I don't think I'm going to see them here in London. And I have to admit, Dunsparce is one of those Pokemon, in my opinion. I did not expect to see it, and I'm very happy to see it on Aspercelto's side to see how it will do, because I'm looking at that Mandibuzz, I'm looking at that Dugong, and I think it has a decent amount of play even into that Drapion.
A lot of people wondering if Dunsparce is done, finito, out of the meta. We see it here on stage at a UIC, as well as some gorgeous plushes as well. We've got our Alolan Bolt picks, our Kanto Bolt picks, and a Rayquaza shiny variant there. But let's check out these players' accolades, because they are no strangers to the competitive circuit.
Look at how many times these people have already gotten some awards, but they want to have another one added to their list here. Both of them are in the losers bracket. It's round one for them. Someone is going home after this matchup, and each of them, though they're friends, though they did that lucky trade, they're about to become rivals in this first round one.
I was actually so honored to see Javier V20 win that Mexico City special event against Marto Galde last season. Came down to a very, very tough finals. He actually reined in Marto's Charizard and Guzzlord picks. He knows how to deal with the spice. That means he probably has a good handle and knows what he's going to do against this Dunsparce and Wigglytuff.
These trainers are locking in. They're getting ready to play. They want to show you what they've got. We have a European trainer up against someone from out of the territory, and we've got a Unova Stunfisk up against an Azumarill in the lead.
Now, typically you would say this is a positive matchup for that Unova Stunfisk because it paces the discharges faster and it has that Thunder Shock. However, Azumarill's Ice Beam can be devastating, so this matchup actually is very, very close. I expect both trainers to expend at least one shield.
Azumarill's bulk really helps it out in these matches, because as you can see, even though that's super effective damage, Azumarill is still in the green and also able to throw back at a super effective charge attack of its own.
Exactly right. Unova Stunfisk for Javier is going to absorb that first Ice Beam. Super effective damage, and the bubbles are piling on, but he's going to go for another discharge here on great timing as well. 4 Thunder Shocks, convert that to a discharge. Can Azumarill tank it? I think it might be able to.
I think it might. Maybe fast attacks afterwards will be able to put it down quite low. One of them's going to have to use a shield if they want to come out on top of this matchup. Looks like Javier wants that alignment. He's got a lot of energy on his Stunfisk. He wants to get that Azumarill out of the way and dictate what is going to come in.
Look at this. He's actually able to Thunder Shock all the way down. The bubbles are adding up, and the Unova Stunfisk hangs on. It's got 2, count them, 1, 2 Mud Bombs ready to go. There's a Dunsparce and a Drapion in the back.
Going for that heavier hitting discharge. Even though 2 were loaded, those rollouts aren't going to be doing much damage at all. No Protect Shield used by Aspercelto's side. That did minimal damage. Going for yet another.
Exactly right. If you've ever thrown a rock into a pile of sand, there's not much of an impact there, and that's what the rollouts are doing to that ground-type Unova Stunfisk. We're going to see a few more, Thunder Shocks fired off there, but the rollouts finally do add up. Now, Javier, the choice comes immediately in with the Azumarill.
Azumarill now met by Drapion. Drapion's charge attacks we've seen time and time again, not barely doing the heavy lifting in this Azumarill matchup, but is starting to chip away. Also has potential for a crunch debuff, using first shield here on the Ice Beam.
Ice Beam does get Protect Shielded up. We are now at shield parity. Going for the Aqua Tail here is definitely the moveset we'd recommend, because you are facing off against a Dark-type Pokemon, and unless you need that defense fall, Crunch is not the answer.
Now, Javier was maybe hoping to catch one of those crunches, not able to, but able to respond with an Aqua Tail of his own. It's a little bit messy coming in at this point, because the other Shadow Drapion on Aspercelto's side has a little bit of an energy advantage. As you can see, basically 2 Aqua Tails loaded. Will 1 be enough at this point? There's only 1 Protect Shield shield left remaining on Javier's side.
I think Aspercelto needs to expend a lot of energy here to win this matchup. First, Aqua Tail does connect. Poison Stings are resistant. He goes for the back-to-back Aqua Tails here to pick up the KO against the opposing Shadow Drapion. But Javier has other ideas. He shields.
Splish, splash there. 1-2 Aqua Tail. This one would be enough to knock out the opposing. And Aspercelto responds in kind. He knows that he is ahead on the energy, and he will be able to. But no, a quick, fast-paced swap by Javier.
Coming in now with the Azumarill, but now the Shadow Drapion has enough HP to muster a crunch. If a defense fall occurs here, that could be really helpful for Aspercelto and his Dunsparce.
We have to remember that Dunsparce has a lot of energy. It was able to completely roll out, farm down. Now it's able to be at 2 drill runs. The real question is it enough? This is not same type attack bonus. It's not going to be doing as much damage. We're about to see the first one connect.
First one connects. It might not be enough. I think Azumarill might have this. Javier needs to endure one more drill run, though. Let's see. Magic fingers in the air. Aspercelto's Dunsparce throws the drill run.
Drill run is able to connect, not quite able to knock out. Charge attack priority, and now this play rough coming through. A little bit left on the Drapion. Let's see what's in store.
Fires that off. Play rough connects. Dunsparce hangs on, but gets KO'd by the bubble. And now there's one more Pokemon remaining. It is the Drapion. The Poison Sting is enough. It's going to come down to the Shadow Drapion mirror. Who has more HP? Who will outlast the other? It looks like it's a simultaneous KO.
Well, it was tons of potential win conditions there. And you know what, you guys? You wanted to see some really good round 1 losers round. We gave it to you. These two trainers are on fire. Or on Poison Stings, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. They are fully toxic here on stage, throwing Poison Stings back and forth. And at this point, I think we actually had a tied up situation. I don't know. I mean, that game was a tie, right? My eyes are not deceiving me.
I thought that game was a tie. It looked like both of the Drapions knocked each other out with fast attacks, but maybe Javier came out on top. Maybe we missed something, Will?
I don't know. Well, let's take a look at the team here so we don't miss any other details. That is a Thundershock, Mud Bomb, Discharge, Stunfisk. We also have Malamar with Psywave, Superpower, and Foul Play. Not a lot of surprises here, but I will say seeing Air Slash Mandibuzz with the Dark Pulse is a little bit unusual.
Let's go ahead and look at that game number 1 replay here. You called it out earlier on that Stunfisk, even though it is going to be having that electric super effective against the Azumarill's Bolt just ends up doing a lot of damage back.
Exactly right. We now have the Drapion mirror match. We actually saw this play out, I think, 2 or 3 times in this game number 1. And this Drapion made it all the way to the end, limping to the finish line. 1 Pokemon remaining, and they both KO'd. I think that was a tie, Amanda.
I think so, too. We'll have to see. But it looks like the trainers are already getting locked in for a battle. But how close were those margins?
Non-existent. Actually, they were neck and neck, completely even. So we are essentially going to a fresh best of 3. Let's see what these trainers have in store for us. Both are locked in, ready to go. Aspercelto taking on Latam's Javier V20.
It looks like both of these trainers ready. A little bit different than that first round. Here we have the Drapion now against Azumarill in the lead. Javier going ahead and just staying in. The poison damage is doing quite a bit, but it does need to be wary of both the Ice Beam and the Play Rough. Play Rough going to be doing a little more damage when it comes through.
Very neutral matchup, kind of a smoke screen as to what's in the back, but I can tell you that Javier is going to be prepared for a potential Wigglytuff. He's not going to bring any of those dark types, and that comes to fruition here again. Swap into the Azumarill. Chip and dip, reverse style?
Maybe, perhaps. This is actually the correct attack also to be throwing at the Azumarill here. In comes that Wigglytuff, wants to avoid that Drapion matchup here and just start charming away on the Azumarill. I do want to point out that first matchup that we saw between that Drapion and the Azumarill, those two are tied for top usage of day 2 in this meta, so I'm not surprised to see them both on the field.
I really appreciate Javier's play there to throw the Ice Beam because he knows he needs 2 charge attacks regardless. Ice Beam slightly lower energy cost, but he goes on the charge attack priority tie. Guess what though? I think Azumarill can hang on through this Swift.
Let's see, the Swift is gonna come in here. No Protect Shields by Javier, and it barely hangs on. He gives a brief nod. He says, yes, that's exactly going according to plan. Do you want to use a shield? Because this is a heavier hitting attack, and this is going to be doing the damage.
Play Rough does connect. That energy saving Ice Beam allows him to get to that harder hitting charge attack that you pointed out, Amanda. Gonna throw the Aqua Tail now. Shadow Drapion back on the field versus Wigglytuff.
And blink if you missed it there. I mean, Azumarill swapped out, so now the Drapion is switch locked into this Wigglytuff. The Azumarill possibly later for a potential sacrificial swap. There was really no energy left on it. I guess maybe he didn't want to get farmed down, wanted to go for that combination play. Now comes back attacking the Azumarill on Aspercelto's side.
First shield of the game used by Javier V20 against the Swift of the Wigglytuff. Now we see the Azumarill come in, gonna throw the Crunch here into the Fairy-type Pokemon. Also resisted damage as we expected, but no defense drop. Now that final Protect Shield might come into play. I think Javier uses it here.
Going ahead, using that Dropion has really been putting in some work, throwing Aqua Tails against the Wigglytuff, throwing those Crunches against the Azumarill, and just using its Fast Attack to do so much damage against those two Pokemon, coming out with basically 100 energy.
I'm telling you, Poison types love those Fairy-type matchups, and Drapion's got 2 of them here, so it is feasting in London. We're gonna see an Aqua Tail get fired off here by the Shadow Drapion into that Dunsparce.
Gonna go ahead and go for the Aqua Tail. I think he was worried of a potential catch on the Wigglytuff, and that's exactly what he seemed to do, throwing the heavier hitting attack, that Crunch onto the Wigglytuff, but now only the Dunsparce remains. Javier has a very little amount of both the Drapion and the Azumarill in back, putting it all on the hands of the Unova Stunfisk, and it doesn't even have any hands.
It's got flippers. I think they both have flippers, actually, and we're going to see what happens because this is a true test of matchup knowledge. Does Javier know that he can throw 2 Mud Bombs, or does he need a Discharge in order to KO this Dunsparce? Or alternatively, are 2 Mud Bombs not enough either?
We're about to find out as the first one is going through. No Protect Shields were left remaining in the game. We see it. I don't even know if it would be enough. Maybe with the Thundershock damage going through as well. But this Drill Run will connect. It will be doing some nice chunk of damage. Javier has 2 potential Pokemon in the back for a swap, but they're not going to be able to do any energy damage.
Yeah, and there's no switch timer available either. So going for the Mud Bomb, it might be triple Mud Bomb time, trying to shovel some dirt onto this Dunsparce and put it under the ground. We're going to see a Mud Bomb come through here from Javier V20. Can he muster another one? He's almost there. He gets it.
He's at it. He's throwing 1. He's throwing 2. He's throwing 3 to take game number 1.
Give Javier a W and a shovel because he is throwing dirt on the stage up here in the Excel Center. Nice game 1 victory by Javier V20, finding unconventional ways to beat unconventional Pokemon.
Javier has been traveling all over this season, competing against trainers from across the globe. It's no surprise to me that he's like, okay, I'm actually quite familiar with playing in Europe, as I did it earlier on in the season, and I top cut there as well.
A lot of these trainers like getting that experience as quickly as they can because they know what Worlds has in store. They know they're going to face trainers from out of region. So why not get that early season experience and rack up some championship points as well? Going to take a look back at this game number 1. It came down to a lot of Azumarill and Drapion play, but no Shadow Drapion for Aspercelto in this game. I think that was a huge difference maker.
I mean, the big difference maker was just how much energy Javier was able to save on that Drapion. A lot of it, Aspercelto did a nice job of negating, being able to get that actual Aqua Tail onto the Dunsparce and catching that Wigglytuff with the Crunch. But it is game number 2. It's completely fresh here. We got that Unova Stunfisk once again against the Azumarill. And like you pointed out before, Will, not as bad for the Azumarill as you would think.
Exactly right. Unova Stunfisk is going to reach the discharge first. Javier has shown this Pokemon's ability to spam out charge attacks. It gets there quickly. Thundershock gathers energy so fast. Azumarill takes a little jolt, but stays standing.
They're just playing out a little bit differently. What I would have maybe thought he was going to do was let the Ice Beam go through and farm down with the Dropion, but content to go ahead, take this play rough onto his own Azumarill here. It's nice and healthy. It doesn't matter at this point. And Azumarill is pretty safe against Aspercelto's team, knowing especially with an energy advantage, the Dropion maybe doesn't want to swap into it.
Exactly right. Play rough getting fired off here by Aspercelto and his Azumarill. It is yellow in terms of health, and it knocks that Javier Azumarill down into the yellow as well. You're going to see the play rough come through here. I don't think this will be enough to KO, but it is going to bring this matchup a little bit closer to ending.
Yeah, I thought Will was going colorblind for him. Like, actually, Azumarill is blue, but you're absolutely right. One's down the yellow, now one is down to the red. That's how we can keep the difference. Play rough coming through on a very low health Azumarill, and it looks like Aspercelto is content to let it go.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was probably imagining the shiny. The shiny Azumarill is a beautiful gold color. Let's see a Drapion on the field, though. We're going to see, okay, Unova Stunfisk comes back into this matchup. It throws the Aqua Tail. This is part of the reason why Shadow Drapion is such a menace in the Open Great League meta. It's got Aqua Tails for the ground types like Unova Stunfisk and for the fire types like Talonflame. So much utility, so much flexibility, but its only weakness is ground. And I think that's a big reason why Javier brought brought the Stunfisk this weekend.
Mud Bomb coming through, getting that first Protect Shield. You see the red, that means it's super effective, but he's going to be able to outpace. It's going to win that charge attack priority, so to be able to throw first, Javier forced to use a shield because he's at the energy himself, wants to be able to either get the damage or get another shield off of this drop-in, but Aspercelto says, no way, coming in now with the Dunsparce.
I like the Dunsparce pick a lot here from Aspercelto. It's probably his best answer to dealing with the Drapion and Unova Stunfisk core, but Unova Stunfisk is so loaded, and it's going to deploy one of those discharges before swapping out into the Azumarill.
Azumarill now coming in, but it is pretty low. We did see earlier on the drill run wasn't that impactful, but at this low range, when Azumarill is in the red, it might be enough to knock it out. Azumarill is basically almost out, but it's able to throw an attack first. This is actually very big for Javier.
Yeah, this might be the turning point in this entire battle, because that Azumarill was supposed to get KO'd there, but Dunsparce was unable to close the door on it. Now, there's a Shadow Drapion in the back with full health. Unova Stunfisk with energy, and this Dunsparce needs to do a lot of work.
Both of them going for one attack first because they both have shields in this scenario. They're both at energy to be able to throw, but the Dunsparce here is basically at 2 almost at this point. It's getting very dangerous. It's getting very low. Javier says, okay, Stunfisk, you've done your job. I need the Drapion to do the rest of the work.
Exactly. These Pokemon are a team, and they're helping each other out here. Here comes the Dunsparce throwing another drill run into the Shadow Drapion. We see the final Protect Shield of the game for Javier V20. It's going to come down to this Poison-type Pokemon and how much damage it can dish out.
And you know what? Sprachelto says, okay, I can see the value of this later. You might have more energy, but you're gonna have to throw it. I'm gonna try to chip you down as low as possible.
Charge attack priority. Javier wins it. That's super, super important information as this matchup goes into the final stages, because now he knows that he can meet that Drapion head-to-head and fire first.
If he's paying attention to that energy, he knows he's ahead. He knows he's gonna farm up a little bit extra to do some more damage to the Dunsparce when it comes back in. But look at this, an immediate throw at this point. Will he be able to get to another attack on the Dunsparce before the Dunsparce gets to a drill run to knock him out? It's all coming down to these final moments here, these final rollouts, these final poison stings.
Aqua Cola coming through here from Javier V20 as he wins the race, winning a 2-0 set over Aspercelto in losers round 1 to keep his dreams alive here in London.
It's excelente. He took game number 2. Javier staying in the tournament.
Absolutely well executed by Javier V20. Energy management on Shadow Drapion is a skill, it's a craft, it's something that these trainers work on week in and week out, and they bring their best to these Championship Series events. Javier V20, very impressive with the Shadow Drapion play. I mean, might be in the running for the best Shadow Drapion player we have here this weekend.
I mean, there has quite a few of those, and with 71%, I believe, of day 2 using that, I think a lot of contenders are in the mix. Once again, congratulations to Aspercelto to be able to make it this far into the tournament. Though this was the first game that we saw him play, he slogged through that loser's bracket earlier on day number 1 in the largest tournament for Pokemon Go history. So to be able to get this far into the tournament, that is a lot of championship points that he can be able to take to potentially become on his road to Worlds.
And we saw the accolades as well, all the different tournaments he's competed in. This is yet another top cut for a very talented trainer. And I'm telling you, once you reach that first top cut, it's a signal, it's a sign that you have the potential to go even further. So I look to see Aspercelto returning to more EU events and maybe even more ICs down the road.
A lot of times so far this year, if you are able to make it to be a regional champion, you get an automatic qualification for Worlds. But here at the International Championships, not only does the winner take it, the top 4 placements get automatic qualifications. Everyone else is playing for all of those championship points on the line.
Honestly, Amanda, that's an incredible point. I don't think we've made that point yet this weekend, so I commend you for pointing that out, because it's so important for these trainers to remember that there's a lot to fight for as this tournament goes on. This is not a winner-takes-all kind of situation. There's still so much to be earned by moving your way through that top cut, and Javier did exactly that.
He really did. I was so excited for him. He's one of the nicest players too. You talk to him, he's got friends and teammates from all over the globe. A lot of his friends are actually people who are local to the UK, so it doesn't surprise me that he feels so at home winning here.
Well, from Peru to Chile and London, let's hear from Pedro and Javier down on the stage.
Thank you, Amanda and Will. You know what? We're here with none other than the Peruvian hope to win the tournament, Javier. That first match was So good, so good. What did you think when you knew that? I mean, when you saw that you tied?
I feel really a bit nervous because I thought I had it in my pocket, but maybe just a little mistake and my opponent played really well. So yeah, but I said, okay, I need to calm down and get that to know more games.
Yeah, I mean, maybe some of you guys watching at home didn't knew that, but you can actually tie in Pokemon Go. Super hard, especially happens when two really good players fight each other. But before we leave, I had another question. Both times, in two different battles, your Sumeru survived with 1 HP. Did you knew that was gonna happen?
I had faith, to be honest. I just prayed and said, okay, let's hope it survives.
I thought, like, I mean, you're one of the most talented trainers I've known. We battle each other a lot of times, so I'm sure you're being humble. You knew. Well, this is amazing. Hope you continue to doing great. And now we're going back to our castings.
Thank you so much. I think that is a really good point when he said, did you know that you would survive with that little HP? A lot of times, of course, when you're training up a Pokemon and you've practiced with it, when you've scrimmed against other people, you've seen that damage, you say, wait a minute, I've done this a time or two. I'm fairly certain that I'm able to get off a charge attack before I'm going to go down.
I think there's like a degree of comfortability that comes with knowing your Pokemon, with getting those extra reps, with playing in Go Battle League or scrimming against your friends. And I don't know, some trainers are able to just look at a matchup, walk up and perform well. I'm the opposite, man. I don't know about you, but I feel like I need lots of practice, lots of reps, lots of familiarity building with my team before I can even consider stepping on into the stage.
You know, that actually is kind of surprising to me because I don't know if everyone knows this. In the grassroots scene, you're actually someone who is very memorable. People know you because you were a champion in your own right. How did you get to that stage?
Well, first of all, it's much younger back then. Yes. Secondly,
but now you're older and wiser.
And slower too.
Okay,
and I think that being slow in competitive Pokemon Go is one of the worst attributes to have. So these trainers are constantly working on their reflexes, trying to be fast. We've seen some incredibly fast responses, right? The swap. For example, Pokémon is a great example.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Up against that Shadow for Alligator, he was able to switch in that Shadow Kenta Marowak, throw the Bone Club immediately before his opponent even had a second to think about what they were going to do. We've also seen swaps where they try to confuse the opponent, and the opponent just nails the right charge attack anyway, regardless. And I think that having that quick processing power is so critical. Our friend Gabby Snyder says it takes, physiologically, about a half second for a signal to travel from your brain down to your hand, and that's exactly how fast these trainers are reacting in real time.
I mean, every turn in Pokemon is half of a second.
Yeah.
So that means if you even pause the thing for a second, what should I do in this scenario? You've already let your opponent get a little bit of an advantage against you.
Yeah, exactly. So you have to be very quick on your feet, very quick with your hands as well. Like you said, mud slapping, yapping, and tapping. We do it all here on the competitive Pokemon Go stream.
But that's not all that we do. I mean, we play Pokemon Go, but we care about Pokemon as a whole.
That's true. That's true. We absolutely do.
Are you excited for Pokemon Day?
Am I? I'm so excited. Pokemon Day is going to be incredible. But check out this incredible Sylveon card that we have as well. Safeguard ability with Magical Shot, as well as these demo decks. Look at the Pikachu and Charizard. I mean, these are fan favorites. Gotta love those Kanto Pokemon.
Not only do we have the illustration day coming up as well. There was a couple of these. Remember, these were from the 2024 contest. These are actual illustrations submitted by different artists to be used on Pokemon cards. And I just want to point out the different styles. These are completely different, but they're so recognizable still as the Pokemon that they're representing.
Amanda, I heard a rumor that you actually can relate in a strong way to the vibes of Toxtricity. Is that like, do you feel like it captures a bit of your personality?
I really do. Especially when in our game, you know, when you click on a Pokemon, they kind of do their attack.
Yeah.
The Toxtricity does a little.
Oh, the guitar?
I was like,
so you got to be the amped version,
yeah,
not the chill version.
I just feel like maybe I should be getting some sort of royalties off of it because they clearly mimic my character.
Careful now, careful now. Toxtricity is an incredible Pokemon, and we have so many incredible trainers that are yet to battle it out. We've seen Marto Galladay take the stage multiple times already, but he's back. and he's going to take on Zephy Mastix. Now, we've seen a bit of Zephy Mastix. We saw him yesterday. He was playing that Gastrodon.
He was.
But I feel like it came just a little bit short and wasn't able to keep him in the winner's side bracket.
Now, Marto Galde, we talked about how the different ways that you can qualify for Worlds. He's actually qualified for Worlds, I believe, now 4 different times with first place finishes or top cut finishes. Zephy Mastix has also been a regional champion in the past. This season up until this point hasn't really gone completely his way, but now he's gaining a lot of points in here in the circuit. I'm sure he wants to hang on. He is on the loser's side of this bracket, but that doesn't mean that he's out. But he's got a gauntlet to play up against Mario Galde here.
There's so much to fight for, right? We talk about championship points. We talk about moving up the rankings, keeping your spot within that cutoff range. If you're in the EU, it's the top 50. So Zephy Mastix has his eyes on that, wants to qualify for the World Championships, but also the experience side cannot be underestimated. He might end up facing Marto Galde at Worlds. And how best to get practice than right now, feet to the fire, here in London at the Excel Center against the pride of Argentina himself.
Now, Zephy Mastix has been playing really well throughout this tournament. We only got to see one moment from him yesterday where he did end up getting knocked down to the loser's bracket, but he continued that fight there from then on. He was able to win those losers finals, and now we're seeing him here again today. Very excited to see what this matchup has in store.
Well, taking a closer look at the teams, we mentioned the Gastrodon from Zephy Mastix, we mentioned the jump bluff time and time again from Marto Galde, but we haven't seen Marto bring that jump bluff very often. I'm wondering if in this matchup against Zephy Mastix, if that is the play, because there are lots of targets. I mean, Superior, you got the B barrel as well, but then there are also lots of obstacles like a Sludge Bomb, Clodsire, and Talonflame.
When there is a Talonflame, when there is an actual fire type, it really puts the grass type Pokemon kind of on a standstill. Do I want to risk bringing this Pokemon because it's so volatile? If you get a jump up, trap onto a Talonflame, there's not much you can do in that scenario.
Yeah, there are some matchups that you're going to quote-unquote soft lose, and there are other matchups that are very, very tough. Those are hard losses, and these trainers need to avoid those if they want to keep themselves in the series. We're locked in. Marto Galde on the left side of your screen. Zephy Mastix on the right. Let's take a look at the lead situation. We got some unique picks out here, Amanda.
We have something that we haven't seen quite so often. We have a jump up against that big barrel there, going for those rollouts, so super effective damage. Those fairy winds aren't doing much to the Bibarel, but I tell you what, doesn't want to be able to take this charge attack, going to have to use a shield.
Don't forget, Bibarel is a water-type Pokemon. It would take a ton of damage from an energy ball. As we see that Protect Shield turn red, that tells Zephy that would have been super effective if you let that attack through.
Hyper Fang is the way to go here. It's going to be doing a lot of neutral damage, and look at this. It brings the jump up down to the yellow here. Jump up has to go for yet another energy ball, not even at that energy yet, and it looks like Zephy might have... Does he want to use 2 shields here? This is going to do so much damage.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's going to double shield here. Those rollouts are adding up. The rock type damage against the flying type jump bluff. And look, he's already got 2 surfs ready. But if he's not careful, Marto will get to a 3rd energy ball. So great counting, great timing and awareness by Zephy Mastix.
The jump bluff may be going down here, but Marto's coming out of this first matchup with 2 shields still. Now coming in with the Diggersby to kind of try to soak up this damage with a big bulky Pokemon. But guess what? These surfs are super effective.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is not a comfortable position for Marto Galde to be in, and the Annihilate that would have been so good against this B-Barrel is not on his team of 3 for game number 1. The pivot attempted catch by Zephy Mastix does not work out. Instead, Marto Galde holds firm, throws a Fire Punch.
Trying to go for the Scorching Sands catch, but guess what? These are super effective Fire Punches onto a Grass-type Pokemon, already at 2 at this point. Marto Galde being able to just throw, get a little bit of chip damage. Does he want to stay in this matchup? I think he does, because guess what? The Feraligatr doesn't want to face that Superior at all.
Yeah, don't forget, still 2 Protect Shields for Marto. He's not sweating a bit. Frenzy Plant going to get fired off here. If he decides to shield it, this Diggersby will have the Fire Punch ready to go. That's what he decides to do.
I think he's going to get up a little bit more energy too. No going for it straight away. He doesn't want to risk anything. The big problem is, if you look at the Feraligatr in the back, Bibarel is also a part normal type Pokemon. And those Shadow Claws are just going to be doing absolutely nothing.
Wow, coming in now here with the Gastrodon. What an interesting team by Zephy Mastix. We called out Jump Bluff being a great pick against him, and he fears it not, because now he's lined up his Gastrodon versus a Shadow Feraligatr with only 1 shield.
1 shield and now used, doesn't want to take an Earth Power, but this is just a body slam bait at this stage. Feraligatr wants to come out with some energy to be able to throw at the Bibarel in the back, but an Earth Power is reached, and you see Zeffy's face up and surprising. Wasn't sure that was going to happen, but I am very happy about this situation. Earth Power connects.
Yeah, he's going to take that 10 out of 10 times. Here comes the Diggersby. Last gasp of the ground type fires off the Scorching Sands. Marto's mind is already on game number 2 because he realizes there's no way to come back in this one.
That Diggersby might be just smiling a little bit, but it was turning into a grimace at the end. Marto Galde takes a game 1 loss against Zeffy Mastic's. Wonderful plays there by the German trainer.
Let's just recap that team one more time, right? He had Superior, B-Barrel, and his Gastrodon. What can Jump Bluff do? It can Aerial Ace the Superiors. It can Energy Ball the Water types. That was a risky call, in my opinion, from Zeffy Mastics.
A lot of times so far today, we've seen quite a few of these types of risky calls. A lot of times the trainer has gone 2 shields down in the first part of the matchup, but they've got the alignment that they were looking for, and they still ended up winning the matchup.
Yeah, it's very interesting, right? A lot of unconventional things happening, but honestly, man, that's what I expect from EUIC. I expect these trainers to push their Pokemon and their teams to the limits and try to innovate and find new win conditions. It's not all just flat, static matchups. There's so much versatility and so many things can change in the heat of the battle.
Now, we talk about when we're right and when we're wrong. Everyone was giving me a little bit of grief for picking that Shadow Palkia for my caster predictions, but Bibarel was also on this list. I think it has a lot of really good play into the current meta if you are one person who can use it really well, and I think Zeffy was a prime example of it in that game number 1.
And you said when we're right, when we're wrong? You must have been talking about me with the ladder because you convinced me that I'm always wrong about everything, but we're going to find out because this tournament is not over yet, and Marto's tournament is not done either. He's got to win 2 games to keep himself in this loser side bracket. But with Zeffy already winning that game 1, this looks tough.
This is where the rubber meets the road. Marto has been having an absolutely incredible season. He was the Latin America International Champion. I think he really wanted to be the International Champion here at EUIC. He's got to win these next 2 to keep in the tournament, to keep that tournament dream alive.
Gonna get queued up here into a game number 2. This could be match point between these 2 talented trainers. Will Zeffy Mastics defend EU, or will Marto Galde continue his run?
We have that Diggersby now up against the Gastrodon. Let's see how these 2 want to play this out, because both of these have a lot of bulk.
Absolutely a lot of bulk, 2 ground types at play. I do think that the Diggersby has a slight edge against Mudslap users like the Shadow Kanto Marowak, but against the Gastrodon, it's got a little more bulk. It's non-Shadow, of course. I think this matchup is actually very close, especially if that Gastrodon can land the Earth Power.
Going for that Scorching Sands, hoping maybe to get an attack debuff, wasn't able to do so, and now Zeffy's responding in kind, going straight for that heavy-hitting attack, that Earth Power, which is going to do a lot more damage than a Body Slam would. Now a quick pivot out into Annihilate to be met with a Talonflame, but I think if you're Marto Galde, you're super happy to see it here.
Yeah, I think this is an ABB team designed to do exactly this. Pull out the Talonflame, pull out the threat to that Jump Bluff in the back, and try to clear the runway for takeoff.
Talonflame is a 5-turn attack with that Incinerate. It gets a little bit clunky at times to be able to throw your attack at good timing, but look at this. Look how low the Annihilate has gotten. 2 shields now used by Zeffy because he wants to be able to get as much of an impact as he can with this Pokemon.
I like this play by Zeffy Mastics quite a bit because now Marto does have the 2 shields, but he's got to get those shields back. Otherwise, he's going to get Brave Birded off the field.
One time again, no shields left on Zeffy's side. Still 2 shields left on Marto's. Brave Bird connects. The 3rd Pokemon comes in. It's that Jump Bluff already at a fly.
Yeah, this is tough for Jump Bluff, but of course Marto's going to start shielding now. This isn't over though.
Oh,
that
no.
debuff from the Brave Bird makes his Talonflame very, very weak, so Zeffy Mastics has to switch it out, and he's only got 2 water types in the back. Marto might be able to run the gauntlet with Jump Bluff. Let's find out.
No Protect shields remaining. This is a super effective attack. Jump Bluff might be little, but he might be on his own, but he's doing all he can. Super effective damage, but there is a Hyper Fang already ready.
You can't. Oh my goodness, he does. I was going to say you can't afford this shield, but after the Hyper Fang connects, the rollouts might be too much, so Marto's got to try to build some extra energy here.
He's going to try to do as much as he can. He's probably going to try to throw beforehand. Will he be able to completely farm down? He is. He's coming out with energy.
Marto might have this, actually. He might be able to swing the momentum all the way back to the left side of the stage. Let's see what Zeffy Mastics decides to do. He sends out the Talonflame. Here comes Marto Jump Bluff. He's going to throw the Aerial Ace.
Aerial Ace coming through. If this doesn't knock out, that Incinerate damage is going to go through. If this is enough to knock the Talonflame out of the sky, it is. It might be enough for Marto Galde for the
throwing the jump bluff. He's going to bring this series back 1-1, keep himself in the tournament. This series is not over yet, but Marto just showed signs of life.
Jump Bluff came into the field, says, "Oh, hi, I'm a little bit scared of this Talonflame, but I am looking at you, Gastrodon. I'm looking at you, Barrel, and I am looking at game number 3.
This is why it's so important to see the match out until the end. If you only read half of the book here, you would have seen a Talonflame with energy taking both shields away, and then you would have seen just absolute devastation. But now that we've seen the end of that matchup, we've seen the control and composure from Marto Galde. We saw firsthand that he can turn a terrible situation into a winning one.
Game number 1, Zeppi went 2 shields down immediately, was able to win the game through switch. Second game, still went 2 shields down, but unfortunately for him, that was detrimental for the backline of his team when the jump bluff came into the fray.
I really appreciate what Marto did there, bringing the jump bluff. I think Zeppi probably expected that signature pick to show up, but Marto needed to show him that he was not afraid to bring his Pokemon into the fray, and he disrespected it again, Amanda. He had 2 water types. He did not fear the jump bluff, and that's where he went wrong.
It's so risky. Sometimes it's high risk, high reward, but it didn't pay off for him this time. An energy ball for both of the water types. You see Marto perk up. You see him realizing, oh yeah, baby, I'm taking game 2.
Vamos, Marto, but Zeppi Mastix is looking to hold off the Argentinian here. EU versus Latam, headed to a decisive game number 3 in losers round 2. One of these trainers is out of the tournament, Amanda. One of them have to sit on the sidelines and watch someone else become the champion. So this is a very, very important game.
This is why I love losers bracket, because there's so much to play for. You see the hopes and dreams of these trainers. They want to stay in this tournament. They want a possibility to crown themselves champion, but to do that, they have to get through a ton of trainers. They have to get through this game number 3.
Positive lead here from Marto Galde. He's got that poison type Shadow Drapion versus Superior. Instant swap into the Talonflame. But look at the back line. Marto doesn't have an answer. He's got to stay.
He's got to stay, but I tell you what, these Aqua Tails are still going to hurt. No Protect Shield on the first one, but Drop-In gains energy so quickly. And look how much damage that is. Now coming in with the Diggersby to just soak up all of this.
We see the fly coming through here from the Talonflame. He got hit with the Brave Bird, but Marto tempts fate twice. This time the fly connects. Not a big deal for this Diggersby because it has so much bulk. He's going to close in on the Fire Punch as well and fires it right before that Talonflame is ready.
Fire Punch coming through, but if you're Zeppi, you're saying, okay, Talonflame is maybe going down, but the Clodsire is at least avoiding this Diggersby, which he expected to come in, and Superior does have a decent matchup. Those Fire Punches hurt, but the Frenzy Plants hurt even more.
Great timing by Marto Galde. 6 Vine Whips to the Frenzy Plant here for the Superior, so he throws that Fire Punch when the Superior isn't at the charge attack yet, ensuring that he would not lose charge attack priority and still gets off some damage.
Getting off a lot of damage, actually going for 2 Fire Punches. A little shake of Zeppi's head saying, I didn't expect him to throw it right away. Here we go, another Fire Punch does connect. I think the Superior recognizes it doesn't have a really great matchup against a Drapion either. Now going for a Frenzy Plant. This is a heavier hitting attack. This is a lot of energy also wasted on a low health Pokemon.
It's arguable, right? Because I think if the Frenzy Plant would have connected into a swap, it could have made a big impact. But either way, Zeppi Mastix has the double Frenzy Plants loaded. Gonna throw the second one into the Shadow Drapion, and he still has his trusted Clodsire in the back.
2 Protect Shields remaining on Marto Galde's side, 2 Protect Shields remaining on Zeppi's side. This Aqua Tails would be doing super effective damage, but Clodsire's got the bulk, and Clodsire is also adding an attack. First one going through. Does Zeppi want to use his shield here? Yes, he does.
Yeah, I think in terms of relative damage, if it's not a Feraligatr or a Azumarill back there, this is going to do the most damage possible on the team here for Marto. Gonna show up the Sludge Bomb as well because I think Marto realizes this Shadow Drapion still has a lot of work to do. It's resisting the Poison Stings. It can stay in this matchup.
It can resist, and it takes quite a while for the Clodsire to get up to another attack. If you're looking at that Drapion's energy, its health is low, but it's still ready to put in the work. No Protect Shield used at this point. Zeppi still hasn't seen the 3rd Pokemon.
Gonna go for the Aqua Tail here. Aqua Cola numero 3 coming through here from Marto Galde, drawing away that Protect Shield from Zeppi Mastix, and this is when it's going to come down to the wire.
No Protect Shields left on Zeppi's side. We might see a full attempt at a farm down. No, he recognizes he won't be able to get to it before yet another Aqua Tail goes through, forces Marto to make a decision, and Marto lets it go. We're about to see the 3rd. It's going to be Annihilate against the world once again, but this time only 1 Protect Shield to hide behind.
And this might be the first Shadow Annihilate we've seen with close combat and not Ice Punch, and I'm sure he wishes he had the latter. Cloud Earthquake coming through. Is it a bait? Is it a sludge bomb? Marto calls it correctly.
Going ahead, going for that Earthquake. It does get shielded up. There is a lot of health left, however. 2 Rage Fists almost loaded. Earthquake's loaded. Tries to go for a catch, but Marto just keeps punching.
He's got 2 Rage Fists loaded. Here comes a charge attack from the Clodsire. If Zephy Mastix can hang on, he's going to knock Marto out.
You can see Zephy wondering as well. He doesn't know. This is Shadow. It's not enough. He clicked the Earthquake. The Earthquake is there. The real question now is the Earthquake enough?
This is a Shadow Annihilate. I don't know. It's going to try to hang on. Clodsire strike. It's not enough. Marto's is surprised, but so are we. Close combat coming through.
Close combat, knocking it out. You see Zephy puts his hands up in the air. That was as close as you could come. Amazing games in Losers Round 2.
I'm telling you, Object and Mirror are closer than they appear. And as Marto puts Zephy Mastix in the back, he's going to move through this bracket on the loser's side. And I can tell that he broke a sweat there because that was insanely close.
I think a lot of times for trainers, especially like this, sure, you do a lot of scrimming, you do a lot of training, but when it gets down into those last minutes of a game, recognizing there's nothing I can do. I've played it to perfection, so has my opponent. It just comes down to how much damage these attacks do.
I'm just going to be honest, Amanda. We have not seen a Shadow Annihilate take on a Clodsire in quite a while. I was feeling that Earthquake was enough. I thought it was going to be enough.
I thought it might be as well, and I was wondering if it was better to maybe go for a close combat, if that would have been enough at that small of a range. Fortunately for Marto, he had both loaded and ready to go.
And that was the crossroads, right? Either you throw the close combat and you bet everything on that one single charge attack. If the close combat's not enough, though, and you debuff yourself, then that Earthquake is surely enough, and Marto would lose that game. So he hedged his bets, took the safer route, trusted in his Pokemon, and it paid off massively.
That was a calculated play by Marto. Of course, if you look back and it didn't end up working to his favor, and then he said, oh, I should have thrown the close combat. It's just so hard to tell in those very quick moments, but he really played it to perfection. And you saw Zephy, he also didn't know. He was just kind of like, well, we'll see if this knocks out. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I think Zephy played absolutely fantastic. I'm excited to see what's in store for him for the rest of this season.
Sometimes all you can do is your best, and I feel like Zephy put his best foot forward here in London. His tournament run, unfortunately, has come to an end. But again, another top cut, another accolade, another kind of badge, so to speak, that you can hang in your trainer compartment. And now we're going to take a look back at a very memorable game number 3. Superior was so dangerous, but Zephy Mastix was unable to really capitalize with it.
Yeah, it came down to the wire here. Marto Galde didn't have a lot of health left on his drop-in, but what he lacked in health, he made up for with energy. In this moment, it came down to the wire. Will this Earthquake be enough? I bet half the chat was like, yes, this is going to knock out. Yeah. And the other half was like, oh no, of course I knew it's going to hang on, be able to throw this final attack.
Yeah, I'm really excited to go back and look at the VOD and see chat popping off, because I know Marto's got a lot of fans around the world who've enjoyed his gameplay and his own content creation as well. He's made us laugh, he's made us cry, and feel all kinds of emotions in between. So I know a lot of trainers are rooting for him and his success, and he stays alive in that loser side bracket. So more Marto content is on the way.
It's very exciting. I know a lot of the trainers, they've been talking, especially like Out of Pocket, who is the North American International Champion, Marto Galde, who is the Latin American International Champion. We have Emmy Weedle here, all still in the tournament. All of these are in contention to be the first trainer to win 2 international championships. Now, Will has told us earlier on, he thinks it's going to be someone completely new, but from EU. So none of these trainers could potentially be who you think is going to be the pick.
Oh, Amanda, I just got news from production. We have a real treat for Marto fans here because Pedro is down on the floor. Let's hear from the Argentinian pride.
Indeed. Thank you, Will. We're here again with Marto Galde. He keeps winning. Unstoppable. The legendary Jump Love user. Please tell me about that second match. What happened there? Because I saw you a little bit like, nervous?
No, so yeah, I'm not 100% happy with how I'm playing. I could have played that more clean. To be honest, I was like 99% sure my Ape could endure that move, but I could just have thrown the close combat and that was like a easier game to win. So I kind of made it difficult for myself at the end, so I need to get better at that if I really want to win this tournament.
Let me ask you something. I mean, everyone is loving Jump Love. In the second one, Jumpluff defeated the 3 opponent Pokemon. It's confirmed Talonflame counter right now. What's the thought behind it? Why are you keeping? Why you keep using it? I mean, it's good, but why?
Yeah, I'm using it because it's naming Adequance, and it's a good Pokemon, so I need to prove that somehow. It has won like 5 or 6 tournaments, but I still need to keep proving that Jumpluff is better than Palkia.
Yeah, I mean, it defeats Palkia easily. So yeah, I mean, Latam supremacy right here. Now, okay, thank you, Marto. Hope to see you. Continue advancing, and we're going back to our casters.
Now, Amanda, I have a secret that I'm not sure you are privy to. Uh-oh. But sometimes we might see trainers lock in screens. Mm-hmm. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe that Inadequance nicknamed his Shadow Palkia Marto Galde as well. So a little bit of a friendship going on there.
Yeah, I think a lot of times before even LAIC happened, Marto Galde was sharing the team composition that he thought he was going to run with Jumpluff, and he was talking with his friend Inadequance, who said, that is not it. That is not the Pokemon. If you use that, you're not going to win. And Marto afterwards said, I think I'm going to prove you wrong. So after that, every time Martine just gives Marto like, oh, what about this Pokemon? Could this be viable? If that silly Pokemon can make it so far, can a Shadow Palkia?
It's so ironic, honestly, because as commentators, you know, we affectionately would say that Jumpluff is on fraud watch. You know, we're not sure if that Pokemon is the real deal. And Marto's like, yeah, it's won like 5 or 6 tournaments, and I guess I have to keep winning in order to prove to everyone else this is a viable pick.
What's it going to take? Now, I have another, it's not really a secret for you. Anyone who's actually following along with the brackets for some of the games that we haven't been able to see on screen, maybe you've already been able to find this out as well. But we just talked about Emmy Weedle, how he was last year's champion. He was knocked down to the losers bracket by Arceus Aurelius day 1. He just got knocked out of the tournament by the 2023 European International Champion Tonton Batus.
So you're telling me that EUIC 2025 is so stacked that the 2023 EUIC champion took on the 2024 EUIC champion and it didn't even make it on the stream? That's insane.
That's how stacked.
That's how stacked we are. And we wish we could show you more battles. I promise we're going to do our very best. Our producer always tells us we need to set a record. We need to try to push harder, show everyone more matches, and we will always do our best to do so. But just like you said, Amanda, pinpointed on the bracket, though.
We're looking at that lower half of losers round 2. We have the matchup against Tonton versus M.E. Weedle. Tonton did come out on top. It looks like Howie and Javier V20 are yet to be played, but the rest of them are all sealed up for losers round 3. Once again, since this is a double elimination tournament, that means they've already been knocked down to the bracket. They've lost their first matchup, and these are go big or go home moments. So whoever wins in these next rounds will be able to face off against Richie, Out of Pocket, Arceus Aurelius, and Kalfia.
Can we talk about how there is a Colin versus Marto Galde matchup lined up in losers round 3, the final boss versus the Pride of Argentina? I mean, come on. This honestly, the story here at EUIC writes itself.
I mean, another one that some people who are in the grassroots scene might also point out is C. Leonardo against Statistan, 2 friends that met while they were in the UK and formed a team together that now is one of the largest teams in our Pokemon Go scene.
Yeah, absolutely astounding how these friendships appear and how they connect all of us across the ocean, whether it's the Atlantic, the Pacific, or beyond. Very, very serendipitous to see all these storylines come together at an international event like EUIC.
The biggest event that we've had so far with so many big names, so many newcomers making their way to the scene as well. That's what I absolutely love to see. Yes, we see these tried and true names, these names that we've been seeing for a long time, but then we see names like Kalfia, even though it's hard to pronounce. That's a name that's like newer. That's a name that just appeared this year. And that's something that 3 years from now, when he's winning tournaments, could potentially be like, wow, remember when he popped off?
Exactly. Everyone has an origin story. And although there are 400 trainers here in the venue, here in the Excel, what if I told you, man, that our community is even bigger than that? There are thousands of people watching at home, sharing their posts on social media, and we would love to check in with them. Make sure to use that hashtag PokemonEUIC so that we can feature all of your posts. Look at this year of Eevee.
And look at this, we have the Need for Speedy. She's saying, okay, she sees all these postcards, says, anyone, my friends here at EUIC, I might want a certain postcard for no reason at all.
I want everyone in the chat to take a guess because I know that Need for Speedy was doing lucky trades to try to get a shiny, perfect Eevee. Type in the chat how many lucky trades it took her to get her perfect little buddy. Let's take a look here at an Ogerpon backpack, like we've affectionately dubbed it. This is the mascot, so to speak, for EUIC 2025. Ogerpon has several forms, and they're all very, very strong in the video game series. But look at this. Good luck to all of our champs in the making today. I appreciate the uplifting words from our competitive channel, Play Pokemon.
Yeah, if you're talking about perfect Pokemon, look at that. Also, we have Claudia Coolstar here on her way to EUIC. Come say hi if you spot me. I would love to say hi to Claudia. She couldn't skip the event, even if it was just for one day. I know there are a lot of Pokemon Go content creators here. I also saw another one who I actually had a special trade with, Yarun026 in the field. So go ahead, say hi to all these different Pokemon content creators here to help celebrate the event with you guys.
When Adam, aka Crimson K19, is not pulling awesome shades or pulling fourth place medals, he's pulling cards as well. What an incredible hand here. He says, not exactly a loser at Pokemon EUIC if my prize packs contain the nuttiest pulls of my life. Half of my 18 packs had a regular EX or better. You know what? Can't beat that. You can't be mad when you pull those kinds of cards.
Yeah, it's actually not only are you playing for the prizes and for the points, you're also playing for a lot of packs as well, because you are able to get those, and there's something so satisfying, right, about getting handed a pack and the surprise element of it. You hear that crinkle of the wrapper, and then you say, what do I have in store inside?
Or if you play TCG Pocket, it's as easy as a swipe. Whoop. And then you get your cards, right? But Pokemon is an incredible esport, incredible community. Thank you all for sharing your posts. And again, use that hashtag Pokemon EUIC. Let us know if you're enjoying the show. And, you know, if you like Amanda and I as a caster pair. I think we have a couple of people that say we're pretty good.
Maybe also, you saw earlier we had Arceus Aurelius on for a speed burger. Who else should we be having on for these types of things? What kind of questions are you guys able to get the questions that we're asking in the chat? Because I have to say, I had a different one picked for the bread Pokemon, the Fido.
Yeah.
And Will was like, no, you got to use that Pokedex entry. And I think that made it a lot more difficult.
Yeasty fermentation, can't beat it. But one thing that can are our trainers on the stage. We've got Kazim 33 taking on Sceptile Ice. I've been so impressed with Sceptile Ice. I would say one of the meteoric rises in the North America competitive scene. He's done so well, and in day one, he took down Doombug 97. I think that is the true mark of a trainer that can beat anyone.
And I think if we're talking about really good trainers on the rise, Kazim is actually a perfect pick for this as well. He's been around the scene for a while. He is well known within Go Battle League, but this season, he's been actually doing incredible, winning the first event in Europe, and then also just not putting on the brakes since then, saying, okay, we're back in England, I'm gonna make my mark.
Exactly. We have interesting teams here as well. Wigglytuff appearing for Kazim. Meanwhile, Sceptile Ice with Diggersby and a couple more traditional picks, but that Man team really stands out. We're going right into game one, Amanda.
Going ahead, jumping right into it here. We got that Wigglytuff against the Diggersby. Even though both of these Pokemon are rather bulky, I don't think that this is actually what either of them are hoping to see. And a quick pivot out by Kazim into a hard counter for that Diggersby.
This is a Diggersby double water team, and that is so safe because there's no grass type pressure at all on Kazim's team. So sometimes it's not about looking for what's there, it's looking for what isn't there. Now we see that Scorching Sands Connect attack debuff is really nice for Sceptile Ice in this situation, because even though he's switching in his Azumarill late, that Azumarill for Kazim is hobbled.
Yeah, it does. The attacks aren't going to be doing as much damage. Looking at Kazim's team, another thing to point out, just like Patoman, Kazim is not running a fighting type Pokemon. So the Wigglytuff on his team has a big counter of the Primeape, keeping it on the bench, but there's not as much of a willingness on his side to play in that kind of play style.
Yeah, exactly. To be in that situation, another play rough does connect, taking that Azumarill for Kazim down into the yellow. And again, I'm going to mention it one more time, so many mid-game Azumarill mirror matches, but now we see the switch and the pivot. Here comes Wigglytuff.
This is the first time we're seeing Kazim play on stage today, but keep a note of how this trainer plays. He always waits a turn. He is almost impossible to get caught on. You saw it at that point here, switching back into that Wigglytuff, getting a lot of energy, and now just continuing to charm the Azumarill down, using that first shield in the process.
Yeah, this is a really nice estimation by Kazim. He thinks that he can get 5 more charms off to KO the Azumarill before that charge attack is ready. Sceptile Ice picks up on that note as well, so he pivots out, avoids the farm down, but he's forced to take an Icy Wind, which is really tough because this Diggersby just switched in. It's switch locked for at least 40 more seconds.
Yeah, super effective damage going through. Now the attacks aren't going to be doing as much. Going still for that heavier hitting Scorching Sands. This, even with the attack debuff, should be enough to knock out the Wigglytuff. Kazim is now just going to let it go down. We're going to see him come in with the Dugong, an even better answer than the Azumarill.
This is a little bit tricky because Sceptile Ice can get to the Scorching Sands. His switch timer is not yet up. However, he is adding fuel to this Dugong, and it's going to have so much energy when it comes out of this matchup.
Going ahead, letting that Scorching Sand solo through. First time the attack get the debuff. This time, not so lucky. Still 2 Protect Shields remaining and about to show the third Pokemon. In comes that Feraligatr, and in comes the Drill Run.
Feraligatr. Oh, no shield here by Sceptile Ice. I think that makes a lot of sense. It's so risky to shield an Icy Wind bait, and that Drill Run's not going to do that much damage. You're resisting Ice Shards as a Feraligatr, so you can afford to hang in this matchup, but now you have to respect this damage.
Oh, the ice isn't so nice here. Not shielding the Drill Run, shielding an Icy Wind on a Water-type Pokemon. Now the Feraligatr is a little bit less impactful. These Hydro Cannons aren't going to hurt as much, and a shield has been wasted in the process.
The Shadow Claws are really tearing through this Dugong's HP. A little bit of a delay, but the Hydro Cannon does connect. We're right back on track. Shadow Claws, again, ripping through the HP product. Everything else is going to be resisted. Another Hydro Cannon ready to go. Kazim running low on options, forced to use his final Protect Shield of the game. Do we see a switch? Do we see a pivot? What does he decide to do?
He is going to be able to go ahead, come through here. He's going to throw that Play Rough at this point. Going to use a Protect Shield on Sceptile Ice's side, and Azumarill does not connect with that Play Rough.
Yeah, it looks like a misfire there on the Protect Shield, but will it actually turn out for the better? Because now Kazim is still in this game. If he Protect Shields this up, he might actually have a win condition here against Sceptile Ice and his Shadow Feraligatr. Let's see what he decides to do.
Going ahead, getting up a little more. Azumarill coming back in, but Sceptile Ice's Azumarill is completely dry. Kazim is at 100 energy, throwing the Play Rough here. No Protect Shields. This would be able to knock out, but he wants to be able to throw another attack that's coming in, so he's getting a bubble go through.
Whoa! Incredible undercharge by Kazim. He's close to the next charge attack. In comes the Feraligatr, and he wins the match anyway.
Wow, coming through with this. No Protect Shields for real this time. Remaining on the field. Play Rough to connect with both the Azumarill and the Feraligatr to take game number 1.
You know, sometimes in life, there are happy accidents, and you can argue that if Kazim would have shielded the Dugong there, that would have worked out in his favor, but you know, there's lots of ways to get the job done.
There's a lot of times, there's a lot of different win conditions. It really depends on how people choose to play out matches. For those who did see it, yes, it looked like Kazim had definitely pressed the shield on his Dugong. It didn't register, but still able to win game number 1 with a pretty solid team.
Take a closer look at the team here from Kazim. These are the tools of the trade. We're going to see double fairy types in Wigglytuff, Azumarill, that Shadow Kanto Marowak, which honestly against this team from Sceptile Ice does not look very viable, because not only are there 2 water types in the Shadow Feraligatr and Azumarill, there's also a Diggersby and a Mantine, so it's very, very difficult to run a Mud Slap user into this squad. I don't expect to see it in this series, but we are moving to a game number 2. And Amanda, honestly, do you think many large adjustments need to be made?
I mean, I think if you're Kazim, you're thinking, if it's not broke, don't fix it. There was a lot of things that I could do in that matchup, but of course, if there is a Wigglytuff, you're kind of giving the opponent some ideas of how they want to play around it, especially if you're willing to showcase it in game number 1. I think Sceptile Ice will definitely be expecting it in game number 2. Now, having said that, could it be one of those things where it's like, okay, I just need to show it in game 1, like C. Leonardo did with the Unova Stunfisk, and then just hide it for the rest of the game because you've already showcased the prowess, the potential.
And the thing is, you have to keep your opponent in check. You can't let them do whatever they like in a series like this. You have to try to control the pacing of the matchup. And a lot of this is a mental game, right? We see this in the other competitive titles as well. Sometimes sending a signal isn't always a charge attack or a fast attack. It's a team composition. It's a gesture across the stage. It's that sly little nod and the smirk from Kazim as he took game number 1. You never know, but every single tiny action has a result.
Now that Mantine that you were talking about earlier, why do you think that we're not going to see much of a play from it?
I don't think Mantine is going to be very viable here. There's too much charge and fast attack pressure from Kazim's team. Well, let's see what these trainers decide to do. We're going to see a Shadow Drapion lead from Kazim now into the Shadow Feraligatr.
We've seen this time and time again. It's the fast attacks not doing too much damage on either side, but the charge attacks that are really putting in the work here. Hydro Cannon coming through. This is going to do a ton of damage. Kazim wants to shield it up because the drop in is at an attack as well.
Now, we've seen this matchup play out a few different times. On even energy, the Crunch and the Hydro Cannon will pace at the exact same time. However, the Poison Stings are adding up a lot of neutral damage. Shadow Claw is being resisted on the opposing side. Both trainers are likely to shield here. The difference is that Feraligatr will win that charge attack priority. And now, Amanda, a defense wall.
You heard the sounds, you saw the sprinkles, you saw the defense fall off of this Feraligatr, but it actually doesn't make a difference too much at this point because the Hydro Cannon's already loaded. 2 shields are down on that drop down, and now we have to see how they want to play it out. He might try to go for an Aqua Tail, and Sceptile Ice is absolutely not getting out of this matchup, and Kazim goes out as well, but with 100 energy.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to make the point, once that defense fall occurs, then maybe you can start throwing Aqua Tails. Maybe you can get a little bit crafty, but now we're in a Azumarill mid-match, and I really like all the Poison Sting damage that Kazim applied. Again, you can't just think of this battle in one dimension. You don't have to throw the Crunch there. You can just do Poison Stings because they're super effective.
I think, are all these trainers putting in Azumarill mirror matches in the meantime because we're in England and they recognize that there's this thing called afternoon tea? They want us to just go out, make a tea, get brewed, because it's going to take a while to get through this mid-game matchup. Both of these basically on even energy, both of them almost on even health.
Yeah, I will say I think Sceptile Ice is just a tiny bit ahead, just a pinch of some sugar in the tea there for Sceptile Ice, but he does have that protection advantage to boot, so it's going to be interesting to see how he decides to play out the rest of this matchup.
Kazim waiting a turn there, doesn't want to get this play rough caught on anything else. Azumarill now going to take it, still no Protect Shield used from Sceptile Ice's side on it. In comes that drop in to get a little bit of a farm, but there is already quite a bit of energy on the Azumarill, and the switch timers are up. I think we're going to see this. Still no Protect Shield. This is a play rough. This is going to hurt.
Well, I think the Sceptile Ice has shown his I guess, tendency, to lean on his Shadow Feraligatr. He wants to save his Protect Shields for that Pokemon because he realizes it's so key. And you can see the head shake as well. He really is not comfortable using the shield here, but he does win the charge attack priority, which is massive.
And you see Kazim's still nodding. He knows, or he at least thinks, his Aqua Tail is not enough to knock him out, and he is correct. He's at the attack. This one should be able to do it, and he's one away from yet another. We're going to see what is going to come in at this point. No Protect Shields remaining on either side of the field.
Amanda, do we get a peekaboo play? No, Switch Timer's not up. He's forced to bring in the Feraligatr and take this Aqua Tail. Sceptile Ice is shaking his head, but I don't think this is over yet. I think there's a lot of play for him.
Do you think there's a lot of play? Because if you look, there's a full healthy Dugong in the back.
Never mind. Never mind. Kazim comes in here with the Dugong. Ice Shards coming through, and the Shadow Feraligatr will try its best, but Sceptile Ice is going to have his tournament come to an end against Kazim. UK holds strong here in the Excel Center as Kazim reaches the charge attack, and this will be enough.
Going for that Ice Beam. It's not very effective. No Protect Shields remaining. No more tapping. Just some swiping. Just some glory for Kazim. Staying in losers round 3 against U.S. trainer Sceptile Ice.
I think Sceptile Ice has so much to be proud of. We talked about both of these trainers being young, up-and-coming stars, rising stars in the competitive scene, but Sceptile Ice, coming as a trainer who rarely made Top Cut to then doing phenomenally well in Baltimore, continuing his run through the tournament brackets in North America, then coming to EUIC and finishing in Top Cut. He might even be like, what, top 16 or so?
Absolutely. I cannot agree with you more. I think Sceptile Ice played incredibly well, and it's so funny because it's almost like a shadow version of each other, because I would say the exact same things about Kazim. Kazim was only able to get his first regional championship this season, but since then he top cut so many events. He became a trainer that a lot of people look up to and saying, oh my goodness, how did I not realize how good he is? And if you want to joke around with him, you can tell him it's because he's not bringing Whimsicott anymore, because Whimsicott is one of his favorite Pokemon, and he always used to bring it to tournaments in the past, but he thought maybe this wasn't the season of Whimsicott, and once it was benched, he won a regional championship.
Oh, interesting. But then you have other trainers like Marto Galladay who can finish 3rd place at Worlds overall with Whimsicott. So some trainers, you know, find the right openings, find the right team composition to build around. And I really appreciate Kazim's willingness to change up the formula a little bit and find openings for himself. That's exactly what he did in this series as well. Very close matchup between these two trainers. And I think that what Kazim did better than probably all of Septilice's opponents so far was recognize tendencies. He knew Septilice was going to lean on the Shadow Drapion and Shadow Feraligatr, and he put a stop to that strategy.
Absolutely, and Septilice, great plays, great understanding that he wanted to try to be able to catch a move once he realized that the attack had fallen on his own Feraligatr. But like I said, game one, it is so difficult for Kazim to actually get a charge attack meant for a certain Pokemon caught on something else.
Yeah.
He usually waits a turn. He knows exactly how his opponent wants to play it out. He is a very careful and precise player.
Exactly, and you need that precision, you need that focus as you move through very, very intense matches, because your opponent is going to do everything they can to throw you off. Switch late, switch early, throw a charge attack on weird timing, wait a turn, whatever it takes to win a battle, and you have to be very measured and actually very patient to allow yourself to not switch a Pokemon and lose energy.
Yeah, I think that, again, I love these losers bracket runs. I think congratulations to everyone who has made it even this far in the tournament. Like you said, Septilice coming from abroad, being able to take a lot of championship points back to his home region where he can apply that for his own NA leaderboard.
Exactly right. I'm very interested to hear from the trainer himself. Kazim just held ground firm against the trainer from the North American region. Pedro, tell us what's up.
Thank you very much, casters. We're here indeed with Kazim, one of the only hopes the UK has left to maintain the title back home. How do you feel about knowing that? Are you like more passionate knowing that you can like defend the title and keep it here?
I mean, that would be amazing. I mean, I think I just want the EUIC to be won by a European after all. It was a huge invasion from both NA and Latin America trainers, and they've got some of the finest trying to, steal the title here. But, I'll do what I can for the UK. Am I the only one left, or I have be keeping track?
Yeah, we're gonna keep track, but you are here. You are doing absolutely great. I mean, your plays were awesome, were flawless. I want to know, how do you feel in that first match when, when something like that happens? How do you deal with it?
Yeah, so I always look for win cons wherever I can. I think what happened was I shielded a Hydro Cannon with my Dugong, but the game didn't register. So, Niantic, please fix the game on behalf of everyone. We all love the game, and I am passionate for it, and it's just, it can be in a better state. But again, just to bring it back, I do look for win cons. I think I did a little undercharge just in order to outpace the Feraligatr. I think it had a couple Shadow Claws. I needed to get more energy on my Azumarill basically to reach the player off, and just didn't give up. And that's what I think is one thing with all the trainers here. Just finding win cons in bizarre, in bad scenarios, and keep fighting on.
I mean, yeah, never give up. Well said, never give up. There's always a win con, there's always a chance. And you know what? You shouldn't give up on the stream too also, because we got a lot of matches today. We got a lot of good matches, good players still on the tournament, including Kazim. So don't go anywhere while we go to a little break.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important moments throughout the competitive circuit of Pokemon. I'm Caleb Pang. Let's dive into the story of Yakai 0904, the hero of Hong Kong.
Welcome to the stage, the hero of Hong Kong, Yakai!
Yakai was a 16-year-old trainer from Hong Kong, attending his second ever World Championships. Prior to competing in World Championships, Yakai watched the inaugural 2022 Pokemon Go World Championships in London from home. He came to admire APAC trainer Crescent Angels, the third-place finisher at Worlds, after seeing his epic catches and gameplay.
Godon Hada is going to need, but that Sableye makes the catch!
14-year-old Yakai wanted to follow the footsteps of his favorite player, and sure enough, he qualified for the 2023 World Championships.
Welcome to the 2023 Pokemon World Championships.
The Epic tournament in Yokohama proved to be a tough hurdle for Yakai, who was quickly eliminated from the tournament after being swept in back-to-back series. After such a devastating result, Yakai contemplated skipping out on the 2024 World Championships, but after a first-place finish in the 2024 APAC qualifier for Worlds, Yakai made the trek to Honolulu, Hawaii. Over 200 Go trainers flew into Honolulu from their respective regions to try and take home the coveted World Champion title. Over half the competitors represented Europe and North America, home of the previous World Champions. However, one trainer came to defy all odds, Yakai, the hero of Hong Kong. Yakai powered through the first day of competition undefeated, taking down 3 regional champions along the way. In the winners finals of his bracket, Yakai closed out the day with a 2-0 victory, earning himself a spot in the top 32.
Comes the double resistant licks, and Yakai takes a clean 2-0 victory versus Steinar.
On day 2 of the World Championships, Yakai battled through a gauntlet in the winners bracket and did not drop a single game in his first 3 series, a feat that was unmatched by anyone else.
Yakai taking this series 2-0.
Can he get there? No, a dragon breath down, and Yakai here in this situation, a clean 2-0 sweep.
Number 1, this is Lurgan Rocket on the left, Yakai on the right. It's over.
Conceding the matchup, Yakai staying in the winner's side.
This secured Yakai a top 3 spot as he headed into the winners finals of the World Championships. Seated across from Yakai in the winners finals was Marto Galde, an Argentinian player and one of the most accomplished trainers in the world, having previously finished 5th at the 2022 World Championships. Yakai continued his win streak in Game 1 of this best-of-5 series against Marto, but Marto struck back in Game 2, handing Yakai his first loss on the day.
Marto swapping out to his Licky Tongue.
Marto is going to be able to even up the series 1-1.
Both trainers split the next 2 games, and with that, they were at a decisive Game 5.
What a matchup here! It's the Skarmory into the Lantern!
In this final battle, Yakai led his Skarmory into Marto's Lantern, the worst possible matchup for Yakai. But Yakai decided to put all his hopes and dreams into his Altaria.
But it all comes down to this Altaria. Marto, he has no answer for it.
With Yakai's bold no-shield calls, he completely turned around the game, defeating Marto and punching his ticket to the Grand Finals. On the final day of World Championships, Yakai was matched against the decorated veteran Inadequance, running an unconventional Giratina team. Yakai was at a vast team disadvantage, and he recognized the mountainous task ahead of him.
And he has that opportunity to claim that first title for the APAC region.
In Game 1 of the Grand Finals, Yakai wrestled away the switch advantage from Inadequance and perfectly lined up his final 2 Pokemon for the win. In Game 2, Yakai found himself in a great lead matchup with his Skarmory on Inadequance's Wigglytuff, but a huge no-shield call from Inadequance on his Lantern allowed him to take the driver's seat. With his back against the wall, Yakai double-shielded his Skarmory and made an incredible last-second catch on his Charger Bug to realign the Skarmory against Wigglytuff, putting himself up 2 wins in epic fashion.
He's on the board! Yakai pulls off another game against Inadequance. We are match point!
On match point, Inadequance core broke Yakai's team with Poliwrath, placing Yakai in an impossible position, resulting in a loss for Yakai.
And Inadequance is not out of it yet!
Trying to slow down Inadequance's momentum, Yakai found himself in a positive lead in Game 4. But to many people's surprise, he gave up switch advantage after losing his Altaria to Inadequance's Clodsire. Yakai boldly farmed down the Clodsire with his Skarmory, making the read that he needed an energy head start for Inadequance's potential backline Skarmory. Yakai's calculated play fooled even Inadequance into saving his Giratina for Yakai's final trump card, his Lickitung, the hardest counter to Giratina. With both trainers on their final Pokemon, Inadequance could only watch as Yakai's Lickitung chipped away at Giratina's health bar. And with a 3-1 victory, Yakai earned himself the title of World Champion. It all started in 2022 London when 14-year-old Yakai watched the best trainers in all. 2 years later, Yakai, the hero of Hong Kong, rose the World Champion trophy himself and inspired a new generation to pursue their own dreams. Yakai's story is proof that the path to being a world champion isn't always an easy one, but with hard work and perseverance, you too could be the very best. Thank you for watching this showcase of the Pokemon Championships history, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back after this incredible video about Yakai's 2024 World Championship run with his ace, Lickitung.
Yes, that was a dominant Pokemon in that meta, and Yakai used it to perfection there against Inadequence in the Grand Finals. Man, watching that video got me so hyped because the narration from Caleb Pang, the music, the atmosphere, the build-up to World Champion, and that is what we are all here for, to see who's going to be the World Champion in 2025. But first, it starts at EUIC.
Exactly, we're not quite there yet, but we have seen someone on stage multiple times that was also showcased in that video. And I'm not talking about Inadequence. I'm talking about Marto Galde. Actually, I'm kind of talking about both here.
Yes.
Marto Galde just beat Zaphimastix, and now next up he's going to play against Colin off stream, because we can't show all of these matches, because then we would be sitting here until Tuesday, probably. But we have such amazing trainers in the top cut still that are trying to go for it. This is a crazy matchup here. Statistan versus C. Leonardo 77, because if you have been around for Grassroots, both of them were founders of a specific team, huh?
Very strong trainers in their own right, and some unique Pokemon that I personally haven't been able to cast in this tournament just yet. The Unova Stunfisk there, such a strong pick and a great core breaker against some of the common Pokemon that we do see in this meta, as well as running Corviknight, the pin that you were wearing today.
Exactly, I love Corviknight. I loved it ever since Sword and Shield came out, and it's usually paired with electric types. And that is really nice, because the flying types, they just like to cover those ground types well that are threatening the electric type. Stunfisk, how is it looking against Statistan's team? It's usually used as a core breaker. The Shadow Marowak looks very tough for it. Apart from that, the rest, it has good play.
Yeah, and this is the losers round 3 bracket, so whoever is unfortunately going to be losing this matchup will be done for this tournament, so you can expect very intense battles to move on. Statistan, known for his consistency, and let's see if he can overcome against C. Leonardo, but C. Leonardo has some unique, spicy picks to bring to this tournament. What can he bring to this battle, as we have Wigglytuff on the lead, locked in, versus Shadow Drapion.
Yep, and this is a lead that we have seen more often than I thought before this weekend, which is rather neutral, because you just pace so conveniently at 4 to an Aqua Tail on the side of Shadow Drapion.
Now, getting to this Aqua Tail right here, Statistan going to go ahead and let it go. Does a good amount of neutral damage, and the Wigglytuff easily going to be able to hang on, but the question is, will he be getting to that Swift in time? Oh, decides to overfarm right there. Going to be probably giving up a shield, because he doesn't want that energy to go to waste.
Yep, I can see that happening. Yep, puts up a shield here. Statistan going to commit to a shield as well, trying to farm down. Might need 2 shields for that in that scenario. C. Leonardo is going to throw an Aqua Tail here. Statistan says, yep, that's yours. You can have my Wigglytuff. Go back to the Pokeball. And now he has his own Dugong and Shadow Drapion. I think you have to kind of bring in the Dugong, otherwise you have nothing to farm. Okay.
Actually, coming in with the Shadow Drapion right here, you can easily let this Aqua Tail go. Overload a little bit on energy, but you definitely need to throw and get rid of the Shadow Drapion on C. Leonardo's side before he can get to another Aqua Tail. But this is a great opportunity to get some extra energy. But a swap out right there, that might come back to bite him later on this matchup, as we see the Dugong and Azumarill now on the field.
Yep, but he also has a Wigglytuff in the back, and if you have the Shadow Drapion this low on HP, you can maybe possibly Wigglytuff it down later. Charm, charm, charm. First of all, play rough, play rough, play rough with the Poison Double Fairy Line.
Now, Dugong right here has quite a bit of loaded energy. The Drill Run likely going to be thrown right here for that neutral damage. Statistan, I think, let the Wigglytuff go actually at the very beginning, because maybe he was concerned about the Corviknight in the back and really didn't want to face off against that. But right now, the Azumarill is at 50% HP, both loaded on energy. Let's see how this plays out.
C. Leonardo is 1 shield down, but 1 Pokemon up, basically. Dugong is already getting low. Shadow Drapion is also low. It's very, very tough. Couldn't farm down the Shadow Drapion on the side of C. Leonardo. And we're going to go for a Drill Run here.
I think Statistan is going to put all his faith in this Shadow Drapion that's already at 50% HP with 2 shields remaining. There's not a lot of places to use it, and hopefully that can pay off, because there's a Wiggly in the back.
Yep, now the next drill run is going to connect, but this is also not going to knock out here. You can just take this and go into the Wigglytuff immediately to get some energy if you want, but you can also throw the Play Rough into the Dugong. What is Status Stan going to do now? Oh, that's a huge undercharge here.
Yeah, I think Status Stan might not know that there's a Wiggly back there because the Charms are going to be doing so much, but there's a lot of energy here, so let's see if the Shadow Drapion can outpace with charge moves compared to the health and damage from Charm.
Yep, and you also do have a shield on the side of C. Leonardo. Status Stan can't love this situation. You're getting it closer and closer to a knockout range here, and this no shield means that you can try to attempt to farm down with Poison Stings, but I think that Charm still does more damage here.
I think that might be enough, as C. Leonardo can easily use the final Protect shield here and do one more Charm to win this game.
Yep, Charm going to knock out the Shadow Drapion. Status Stan is behind 0-1 in losers round 3, and C. Leonardo with a 3-ball flex.
That must have been a team read right there, thinking that Shadow Drapion might have been able to have a better matchup against something in the back, but ultimately the Wigglytuff, even though there's 2 shields remaining for Shadow Drapion, the damage doesn't come from charge attacks, right? It's all about the Charm.
It is a very interesting choice here, to be honest, because yeah, the backline, maybe he was afraid of the Corviknight. I can see that happening, but also the Stunfist that we said was quite neutral to the team didn't come at all, and maybe he was trying to farm up multiple Aqua Tails to have an advantage in that matchup.
Yeah.
But yeah, sometimes you just don't want to shield your Wigglytuff.
Yeah, sometimes you don't want to do that, but we'll have to see what adjustments are made here in Game 2. Will they bring the same Pokemon? Obviously, I think we might see a potential overcorrection in the shield use in Game 2, having saved them and not use them in Game 1, right? We obviously know you can't bring them with you, but now you kind of got your heels, you got your foot, what's the phrase I'm looking for? You're back against the wall.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for. You're back against the wall here as you're down 0-1 in the series. If you lose one more game, right, you're out for the tournament. So Status Stan has a tall hill to climb right now.
That is true. And if you want to go for this approach where you have the Shadow Drapion and you don't shield your Wigglytuff, if you play shield advantage, you need something to be able to farm down the Shadow Drapion in the back, because if you just bring in your own Shadow Drapion and your opponent's is at like 25% HP, they're going to get to other charge attacks.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. There's still, you know, the Shadow Kanto Marowak, which is really strong Pokemon in this meta on the side of Status Stan. So we'll have to see if he decides to bring it here in this matchup. Having some pretty decent targets, but looking at the past tournaments that these players had dominated in, Status Stan, EUIC top 8 cuts in all tournaments that he's been a part of in Liverpool, Stuttgart, Utrecht, and London, and C. Leonardo top 32 in both Birmingham and London.
Yeah, he likes those UK tournaments. I'm curious to see if we get to witness a Corviknight pick here from C. Leonardo, because this is what I really want to see. I want to see Corviknight in action now that it is a release. For the first time, we can play it at a European tournament, and we're going to go into Game 2. The trainers are ready, and we have a Corviknight lead versus Shadow Drapion.
Ooh, the Sand Attack right here could come in clutch, doing a decent amount of chip damage right there. It feels like it's Dragon Breath, but Sand Attack, right? Just visually, it feels like that. That's what I'm getting at right here, but the crunch now coming through from the Shadow Drapion, and that's going to be doing some nice neutral damage, getting 50% HP down, and the defense drop.
Yeah, Shadow Drapion is so incredibly good because you're threatening everything with at least neutral damage somehow, and this time around, even though double resisted, Poison Stings don't do that much. Crunch is such a good charged attack, and you can farm up more energy as well. Trying to go for a catch on the own Drapion here, farms out a little more and goes into the Dugong.
Yeah, saving all that energy on Shadow Drapion as he swaps in the Dugong. This is a tough situation to be in because he's down shield against the Shadow Drapion with energy advantage, and now the crunch, no debuff there though, can easily give up shields in C. Leonardo's case to maintain this advantage.
And if he calls on Icy Wind, he can also not give up shields here. He shields the Icy Wind, wants to protect more HP on the Shadow Drapion because it has been so incredibly valuable in this entire tournament. Goes for the crunch next.
Okay, this is not going to be enough to knock out the Dugong after that attack drop, but we will see the potential fun. No, I don't think he makes it in time. He's forced to throw the Aqua Tail right here to make sure that Dugong is put in a tough position and get knocked out.
he has some residual energy left on the Shadow Drapion and good amount of HP, so he can, if he wants to get the debuff cleared, swap out later on. But there is a Shadow Drapion on the side of Statistan that has 2.5 Aqua Tails.
Yeah, this is a lot of energy right here and in a great position to survive a few charms on C. Leonardo's side as the Wigglytuff is still on the back line.
Yeah, but if you bring... Okay, we're throwing an Aqua Tail onto the Wigglytuff. Now C. Leonardo has the Corviknight in the back for the Wigglytuff on Statistan's side, which is a really good matchup for the Corviknight. However, you're pacing so slowly. Corviknight gets brought in. It's going for the Iron Head before Statistan can throw a charge attack.
This is actually a decent position now for Statistan. Can easily block this Iron Head, go for the Aqua Tail, and then maybe just let the Shadow Drapion go down. Actually, no, going to be able to get to 2 Aqua Tails in time. This is definitely going to be taking out the Corviknight as there's only 1 Protect Shield remaining.
I do think that you might actually not knock it out with an Aqua Tail from this range, but then you are in Wigglytuff Charm down range. He goes for the Crunch, which is definitely going to knock out. And also, there is another Wigglytuff in the back. So there is Poison Sting damage possible, but Statistan also has the full HP Wigglytuff.
We get to go to Charm, Charm, Charm. Here we go. And we are off to the races, somewhat near on energy. I don't think the Icy Wind debuff is going to be enough to overcome right here, because even then, the Poison Stings and the health remaining on Shadow Drapion for Statistan, he knows it. He's nodding. This is game over. Tied 1-1 in the series.
Yep, this is one of those Pokemon where the energy advantage in the mirror match is not as important as the HP advantage that you have, because some Charms and a Swift usually do not knock out. So if you just enter the matchup with 100% HP versus 70%, you have the heads up.
Yeah, great recovery there by Statistan in game 2, utilizing the Shadow Drapion in a similar fashion, having lots of loaded energy, but this time instead of being, you know, near the 30%, 20% health range, definitely near the 50, which paid off huge, especially with the Corviknight coming in, able to get the Aqua Tail shield bait and then go for the hard-hitting Crunch to secure the knockout, knowing that, okay, I can go Wiggly into Wiggly, it is, or Wigglytuff into Wigglytuff, it is game over.
Yep, Wigglytuff in the mirror match. Great Pokemon. Who would have thought? These are very Kanto-heavy teams, by the way. There is a Primeape, there is Wigglytuff, there is Marowak, there's Dugong.
Yeah, these are great Pokemon. As you can see right here, C. Leonardo knew that it was over as Statistan goes for the Swift to get the knockout.
There is some nice flavor in that matchup. 1-1, this is what we want to see. We want to see those game 3s. High stakes. The loser is getting eliminated. The winner advances to round 4 of the loser side.
This is the final moments. One of these trainers is going to be heading home today. The line that they choose, the decisions that they make right now is the deciding factor of who gets to continue on in this tournament. Both trainers have similar rosters. They both been using Wigglytuff. They've both been using Shadow Drapion. It is going to come down to that third Pokemon. What are they going to bring and how are they going to use it?
Yeah, but the winner actually moves on to play versus Arceus Aurelius, who is just waiting for this game to finish. Also, next to his plush, Statistan has his dice that he likes to roll whenever he wants to go for a call for a bait where he's not sure which is the right choice. He just throws a dice and lets it decide.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That is an interesting little note that I didn't know about. But that's the thing, though, is sometimes you just have to go 50-50. You roll the dice or flip the coin because you don't know. It's all up to your opponents, so maybe you just let fate decide.
Yeah, definitely. Also, little update from the side. Marto Galde beat Colin 2-0 and is now waiting to play versus Out of Pocket. This is such a Giants matchup as well. And I think that Kaifia is playing versus Tonton Batteuse next, exactly because Tonton Batteuse beat Howie 2-0 off stream. And now the trainers are getting ready. There is so many Pokemon we haven't seen on these sides already. So are we changing up the lines again? The trainers are locked in. The game is about to start. Let's go into game 3. The lead is Primeape versus Dugong.
Oh, this is a fantastic start for Statistan. He's got to maintain this momentum as we see a swap out now into the Shadow Drapion.
Yep, and now C. Leonardo has the close combat ready before he might want to swap out. This is not a bait. Statistan puts up a shield correctly. Now C. Leonardo can swap out into Azumarill. Has the energy advantage and a little bit of damage.
Yeah, apologies there. C. Leonardo had the great start, not Statistan. I had him flipped up, but that's okay, as we have the Crunch now landing against the Azumarill here in the mid-game.
Yep, and I was mistaken because he doesn't have energy advantage, but shield advantage. Now the Shadow Drapion fires fires off those crunches, but it is going to get closer and closer to play rough or ice beam range.
You know, one of these days I would love to see a Sludge Bomb sneak through and does what it does best, destroying fairy-type Pokemon, but Azumarill now is firing back with the Ice Beam. Status Stan put in a tough position with only one Protect Shield remaining, decides to let the Shadow Drapion go down, and does get the crunch off in time. That is crucial right here to soften up the health pool of Azumarill.
Yep, this might help him a lot in the process as well, because the Azumarill is now, almost farmed down. Yeah, it is not too much farm that he's going to get on his Dugong. This might only be 2 Ice Shards. Another Ice Beam to soften up the Dugong a little bit. 2 Ice Shards advantage can help versus Primeape, but it paces so incredibly quickly.
Let's see here. Primeape now likely going to be coming back in, loading up an energy. Instant swap into both Wigglytuff and Shadow Drapion, but Shadow Drapion having the 2-to-1 Protect Shield advantage. This is looking to be a very tough situation for Status Stan and his Wigglytuff.
Yep, he needs the Wigglytuff to hang on to a little bit of HP to get some charms off on the Primeape. Goes for a Swift here, grabs a shield back. He wants to get his opponent out of shields as well for the Dugong to work with the energy that it's got.
Oh, this is so tough because, you know, if you give up that final Protect Shield here against Shadow Drapion, you have nothing for the close combat on the Primeape. So now Aqua Tail coming through. Status Stan, unfortunately, is going to have to let this go. It is going to be up to Dugong in order to win this game. But another Aqua Tail, sorry, is going to be coming through right here. Status Stan is put in a tough situation. He can't shield this one. He knows that the Primeape has that close combat. Here we go.
We're going to Ape 3 pacing for the Icy Wind. Icy Wind is going to be thrown. C. Leonardo has to shield anything at this point. But is there going to be a call for a close combat to be made? Or can C. Leonardo just double up on the close combats and knock out here?
Let's find out. Oh, yes, it's going to be going for the close combat, but now it's going to be a charge attack priority situation as close combat. Yes, Status Stan knows he's going to go ahead and let it go. There is enough energy, and down goes Dugong. And C. Leonardo is going to be making it through this match and continuing on in this tournament. Status Stan, though, sadly knocked out, but still a great contender today at EUIC.
I think that his win condition there was to hope for a Rage Fist that is severely undercharged, so he actually gets to live the Karate Chop afterwards as well and gets to a charge attack. Props to C. Leonardo. He's going to be playing versus Arceus Aurelius soon, and Status Stan made it very far in the tournament. Can be very proud of that.
Yeah, and you may be wondering back home, like, why didn't he give up the shield? He had the Icy Wind. Well, when there's double close combat ready to go, they have the charge attack priority as Primeape has that higher attack than Dugong, so he would have been able to get the back-to-back. So no Icy Wind would have been thrown. Status Stan knew that. He was tracking the energy, and that's why he conceded the game and let it go through.
Yep, the only win condition that he had was that his opponent was throwing a debuffed Rage Fist. And that would mean that he would actually get to live the attack and then on charge attack priority use a shield for the close combat afterwards. But C. Leonardo, of course, having 2 close combats will never, ever, 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 ever throw Rage Fist back.
Looking at some of the replays right here, this was the tough position where the Ice Beam got the Shadow Drapion so low, but able to hang on in the Primeape Wigglytuff, or the Wigglytuff Shadow Drapion situation. Unfortunately, Status Stan needed the reverse shielding scenario, right? He needed the 2-to-1 shield advantage to make something happen, but when you're behind on shields and you're behind on energy against a Shadow Drapion, nothing seals your fate for a loss than that.
I mean, it's a very tough lead to play out Primeape versus Dugong as well. So he almost came back from that. That's very, very impressive. But C. Leonardo managed to utilize his Pokemon to their fullest potential and just go for double close combat. That's it, how it goes.
Had the Primeape been one fast move behind and not had double close combat, I think it would have been potentially game over there with the Ice Wind and Ice Shard damage. So both trainers did extremely well. We saw more Wigglytuffs this weekend than I think people were really anticipating.
Yep, I mean, after Out of Pocket just won with Wigglytuff, I thought people would prepare more for it, but Wigglytuff, every time it's on a team, it's being brought because the players just don't have the hard answers for that. Some trainers like Zephymastics have brought Clodsire, which is a big answer, and that's something crazy. We have seen loads of Ariados on Friday. Loads.
Yeah.
Basically, none of them made it onto day 2.
Yeah.
It looked so good.
It did look so good. But what also looked so good was C. Leonardo in the last game, and we have an interview now with Pedro.
Thank you, Sayanek. Yes, indeed, he looks better in camera, actually. Hey, so, Leonardo, congratulations for the battles, for advancing to the next round. Really, really great job. I'm really interested in your team. You know, double fairies, double fairy type. I mean, what's behind that?
Well, double fairies, I think it was kind of needed because everyone is running Annihilate. And you really want to discourage that. You want to be able to run Drapion. And Azu is important as a second fairy because otherwise your opponent with Marowak are going to roam free against your team. So double fairy, I think a good choice, but the most important fairy, I mean, the more important fairy of the two is Wigglytuff, for sure. And it is no surprise that we have 30% usage of Wigglytuff in day 2 players because it's very strong. It's very strong, for sure.
Yeah, it's a pretty strong core. And another, it's not weird, but I mean, peculiar Pokemon that we didn't see that much, I wanted to see it more, was Corviknight, which is kind of an answer to the double fairy core. Is that why you brought it?
I wanted to bring Corviknight because, yeah, I needed a strong answer to Wigglytuff that didn't lose to Marowak. So being able to break the Marowak Wigglytuff core, so a second answer to Wigglytuff if my Drapion was blocked, I think it was pretty mandatory. Also, it counts a jump left, so my Primeape can be a little bit more free because I don't run Ice Punch Primeape. So I need something to scare Wigglytuff, to scare jump left off. And so I think it does its job, but as you saw on stream, when I used it, I lost the game. So there are some games where you don't have to bring it, but its importance is staying there on your bench, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, it has its place on the meta. It's pretty cool. I love it. It's from the UK, you know. It's from the Galar region, representing, you know, the UK region. And thank you for being here, for sharing me those really, really cool details that are really good for people back home that are learning to play and to build teams, you know. Thank you very much. And now we're going back to our casters.
What an interesting approach there. I love the reason why Leonardo decided to bring Corviknight.
Yep.
And we'll have to see how that plays out as the tournament progresses because we've seen Jumpluff be used to perfection by Marto, and they may be facing off against each other at some point later on in this tournament.
Yep, I mean, if they keep winning, it has to happen, right?
It's got to happen at some point.
This was a nice insight into team building where you don't really only care about opposing Pokemon, you care about opposing cores as well, so that if your opponent has 2 Pokemon on your team that are threatening, that you still have an answer to both of them, then you can react to that. So I really, really like that.
Yeah, insight into what can bench pressure do for you in terms of team building. It allows you to have that safe coverage because if there's a Pokemon that you can't handle and it's on your opponent's side, it's going to come in all 3 games and you got to figure out a way to win. But if you build around what common cores are and you have those nice picks, then you're already ahead.
Yep, and now the next matchup that we're having at the table. You might have seen him sneak in behind the interview. Kazim versus Richie. That is, again, a top-tier matchup, and those trainers, they haven't only performed really, really well, they have also brought interesting picks. I mean, Kazim has been bringing Whimsicott to tournaments before he won Dortmund Regional so many times. How do you like Whimsicott?
I love Whimsicott. It's such a cool grass fairy type Pokemon. It kind of brings that unique coverage, but it really struggles against those poison types that we have seen so far in this meta. Yeah, we've got a few, whether it's the Clodsire with Poison Sting and Sludge Bomb, or even the Shadow Drapion, which has been so dominant in these tournaments.
Yep, even sometimes the Shadow Drapion. But Richie is on the loser side as well as Kazim, and as well as Marto Galde. Marto Galde in an interview yesterday said that he might want to play Grand Finals versus Richie, but that is no longer possible. Maybe a losers finals. But speaking of Spice before, Shadow Pidgeot is on the side of Richie, and it looks relatively unchecked by Kazim.
I like that unique pick right there. Kind of a nice throwback to the knocked out days where you have the normal flying typing so you can handle those ghosts, you can handle those fighters, which seems like perfectly built for Annihilate, which has been so dominant in these tournaments. And Pidgeot, with the hard-hitting moves, it's kind of like the Talonflame in terms of the Brave Bird pressure that it can put down, but it does have that Feather Dance bait, which can be very devastating.
I think that Richie might also be running Aerial Ace instead of Dance, which can also be used to just have a little bit of damage. You have decent damage on the Pokemon because of its shadow being.
Yeah.
It's not shadow typing, it's of it being a shadow. So Aerial Ace helps you in some matchups where you wouldn't take a knockout. For example, take an Azumarill at 20% HP. Can't throw a Feather Dance, and you don't want to throw a Brave Bird. And in those situations, Aerial Ace is the best charge attack that you can have.
Yeah, that's very good to know, as both trainers are looking to select their Pokemon, as we're going to be getting locked in here shortly. But man, do we have double Wigglytuffs again? No, only one Wigglytuff on the side of Kasim, as we will see many other strong Pokemon that have been dominant in this meta, along with Dugong, Azumarill, Shadow Drapion, Galarian form, Corsola. There are so many great Pokemon in this tournament.
The only answer to the Shadow Pidgeot that Kasim really has, apart from neutral play, is that Dugong. Dugong is being answered by Annihilate, but not too much else. There is the Corsola, and let's look at these accolades before. Bogota Special Championship champion, Special Championship top 8 in Merida, Sao Paulo, LASC top 8 and regional top 32 in San Antonio.
Kasim being a Dortmund regional champion, top 16s in both Lille and Gdansk, and top 32 in Birmingham this year alone.
Yep, that's that. Kasim being so good before this season, but then he really picked up. And look at this. 4 events in 25 for both of these trainers, so they are in the game. They're playing everything they can to gain those championship points, because you don't have to reach a threshold of 400 points to qualify for the World Championships anymore like it was last season. You have to be within the top 50 of Europe or LATAM or US. That is just so much tougher than just reaching a threshold.
Yeah, in previous years, you know, that once the threshold is reached, you kind of were like, okay, I'll go to the IC. If I get top 32, that's fine. I already have enough points if I already qualified. No, not now. You have to fight every tournament, and these trainers are traveling around together and competing, which just goes to show how skilled these guys are and how committed they are to get to Worlds.
Yep, and now the trainers have locked in. We're about to go into the game. Richie versus Kasim, and the lead is Shadow Drapion versus Azumarill. That's nothing new for us.
That is nothing new. It is a tale as old as time in this tournament, but both Pokemon extremely strong in this potential matchup. But Azumarill has that added bulk and the resistances to survive the charge moves.
Yep, Ice Beam is being thrown, not shielded, will immediately put the Shadow Drapion quite low, so that is not a sweeping threat anymore. Kasim just swaps out immediately, brings in his own Azumarill. Richie farms up with his Azumarill. Does he just want to stay in this one now?
Wow, I think he was going to look into stay, maybe go for another chip and dip. Maybe we see a reverse mirror right here, but ultimately he doesn't have the greatest answer. You can't really come in with that Shadow Pidgeot because you're just going to be facing the Ice Beam. So we are seeing a reverse mirror right here from our lead and a no shield.
So opinions are divided on whether you want Shadow Drapion on the Azumarill or not. Kasim swaps out, Richie swaps in there. But what's very important is that Kasim has a lot of energy on his Shadow Drapion in the back that are threatening the other Shadow Drapion of Richie, and of course also the Shadow Pidgeot in the back.
Now the crunch coming through. Will we see the defense drop right here? No, Azumarill able to hang on and going for the Ice Beam. This is going to put pressure on the first Protect Shield here from Richie. Will we see it? Yes, giving up that first Protect Shield. Maybe looking to go for an aggressive farm, but a counter swap and an Aqua Tail thrown right away to catch Richie off guard. He's going to have to commit 2 Protect Shields, and no, decides to no shield.
Does he live? This could be very close. Oh, this is not 1 HP at all. Takes out the Shadow Drapion, brings in his own Azumarill again, and now Kasim says it's crunching time, goes for yet another crunch on that Azumarill. Does he get a defense debuff?
Let's find out. Crunch does come through. Defense drop does happen. Azumarill doesn't have enough energy. Is going to be able to get outpaced to the crunch, and Ice Beam just hanging on with the defense drop here. This crunch might just be enough damage.
Let's it go, and I think if it isn't enough, you're going into the Shadow Pidgeot as well. Try to get a farm down here with 1 gust. Doesn't need 2 even, and Kasim brings in the Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff is a shield up. Even this is looking good for Kasim.
Yeah, this is the kind of position you want to be in if you are a Wigglytuff player. player because you have the 2-to-1 shield advantage against a Pokemon with no defense against Charm. You're just going to be charmed down, and I think Wigglytuff is going to be sweeping this game as Azumarill on the backline as well as extremely low on health.
Yeah, you have this 1 HP Azumarill for a catch, but you just gotta catch these hands from Wigglytuff. That is going to just charm you down. Can't catch anything there. Oh, Kazim bringing in his Azumarill to get some extra farm for some spicy flavor here, and is going to take a play rough like a champ by getting fainted, and now Wigglytuff is being able to close out the game.
So it's very interesting to see how that game played out. We saw a Shadow Drapion Azumarill mirror, then we saw a reverse situation in the mid game, and ultimately it came down to who decided to give up their first Protect Shield. And ultimately, if you're a Wigglytuff player, you know that shield advantage is huge for you if there is no defensive options on your opponent's side.
Many Wigglytuff enjoyers in this tournament. Charm is such a viable strategy right now, especially on the Wigglytuff. There are not too many Pokemon that can utilize this right now. There is Darkspun, but Darkspun is resisting counters. That is a good upgrade, but it is having trouble against Pokemon like Galarian, Corsola, or other ghost types. And this is what makes Wigglytuff so great as well. The defensive normal typing is absolutely huge, adding that immunity.
Yeah. That mid game that we saw there with that crunch debuff, I think was really crucial, because had not gotten the crunch debuff, I don't think that second one knocks out, which was very big in the mid game against the Shadow Drapion and the Azumarill.
Both trainers waiting here for their next line to lock it in. Are we going to see the same Pokemon or not? Is Kazim going to adapt, saying, okay, you brought your Shadow Pidgeot, I might want to bring in my Dugong, or is he too afraid of the Annihilate that Richie brought? One of the few Annihilate that isn't Shadow.
No, I think Richie's got to be careful about bringing the Pidgeot again, because the utility that it had didn't really find a spot to shine, right?
No.
Facing off against that Charm is so difficult, and with Kazim not bringing something that it can hard counter like the Galarian Corsola.
Or Kanto-Marowak.
Yeah, you know, it didn't have a target, and so do you bring it again if your opponent's not bringing those targets?
It still has neutral damage onto everything. So the Shadow Pidgeot, once it gets energy advantage, once it gets shield advantage, it has so much play. Gust is going to be damaging everything very well. Brave Bird might almost take out everything on Kazim's team. So I can see Richie bringing that Shadow Pidgeot. You just need to get the advantage for it. It isn't going to win by itself.
It's just such a tough flyer, though, because if I look at the same situation, Talonflame and Pidgeot kind of serve similar roles, but where Talonflame I think shines a little bit more is that fire typing to resist Charm, which is why we see like trainers like Inadequans doing so well with it. As we get locked in to our next battle here, we have Galarian Corsola versus Wigglytuff.
Oh, that is huge for Kazim. Said it before, Wigglytuff just has this normal typing to withstand Galarian Corsola, but now we're going to see the Azumarill onto an energy-loaded Shadow Drapion. Energy couldn't be loaded onto that Wigglytuff, so Kazim is going to be very happy to negate that energy by it being not very effective.
Yeah, I like Kazim's play right there, getting the Shadow Drapion to about 60% health, and then coming in with the Azumarill, knowing that it can tank multiple crunches, and then one Ice Beam will be enough damage along with the bubbles to knock it out.
Yep, putting it in range. Very smart play with the Wigglytuff. Those are the charm strategies that we want to see from the trainers. A very interesting swiping technique here on that Ice Beam. Richie puts up a shield. He doesn't want the Galarian Corsola to be on the Wigglytuff.
No, he's trying to go for switch alignment right here, because that is such a terrible matchup. As a no shield there from Kazim's side. Gonna be able to hang on, but can we see the next charge move come through in time? I think it's going to get outpaced. No, the Aqua Tail is going to be coming through.
Oh, you could put up a shield for Kazim to play the 1 versus 0 shields for the rest of the game. Doesn't do that. The Shadow Drapion is out of energy. You can just go for a fun down here with Wigglytuff before it reaches the next charge attack. You have the shield advantage. You have the energy advantage. Azumarill comes in and you go for a Swift immediately.
This is exactly what you want when there's no defensive options, like a Corviknight on the side of Richie. You have a 2-to-1 shield advantage. Your Wigglytuff can do amazing things, as now we see the Dugong here here against the Galarian Corsola, ahead on shields and energy.
Yep, still a tough one for the Dugong. You can debuff all you want. Power Gem is a very strong charge attack that is still super effective here. So I think you want to start shielding in this matchup. That's why Richie also decides to go for a Nightshade here. Would be hilarious to see Kazim not shielding that, but he does. It's a little bit of a better pacing for Richie now.
Yeah, it definitely is, as we will see another Icy Wind be thrown. When you have this advantage right here in terms of health and shields, just go with the safer play, right? Yep. Get that guaranteed Protect Shield, because now you know the next Power Gem coming through is going to be doing significantly less damage because of the double Icy Wind debuff.
Yep, and you can also shield that one up, because this is the strongest attack that Richie has for you. The rock-type coverage will be shielded up. At this point, you can farm up a little more. You could then decide to go... Oh, Azumarill is being brought in immediately. We're going to debuff the Azumarill with an Icy Wind here. Richie, no shields that smartly. It's going to be resisted damage, barely tickling. Do we go into the Wigglytuff now, or are we going to play out this matchup? Of course, Kazim wants to stay in here now, because then the Wigglytuff is on the Galarian Corsola in the backline.
This is where Dugong shines. It might not look as amazing as a Shadow Wall Rain damage, but its utility of Icy Winds consistently debuffing and the Drill Run neutral damage that you can apply is huge. Wigglytuff against the Galarian Corsola is such a dominant matchup, and we will see the Drill Run be shielded here by Richie.
Yep, Richie making a smart choice here, because if you let this go, you're going to probably be farmed down by the Wigglytuff later on in the game. Now he has to make a difficult decision. Can he at some point swap out, or is he going to get outpaced by the Wigglytuff? Can he go for a swift catch onto that Corsola? Is that going to help him? Perhaps. We're going to see they're going to pace. Oh, he has the play rough now.
The swap, the good call by Kazim, and a great potential catch by Richie, but not able to do it in time. Kazim is able to farm down. Swift is ready to go. Charge attack priority, but Wigglytuff is going to be taking it here in game 2.
Swift taking out the Azumarill, knocking Richie out of the tournament. Kazim advances to losers round 5. So close to Championship Sunday, celebrating here as well. Kazim, our Dortmund regional champion, the first champion of the season, is taking this game with the Wigglytuff.
It got so dangerous there right at the end. The Azumarill, had it got to the play rough in time, would have been enough damage. The swap into Corsola to try to catch that charge move, but Kazim was ready. Kazim was poised and knew that a swap was the key to victory for Richie, and able to overcome by charming down, holding it, and going for the Swift to close out that game.
Galarian Corsola also very close to a Power Gem, which would have also done a lot of damage to that Wigglytuff, but it didn't reach it because it was charmed down before. Having Wigglytuff on that Galarian Corsola really from the beginning to the end was the story of that game.
Yeah, this is really important take from C. Leonardo from a previous match. He brought the Corviknight to make sure the Wigglytuff had a check, because we see now what happens when there are no checks. Wigglytuff is free to roam around, and the Dugong as well, I think, was extremely dominant in this game. Those Icy Wind debuffs that it was able to apply, maintain switch advantage, debuff the Azumarill, debuff the Corsola. I think it did really well, and it definitely came down to the wire there with the Wigglytuff.
It is so insane to me. Years and years back, every team needed to have a hard charm answer, because these Pokemon were just so threatening. The Shadow Alolan Ninetales as well, or regular Alolan Ninetales as well. Pataman won a regional with it. And now, when you have Annihilate on your team, which is basically only really answered by Wigglytuff, you don't have a hard charm answer. Wigglytuff can do whatever it wants. It has too much wiggle room.
Yeah, too much wiggle room indeed. Gone are the days where Registeel could just be a defensive force. It's now about offensive pressure in these tournaments. And Shadow Drapion, though it is poison typing, is typically not running with Sludge Bomb. If it was, it'd be able to dominate those matchups, especially against Azumarill, but it needs the Crunch and it needs the Aqua Tail, and you can only have 2 charge moves.
Yep. I think it would have been also very bait dependent if you have the Sludge Bomb. That just means that the Wigglytuff just always goes to double shield farm down there, and if you get 2 Aqua Tails, you might reach a Sludge Bomb there as well. But let's check out the losers bracket again, because those trainers, Kazim just made it to losers round 5. Okay, this time around, let's not get the names messed up.
All right, you go ahead and go for it. It's right in front of you. It's right in front of you.
Kazim advanced to losers round 5. Doesn't have have an opponent yet. The opponent will be determined out of pocket or Marto Galde, which is also an insane matchup. Then we also have Arceus Aurelius versus C. Leonardo and Gaifia versus Tonton Bateuse.
Man, those are some amazing matchups, and Inadequance and Nighttime Clasher are waiting in the crowd right now, watching these battles unfold, studying their opponents, seeing their tendencies, seeing what they do in these tense moments, and hoping to utilize that in their own matches.
Maybe writing down the playstyles in this cool EUIC 2025 Ogerpon notepad that we have seen from time to time in those videos where all of these products were showcased. It's amazing to be at the EUIC with a Pokemon Center. It adds so much flavor. Everyone is just so excited about it. It's so much fun. We even had a band on Friday to open this event. It's magnificent here.
That was a great way to start this tournament.
Yeah.
And the thing is, though, knowing how skilled and dominant Inadequance and Nighttime Clasher are, I think they're just storing all of this information in the back of their head, because it's a lot easier to pull it from your own memory than to look at a piece of paper when you're in the intense, fast moments in Pokemon Go.
Yep, you have to really write down everything, study it, and then have it in your head. I think that always helps. Writing something down really helps you memorize patterns or information that you want to have in crucial moments. But I think that at this point we're going to show all of the matches after this. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I would want to see Marto Galde versus Out of Pocket.
Yes, that would be a fantastic matchup, as Marto Galde was able to reverse sweep with the Jumpluff there. That was an amazing game. What's also amazing is all of you sharing your experience here at EUIC on our social posts. So let's go ahead and take a look at a few posts.
Oh, Pamela posts, fun afternoon at EUIC 2025. Hashtag Pokemon EUIC and hashtag Pokemon Center London. Tried the hashtag Pokemon TCG experience and received 2 sets and a pin badge as a gift. Hashtag Pokemon Go. I'm not going to read out the other hashtags.
What's also great about EUIC, right? We get to see Pokemon Unite, and Psyduck has been a very dominant Pokemon in that meta, and it's been so fun to watch.
But it doesn't evolve into Golduck.
No, it doesn't. It just stays as Psyduck, as we have a post from Kitty here. Had so much fun during day 1 at EUIC, met so many friends from around the world. Bring on day 2.
Hashtag EUIC 2024, hashtag Pokemon EUIC. I have something about hashtags. And we have Laura. It's a big day for me, chat. Hashtag Pokemon EUIC. Everyone is just enjoying the ride to
I think that's the hype train.
Yeah, that's the Wooloo hype train. Wooloo is truly the GOAT.
Yes. Oh man, EUIC is so much fun. Whether you're here competing or you're here watching, share your moments as we have the Magic Zapdos. Have a great day at Pokemon EUIC Pokemon Center today. It was an amazing experience and can confidently say money well spent. Hashtag Pokemon EUIC, hashtag Pokemon, and then hashtag EUIC. Making sure covering all the bases right there.
I also spent quite some in the Pokemon Center on Friday, but I regret nothing. I finally have my Excadrill and Goodra plush. And I have the Psyduck sweatshirt, the yellow one. I love it so much.
I was able to get my children, my son and daughter, both wanted Hoppip and Squirtle, and I was able to get both of those plushies, so I can't wait to bring it home to them because they are so excited to see their favorite Pokemon.
But is it Marto Galde's Hoppip?
Yeah.
It is okay, perfect.
It's literally Marto Galde's Hoppip. Marto, my daughter loves your Pokemon. You have a lifelong fan growing up right now in the Pokemon scene.
Perfect. So we know who she's going to be rooting for in the next matchup. Marto Galde versus Out of Pocket. 2 IC champions playing for survival in the IC losers bracket. This is the highest stakes that you can get apart from the World Championships. Those trainers, they are both not from this region. This just goes to show how dedicated they are in those tournaments, traveling to London from the LATAM region and from NA just to compete here, play versus all of these EU trainers and defeating most of them.
Yes, and the thing is, like, the battles were so close, right? Marto went down 0-1 and then had to come back against Zephy. That was such an amazing set of battles. You and I, we were out in the crowd watching that. It was so intense, but we have more battles in front of us as we have Out of Pocket versus Marto Galde.
Yep, let's look at those teams. The Jumpluff, obviously we've talked about that one. Nice target with the Shadow Marowak there. This is going to make it much more difficult for Out of Pocket to bring the Shadow Marowak. He's talked about this before in interviews, saying it holds so much value when your opponent doesn't have anything to sponge it. Guess what? Marto has.
Oh, what?
Something to sponge it. It has a sponge, and that is the Jumpluff. It's not a sponge, right?
It's kind of, yes.
It's like a cotton...
It's a cotton ball?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yes.
So, but this...
It's actually got multiple cotton balls. It's floating.
Dotsa has multiple answers on the side of Out of Pocket because he has Dugong with his double super effective Ice-type coverage, and the Power Gem on the side of Galarian Corsola also has the Shadow Drapion that has a good matchup into the jump bluff. Not the best.
I want you to note something here from Marto. Look at this. San Paulo, LAIC champion. Lima, champion. Merida, champion. Top 8 at Honolulu, and the most points in the circuit right now for Pokemon Go. Though he is in the loser's bracket, he feels unstoppable this year.
Yeah. Wasn't he even 3rd place at Honolulu? I think he was the last player that in Adequance.
Yeah.
Or he made it.
3rd place. Yep. Yeah.
That was his answer to me.
Remember that, Leo. 3rd place, and now he's looking to make 1st as he's facing off against Out of Pocket in Game 1.
And what is that? That is Shadow Drapion versus Azumarill, a very standard meta opening for a matchup that we've seen multiple times today. We've seen how it plays, but it always plays differently.
It always plays differently. It depends on what the opponent or the player is reading, right? Do they want to keep the Shadow Drapion alive? That seems to be how this is played out. Do they want to give the Protect Shield, overload on energy, maybe swap into that Dugong like we see right there, trying to catch the charge move. Marto Galde knows better, comes in with the Shadow for Alligator right away.
Yep, and Out of Pocket has used a crunch from the Shadow Drapion against the Azumarill. That was not very effective when it comes to getting that energy off, and now the Icy Wind is being thrown into Shadow for Alligator, because if you throw Icy Wind and then Drill Run, you actually get to win the matchup with Dugong in the Zero Shield scenario.
Now, double Hydro Cannons loaded right here for Marto Galde. This is going to be doing resisted damage, but still, it's a Shadow for Alligator, and with Shadow Claw damage, you can really do some heavy damage here against Dugong.
Yep, but if Dugong gets the next Drill Run off and is very, very, very close to it, it is going to be at a very comfortable range. You're always going to throw another Icy Wind, predicting a shield from Marto Galde, because he has a comfortable range of HP on that Feraligatr. Out of Pocket gets the double attack drop, and this is going to be very, very hard to farm down here on Marto Galde's side, so he has to throw a Hydro Cannon. Oh! Go for the catch and gets it!
He does get the catch on the Icy Wind into the Azumarill, saving so much energy on that Shadow for Alligator and clearing the Icy Wind debuffs. This is going to come back later in this game as we see the Galarian Corsola swap in.
Yep, and now the debuffs, as you said, are cleared. Now the Azumarill is being debuffed, but I don't think that Marto Galde cares about the Azumarill too much in this situation, because Out of Pocket has the Galarian Corsola, is going to load up on energy on that one as well. Probably will try to throw at the next Charge Attack priority event to take out the Azumarill afterwards, or maybe a bit earlier.
This is a lot of free play rough damage that Marto is able to lay down, because Out of Pocket knows that he has to save those shields for the Shadow for Alligator that has near full energy and able to get to an Ice Beam at the last second there. This isn't going to be enough to knock out, but it puts it in a perfect farm down range.
Out of Pocket is at... Oh, he could have even gone up to the play rough. That would have done more damage, because now you're not in Shadow Claw range. He throws the Power Gem immediately, and it is the Jump Bluff that is being brought in here. That's super effective damage.
That's going to do quite a bit as Power Gem does land, has loaded energy, going for a second one here, but Marto determining whether he should save that final Protect Shield for his Shadow for Alligator.
The question, oh no, he uses it up, brings in the Shadow for Alligator here with all of those Hydro...
Oh!
Being combo played. Out of Pocket reads Marto Galde like a book and takes out the Shadow for Alligator.
All that energy gone down the drain as Shadow for Alligator goes down. 2 shields on Shadow Drapion for the end of this match, and that is a power place to be for Out of Pocket.
Out of Pocket checking if there is an acrobatics. No, there isn't. It's Energy Ball, and Out of Pocket goes to throw a crunch here, checking the team sheet to not shield this with 2 shields up, 3 Pokemon alive. That is a flex.
Wow, what a dominant showing right there from Out of Pocket in Game 1, keeping all 3 Pokemon alive, and what a crucial play there towards the end. Fast swapping into the Shadow Drapion with the Aqua Tail, knowing that the Shadow for Alligator was so low that Marto was ready to unleash those Hydro Cannons, unfortunately got caught off guard.
Yup. 3 Pokemon and 2 shields up. This is almost disrespectful. Out of Pocket going in here, showing how strong he really is. Regional champion, IC champion, what more can I say? This guy is incredibly talented. Now let's check what the players can bring to the next game.
Marto, don't count him out. again, champion multiple times this year, 3rd place at the World Championships last year. If there's anyone with the caliber of skill, knowledge, and ability to battle under pressure, it's Marto.
Yep, and now we're going to see a replay here. This was such a crazy moment. The catch here, I thought this was huge for Marto Galde because all of a sudden the Dugong was useless there with only a little bit of HP. Using a shield here to protect the jump loft to have a possible win con with it later, but then getting the energy off on the Feraligatr didn't work out for him because the Aqua Tail was thrown.
Yeah, and that was such a safe swap in as well, knowing that Marto was out of shields right there, that he could safely swap in even if the Feraligatr was able to get the Hydro Cannon off. They still had 2 Protect shields remaining, and the Feraligatr's now locked in.
Yep, and there it is. Feraligatr is trying to stare down out of pocket. He can't even look it in the eyes after that dominance of game 1.
No, I like this camera angle because what that Feraligatr is doing, I think it's been turned more towards out of pocket going, all right, you caught me in game 1, watch what I do in game 2.
Wait for all of those Hydro Cannons that are going to be unleashed upon you. Marto Galde has been using his Pokemon to perfection for the last few months, but now he is on the brink of elimination. He has been there before, though. He has been down a game versus Ziffy Mastix and then clawed his way back into that game. And now he's 1 game away from losing against Out of Pocket, but can he get the reverse sweep here?
Let's find out. Both trainers, one trainer locked in, the second one about to be locked in as we get into game 2. Such a crucial moment. If Out of Pocket wins, Marto is knocked out of the tournament. If Marto wins, we go to a decisive game 3. Here we go. Shadow Drapion on the lead versus Azumarill.
Yep, that's a crazy one. Is going to charge up some energy here. Are we going to see a crunch thrown after 7 poison stings? Yep, softening up the Azumarill. But do you try to catch a charge attack? Do you try to shield a charge attack? Or do you just take the damage? There's all the options, not one wrong decision.
Yeah, play rough now being thrown from Marto Galde. Definitely wants to chunk the health here, and a no shield from Out of Pocket. So opting to not keep the Shadow Drapion at a very healthy range, now in a great position to get farmed down by really any fast move from Marto's side.
Yep, now he swaps it out, brings in the Dugong, hoping to maybe get a catch there, some of the energy. Nope, it's going to be saved by Marto Galde. And now Dugong versus Shadow Feraligatr is also a classic matchup. This is almost a replay of game 1.
It is a replay, but I want you to take note of the back line. We have the Galarian Corsola there for Out of Pocket and the Diggersby on Marto's side. That is a polarizing matchup if I've ever seen one.
Yep, Diggersby has all the play in the world with the Scorching Sand for neutral damage, and Corsola just has Power Gem to hit it back for resisted damage, and that's the best it can do. But now Shadow Feraligatr is reaching the next Hydro Cannon. All the Pokemon of Out of Pocket are really low except for the Galarian Corsola, so this is getting tougher and tougher for him.
I think Marto just really has to hope that Dugong is the only really solid answer there for the Diggersby, and that there's no Shadow Annihilate in the back.
Oh, Marto Galde actually lets the Shadow Feraligatr go here, tries to go for a big farm up with the Azumarill, possibly throwing an Ice Beam. Oh, a Play Rough catch on the Galarian Corsola. This is such a nice catch from Out of Pocket. Unfortunately, though, for him, this is going to bring in Diggersby.
This is all the cards are on the field. Marto knows now his win condition, and that is with Diggersby into this matchup as he can safely overload on energy. And if you look at the health remaining on both the Dugong and the Shadow Drapion, they can be knocked out both by a single Fire Punch.
Yep, that is true, but Drapion still does have quite some energy. I think it is very close to 2 Aqua Tails. So if you can put the Diggersby into a range where this helps you.
No, there's still 2 shields. Yeah. There's no way this is happening. Marto is in the driver's seat here in game 2, and Marto did exactly what I expected of a trainer of this caliber. Make that little adjustment, the team pick right here, and bringing in the Diggersby was that decision.
Yep. Also keep in mind the Azumarill is at 1.5 Ice Beams.
Okay.
This is very, very dominant. If the Diggersby couldn't win the game for Out of Pocket, the Azumarill certainly can. There is 2 Aqua Tails on that Shadow Drapion. Marto Galde is being combo played here, puts up a shield. Do you go into your Azumarill to take the next one. Yep, there is the catch. Takes the Aqua Tail to the face on Azumarill. Doesn't really matter to Azumarill. It has so much energy, it's just going to bubble down the Shadow Drapion here.
Maruto in a very powerful position right here. Out of pocket. I think got caught a little bit by that Diggersby pick as bringing the Galarian Corsola twice now, because last game it was able to do so well against the Jumpluff, but now it has faced a wall.
Yep, and the Azumarill has way less energy than I expected it to have. Galarian Corsola is going to reach a power gem, but you can just let this go. It doesn't do anything.
You're not worried about any fast move or charge move here from the Galarian Corsola. Diggersby only needs to worry about the energy from Dugong, and there is not enough as he can safely go for the Scorching Sands, getting the final shield here from Dugong, but Out of Pocket knows that this game is basically over. Maruto can farm down with Quick Attack and take this game, but decides to go for Fire Punch right away regardless.
This reminds me of Trevenant versus Noctowl days.
Yeah.
Because this was as polarizing as this matchup is.
Yeah, it was very dominant. I think might be even more polarizing because the Diggersby has such great coverage with its moves that this is looking to be a good game.
Yep, and now another Nightshade is being thrown out of pocket. Hangs in there, doesn't give up this game. Maruto Galde says, hey, I am going to Scorching Sands this. I don't know which win condition you are seeing, but I'm going to overfarm on my Scorching Sands as well. Does 4-4 perfect timing. Throws the Scorching Sands and knocks out Galarian Corsola.
What a comeback right there from Maruto Galde. Again, one game away from getting knocked out. Decides to bring the Diggersby pick, which was so strong in game 2, and now we are in a game 3 momentum shift to Maruto's side.
Yep, so Out of Pocket knows now, hey, I can't just bring this Galarian Corsola free without any setup against the Diggersby. Maruto Galde has no issue bringing it, even though there is a Dugong on his team. There is a Shadow Annihilate on his team. Diggersby looks really unsafe, but what a call from Maruto Galde. All this team would have been really, really tough against the Shadow Annihilate.
Thing is, do you bring, this is like the deciding factor, right? Do you bring the Corsola again in game 3, or are you deciding like, I gotta bench it, I have to bring something more neutral to be able to handle the Diggersby that Maruto is likely gonna bring again?
So I think that you're not going to bring that Corsola again. This was way too risky for you. I could see Maruto Galde now bringing the Shadow Annihilate, thinking that he might have scared off the Corsola, but I think that this game is going to come down to team reads again. Thinking to know what your opponent has in the bag is going to be very, very important.
Yeah, as we take a look right here, this was a beautiful catch by Maruto in that mid-game to catch the Aqua Tail, knowing that the Diggersby needed more health and those shields, and then the close out there as we get locked into game 3. Shadow Drapion versus Azumarill.
Yep, that is something new for sure, but there is the Shadow Annihilate scaring away the Galarian Corsola for sure, but there's a different threat in the back.
This is what we've noticed as well, as Out of Pocket likes to go for the crunch and then bail out into the Dugong. Will we see that again, and will we see the Annihilate get swapped in?
Wait, we didn't even pay attention to that. There's a Wigglytuff in the back versus Shadow Annihilate and Shadow Feraligatr.
Yes, not bringing the Corsola this time, does get the first Protect Shield there, as we will see Maruto Galde load up on energy and another crunch coming through.
Yep, Out of Pocket. In the last game, he was banking on the fact that most players throw an Ice Beam in the beginning of Azumarill versus Shadow Drapion. Got hit with a play rough, uncomfortable amount of HP for him. Oh, Shadow Feraligatr comes in, and the Wigglytuff was baited out successfully.
Wow! And Maruto is up 2-1 shields right now. Baits out the Wigglytuff. Hydro Cannons are going to be flying, and there's just a Dugong and a Shadow Annihilate in the back. And the final shield has been giving up. I think Annihilate is going to be dominating this match.
Yep, Maruto Galde is going to go for another Hydro Cannon, and this is not resisted. You're going to see pure Shadow Hydro Cannon, same type attack, bonus boosted damage on that Wigglytuff. It's going incredibly low here. It has a lot of energy. It farms down here. The alignment is on the side of Out of Pocket. There's going to be an immediate Swift, and Maruto Galde shields that he knows. I can't take any charm damage.
I love this choice by Maruto to come in with the Azumarill right away, give up that shield, but there's no swap out as well. Getting to the Ice Beam in time, able to get the Wigglytuff out, and Out of Pocket knows it. He was hoping to keep the Wigglytuff alive, but unfortunately Azumarill is going to get the knockout, and now it is Annihilape's time.
Annihilape has a shield here, Out of Pocket, and also this Annihilape, and now it's getting very, very crucial. Has close combat and not Ice Punch against the Dugong, so you can farm up a lot now. You can deal some decent damage with a crunch that you might reach here, but that does all for a catch.
Oh! The You know what this is going to come down to is a debuffed close combat on Annihilate. And does he have enough energy? He has a close combat here to knock out the Dugong. The Drapion has the crunch. This is going to come down to the last charge move. Here we go.
Oh.
No, he doesn't have it.
The Drapion has the crunch, but there's still a Azumarill in the back. It still has a little bit of HP. Can out of pocket farm down the Azumarill, or will Marto got it? Farm down the Shadow Drapion. This is so close. Shadow Drapion.
Marto gets it.
Azumarill takes the game.
Marto kept Azumarill alive with enough HP and gets the bubble down to come back and reverse sweep out of pocket. One of the most dominant players in this tournament. It has never been closer than that. What a great set of battles.
What a risky strategy to use the Shadow for Alligator to bait out a possible Wigglytuff in the back. It comes out there, deals a tremendous amount of damage.
Wow, I love that. That was so much fun. And as you saw right there, the Shadow Drapion banked the crunch, knowing that Annihilate has to throw close combat against Dugong, which will allow it to do more damage to get that knockout because it's only neutral, right? Because of the ghost fighting typing. But Azumarill was waiting in the back, and you gotta be, the poison stings are super effective, but it doesn't matter. It was so low on health that the bubble damage was just enough.
One bubble for the game there. Marto advances. So far, he's playing against either Inadequins or Nighttime Clasher next, and those are waiting for quite a while now. Let me tell you that.
Oh my goodness, that is such a good set of battles. I'm still on a high from that right now. I'm so excited. Out of pocket though, unfortunately, his tournament has come to a close, but he did a phenomenal job this weekend. His performance was amazing and well played to him.
Yep, and if Marto Galde plays versus, and I think he does, versus Inadequins in the bracket next, that's a huge rematch from the World Championship. That's a grudge match for Marto Galde, as Inadequins denied him the entrance into the World Championships finals.
Yeah, and I think Palkia might have an opportunity there. That could be fun.
Yep. Oh, Palkia could be incredible. Can we see a Draco Meteor land on a Jumpluff and take it out from 100% HP? We might. We might also not. Inadequins has played so good so far, but hasn't really brought the Palkia too much.
Now, thank you all for tuning in. We'll be right back shortly after this break with more intense battles. Stick around.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Will Dunphy, and let's take a trip back to the first Pokemon Go World Championships in London, England in the summer of 2022. Dancing Rob from Germany and Godon Hada from South Korea took their seats at center stage for the Masters Division Grand Finals. What happened next was more exciting than anyone could have ever predicted. This was Pokemon Go's inaugural season in the Pokemon Go Championship Series, and only one of these trainers could become the first world champion. Pokemon Go's 2022 competitive season was characterized by the nearly unbreakable core of Walrein and Trevenant. This pair's synergy made them almost irreplaceable on a team of 6. But as Pokemon Go established its own unique identity within the championship circuit, so did its trainers. Unique Pokemon like Air/Mandibuzz, Ember, Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, and Obstagoon claimed regional and international titles around the world. Dancing Rob competed earlier in the year at Pokemon Go's first ever live-streamed event, the 2022 Europe International Championships. Dancing Rob made a powerful run through the losers bracket in day 2, before being defeated by the eventual runner-up, Freaka. With that, Dancing Rob had qualified for the World Championships in London. That August, the World Championships began. After a promising 2-0 start, Dancing Rob was defeated by Lurgan Rocket, Pokemon Go's first ever regional champion, in just the 3rd round. This loss set Dancing Rob down into the losers bracket. What happened next is something that may never happen again in competitive Pokemon Go. Dancing Rob would go on to win the next 7 rounds, including a rematch against the Liverpool regional champion, as he completely swept the losers bracket. With a combined record of 9-1 and everything on the line, Dancing Rob took the stage, head-to-head against Godon Hada for the Grand Finals. As a result of Pokemon Go's double elimination format, Dancing Rob needed to win not one, but 2 best of 5s against his opponent to claim the championship. The grand finals began, and Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales, Medicham, and Shadow Swampert secured him an early 2-0 lead. Then, Godon Hada and his Shadow Kanto Ninetales fought back.
You have the opportunity to close this tournament out right here, and right now, you might as well just go for it.
Godon Hada claimed victory in games 3 and 4 and tied the series 2-2. In Game 5, the world held its breath as the matchup between the final Pokemon on the field was decided by just a half-second Dragon Breath.
Galarian Stunfisk gets to the rock slide first, and we have a bracket reset.
Dancing Rob's Galarian Stunfisk reached the rock slide, and Dancing Rob had successfully forced the Grand Finals reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales met Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales in the lead. Game 1 belonged to Godon Hada, but Dancing Rob struck back in Games 2 and 3. Godon Hada would even the series yet again with a Game 4 victory. Now, tied 2-2, both trainers were just one game away from becoming the first Pokemon Go World Champion. Years of hard work, dedication, and practice boiled down to one final matchup.
This is my moment. This is my opportunity. I'm going to seize this championship, this victory, this glory. This is it. This is my time to become the first champion. And we are queued up here for a decisive game number 5.
Dancing Rob and Godon Hada's decisive battle began, and Dragon, Steel, Fire, and Ice attacks erupted from the field. Dancing Rob positioned his Alola Ninetales to overcome Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and the crowd roared as Dancing Rob finally defeated Godon Hada. History was made. Dancing Rob had just become the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. Dancing Rob is proof that you need hard work, determination, and belief in yourself to become the best. Thank you so much for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Inadequates going to Championship Sunday.
There you have it, Inadequates. You can see the emotions. He cannot believe it.
I think the Pokemon type that I would be Fire, because I like to play a little bit more aggressive, to try and confuse my opponents with some of the playstyles that I do and try to get in their head a little bit.
But in comes Giratina. Inadequate says, no, no, no.
I started playing PvP when the Go Battle League came out, but as soon as Play Pokemon included Go in their competitive circuit, I immediately started playing as well. The closest one was the 2022 Europe International Championship, and that's where I joined. There were about 100 competitors, and I got to top 8 there. It was the first time I played in this format. After that, I went 0-2 in Liu, unfortunately, but I never gave up, and at some point, I just stopped at almost every single tournament that I played.
The King of Utrecht wants to be the King of World Championships, and that's a top 3 at least finish for Inadequates.
My favorite memory is winning the Utrecht Special Event.
He wins the MP! Martijn is your Special Event champion!
And also just playing at the World Championship, it's very comparable. Just the support that I have, hearing the crowd go wild when I do something good.
And it looks like Inadequates is going to take this series 2-0.
The player that I admire the most is the previous world champion. It's Axon. He's a very humble, a very nice guy. And on top of that, he started making content creation after gaining fame with winning the world championships. And it has been very helpful to many new players.
You know, trial and error, just playing a lot, and you know, eventually you'll get a hang of it.
Something that I've learned since I've started competing is that you should never give up. Never give up in any battle. Obviously, when your Giratina's on Lickitung, it's probably over. But any other scenarios, I've won battles that I thought I could never win, but just keeping my head up and seeing if my opponent could slip just a little bit and I can still take the victory. That is something I will always remember in any battle that I play.
So humbling and inspiring to hear from elite trainers like Inadequence who have seen major success in the Championship Series. But guess what, Amanda? We have even more talented players taking the stage very soon who are looking to write their own stories in the Excel Center here this weekend. Smitty's Chief with Amanda Lundberg.
Really excited to be here. We're closing out some of the losers bracket rounds. We already got the winner's side done, so we know at least a few of the people who will be there tomorrow for Championship Sunday. There are still a few spots to go. There are still plenty of battles and plenty of good games.
And plenty to play for as well. These trainers are fighting for a higher spot in that overall bracket. When the dust has settled, you want to be top 16, top 8. You want to push as far as you possibly can because those championship points can keep you in the running for Worlds, invitations, travel awards, and much, much more.
Now, in this double elimination tournament, all of these trainers have already lost a match. That means whoever wins this will stay in the tournament. Whoever loses this is the end of their journey here in London at the 2025 EUIC. Looking at these teams, what are your thoughts, Will?
Honestly, we've seen Arceus Aurelius execute in stunning fashion. He's played a lot of the Shadow Kanto Marowak, a lot of the Charge Bug, but on the opposing side is C. Leonardo and his Unova Stunfisk, shiny at that. And we've seen him even be willing to bring in Pokemon like Corviknight into tough situations and finding very, very elusive win conditions. So looking at the teams overall, I gotta see that Charge Bug might not be as helpful here for Arceus Aurelius because he is dealing with a Wigglytuff as well as that Unova Stunfisk.
I mean, talking about the electric type Pokemon, we do have to bring up that Unova Stunfisk didn't have a lot of play in previous seasons, but we've seen it quite a bit in Europe so far this season. We've also seen it from C. Leonardo earlier on today, playing off some pretty incredible matches. Very excited to see if he will be able to play it against Arceus Aurelius. It's got some good matchups, but it's got some pretty bad ones as well.
Yeah, exactly right. It's very polarizing, and I think it is going to be an interesting dichotomy to see these two trainers face off and figure out which one of them has the real team comp advantage because they are different teams. They are unique. There's so much variety here in the current meta, and I'm so excited to see how this will all play out. Plenty of acolytes for Arceus Aurelius, but C. Leonardo's no slouch either.
That's right. C. Leonardo's ready to kick off this season. He's ready to kick off game number 1 here. He's got the Charger Bug against a Prime Ape lead. Let's see how these two want to play it out. Karate Chop's not being very effective, but already ramping up a ton of energy here. Rage Fist number 1 coming through, amping up as soon as possible.
Exactly. Going to boost this attack as quick as possible. But the shield by Arceus Aurelius, he kind of grimaces too. I don't think he was really certain about that shield. Not very confident in that decision, but let's see if it pays off in the end.
With Life Pansy, Rage Fist, I guess you shielded up then. Turns out getting a shield in return, and now another Rage Fist is already ready. Going to throw another one here. Normally in these types of scenarios, you want to be able to shield up the one that's going to be doing more damage. That would have been that second Rage Fist. Arceus Aurelius doesn't even need to shield that one up. Just getting even more energy now. Coming up, but not before another Rage Fist goes through, forcing Arceus Aurelius to use 2 shields in the very beginning of this matchup.
That's what Primeape does, right? It applies a tremendous amount of pressure, and it's really, really difficult to get this Pokemon off the field, especially when C. Leonardo is investing shields in it, but he lets the X's or through. Resisted Bug-type damage is still enough to pick up the knockout. Now there are 2 Fairy types in the back.
Not very effective, but it'll do indeed. Now going in for a little more attacks, banking some energy before swapping into the Dropion. Dropion does be able to get a lot of attack with those Poison Stings, but it is going to have to take a Swift, and there are no shields left on Arceus Aurelius' side.
Wigglytuff applies so much pressure with the fast attack charm, and the Swift is just kind of insult to injury, so we need to pivot. C. Leonardo goes in with the Azumarill. It's going to absorb a crunch. We know this is resisted dark type damage, but the defense drop can make this matchup really tough, especially because those Poison Stings are going to add up.
Going ahead, there's still not. The switch timer is up. Forced to throw another crunch here in the scenario. Again, no Protect Shield. C. Leonardo knows this is not the time that he needs to use it. Waiting to see if the crunch debuff is even going to come. It does look like it is. And at this point, he says, okay, maybe I'll shield up the next one should Arceus Aurelius get to it, and he gets to it just before he faints.
Wow, that's a clutch crunch from the Shadow Drapion from Arceus Aurelius. Going to apply a ton of pressure to C. Leonardo, but he does not bend, does not give the shield to him. Now this Azumarill is loaded with energy, but very low on health, and the charge attack in the midst of the bubble.
I like that play by Arceus Aurelius. He knows, okay, if the Azumarill doesn't throw there, then I'm in a really good position with this Alolan Marowak that's coming in the back here against the Wigglytuff. You see him shaking his head. No, there are no shields up on his side. He wants to get off as much damage as possible, but C. Leonardo still has a shield and says, this is the moment I was waiting for.
Yeah, just think in terms of pacing, right? 4 Mudslaps for the Marowak's first Bone Club and 3 more for the second, and it won't get there in time. Here comes Wigglytuff, charge attack priority. It's gonna take it. Icy Wind, super effective damage raining down.
You can see Arceus Aurelius sitting up. He's like, did you throw the Icy Wind? Yes, he did. He was holding on just in case he was able to make it. It's so close, but it turns out that charm's going through before the Volt Switch, and C. Leonardo taking game number 1.
Sometimes you can trace matchups back to early instances in the battle. Was that initial Protect Shield on the Rage Fist not the right play? Shielding up early against that Primate, maybe. If Arceus Aurelius maintained that shield until the end of the game, it would have given him a better chance. But then you also have to manage your HP as well. And when you're facing a heavy, fast attack pressure Pokemon like Wigglytuff, you have to be very, very careful.
So I think Arceus Aurelius made that as close as he possibly could in that scenario. But I wonder if he actually misclicked on that shield because you saw his face immediately after, but you have to adapt at that point, right? It's the very beginning of the matchup. You can't be like, oh, well, I didn't mean to do that, so we need a restart. You have to play out the hand that was given to you.
Exactly right. We're taking a look back at our game number 1. Again, this is a really high stakes match. This is losers round 4, and the loser of this next battle might be sent home. Arceus Aurelius needs to bounce back here with a solid 2-0, but C. Leonardo is not going to let up anytime soon. He says, you know what? If you make a mistake, I am going to take full advantage of it.
And full advantage he is trying to do. He just needs one more game to be able to stay in on the loser side of this bracket. Arceus Aurelius played some amazing battles before. He managed to knock M.E. Weedle down to the loser side of the bracket before being knocked down by Inadequence himself. The real question is, can he reverse sweep? Can he win both of these matches to stay in himself? He really wants this win. I was talking to him earlier. He said, oh, I lost those games against Inadequence by my own folly. I don't want to do that again.
Exactly, exactly. Less folly, more jolly. Here comes Arceus Aurelius, Shadow Kenta Marowak into that Primate. He saw this Pokemon in the lead in game 1, but I think he wants to rewrite the story here in game number 2.
Going ahead, this is Mudslap's doing a ton of damage, but while those Karate Chops are not, those Rage Fists are gonna start coming in very soon. First one gets that Protect Shield from Arceus Aurelius' side.
Gonna land, get shield up that Bone Club from the Primate. A lot of Mudslap damage coming through, but the close combat early on in the matchup, Arceus Aurelius cautious, makes the right call here.
He said, okay, last time I shielded up the wrong one. This time I'm shielding up the close combat. What are you gonna throw? How about another one, says C. Leonardo, forcing again 2 shields in the very first part of the matchup with this Primate. C. Leonardo is now low on the defenses. He's gonna get Mudslap down, but there are no shields left on Arceus Aurelius' side once again.
That Primate put in absolute work, taking both shields away from the trainer on the left side of your screen. Gonna look for a charge attack any moment here. The play rough is queued up and ready to go, but the crunch is gonna get fired off first.
This looks pretty similar to last game, Will. Through a crunch, through a second one to be able to get that debuff, but this time the backlines are a little bit different. We'll have to see how they want to play this out. Since there are no Protect Shields, C. Leonardo going for that heavier hitting play rough, going to do more damage, plus the bubbles at the end. It's gonna get him in a nice position.
What's also different this time is that there's so much stored energy on that Shadow Kento Marowak, so it's able to pressure that Wigglytuff, and that's something that Arceus Aurelius really lacked in game number 1. He could not apply enough pressure to neutralize the charm damage. Crunch coming through here in the Drapion versus Azumarill matchup, and the Aqua Tail.
Wonderful play there by Arceus Aurelius. He knew that it would probably be another Pokemon coming in saying this crunch is not going to be very effective. Have this Aqua Tail stored, and now going for a Bone Club. He's at back-to-back at this point. Though those charms are going to start chunking away, Shadow Kanto Marowak is here to play.
Back-to-back Bone Clubs. Call it a boomerang. He's going to go ahead and switch in to the Dugong, try to get the Ice Shard down, but the Swift is going to get queued up. This is not that bad, though. I mean, Dugong is bulky. It can absorb damage. I think Arceus Aurelius is very much in this game.
Going ahead, taking that Swift and just going to fast attack, farm down the Wigglytuff, come out with an attack for that Azumarill in the back, winning charge attack priority. Both Dugong and Azumarill are extremely bulky Pokemon. Dugong does be able to throw first, and C. Leonardo not even bothering to shield, conceding game number 2.
Yeah, he's taking notes there about the team composition. He knows that that battle is over. Even if he shields up, throws the play rough, that Dugong was very, very close to another charge attack, and it could have been an Icy Wind bait as well. You never know with these players like Arceus Aurelius. They really keep us on our toes.
We'll have to see if he'll be able to keep C. Leonardo on his toes for that third game. I think whether or not they're on their toes, everyone is on their edge of their seats to see who will be reigning out of this round. Who is going to be able to continue on in this tournament? Is it going to be Arceus Aurelius with that Shadow Alligator, with that Charger Bug that we've been seeing so much of? Or is it going to be C. Leonardo's Primeape just stripping away those shields time and time again?
There's so many unique Pokemon on these teams, but I really appreciate the Charger Bug pick here from Arceus Aurelius. It's been an interesting Pokemon, and it does keep Pokemon like Corviknight on the bench. It really makes things difficult for a Pokemon like Azumarill. So I think there's still a ton of board pressure that Arceus Aurelius has up his sleeve, but will C. Leonardo fall into the trap, or will he write his own story here?
I absolutely love the play that they're just showing on the screen there. He could have gone up for a little bit more for a potential for a crunch, but he might have been knocked out by a charm. Recognizing that a Pokemon was being swapped in, he just immediately threw the Aqua Tail.
Yeah, exactly right. Heads up play by Arceus Aurelius. Very fast reflexes, and he is ready to jump into game number 3 here. What would you like to see, Amanda, from these two trainers?
I mean, I think if it's not broke, don't fix it. Seems like those Pokemon that Arceus Aurelius played in that second game were really strong for him, right? Even though he had to go 2 shields down with that Primeape, he was able to really come out on top and had a dominant display against C. Leonardo. C. Leonardo, he's been playing a bit flexible.
Yes.
We've been seeing that Primeape every single time, and we've been seeing each game the Primeape being able to strip away shields. I would love to see if he's able to get those and then really have a powerful punch in the back line.
Taking a few extra moments to lock in. I just want to emphasize to everyone at home, this is a very, very important game. If you lose this battle as either one of these players, your tournament run is over and your opponent continues on. So I honestly think they should take as much time as they need to figure out the right picks and feel confident in their decisions. You need confidence, you need preparation, and you need a little bit of luck. Let's go right into game number 3, losers round 4, Arceus Aurelius versus C. Leonardo.
Let's pop it up. It's a decisive game number 3, and we're getting right into it here. We have that Wigglytuff against that Shadow Kanto Marowak. We got Charm against Mudslaps. We got some heavy damage coming through.
Heavy damage, fast attack, pressure, whatever you want to call it. These Pokemon are chipping away at each other. Going for the Bone Club here, waiting a turn to make sure there was no swap, no catch. Look at the team compositions, though. We've got a Charge Bug and Dugong in the back for Arceus Aurelius, and in Azumarill, you have a Stunfisk for C. Leonardo.
I think a lot depends on sort of this alignment, because that Charger Bug would love to be paired up against the Azumarill. Arceus Aurelius recognizing if he's able to shield this, he can probably fast attack down, come out with some energy, and dictate switch, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Look how much energy is on that Marowak, and Azumarill coming in, going for one more before throwing a Bone Club, but a bubble goes through.
This is a little tricky, right? Because you still are going to take super effective water type damage as a Shadow Kanto Marowak. Can Arceus Aurelius bail it out? No, he actually lost it with the stored energy. He took alignment but lost the Shadow Kanto Marowak. So as you see him wagging his head, kind of a win-win.
And very interesting play here, coming in with the Dugong instead and forcing the swap in the Unova Stunfisk.
Yes.
But this aligns up the Charger Bug for the Azumarill in back. Such a heads-up play by Arceus Aurelius here. This is huge. I think he was trying to avoid the Primeape, but it ends up coming out even better for him now, because he can Icy win this. The attack is now going down on that Stunfisk.
Exactly. The dice are still rolling here. We don't know what it's going to land on, but right now, this looks really advantageous for Arceus Aurelius. He's able to keep that Charge Bug in the bag. Dugong slowing down the pace, the damage output of this Unova Stunfisk, and he's going to get to another Icy Wind as well.
Able to shield up the first one, which was going to do the most damage here, but now that he's lowered the attack and about to do it one more time, they're not going to be as effective. There's still 1 shield left. Correct now, there's 0 shields left on C. Leonardo's side, recognizing maybe Stunfisk is a little bit important if this Dugong is staying in.
One thing to consider is that the switch timers are up and a swap is possible here. If C. Leonardo can somehow KO the Dugong and then switch it out and clear the debuffs, Unova Stunfisk might be able to put in some more work later. But after the double Icy Winds, it's just not enough. And here comes the Charger Bug.
Wow, Charger Bug not very effective here, but neither are these Thunder Shocks, and now storing up a little bit of energy, coming in with the Azumarill, but you're coming into a Azumarill to a Charger Bug that's charging up, prepare to get zapped.
But you saw saw, he tried to time the swap and catch an X Scissor, and Arceus Aurelius didn't fall for it. He's holding steady here in the most important matchup of his tournament life. Looking now for the play rough, seeing Leonardo trying to dish some damage.
He says, "Nuh-uh, not gonna fall for it this time here." Play rough coming through, not enough damage. He's able to get another Volt Switch, probably two. Can he fast attack down? He doesn't want to risk it at that point. Going for that X Scissor to maintain some health on his Pokemon. I do like that play. It's a safer bet.
Doesn't want to risk it, would rather tea and biscuits here in London. Here comes the X Scissor into this Unova Stunfisk. Is it gonna be enough?
This is charge attack priority. You saw them both clicking the attacks here. X Scissor coming through. Arceus Aurelius pumps his fist, stands up in his chair. He is continuing on in the loser side of the bracket.
Absolutely phenomenal. Winning in losers round 4 is a feat of endurance, of strength, of consistency. Thinks about throwing the water bottle. He says, you know what? I'm gonna keep that. I want to stay hydrated.
He said, okay, well, maybe I won't do that. Actually, talking with him a little bit earlier on, he said he really popped off against Emmy Weedle when they played. And then he said he got so excited. He stood up so quickly and pumped his fist that he's like, I almost blacked out. I got a little bit dizzy from all the excitement, all the adrenaline running through your body. Even though they're sitting in the chairs, yeah, there's so much actually happening on the stage.
I'm telling you, Amanda, you'll experience this one day, but when you get older and you stand up too fast, sometimes you see kind of little butterflies, little icy wind debuff particles coming down, and
your defenses are dropping.
Your defenses are dropped, and you might drop as well. So you got to be careful there. And I'm really glad Arceus Aurelius is safe on stage, but unfortunately for his opponent, they were eliminated from the tournament. Round 4, though, is absolutely astounding on that loser side bracket in the top cut of the most populated, the most stacked competitive tournament we've ever had.
This has been an absolutely huge tournament, huge plays for C. Leonardo being able to make it this far into the tournament. But as the day dwindles on, the players get less and less, and there can only be 3 for Championship Sunday. All of them still want to be there, but there's only one spot that remains.
Arceus Aurelius maintains his position in our losers side bracket, but as this bracket continues to shake out, more and more talented trainers are falling by the wayside. Like you said, Amanda, the cruel reality here is that only a few trainers will progress to that final stage. And it's so difficult to watch one of them fall, because I know a lot of trainers at home here in the venue are rooting for Marto from Argentina, for Out of Pocket, for North America. They want to see these trainers succeed, but so is fate. Only one trainer leaves each set.
I do love that you pointed out Marto Galde being able to knock out of Pocket. So we had the Latin American International Champion knocking out the previous North American International Championship. I believe we still have Tonton Batus inside, who is the previous EUIC Regional Champion. There's so many big names here still in this tournament, ready to try to make their mark for Championship Sunday in this season.
That was so exciting. The last series was a thrill. Let's take a look back at some of those incredible battles, because honestly, Arceus Aurelius did a reverse sweep. If I'm not mistaken, I think he lost game 1.
He did lose game 1. He went 2 shields down very early on to a Rage Fist. He did a similar thing game 2, but it worked out for him, and game 3 was really when he came to play. The big play, I think, was coming in with that Dugong into the Azumarill instead of the Charge-a-Bug, because if he would have flipped that, if he would have came in Charge-a-Bug instead, then the Dugong would have been lined up against the Stonefist in the back, and that might have been a good as matchup.
I couldn't have said it better. Honestly, Amanda, that was incredible analysis by you, because that ice-type damage against the ground-type Unova Stunfisk made all the difference. Arceus Aurelius, very happy, relieved, excited. Just
don't do it.
A little hesitant as well to not throw the water bottle. But yeah, what a throw, what a story. And I really sincerely hope, as we mentioned, we caught up with him just for a few moments. He was unhappy with a couple of plays he made earlier on stage. I really hope that this positive memory erases some of that negative feeling, right? Because he doesn't want to reflect and say what he could have done. He needs to really, really focus on what he has accomplished.
I think a lot of times when trainers, especially when they watch it back, they said, oh, if I just would have done this, I would have won. And a lot of times people say, it's not that you need to not make mistakes. You just need to make less mistakes than your opponent does. So sometimes, even if you're not playing completely optimally, you still have to play it out. You have to hope for the best. You have to hope for maybe a little bit of luck to go along with that skill to really get you to that top level, to the top stage, to the main stage where everyone is going to watch you play.
If your opponent's at 90%, you got to be 91% or better. And as we get deeper and deeper into this bracket, I think the average percentage continues to go up. Maybe you could have gotten away with an 85% efficiency score if you're going to rate yourself. yourself, but now you need to step it up if you're going to make it deep into this tournament run at the Europe International Championships. And speaking of deep, look at this losers bracket. It's got to be at least 2 or 3 stories underground,
Yeah, I
right?
mean, squint a little bit, maybe pull out your bifocals, Will. I know you said that you're getting a little bit older. These names may be small, but their actual plays have been mighty throughout this whole tournament. We've had a lot of big names. The ones who are still in it to possibly win it here are Kazim 33, who will be up against Marto Galde next. Whoever wins that will be up against Inadequence. We just saw Arceus Aurelius beat C. Leonardo. Up next, we'll have Kafia versus Tonton Batus.
Let's take a look here at losers round 6. Those 2 trainers, Inadequence and Nighttime Clasher, fell to that loser side bracket after losing earlier on in the stream. But I just want to highlight how different their play styles are. Inadequence heavily relying on controlling switch advantage, the fast attack pressure of both Charm and Mudslap on his team, and then throwing the curveball, the Shadow Palkia, the Pokemon you never see coming at times when you don't predict it.
I absolutely don't know what you're talking about. I predicted that that Pokemon would probably be in the, and it looks like it was. I don't know how that was. Let's go actually to the Pokemon on the field here. We have Tonton Batus, who we were talking about, a previous EUIC champion, against a big up-and-comer from Belgium, Kafia.
Kafia, an interesting trainer, and up and coming, like you said, with 3 Shadow Pokemon on his team: Shadow Kanto Marowak, Shadow Drapion, and the Shadow Primeape. But look at Tonton Batus. His Steelix was my MVP pick for day number 2. I think it's going to absolutely wreak havoc on Pokemon like Azumarill, like Dugong, and the Psychic Fangs. Even the Primeape has to respect those.
I tell you what, I was really boggled by Tonton's play earlier on when he swapped a Steelix into an Annihilate.
Oh, yeah.
Knowing that even though the Annihilate's counters did so much, that Psychic Fang damage would do a ton. Now, Karate Chops don't even do as much as the counters do to the Steelix, and Primeape can't take a hit half as well as Annihilate. So I think that Steelix, absolutely right, has an absolute ton of play.
I'd love to see some Annihilate gameplay from Tonton here as well. I think that Steelix and Annihilate complement each other very well, and these accolades complement these trainers even further. Stuttgart top 8, Lille top 8, Gdansk regional champion, Dortmund runner-up. And that's all Tonton.
And that's just all Tonton's side right there. But Kafia's side, he's got quite a bit to his name. He's got the EUIC top 32. That's what we're watching right now. He's in the top 32 of Lille and Stuttgart, top 8. These two look like they're locking in. Now, I know that we were talking about how good Steelix is, but if your opponent has a Shadow Kanto Marowak on their team, does it give you any pause at all to bring a Pokemon that really has absolutely no play into it?
None. None whatsoever. And I'll tell you why. It's because Tonton has built a masterful team around that Steelix. He's got a lot of answers for it. Let's see how he answers his next opponent. This is Kufia versus Tonton Batus.
Going up against the Galarian Corsola against the Talonflame in the lead here. It looks like both of them are going to stay in for a little bit, just gain up a little bit of energy. Corsola has quite a bit of bulk to its name. Going to throw first, and looks like Tonton is going to shield it up, because it could be a possible power gem.
Tonton has fired off 4 Incinerates so far. The Talonflame's max energy storage is 5 Incinerates, so he fires off the final one here, but the swap in means he could have Brave Birded, but he chooses not to. Honestly, Amanda, I think the reason is because he knows that Galarian Corsola is incredibly bulky. He's got to deal some damage some other way. So he saves the energy, sends in the Dunsparce, and opts for the Rock Slide.
I mean, Dunsparce has a great answer to the Dugong here. Rock Slide, super effective. Calvin not even bothering to shield up the first one before throwing an Icy Wind here, and having another roll out go through before the damage goes a little bit down. The attack has fallen, but the Rock Slides are still going to hurt, especially at this range.
Yeah, I mean, you see the health of the Dunsparce. I don't think Tonton is really bothered by this. He knows he's going to get double debuff. His most important objective right now is to carry additional energy into the next matchup. So I think he's willing to probably take 1 or 2 more Ice Shards before throwing. He's got the double up. He's going to go ahead and throw the Rock Slide here.
I tell you what, we were talking about how good Steelix is against the team. How good is Dunsparce against the team that Calvia brought into this? Does well against a Drapion, does well against a Dugong, and does great against his Galarian Corsola. I think that Dunsparce is a huge play for Tonton here, and I'm anxious to see how Kafia is going to play around.
Tonton applying pressure with that Talonflame, drops the first fly on the head of that Drapion. He's going to look for a second one, but first the Aqua Tail will come through. Forced to shield up here. He's got too much energy, too much to lose. He wants Talonflame to stay in the game.
He says this is worth a shield because I want to take a shield back from you, going for yet another charge attack. 1 shield left remaining on Kafia's side. Looks like he is going to use it. He's going to try to put as much onto this Drapion Drapion as possible here. Getting up 2 more before throwing Aqua Tail. Great timing, not letting any more Incinerates go through, and also getting the knockout.
Honestly, though, Tauntaun might have accomplished an objective here. He wants to put that Shadow Drapion within Frenzy Plant range. He's got to be careful, though, because the crunches are going to hurt quite a bit. And also, don't forget, there's a very healthy Galarian Corsola in the back for Kufia.
And not only that, the Galarian Corsola, I believe, has a little bit of energy. Great play here, but unfortunately, the Astonishes, these fast attacks that are coming through, are going to be doing absolutely nothing to this Dunsparce. Corsola's got the bulk, but will it be able to hang on? Will it be able to throw before? Looks like it's going trying to go for a catch. Kufia just continuing to astonish away.
Yeah, banking up the drill run, but is that the right move? Because I do think that the Dunsparce will lose the charge check priority to Shadow Drapion, so it might not actually pay off the way Tauntaun intends. Superior now in this matchup. This Pokemon has a non-traditionally good matchup against the, oh my gosh, the Galarian Corsola, but he allows the second Nightshade through.
This is going to do so much damage. I think it even might knock out, but Kufia ends up undercharging a little bit, wants to get to another one. He wants to be able to get that fast attack damage on the Drapion, so it wins charge attack priority. But at this rate, they're just going to simultaneous KO. Kufia's not happy about this. A drill run is ready. This is super effective coming onto the Drapion. Tauntaun swiping all the bubbles.
That was a phenomenon that we rarely see, and we're definitely going to break that down. But now Tauntaun throws the drill run, super effective damage, and the Dunsparce that you called out, Amanda, was the trump card there for the Frenchman on stage. But why? Why would both trainers like pause? And why would Kufia let Tauntaun throw the Vine Whips?
That's such a good question. So when there was such a little bit of help left on that Superior, he was hoping that the Superior would knock out the Corsola, that the Drapion would be able to get fast attacks and enough damage through to be able to get to a charge attack of its own, because Kufia knew that his Drapion would be able to throw its charge attack before the Dunsparce would. Tauntaun said, nuh-uh, not happening, not on my watch. I'm here in London, I know how to do it. Dunsparce is going to be taking it all home.
Both trainers were in such a pickle because the switch timers were not available for either of them. So for example, if the Superior throws the Aerial Ace, Drapion comes in, farms down, and is armed and ready for the Dunsparce. If the Corsola throws the charge attack, the Dunsparce comes in, rolls out down the Corsola, and then drill runs the Drapion anyway.
Very, very close games, very calculated game by both of these trainers. Now that we're looking at this team, let's talk. How do we deal with the Dunsparce?
How do we deal with the Dunsparce? That is the #1 question on Kufia's mind, and that's what he's got to focus on, because he needs to win 1 game to tie up the series and then 1 more to move on in the bracket, but you can't get too far ahead of yourself. There's 1 Pokemon you need to focus on, and that is the normal type from Tauntaun.
You have to take it 1 game at a time. Even though Kufia lost that first game, he needs to take a breath. He needs to decide what he needs to do to stay in this. Looks like he's already taken that breath very quick. Deep one. Let's go in, breathe out.
Steelix takes the field, and that menacing Steel type is going to rip through the Scizormo's HP with the Thunder Fangs, but it's also taking super effective bubble damage right back.
And so it looks like it's going ahead and going for the Psychic Fang. This is automatically guaranteed going to lower the defenses of the Azumarill. So not only does this charge attack not do much, but these fast attacks are going to really start to hurt afterwards.
That Steel subtyping is going to help this Steelix, no pun intended, quite a bit, because it means that this Ice Beam will not do nearly as much damage. It shrugs off the Ice Beam from Azumarill, and meanwhile, like you said, the Psychic Fang and Thunder Fang combination continues to build.
And now another Psychic Fang, dropping the defenses even more. Fun fact, Tauntaun Battus and Emmy Weedle both running a Steelix, both previous champions here in London. I wonder if there's something in the water about it. Speaking of water, we got an Aqua Tail coming through. Super effective attack onto the Steelix.
Trying to judge the HP product, I think Tauntaun doesn't feel confident that his Steelix could withstand the Aqua Tail, so he throws up the shield. He wants to fire off the Breaking Swipe, the Dragon-type charge attack. This also has a chance to debuff his opponent.
It is a chance. It's not 100%, but Tauntaun just needs a little luck on his side. Unfortunately, up for him, unable to get it here. Kufia wants to throw on good timing, wants to get up a little bit ahead here. Another throws through, and this time Tauntaun decides he's going to let it go. Steelix, you've done your job. You've basically whittled down 2 Pokemon to half health.
Exactly right. Coming in out with the Talonflame. And honestly, I wonder if Tauntaun could let this one through and then just go for straight Incinerates. But that Shadow Drapion might get to another Aqua Tail regardless.
Shadow Drapion is dry now, and Garfield doesn't even want to take that risk. Wow, immediate throw here, going for an Ice Beam. This would be enough to knock out the Talonflame. Does Tauntaun want to put it all on his back Pokemon? It does look like he will. It looks like that Superior is coming into the fray. Calfia is switch locked at this point, and we might see a very aggressive farm down, but Calfia's got 2 shields on his side.
Exactly right. That was a heads-up play by Kufia. I think it went under the radar. He switched in the Azumarill and threw the Ice Beam in the midst of the Incinerate. Tauntaun punished for using that 5-turn fast attack here. He's got the Superior. He's going to try to strike back, but my goodness, is there so much work to do.
I love this play by Kofia. Coming in now with that Shadow Drop-In, saying the Poison Stings are going to add up. You're going to have to throw an attack at this before I even have my last Pokemon come in. I have a bulky Corsola to my name. I have 2 shields to my name.
Yeah.
I think I have game number 2. Let's see how they want to play it out.
Tauntaun throws out the bait with the Aerial Ace, trying to throw a lower energy cost charge attack that will peel away the shield, and he's able to succeed in that, but it's not much more than a small moral victory because this Galarian Corsola has so much HP. Kufia doesn't even shield the second one, showing no respect for the grass-type Pokemon, and now he's closing in on the Nightshade.
No respect, but a tiny little smirk saying, I know that you're an international champion. I know that you're a good player, Tauntaun, but guess what? Remember my name because I am a good player too, and I am tying up this series.
3 Astonishes is all he needs. Kufia tying this up 1-1 with our EUIC 2023 champion. Now, one thing I want to point out, Amanda, is that this match really went off the rails for Tauntaun after the Drapion swap. And that was such a gutsy switch because I think Kufia just saw the Dunsparce. There's an Annihilate on Tauntaun's team, and he safe switches the Drapion anyway.
I think that Drapion is one of the best safe swaps in the game right now. It is hard to do into teams like Tauntaun has. However, Kufia still managed to do it. Complete victory on his side. Tauntaun a little bit got put on the back foot because when he brought in that Talonflame, he actually gave the perfect amount of energy. Everything synced up exactly right for Kofia there because he only needed to do 2 fast attacks before throwing an Aqua Tail. That's the exact amount that you need to throw before throwing onto a 5-turn Incinerate user. Then he swapped into his Azumarill, got a Bubble through, and got an Ice Beam through during the Incinerate. It was the perfect amount for him right here. And Tauntaun had to make a huge decision. Do I shield up this Talonflame? I don't even know what's in the back.
Yeah, just applying so much pressure, just attacking from all angles. Kufia proving that he can go toe-to-toe with one of the best trainers in EU. The pressure now is on Tauntaun Battus. This is his whole tournament on the line, as it is for Kufia as well. But honestly, I mean, if you've been here, you want to win. And I guess if you're challenging, you want that just as bad.
Well, they're going into game number 3. We're going to see who is going to win in a matter of less than 5 minutes. Let's go. This is a great lead for Calfia here, and an immediate pivot out from Tauntaun into the Talonflame. Going ahead and getting one more Astonish before coming in with the Azumarill. That bubble damage is going to do a nice bit, and Tauntaun might have to go for a Brave Bird at some point if he wants to get that Azumarill low. Calfia's shaking his head no. I wonder if he thinks, oh no, I've played just into the hands of Tauntaun.
I don't think so, honestly. I mean, I think that Kufia recognized that Tauntaun was not going to, he was going to look out for that Shadow Drapion and lead the Annihilate, so he had a great lead and a great swap as well. Brave Bird disconnected to the Azumarill, and now Talonflame is at risk of being KO'd by this Ice Beam. Tauntaun forced his shield.
I like this play by Tauntaun. Tauntaun still might end up winning this mid-matchup game, getting a better alignment than what he had before, because since Calfia let that Brave Bird go through, now that Talonflame might be lower on defense, but it's still going to be able to get a ton of energy. Already at another attack here. 2 shields on Calfia said, forced to now shield up that Drapion.
Exactly, applying pressure across the board. Brave Bird would have absolutely deleted the Shadow Drapion, so he's forced to defend it. He's got the Aqua Tail to boot, though. 1 shielded for both trainers, and the Annihilate comes back in. Honestly, Tauntaun has the alignment he wants.
Yeah, he's got that Dunsparce in the back. Dunsparce looking good against both Corsola and Drapion. Calfia's really going to have to play with a little bit bit of luck as well. He does get the defense well.
Wow.
A quick pivot by both trainers.
Wow.
After shaking his head, no, none of these astonishes, none of these ghost attacks are going to be doing damage. He needs to be throwing and getting to these power gems as soon as possible.
Insane by Tonton Batus to blind switch that Dunsparce into the Drapion, expecting that Glaring Corsola to come out. What a play by our EUIC 2023 champion. Gonna throw the drill run here, chipping down this Glaring Corsola. As you said, Amanda, this Pokemon needs to throw power gems back in return.
Now, though it doesn't look that great, it's still not over because we saw those power gems do quite a bit of damage. Dunsparce can only do so much. It's only one Pokemon. In the meantime, we still have that Annihilate in the back. We still have that Drapion in the back for the side of Kofia.
You're right, it does a ton of damage actually. Drill run coming through from the Dunsparce, trying to chip down this Galarian Corsola, the shield, and the switch timer, and the swap hit the eject button. Kofia.
Oh my goodness, coming in, but it's too soon. There's still too much energy on this Dunsparce. This drill run connects. It looks like it's about a repeat of game number 1. Super effective, heavy damage coming through, taking out the Drapion, and now another one for the Corsola.
Like you called out, this Dunsparce is an absolute menace for the team composition from Kofia. It forces him into uncomfortable situations, and Tauntaun has applied pressure consistently through the series. Here comes the Nightshade.
Going to have to throw the Nightshade, but Tauntaun says, I have a shield left, I have Annihilate, I have to, kind of keep healthy in the back here. I've got to roll out down. I've got to take game number 3.
Close matchup between two very talented trainers, Kofia and Tonton Batus. But look at this as well. We're going to have a little bit of a discussion with the judges because I do think there might have been a discrepancy with the start time for those trainers. Again, you and I talked about this earlier on in the stream. A turn in Pokemon Go is just a half second. So, I mean, seriously, if you miss a half second, 1 second, 2 seconds, it makes a world of difference in the battle itself and the result. So we want to get everything right here on stage in London and give these trainers a fair shot to win their set.
Absolutely. I know maybe for some newer viewers or people who, play this game but don't really understand the big, heavy mechanics, the mathematics behind it, one turn can really make the difference, especially on this caliber of players.
Yeah.
And both of these trainers recognize it as well. If you are playing and you think something actually doesn't seem like it adds up quite right, go ahead and flag a judge because that's what they're here for. They want to make sure that the tournament's running as smooth as possible, that everyone is getting a fair shake.
TPCI is here to support trainers around the world, no matter your background, the language you speak, your experience level, regardless. The Pokemon Company is here to help. So definitely, like you said, in situations where you're unsure, go ahead and ask your judge, ask your Pokemon employee that's nearby, and we'll do our best to help you out. But these two trainers are going to figure out what to do as this Game 3 is going to be reviewed by our incredibly talented judging team on the stage.
And just think about how much that could have changed things as well. And that's exactly what they're going over. Look how close those battles became at the very end. When things go a little bit wrong at the beginning, it's really hard to tell what I could have done differently. You have to play it out. Of course, you want to play it out. You want to play to your best win conditions. But when it comes so close, you're saying, well, I think I might have had a shot.
Exactly right. I mean, we want to get it right for the trainers on stage because they definitely deserve that. I like how Tonton Batus and Kofia are sitting there patiently letting the judges deliberate about what is going to happen. But let's take a closer look here at the trainers and the stage overall. Again, shout out to our incredible team, not just our professors, but also our production team. They do their very best to make sure we have a great event time and time again.
Absolutely right. And again, since this is the loser side of the bracket in a double elimination tournament, a decisive game number 3. Of course, if you think something's maybe going a little bit not in your favor, you're going to want to make sure you're doing everything as possible because the loser of this next round will be knocked out of the tournament. They'll go home with some championship points. They'll go home with a little bit of, okay, I made it very far into the tournament, but they all want to beat the champion, and you can't be the champion if you get knocked out.
I see the little heart emoji there as well down on the floor. Shout out to all of our spectators and fans who are cheering on these trainers as they battle through intense competition. The Europe International Championships was our first international championship back in 2022, and it's such an honor and a privilege to return to this event in 2025 to see the growth of how our game has continued to expand. All of our friends and family there in the stands as well. Thank you all for being here supporting the game we all love.
I think that is fun. Oh, hi, Dinoski. Wait, they cut away.
Yeah. He might be getting up to go get some pizza Maybe that's what his plan is.
Yeah, or some tea. He looked a little bit thirsty.
That's true as well. Yeah, yeah, we see it. Yeah, Dinasi. Yeah, shout out to everyone in the stands watching this incredible competition unfold.
A lot of these trainers have competed earlier on. They did get knocked out of this tournament. 400 competitors already have been playing so far, but only a few remain in day 2, an even smaller amount for Championship Sunday, which, by the way, all going to be on the main channel. I know you're watching this for the Twitch drops. I know that you're hoping to get that jump up and those charge TMs, but I tell you what, you're going to be wanting to go over to the main channel for Championship Sunday. We've got Unite, we've got Go, we've got TCG, and we've got the video game.
Absolutely, yeah. There's something for every Pokemon fan out there. So even if your friends don't necessarily play Pokemon Go, invite them to watch the grand finals of the Europe International Championships. There's so much to offer. We've got incredibly unique Pokemon as well. I saw Mewtwo, Miraidon, and Ho-Oh in Unite earlier. We've seen some incredible cards like our Chaladon, I believe it's called, in TCG. It's a real fun time here for Pokemon fans of all ages.
We know we got Marto Galde's Jumpluff, but there also was apparently a really good player in the video game who used a Jumpluff for success in the Latin American International Championships as well. So it's always fun to see the little bit of crossover between each of the games, Pokemon that are viable in all of them.
Exactly right. Our judging staff is talking things over with our players on stage, probably delivering a little bit of feedback about what they're seeing on the review screen. Again, I have such faith and such confidence in our judging team. I know they're going to make the right decision and the fair decision for our players here on stage.
Speaking of on stage, we're looking at all of the plushies here on stage. You gave a little bit of nod about it yesterday.
I did.
So Tauntaun Batuz has that Dragonair and that Seeking on his team, both Pokemon that he has used to go very far in tournaments. That Dragonair on his team for that 2023 EUIC, and Seeking getting him second place in Gdansk, Poland.
And not only that, I mean, we don't see the plushie on stage here, but Tauntaun actually won an event this season with Alolan Raticate, of all things. I mean, it's one thing to look into your spice cabinet. I don't know where that Alolan Raticate might have come in. It must have just snuck in somehow.
Looks like Tauntaun is deciding he wants to play with all of the spice. We did bring this up at another tournament. If you're known for playing spice, for being someone who can really use almost anything, that comes to a bit of an advantage when you're playing Pokemon that other players maybe don't know the counts for exactly, maybe don't know how much damage an Alolan Raticate can actually do.
Exactly right. Not knowing damage intervals or counts can be very tough to come back from, but let's check it out because I think we've got a rematch on the stage, which is really exciting.
That is exciting. I know it took a while, but that just means we have even more games that we're going to see between these two very good competitors. Really excited to see what they will bring for this decisive game number 3 in Losers Round 4.
My question is, how can Kufia rein in this Dunsparce? It's been such a nuisance for him. I think the obvious answer is to bring something like Primeape, but then that kind of lures you right into Tauntaun's trap. Maybe the Mandibuzz comes onto the field. Maybe the Annihilate is squared up against it. Who knows what he has planned? And maybe the Shadow Kanto Marowak is actually a better option here for Kufia. What do you think?
When there is 2 flying-type Pokemon like that Mandibuzz and the Talonflame on the other side, even with targets like Steelix, it's so hard to bring that Kanto Marowak into the fray because you have to throw those Rock Slides, and those Mud Slaps are doing pretty much nothing to those flying-type Pokemon.
Exactly. You don't want to be in a overwhelmingly negative matchup. You want to be neutral or positive. These trainers are trying to stay positive in their win-loss columns for this tournament as well. Kufia, just a few less accomplishments than Tauntaun Batuz, but he's shown on stage here today that he's equally as talented.
It looks like he's starting to play a lot of neutral picks, right? The teams that he's been playing are kind of weak to a Dunsparce overall, but neutral against the rest of the fray. We are hopping into that game number 3. Let's get ready. We've got a Galarian Corsola against the Steelix. Let's see how these two trainers want to play it out. Bulky Galarian Corsola going ahead, getting ready to throw an attack, but not before that first breaking swipe goes through.
Let's check with chat's matchup knowledge. Do you know which one of these Pokemon is going to win even shield scenarios? Who wins the 1s? Who wins the 2s? Go ahead and type it into the chat. Attack drop might flip those shielding scenarios though, so let's see what this Galarian Corsola can do.
That's a little bit worse now for that Galarian Corsola because these Nightshades aren't going to be doing as much damage. Still the Steelix in the green, but it's going to be chunking away. Tauntaun already at another breaking swipe, throwing on great timing here, and it looks like Kafka not deciding to shield anymore, gonna let it go through on the Corsola once again.
I think it makes sense, right? Because those charge attacks not doing too much damage. We see the pivot into the Shadow Drapion from Kufia here. Gonna try to land the Aqua Tail on the charge attack priority. Crispy timing, hot out of the oven. Here comes Kufia.
It's going to be able to connect, but Tauntaun knows it's not enough to knock out, and those Poison Stings aren't going to be doing much damage at all. Super effective there. The Breaking Swipe is going to be able to connect. This is the third Breaking Swipe. First one was able to get an attack debuff. Second wasn't. Let's see what we have in store for number 3.
Steelix and its Underbite exit the field, switching in to the Dunsparce now. And normally this is a positive matchup for the Dunsparce, but this Shadow Drapion has a massive lead in terms of energy. It's going to fire this Crunch right here.
Crunch going through. No Protect Shield on Tauntaun's side. He knows that if there's a defense to drop, that's when he would want to be able to use it. Just continuing to get a few more rollouts in before going for that super effective drill run. We saw it knock out a Drapion earlier on, but Calfio says, this time I've got some shields. I'm going to use them, and I'm going to go ahead and throw my next attack.
Yeah, he's going to overcharge just a pinch more, and Tauntaun throwing on unconventional timing is going to force away that second Protect Shield from Kufia. Normally you expect players to throw on what we say good timing, right? Ceding the minimal number of turns to the opponent, but this time Tauntaun launches a surprise.
Going ahead and not shielding either of these. This Crunch should be enough to knock out. Drapions coming out with no shields, but a lot of energy here, forcing a decision from Tauntaun. Does he want to reveal that superior? Yes, he does. He's coming in with it. Trying to do a peekaboo play. It didn't work.
But the thing is, as a Steelix, you were going to double resist those Poison Stings, so really nothing to be scared of. Now they're clearing Corsos on the field. I hope you're not afraid of Ghost, because this Pokemon is on the field front and center against the superior.
Ooh, it's getting kind of scary for Tauntaun Batus, but not when you have 2 shields to hide behind as well. No shields on the Corsola side. Calfia's up against the wall. He's got to get to another Nightshade, throwing right before the next attack is available. Tauntaun using his first shield of the game on his last Pokemon.
Yeah, I think Tauntaun is trusted in his superior here because it's got neutral to positive play almost across the board against this team, throwing the Aerial Ace here, and I really like that play a lot because he did not allow that Astonish damage to come through because this Aerial Ace will pick up the KO.
Going ahead, and now I think is it kind of in a pickle because the Azumarill doesn't want to take a Frenzy Plant. There's no Protect Shields remaining. Tauntaun has 1 on his side, some energy already on the superior, but it's so low health. Going for the Aqua Tail, going for that charge attack priority, forcing actually Tauntaun to click as well.
Yeah, forcing a movement out of Tauntaun here. Protect Shield comes up. It's just the Aqua Tail. Charge attack priority tie, though, snags this Drapion in the superior's trap, and there's only one more Pokemon to deal with. Can Azumarill win this for Kufia?
He's going to be able to need to get up to the Ice Beam. It's on the left-hand side. Look at the bubbles. The Frenzy Plant is already ready at this point, but it's not going to be enough. One of them is not going to be enough. Kafia is at the Ice Beam. No Protect Shields remaining. Takes out the superior.
It was a slog. It was a marathon. It was toe-to-toe until the very end, but Kufia able to take down the 2023 EUIC champion and continue his bracket run. That has to send your confidence sky high.
Kafia got knocked down to the loser's bracket a little bit earlier on in the turn, but he says, hey, I know that I'm down, but I'm not out of this yet. I know that I am a good player. I want to be even more consistent, and he's proving his consistency here in London. Look at this trainer, still in the loser's side of the bracket, still in a potential for Championship Sunday.
Amanda, what do you do when you get knocked down?
Usually when I get knocked down, I get up again. And listen, when I get up again, you're not gonna get me down.
That's exactly what Kufia was probably chanting in his head as well as he took that series from Tauntaun Batus 2-1 at this center stage in the Excel venue here in London. What an incredible play. I mean, seriously, we've seen so many international champions get knocked out. I mean, Out of Pocket fell earlier. We saw Emmy Weedle fall already, and now Tauntaun Batus fell. I don't know, Amanda. You give me a lot of smoke for my predictions, but I don't know. I don't know if any other reigning IC champions are still in this.
You got one of them for sure. I will say that. No more. Actually, Marto Galde, the only international champion still in the tournament on that loser's side of the bracket. The other prediction that you made earlier on was that it was going to stay in region. So we'll have to keep an eye on all the trainers who are still in the bracket, who are still potential candidates. But the dust hasn't settled yet, guys. We still got more games to play.
We're going to need to rely on our experts in chat. Let us know how many EU trainers are still in the bracket. Go ahead and use that command if you're in the Twitch chat, and you can pull up that bracket and take a look. Still a lot of trainers in play here. We spent a lot of time in the loser side of the bracket, Amanda, but that's because these trainers deserve the spotlight, and these battles are so heated. I think you and I can agree that the loser side bracket is really, really exciting.
It's so exciting that I want to see some more clips from that previous round between Kofia and our 2023 EUIC champion Tonton Batuz, because those were extremely close. That Dunsparce came in. That Dunsparce was such a nuisance for Kofia for this whole round, but he's able to just dance around it at this point. He was able to take that Superior down low with the Corsola, forcing energy left and right to be able to finally take it out with the Azumarill.
I noticed this about Tauntaun a couple of times in this tournament. He seems to really hedge his bets on one particular Pokemon and push it to the absolute limit, specifically at the end of a matchup. But I feel like that's kind of let him down a few times. Just trying to put 2 shields on a Pokemon doesn't always work. And yes, it might feel like the best pick. For example, not knowing what's in the back. If it was the Shadow Primeape or even the Shadow Marowak, Superior would have done great, but it can only handle so much. And I think that Kofia just overwhelmed Tauntaun there.
And really, really big heads-up plays. Sometimes I think that the Steelix was such a great call for Tauntaun, and Steelix Dunsparce core is pretty hard for him to, kind of wiggle around, but Kofia was able to do it. He was able to win that matchup, stay in the bracket. I'm so excited to see the next games that are coming up. These are getting heated.
Speaking of key picks, that Steelix from Tauntaun was my most valuable Pokemon that I selected at the end of day number 1, and Tauntaun is out of the tournament. As far as I know, Amanda, I think only one of these MVP picks on this page is still in the tournament.
Now, I know that Leonard said that Kofia, with that Shadow Primeape, is going to be that most valuable Pokemon, but honestly, maybe Kofia is just the most valuable player at this point. There's the only one still in. Although I will say, Inadequance is still in, and that was Zionic's pick with the Shadow Palkia. So we'll perhaps see a little bit of that later on. It's between the other 2 caster pairs. We're using all of our luck, apparently not for that, but for your overall prediction. We'll have to see if it's going to come true.
Exactly.
You're not going to waste that on caster picks.
Oh, yeah. Save it for the good ones, right? But, if you can be right more than once, that's also a nice feeling. So we'll see.
I wouldn't know.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, a little bit of insider information for Amanda there. Knowing some teams, because she likes to talk with the competitors, but you're a very worldly person. I feel like you're pretty good with people.
I do like to talk with all the different competitors because there's different play styles. There's different ways of going about team building. I love to hear the different team comps that people want to put together. Sometimes people start with a core, 2 Pokemon that they know that they really want to use, and then they kind of build around it and recognizing the strengths and weaknesses of each one of them. Sometimes people are just like, you know what? I'm going to use a team that a previous champion has used because I know the ins and outs of mechanics, and I think that I can play it actually to perfection as well if these are truly the best 6 Pokemon in the meta.
I will say that I feel like trainers in the EU actually do something different on average. And what I mean by that is I think they look at the overall usage and they say, what beats the majority of these top Pokemon? What is that one unconventional thing that I can use to just kind of knock down multiple dominoes in a row? And whether that's Alolan Raticate from Tonton Batuz or whether that's Charge Bug from trainers like Z's Wireless, I think those Pokemon have a ton of merit, and we see them a lot in the most creative and inventive region in the world.
Now, we had just last up Tonton Batuz, a previous EUIC champion. Now we have Marto Galde on the right-hand side, our current LAIC champion, hoping to get another international championship under his belt. But Kazim, a regional champion, says, nuh-uh, not on my watch. I'm in this tournament too. And we've seen Kazim playing absolutely amazingly. We didn't get to see him play yesterday, but we've been really impressed with the play so far today.
Kazim really had to earn his victory in that previous round that we commentated. My goodness, was that a fist fight down to the very end. But let's check out what he can do against Marto Galde here. So we've got a Shadow Marowak and Shadow Drapion here for Kazim, as well as that Galarian Corsola. This is a very stout, very balanced, very even approach team. And then you've got some counter picks like that Jump Bluff from Marto Galde.
Now, Jump Bluff from Marto Galde, he said earlier on, he keeps wanting to prove it to people. He says, no matter how well I do with this Pokemon, so many people seem to think it's underrated, not being able to pull all the stops, but Marto Galde continues on so far in so many tournaments with this. Very anxious to see how much play it has against Kazim's side. And I tell you what, against a Marowak, against a Dugong, against an Azumarill, I think it has a decent amount of play.
No, it absolutely does. And if you disrespect it like we saw Zephy Mastix do earlier on in the stream, and you bring 2 Water-type Pokemon, and maybe, I don't know, something like a Talonflame, you can still get toppled by that jump left. So make sure to connect your accounts to the Twitch channel and collect those drops and finish that special research. And we're gonna go right into these battles.
Look right into this. We got the Dugong against that Shadow Drop-in, and it looks like both of these trainers want to play it out a little bit. The Crunch does a lot of damage to the Dugong, but that Drill Run is super effective. We've seen it time and time again in that last round, how much that Drop-in doesn't want to take it. Crunch coming through, no Protect Shield on Kazim's side.
Look at this overall team, though, for Kazim. He only has one real insurance option against a jump left pick for Marto Galde, and it's the Dugong on the field right now. So this is going to get really interesting as this battle goes on and the shields start to go down. No shield as well.
No shield on it, coming in now with the Azumarill being met by a jump left. Now this is what we call a typical ABB team. So the first Pokemon, that Dugong, does decently against the jump left, and Azumarill and the Marowak in the back don't. So I think Kazim uses Azumarill to lure out the jump left on Marto Galde's side, because once this jump left is out of the way, he can maybe do more with that Marowak in the back.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I think the Azumarill is the better safe switch for that trio as well, because the Ice Beam can possibly command a shield from Marto. It doesn't get one this time, but I think that Kazim is going to apply a lot of pressure here with another one.
Yeah, super effective damage coming through, super effective damage coming back. Energy Ball going to connect here. Kazim still not using a shield, and you want to know why? He's saving 2 shields for that Kanto Marowak. We've seen it happen so many times. Dugong able to completely knock it down before he's able to get to an attack, and this puts whatever comes in a precarious position.
I like this
immediately. Kazim wasn't even so happy about it, but he got that shield.
He wanted the icy win. I think that's what it was, right? He wanted to slow down this Drapion because he knows it's got some energy, and he's going to switch into that Kanto Marowak. This Aqua Tail will now be at full strength, which forces away the first Protect Shield from Kazim, but honestly, you probably shielded regardless because he doesn't know that third Pokemon yet.
Yeah, another Aqua Tail is already ready. This is why he's shaking his head saying, darn it, if only I would have let that Icy Wind go, then this wouldn't hurt so much, because let's face it, that really hurts. Now in comes the Azumarill, but the damage has already been done, and the bubbles are doing even more, because he wants to throw here when he's at 2 Bone Clubs, right when the Ice Beam is ready.
Yeah, this is actually pretty interesting, because the second Bone Club is going to apply a lot of pressure to this Azumarill. This first one takes a Protect Shield. That was a charge attack priority, so Kazim has a difficult decision to make. Does he use his final shield here?
I think that you can see he says yes, but he's shaking his head. He doesn't want to, but he knows he wants that damage. Looks like he did click it already, so he's going to go ahead, make sure he swipes all the bubbles, gets off as much damage as possible onto the Pokemon before he swaps into his Dugong, because Azumarill has energy dry at this point, and Dugong does outpace, but even though it outpaces, I don't think it can outbulk.
Yeah, very unusual back-to-back charge attack priority tie there from these trainers. We're going to see the Drill Run from the Dugong try to chip down this Azumarill just a little bit more, but I got to say, Amanda, I think it's a road too far to travel. Kazim sees it. He knows the play rough is coming through.
Playing rough here, swiping all the bubbles. No Protect Shield left on that Dugong there. Marto Galde takes out the Dugong. In comes the Marowak and gets bubbled down.
Exactly right. Mud Slaps, not enough to outlast this Azumarill here, but that matchup did come right down to the wire. Very, very close battle between these two trainers, and Marto takes an early lead, 1-0 in losers round 5.
So typical ABB, like we kind of discussed there, Kazim was able to do exactly what he wanted to. That jump left couldn't get off another attack. Unfortunately for him, when he swapped in that Marowak, the drop-in was able to get to 2 Aqua Tails, and that just did so much damage to that Kanto Marowak.
Exactly right. I mean, if you look at it at face value, you saw the Azumarill being that third Pokemon from Marto Galde. In retrospect, I'm not sure that the Icy Wind would have made that big of a difference, because I do think you're taking a ton of bubble damage along the way regardless, so a little bit hard to say, but Kazim unable to defeat Marto in that battle number 1. He's going to look to rewrite that story here in game number 2. What adjustment, though? What can he change? Because like you said, that was an ABB team, strong to jump left, and it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, I know you said it's hard to say, but something that is hard to play, especially for Kazim, is that Galarian Corsola, which does pretty well against a lot of people's teams. Marto just has so many answers for it on his own. I mean, if I was Kazim, I'd be way reluctant to play a Corsola against a Diggersby team, a Feraligatr, and a Shadow Drop-in.
Right.
And that leaves some of the other Pokemon, like that Jumpluff, a little bit more free to play.
Yeah, I think a really important aspect aspect of knowing how to compete, is knowing your team and how people will approach it. But let's see how we do in game number 2. Kazim, tournament life on the line here against Marto Galde.
Going in with the Azumarill up against that Shadow Drop-In. Shadow Drop-In, I think, is really good against this team. Has a lot of neutral play overall. Doesn't surprise me to see Marto Galde's team of a double water with that jump bluff smashed right in the middle of the sandwich.
All right, right, stuck in the middle. Oh, nice catch here by Kazim to switch into the Azumarill. Do you think he's trying to do the same thing he did in game number 1 and pull that jump bluff out?
Well, at the very least, he's getting a little bit of a chip and dip strategy, but now in comes the jump bluff. Now the Feraligatr comes in instead, and it's getting a little bit of energy. Not before a play rough is already thrown on Kazim's side. No protect shield used by Marto Galde.
This is so clever. This is next level by Kazim, because in game number 1, he played ABB weak to jump bluff, trying to pull it out. He succeeded. Game number 2, he fakes ABB and sends out the Azumarill, but he's got a Dugong in the back. He's actually ABA strong to the jump bluff.
Hydro Cannon coming through, not very effective, but the next one plus the Shadow Claws might be enough to do it. Poor Azumarill can't even get to an attack because the Hydro Cannon coming through, washing it away if there's no protect shield used on Kazim's side.
The difference, though, is that if you shield this as Kazim, that Shadow Feraligatr gets to another Hydro Cannon before you pace to a second Ice Beam. So really tough decision, but it chose the better route, letting it go. Now the simultaneous swap, Dugong into Azumarill.
Both of those trainers went for an attack, then a swap, not knowing what was in the back. Look at that play rough coming through on Marto Galde's side, and still no protect. No, last second protect shield. Wants to keep that Dugong healthy because he knows he's going to win charge attack priority between the Azumarill and knows that he's going to be able to get it low.
Yeah, exactly. I really like the shield there by Kazim. We saw earlier on in a previous series, Tauntaun Battus not budgeting enough health for something like Superior. Kazim trying to budget the health, thinking about relative damage across the board. I really appreciate that shield early on.
We saw Wild Jeff's play yesterday, and a way a lot of trainers like to play out this matchup is to be able to throw 2 icy wins first, because then they know that their drill runs are going to knock out because those play roughs aren't going to be doing as much. But Marto Galde's Azumarill was more than half health at that point, and look at this, going up 100 energy, still waiting a turn here before throwing the next drill run before the next attack is available.
Yeah, I like that a lot because he doesn't allow the swap, and he's got the back-to-back so he can throw them right here. Actually, the switch and the catch on the drill run. Kazim face bumps, and Marto looks right into your eyes. He says, yep, I'm doing Marto things.
Now, I said it's so hard to catch on Kazim, so at this point you have to know how difficult that was. Kazim never lets this happen, and he let it happen in a game where it means so much to him. He needs to stay in this matchup. He needs to win this matchup to stay in EUIC losers round 5, getting that protect shield off of Marto's jump bluff.
Sometimes you just have to laugh through the pain. Kazim cracks a little smile there, but this battle is still very much anyone's game. We're going to see an energy ball get fired off here. This will absolutely KO the Dugong if it connects, and Marto lands it.
There's so much energy on that drop-down in the back, but there's an aerial ace already ready. Great timing here by Kazim, throwing the crunch. This crunch should be enough to knock out. It is a shadow drop-down, and it does. There's still so much on the Feraligatr as well, but there is a protect shield on Kazim's side.
Peekaboo?
It could be a peekaboo.
Peekaboo play?
Could be a peekaboo play. We could see it. What we're going to see is a waiting out. No, we're going to throw right away.
Right away with the Hydro Cannon, applying the pressure. Marto Galde brings in the Feraligatr, but the problem now is that you probably get Poison Sting down, so he's got to figure out what to do next.
The big play here, going for a combination play. He's got so much energy. The real question is, will this play rough be too much energy? Because there's so much left on drop in. Drop in, holds on, add 2 crunches.
Wow, Marto goes off the backboard and tries, but misses the net. Here comes a crunch from the Shadow Drop in to KO this Azumarill. It's got a little bit of gas left in the tank. Can it take down that Feraligatr? Yes, like Amanda said, back-to-back crunches, take a bite. Here comes Kazim.
You get a crunch, and you get a crunch, and Kazim gets game number 2.
Look under your chair, there's a Drapian with a crunch waiting for you, and Kazim says, yeah, that looked really, really risky, but it paid off in the end.
Wow, amazing plays by both of these trainers. I called it earlier on. I said, watch how Kazim plays. I think I said impossible. It's impossible for Kazim to get caught on.
Yeah.
And at this point, catching a drill run on her jump up almost saved Marto Galde, almost helped push Marto Galde through in that second game, but Kazim said, no, okay, I made a little misstep, but I'm still gonna take this game. The real question is, who's taking the series?
This is one of the challenges that we don't talk enough about from a player perspective, because this is game 3, losers round 5. And if you're Kazim, you're taking on the LAIC reigning champion who's won 3 events this season in 2025. And you had just a real peak of emotion. You won that battle, you played your best, and now you have to simmer down, focus, concentrate, lock in, and get ready for another one. Marto threw everything at Kazim, and it wasn't enough. And now we are tied up 1-1.
Crunch going through one more time. I love the expressions of both of these trainers. You can tell, you know, when someone does something really good and when they think that they played a little bit bad. Marto still all smiles, recognizing how good these games are, and everyone loves a decisive game number 3. Maybe everyone but the players.
Yeah, exactly. I think they both have that fighting spirit, though, and they want to meet their opponent when they are in top form. Speaking of that, we are locked in, Amanda. Game 3, losers round 5. One of these trainers is eliminated after this battle. Let's find out who.
Let's see what we've got in the lead. We have Dugong into Azumarill. Immediate swap out into Shadow for Alligator, met by the Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff's charms are going to be doing so much damage, while the Shadow Claws are going to be doing barely anything to this normal type Pokemon. But tell you what, no shield here. Look how much this Hydro Cannon's going to do.
Yeah, Wigglytuff taking a little bath here. Hydro Cannon bounces off, and the Shadow Claw's not really making a dent at all. But the second Hydro Cannon will absolutely KO, so Kazim forced to shield.
Now let's take a peek at that back line too, because he popped in that Wigglytuff, but there's a Shadow Annihilate in the back. Marto's saying, okay, yeah, no, perfectly glad to see it here. Go ahead. You can take up the for Alligator. I'm coming back in with the Azumarill.
Yeah, this is a setup Pokemon, though. Wigglytuff can Icy Wind here and slow down the Azumarill, but Kazim might opt for more damage. He's actually at the back-to-back Swifts. Amanda, we've casted a ton of games this weekend. We've seen a lot of Wigglytuff. This is the first time I've ever seen a Wigglytuff double up on the charge stacks.
Looks like he's going to be able to get there. And wow, popping in this time at Azumarill, trying to catch, but look at what is in the back. Once again, not predicting that there's this Shadow Annihilate that could do so much damage to that Dugong that Kazim immediately swapped out on. There's 2 shields on Marto's side. There's 1 shield on Kazim's. Let's see how they want to play this out. Play rough already ready.
Yeah, but before you can get to the Dugong, you have to get past those Fairy-type bodyguards, right? That Annihilate does not want to see Wigglytuff. It does not want any part of an Azumarill matchup. It's got to find the right target, and Marto has to be patient as he works his way through this Azumarill mirror match.
Going for yet another play rough here. No Protect Shield from Marto's side. He wants to ramp up energy. He needs to save those shields for that Annihilate. But if the Azumarill goes down, even though the Dugong doesn't have a great matchup against Annihilate, it has the potential to use that Icy Wind and debuff the Annihilate for the rest of the game. There's no swap out at that point.
Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely correct. Play rough here. Nice patience by Kazim, waiting the bubble, allowing Marto to throw. Now the Annihilate all alone, but 2 Protect Shields by its sides. Can it close out this matchup for Marto?
Going ahead, going up to the play rough, throwing the Ice Beam. This is the smart play because it definitely gets the shield. But at this point, the Azumarill is so low. Marto Galde has the potential to use the Rage Fist to boost up the Pokemon. Coming in with the Dugong, Kazim trying to do everything possible to keep this Annihilate as low as possible.
Yeah, this is so tough. I mean, this is like trying to stop a boulder from rolling down a hill. You know that this Annihilate only gets stronger as the battle goes on. And now this Dugong is at very low health. Gonna throw the Icy Wind to try to cool down the matchup, but I don't think Annihilate is stopping anytime soon.
So Rage Fist makes it go up, Icy Wind makes it go down, but there's basically 2 loaded. There is a Wigglytuff in the back. There is a shield. There's not a lot of health left on the Annihilate. It's gonna come down to the absolute wire.
Wigglytuff has a charge attack. Don't forget, Azumarill very low on energy. Coming in now with the Wigglytuff, throws the charm, tries to get the charge attack, but Marto is ready. He throws the Rage Fist.
He goes ahead, he throws the Rage Fist. Kazim slouching. You know, we talked about gamers sitting up. Kazim is slouching down here at this point. Tries to catch, not able to do it though. Has to get the Rage Fist here onto the Azumarill. No Protect Shields remaining. But the thing is, does he still have attack? He has a Swift.
Kazim needs the charm. He needs the damage. He needs the pressure. This is it. Make or break. Kazim makes it. Here's Icy Wind.
Icy Wind coming through, chilling off this Annihilate, able to get through, knocking out the last international champion left in this series.
Good games all around. An honorable trainer to defeat Marto Galde. Has won 3 events already this season, but his road in EUIC stops here. Kazim from the UK stands firmly in his way here in the Excel Center. What an incredible series. I need to take a deep breath just like Kazim.
Yeah, Kazim slapped slouch on his chair. He thought it might have been over, but he kept playing. He kept capping. He knew that he had still possible win conditions, and he played exactly to them. I don't blame him for taking a breath. I feel like I need to take a breath. It was getting hot back here.
Yeah, I feel like I need a swig of water or to go take a walk or something. I don't know. I can't even imagine how it feels to be on that stage. Your nerves, hands shaking, palms sweaty, arms heavy. But no spaghetti. I haven't seen any spaghetti here in London so far during our visit, but maybe we will correct that. But what an incredible run by Kazim. Again, a trainer from the UK. It feels special to win any event, to even win a single round at an event. But if you're on the main stage representing your local area, it's got to feel magical.
I mean, he said it earlier too. He's like, oh, am I one of the only local representatives yet? But he did say too, he knows that people are coming from an outside region, trying to come in, steal that crown from Europe. He said, no, I agree with Speedy. It's staying in Europe. And it looks like with gameplay like that, he's doing a good job of keeping it that way. Next up, he will be playing against Inadequates.
Oh my goodness. Honestly, Amanda, like every time, right, we turn the page to a new set of players in the bracket, it's like, wait, the story gets better? The story gets more insane, more intense, more memorable. But that's exactly what we can expect here at the Europe International Championships 2025.
Let's go ahead and take a look back at those matches because absolutely incredible gameplay by both of these opponents. Really, this game came down to the absolute wire. Dugong swapping out immediately when there was an Annihilate in the back.
Look at him. Look at Kazim slouching in the chair. Like you said, the body language written all over him. And now switching in, throwing the icy win. The counter doesn't land in time. And right there, he realized what he had just done.
Look at this, the back and forth look saying, oh my goodness, I can't believe I did it. I'm still in the tournament going into losers round 6.
Can we give Marto his flowers though? I mean, he had kind of a neutral matchup. He switched in the Feraligatr into a Wigglytuff that's double resisting all his Shadow Claws. There were 2 fairy type Pokemon serving as bodyguards to that Dugong, basically making it impossible for Annihilate to find an opening, but he still came within inches, within mere seconds of flipping that entire game. I mean, what a testament to skill and talent.
Both of those trainers played it out almost to perfection. They were super fun games to watch. Unfortunately, since it is double elimination in the loser side, that does mean that Marto Galde will be ending his tournament run here. The last international champion to be in this tournament.
So one of my predictions came right.
Already one of Will's predictions is right.
What can I say? What can I say? Well, what I can say is that there are many, many more battles to come. I really, really looking forward to these games as they go on. Again, such a roller coaster of emotions. There's gratitude, right, for being able to experience these incredible moments. There's joy when these trainers win in improbable conditions, and then there's heartbreak when a tournament run comes to an end and that trainer then needs to go and sit on the sidelines and watch someone else become a champion. But that's all part of the story of competitive Pokemon, and these trainers are carving their own path through the brush, through the wilderness, through the lakes, rivers, and mountains towards Worlds.
Yeah, my goodness, there's a lot of trekking for all of these trainers. They're coming from all over. That is true, though. They're coming from all over the globe here to compete. They want to see who has got what it takes. We started again with a tournament of 400. Now we're down to just the final few before Championship Sunday. Very excited to see where this tournament will go. It's still anybody's game.
Exactly, anybody's game. And I think it's going to be really exciting to see it all play out. But make sure you are following the channels. Make sure you are engaged with competitive Pokemon. If you're enjoying the action and you're not following, you got to follow. Otherwise, I don't know. What are we going to do? Are we going to send a Galarian Corsola to haunt you? Is that the plan?
Ooh, spook.
Ooh, a Galarian Corsola. It's so cute. Would you really be scared? It's got no neck.
Yeah, no,
Amanda.
I'm kind of a scaredy cat.
It's got no neck, though. It's just a cute little smile.
Yeah. I tell you what, we talked about it before, throwing all of the... Arceus Aurelius almost throwing that water bottle into the crowd. We're getting a little bit parched back here. We're going to take a short aqua break for ourselves. Don't go anywhere. We still got plenty of good matches coming up.
Hey, this is Spraggles. We're roaming around EUIC and we're handing out some packs. That's a pack. Let's go. Excuse me, for a pack, is Pikachu too yellow?
Too yellow?
Yeah, too yellow. Is it too yellow?
I think it's the right amount of yellow.
Right amount? That's a pack. Excuse me, for a pack, do we need to get rid of Squirtle already?
No.
Okay, great. Here's a pack. Thank you. Hey, how's it going? For a pack, are you winning or losing today?
I am not playing today, unfortunately.
Okay, so winning, kinda.
Kinda, yeah.
There you go. Thank you. Hey guys, for a pack, does Gen 5 have too much water?
No.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. How's it going?
Good.
What are we talking about?
The Chaos Cup.
The AOS Cup?
Chaos Cup. The VG Chaos Cup.
Amazing. Here's a pack. Huge. Hey, for a pack, where are we going?
From Germany.
From Germany? Where are we going now?
Now I want to go to my friend and we go to the prize wall.
Great. Bring a pack for him.
Thank you.
Yep. Hey guys, for a pack, what are we up to right now?
We are playing a side event of we open some booster packs and then we draft a team.
Great. Here's one more. Hey, for a pack, what's going on over here?
Right now, this is the GLC event. So they're playing the Switch series, so the winner of this event will end up taking a Nintendo Switch home after they played 7 rounds and a top 8.
Amazing. What are we going to do about Rayquaza already?
I think we set the axis on him.
Okay.
Probably a good idea.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey guys, for a pack, can we name a Pokemon we've just had enough of?
Iron Hands.
Iron Hands, easy, hands down.
There you go. Enjoy it. We're out of packs, everybody. Oh, we've got more packs, everybody. We're still going. Hey, for a pack, what's a Pokemon that should be a dog but's not?
Should be a dog.
Yeah, but it isn't a dog yet.
I'd say Eevee. I keep it as a fox, or I think it is a fox.
It's a fox then.
It's a fox.
But it should be a dog.
Be a dog.
Huge.
Yes.
There's a pack. Enjoy. Hey, for a pack, who are you on the phone with?
Oh, I'm on family in Australia.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Here's a pack, enjoy.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hey guys, for a pack, what's going on?
Not much, just one.
Agreed. Take it. Enjoy. Hey, for a pack, what's a Pokemon that should be more pink?
Umbreon.
Agreed. Good call. Enjoy. Hey guys, for a pack, can you name a Pokemon that's in Pokemon Go?
Mewtwo.
I believe it. Here you go. How about a Pokemon in Unite?
Meowscarator.
That's right. Huge. Enjoy. Excuse me, for a pack, are we fed up with Arcanine?
Yeah?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, bye. Hey, for a pack, is everything going as planned?
Everything's going wonderful, thank you. Yeah, the kids are having a blast time.
The kids are having a great time? What's your favorite Pokemon?
What's my favorite Pokemon there? I'm gonna have to say. I'm gonna have to say between Fluttermane and Rotom.
Amazing. Here you go. And for my last pack, what's wrong with Fluttermane?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Probably nothing, right? Enjoy.
Fluttermane's a great Pokemon.
Okay, Fluttermane's a great Pokemon. And now we're out of packs. Goodbye.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Caleb Hang here to recap the 2025 Toronto Regional Championship. To debut the new meta of Dual Destiny, trainers travel to Canada for the first regional featuring the newly buffed Bibarel and Starmie. To counter the rise of Galarian Corsola, Shadow Drapion toppled both the usage and performance charts, but a few Bibarel and even a Starmie snuck into Day 2's top cut. Top players from around the world fought for the coveted title of Toronto Champion, but breakout performances from Sceptile Ice 25 and Dr. Roast Beef stole the show. On the winner's side of Day 2, Elam and Sceptile Ice powered through the competition to meet in the winner's finals, where Sceptile Ice defeated Elam 3-1, securing his best finish to date. Meanwhile, Dr. Roast Beef went on an upset spree, besting the likes of high-performing trainers including Worlds finalist Inadequates, to earn himself a spot in the losers finals. However, Elam ended Dr. Roast Beef's run with a strong 3-0 showing, getting a rematch with Sceptile Ice in the Grand Finals. Elam was entering his third Grand Finals appearance, still missing a first-place finish, while Sceptile Ice was trying to further his best-ever tournament performance. The series swung back and forth with Elam resetting the bracket, while Sceptile Ice pushed Elam to a final Game 5 match. With a bold strategy of double shielding his Annihilate lead, Elam unleashed his stored energy in the final seconds of the match and secured his first ever regional title.
And Elam claims his prize. He will be the Toronto Regional Grand Champion.
With a title finally achieved, Elam proved to the world that consistency and hard work is rewarded. If you want to join in on the action yourself, head to Pokemon.com/compete to find events near you.
Welcome back, trainers, to the European International Championships here in London. Our day is not over yet. We have to find out who is going to be making it to Championship Sunday along Zizwilos and Pokémon.
Yep, that's super stacked already, but we have more trainers to come. We have, for example, Inadequance, Nighttime Clasher, still waiting for their next opponents, and still Arceus Aurelius and Kaifia are in the running, as well as Kazim, who just beat Marto Galde, who again has a phenomenal season. He's the star of Argentina, so I think he's the actual and factual Messi of Pokemon Go.
Oh yes, Marto had a dominant performance today, but ultimately met his fate and got knocked out of this tournament. But my goodness, the battles have never been closer as we compete to the final sets here in today's battles. Up first is going to be Arceus Aurelius versus Kaifia.
Yep, and the winner of this is going to play against Nighttime Clasher. I've been a little bit confused with the bracket before, but this time I think I got it right. And Kazim is after that going to face Inadequance in losers round 6. Inadequance and Nighttime Clasher have been waiting for quite a while on their matches, and they're very close to having them against Kazim and the winner of Arceus Aurelius versus Kaifia.
Now, the story behind Arceus Aurelius, his momentum and his composure on stage has been dominant.
He was just in the stinger, or in the video, he was just...
Yeah, you
love
can
it.
see the energy, but Kaifia has been upsetting opponent after opponent, dominating his way through, taking down Tauntaun Battus, a previous EUIC previous EUIC champion, not world champion, but this is going to be a very, very intense match right here.
Yep, and you've analyzed the teams a little bit before when we were watching those cute videos. It's going to look a little rough for Kaifia because he has few answers to this Mandibuzz, and those answers are very well checked by Charjabug.
Yes, Mandibuzz and Charjabug for Arceus Aurelius looks very strong here in this setup. Charjabug hasn't been used on a lot of trainers, but the trainers that have been deciding to use it on their roster have been doing very well. As you can see, the teams right here. We got the Shadow Primeape as well from Kaifia. That has been a force to be reckoned with in this tournament.
How's that looking like? Because if you have the close combat, you're dealing significant damage to the Mandibuzz. Of course, you don't want it on that. You're dealing a lot of damage to the Shadow Feraligatr. Dugong is an easy peasy matchup. Charjabug, I think, is going to be a little bit more difficult. Shadow Drapion, you're doing well against as well. And Shadow Marok, you also have play, so I think that the Shadow Primeape might see some play.
It might see some play. There's a lot of damage to be done, but also there's a lot of damage to be taken, right? We see whether it's Mud Slap or Air Slash, heck, even Volt Switch from the Charjabug can do so much damage. damage, but taking a look at their journey so far in 2025, Arceus Aurelius, top 8 cuts, top 16 cuts, but it doesn't matter. We are locked in here to game 1.
Kefir, the rising star, or Arceus Aurelius, the Dortmund regional champion. Who's it going to be? Losers round 5 will conclude in just a few minutes. The trainers have locked in, and now we're going to see a Shadow Drapion versus Shadow Drapion. Who has higher attack?
Ooh, that's going to be interesting to find out. And who decides to keep it alive on the back line? Because that seems to be what the trainers are opting to do in this tournament right now. But Arceus Aurelius looking to strike first with the Aqua Tail.
Is he maybe a little bit nervous? That's why he wants to throw first.
Oh!
Deals a decent amount of damage. Of course, that one will not knock out, but it's something that will be determined by using a shield or not. Kefir also gets one Aqua Tail through. Now, both trainers have an Aqua Tail ready. Who's going to throw?
Let's find out. Arceus Aurelius is going to be winning that charge attack priority right here. Now, will Kefir decide to give up the first Protect Shield? No, deciding to let it go.
Oh, I can see a catch here from Arceus Aurelius. Oh no, immediate Aqua Tail throw from Kefir as well here. Now a shield is being put up by Arceus Aurelius. Now, this is a huge farm down for Arceus Aurelius. If Kefir doesn't swap out, goes into the Dugong immediately.
Yes, we do see the Dugong swap in. Arceus Aurelius looking to load up on energy and get that crunch off. Maybe hoping to apply that debuff as well. But Mandibuzz, like we mentioned earlier, is on the backline for Arceus Aurelius, but it's going to be met by an Azumarill and a Dugong.
And now there's a Protect Shield on that. Oh, defense debuff as well. This is so huge for Arceus Aurelius because Shadow Feraligatr looks much better now into the Dugong.
Yeah, those Hydro Cannons are going to be doing that just extra damage. And the Shadow Claws as well will really start to add up. Feraligatr looking to be in a great position right here.
Oh, and Kefir actually goes for a drill run just before Arceus Aurelius is going to throw the first Hydro Cannon here. Puts up a Protect Shield, and now Kefir thinks, hey, my Dugong has done the job, right? It unloaded 2 charge attacks onto that Shadow Feraligatr. I can probably just let it go here.
Yeah, probably just letting the Hydro Cannon go through. Again, that typing is going to come in clutch right there as it will be resisted. And getting the 2 shields away from Arceus Aurelius, I think that was the real win of this matchup.
Yep, Arceus Aurelius is going to throw another Hydro Cannon. The biggest problem for Kefir now is, what are you going to do with that Shadow Feraligatr? It's still at 40%, has some decent energy, and yes, you have a good matchup in the back. Oh, Arceus Aurelius swaps into the Shadow Drapion, shakes his head, doesn't know why he just did that. It gets a farm down on the Shadow Drapion from Kefir. It was not as healthy as he thought. Gets a charge attack off. Arceus Aurelius blows and says, oof. That went better than expected.
There was a lot of action right there, a lot of swaps, and an aggressive farm down, but Arceus Aurelius was able to hang on and get the crunch damage very needed right here, but there is a Mandibuzz and a Feraligatr still ready.
But now he has no shield, and Kefir has some energy. Kefir loves at this because this is the Pokemon he needed in the back. That was his win condition here. But is this game over? I don't think so. There is Air Slash. There is Aerial Ace.
As long as the Mandibuzz can do some chip damage right here, the Shadow Feraligatr might have a chance. Remember, Azumarill cannot store 2 charge moves at the same time. So this is going to come down to the wire. We see the fast swap into the Feraligatr and the Hydro Cannon be thrown. Going to be getting the final shield here from Kefir.
This is the charge attack that you want to shield, and now Kefir has to make a decision. Do you farm up a little more, or do you throw immediately and take the damage from those Shadow Claws? Throws an Ice Beam here. I wonder if this is going to knock out immediately, or is it going to be an extra little bit of farm?
I think there's one extra bubble that he can get, and maybe it's one extra bubble that he needs in order to win this game. Kefir getting the perfect amount of energy here. Going to be able to beat the Mandibuzz to the Play Rough by 1 move, but I think this is it.
Is this enough damage from the Play Rough? Will Arceus Aurelius go to an Aerial Ace, or is this going to knock out? We are going to hang on to one more bubble. Throws an Aerial Ace here, but Azumarill is so bulky. Is this even going to knock out? This is going to be a slither of HP at best for Kefir, and the Aerial Ace is going to connect, and it takes it out. Mandibuzz hangs on, and Arceus Aurelius celebrates already as he had won the match.
When all hope was lost, the energy was there, the Play Rough was there, the perfect undercharge to farm down, get that extra bubble on the Feraligatr, knowing that he can outpace by 1 fast move, and it wasn't enough!
But the thing is that the Shadow Claw damage from the Feraligatr was so strong there. It just added up so that the Aerial Ace knocks out, so maybe getting 1 less bubble in against the Shadow Feraligatr would have helped him to take on the Aerial Ace.
Yeah, and this is such a testament to the defenses that Mandibuzz can provide to your team. Even in the most dire situations, a Play Rough landing against your Dark typing, you can still hang on.
Arceus Aurelius so close to advancing even further in this tournament. He is sitting across from Kefir, who has come out of nowhere in the 2025 season, all of a sudden with great performances, a top 8 appearance as well, and now he's sitting so far at the EUIC 2025, and he wants to win this. Everyone can feel it, but Arceus Aurelius, he wants to win too.
Yes, both trainers on the edge of their seat, but I've seen Kaifia in very tough situations, having to come back against Tauntaun Batut and secure that Game 3 victory. As we look back at some of the replays right here, this was that Feraligatr dominating that mid game as we see the Dugong going down to the Hydro Cannon.
I'm gonna go as far as to say that Feraligatr also dominated the endgame. This was a very crucial situation where he made a swap into the Shadow Drapion, almost got farmed down, but then got farmed down in reverse on the
You know what? That crunch was so crucial. That added damage right there. Being able to farm down the Shadow Drapion with the Poison Sting in the mirror match and get the crunch off, I think, was the amount of damage in order to win that game.
Yeah, but
oh my
just
goodness.
Came down to every single bit. One more bubble is going to be enough, but this is the exact amount that an Aerial Ace can do to an Azumarill. Game 2 is next up. Kaifia and Arceus Aurelius are locked in.
Here we go. Shadow Drapion versus Shadow Drapion once again on the lead. Both trainers smiling.
Yep, and we know who wins charge attack priority here. It's Arceus Aurelius. So Kaifia knows how to play this matchup in this situation. Tries to go for an immediate Aqua Tail again to see, hey, maybe we have the same attacks, so maybe this was a coin flip, but no, Arceus Aurelius, he keeps winning those charge attack priorities.
Here comes the next Aqua Tail right here. No shield by Arceus Aurelius. Both trainers gonna let the Shadow Drapion get to 50% health, and now we may see a potential swap on the next charge move because there is damage that can be soaked.
Oh, and Kaifia actually goes for the charge attack priority again, because look at this backline. There is a Galarian Corsola. You're so fine with playing out the Shadow Drapion mirror match, because then your Galarian Corsola is freed of it.
Yes, but these trainers don't know that on the backside, so we will see the next Aqua Tail come through and a double shield going down. 2 shields for, or 1 shield for each side, so they are now in the ones, and this is now going to come down to the next Aqua Tail. Both not going for a catch, going for charge attack priority. They really want this switch advantage.
Oh, and if Kaifia can read the Shadow Feraligatr in the backline, he's going to shield this one up again. Maybe Arceus Aurelius is just going to get shield advantage here, but maybe he also wants to play it out. But now all of a sudden, Galarian Corsola versus Shadow Feraligatr is a very decent matchup for the Galarian Corsola, because once you land a Nightshade, Astonishes add up so quickly. Do you catch now, perhaps?
We see double swap at the same time. Shadow Feraligatr into the Azumarill. Both trainers knowing exactly what they wanted to do and executing at the exact same time. But now we will see if Feraligatr has the momentum. Can it knock out this Azumarill in time? I don't know. That play rough is going to do quite a bit.
Yes, Shadow Feraligatr's strength is not the zero shield scenarios, except for maybe something like a Diggersby. Those play roughs are going to deal a lot of damage, but look at the health on the Azumarill. There were so many Shadow Claws already. There is a lot of energy on that Shadow Feraligatr.
Yes, I think it's going to be able to get to the double Hydro Cannon here just in time, just before Azumarill can lock in that charge attack priority, which means the switch clock, is it coming back up as well when we see it? No, it's not going to be up in time. The Shadow Feraligatr is going to be winning that charge attack priority.
But that is also big for Kaifia, because that means that's a very low Shadow Feraligatr with no energy. You can freely bring in your last Pokemon, or you can bring in the Drapion to farm this down. No, gets for 2 Astonishes here. There is the Shadow Drapion in the back. It has an Aqua Tail, and the combo play by Kaifia brings in his own Shadow Drapion, goes for the Aqua Tail, and is going to knock out the Shadow Drapion of Arceus Aurelius.
Kaifia smiling right there, knowing that the crunch is what Arceus Aurelius needed to land, but caught him off guard with the Aqua Tail, and now able to get to another one in time against the Dugong.
Arceus Aurelius looks defeated as well, but this is only an Aqua Tail. This is not the heavy-hitting crunch, gets the full farm done, but Kaifia has the super effective charge attack in Power Jam. It's going to be only single debuff. Kaifia is so far ahead in this match.
Oh, damn, man. That was a beautiful play by Kaifia, catching Arceus off guard. We will see the Power Gem now come through. Single attack debuff by the Icy Wind, but this is a Power Gem. It's going to be doing super effective damage. Can Dugong hang on?
Dugong definitely does hang on, but can it hang on to another one? Because Corsola, let me tell you one thing, it can.
Oh, here comes the Icy Wind. Kaifia, I think, still in a very strong position. I think just needs to get to the Nightshade right here.
Yep, the Nightshade will be enough. You also reach the Power Gem at the same time.
Yep.
Gets to knock out here. Arceus Aurelius looks so defeated already. Buddy, you're still in this. It is only 1-1. Arceus Aurelius and Kaifia showing how close Pokemon Go matches can get.
Talk about a comeback from Kaifia. That catch, or not the catch, but catching Arceus off guard, knowing that if I show the Galarian Corsola that he has to do one more Poison Sting to get to the crunch, and he caught him off guard in that moment, swapped right in and went for the Aqua Tail in a no-shield situation. That was the play of the game.
Both trainers know exactly what the others want to do, but trying to play around a combo play like this, a swapped-in Shadow Drapion, is so incredibly hard. You basically have to anticipate that at the perfect moment and then throw your charge attack basically when you see a Pokemon you don't want to attack on the other side, and there you want to throw him. But this is, look at this simultaneous swap. This was so risky by Arceus Aurelius as well, because if Kaifia just decided, hey, I think my opponent is going to anticipate this, Kaifia could have just gone for one more Poison Sting, throw a crunch, and the game could have been over at that point.
Yeah, and for Alligator showing just how strong he can be, and this was the play right here. This was the play, knowing that he had to swap. Oh my goodness, what a play. Kaifia catching Arceus Aurelius off guard, and that train right there. Momentum has shifted. We are tied 1-1 in this series, but Arceus Aurelius is not out of it yet. He may feel defeated in Game 2, but there is a Game 3 before us.
Let's see, are both trainers going to lead with the Shadow Drapion again? Does Arceus Aurelius say, hey, I might want to lead my Shadow Kanto Marowak this time to counter a possible Shadow Drapion? Is Kaifia going to switch up his line? He knows he loses charge attack priority. That means in the Drapion mirror match, you have to have a heads-up play ahead, because otherwise you're losing and leaving the Shadow Drapion of the opposing side on 25% HP, and it's almost always going to get to another charge attack.
Yeah, unless there's the Shadow Kanto Marowak, right?
Yeah.
Which is on Kaifia's side. That has been a very dominant Pokemon in this meta. Will we see it in Game 3? Not too sure. But I wonder if these trainers are going to be swapping up that lead. We have now seen double mirrors in Game 1 and Game 2. I imagine Game 3 might be a mix-up, and it's anyone's guess as who's going to take it.
Arceus Aurelius has locked in. Kaifia is still deciding whether he wants to play the line that he has chosen for this matchup. Now both trainers are deciding to lock in. They're ready. They're communicating a little bit, having a little chat. Hey, how are you doing? What's your favorite kind of cake?
And for Alligators, they're going, I'm the meta. Here we go. We are locked into Game 3, losers round 5. Arceus Aurelius versus Kaifia. Winner moves on, and we have a Shadow Primeape versus a Dugong on the lead.
Immediate swap out here, and Kaifia is anticipating the Aqua Tail, gets a full Ice Shot through on the catch. Arceus Aurelius thinks, hey, I might have an advantage in this matchup here. Kaifia has the energy advantage here now, though.
Not only the energy advantage in the game, but the energy advantage in this moment. Catching that Aqua Tail right there as a crunch now going to be coming through.
And don't forget the Primeape. He has 4 Karate Chops advantage on the Primeape against whatever is in the back, even if he gets to play against the Charger Bug in the end. If you get a shield advantage, because Arceus Aurelius needs to flip the switch here, he can even work with that.
Icy Wind does get Protect shielded, as we will see the Shadow Drapion looking to go for that crunch just before the next charge. No! Oh, had a slight miscount right there. Is forced to give up the second Protect shield. This is huge momentum for Kaifia, as he's going to be able to utilize the no shields with the 2-shield Shadow Primeape.
And Arceus Aurelius has to swap out there as well. Goes into the Charger Bug. 2 shields down. Kaifia has 4 Karate Chops advantage. Has the Shadow Drapion on that Charger Bug. He has all the answers.
Oh, X's are now coming through. Kaifia deciding to no shield that. Shadow Drapion still in a great position. Can go for the hard-hitting crunch right here in this matchup. Hoping to get that potential defense drop. Arceus Aurelius looks disgruntled a bit by having a slight miscount there, but the game is not over yet.
Yep, there is going to be another Aqua Tail. No shields left remaining for Arceus Aurelius. Kaifia with the energy on the Shadowed Primeape. The Dugong has been putting in the over hours. No, Arceus Aurelius' Dugong comes in. It can't farm down until it has a charge attack. Kaifia is still sitting on 2 shields. Goes for some cross chops. Goes on the charge attack priority. Gets a close combat on the catch. Arceus Aurelius has this close combat, but he still has only a Dugong in the back.
Yeah, the Dugong has a charge move, but the swap is available for the mirror fight right here. Looking, oh, we do.
And it's the top left! Kaifia wins with the Shadow Primeape, bringing it in the last match. Juden is celebrating it in the crowd, and Koifje wins that game.
What an amazing set of battles there. Talk about catching your opponent off guard multiple times with that Shadow Drapion. Incredible play by Koifje.
He is a rising star. He is my pick, of course. You have seen the caster picks with the Shadow Primeape as the ace Pokemon. Talk about an ace Pokemon. He got it in the lead. He caught the Aqua Tail on the Dugong. Then there was also the nerves wrecked on stage. Of course, Arceus Aurelius with just a slight miscount, having to invest another shield. Then, of course, the Shadow Drapion. 2 shields down. Was double debuffed after the Icy Winds. Had to swap it out. Reveal the Charger Bug in the back. Charger Bug was answered by Drapion. 2 shields up. Impossible.
Yes, and this is what happens, right, at these tournaments. As, you know, everyone in the morning is fresh and ready to go. We saw those battles be quick and decisive. But as we progress through the day, as these trainers go through the gauntlet, fatigue starts to set in, and that can get the best of you in these close moments.
Absolutely. I mean, for me, it's round 2 when the fatigue starts to kick in. You know, I have exactly enough brain capacity for 1 match of Pokemon Go, and then it starts to lower down. The counts are not as accurate anymore, and if my opponent combo plays me, I have nothing to defend myself.
But Arceus Aurelius had a great tournament overall, absolutely dominant and very entertaining to watch. I love the energy that he brings to the stage. There was definitely something in that burger that he had this weekend, and overall fantastic battler in our community. So congratulations to Arceus for how well you did in this tournament. But Koifje is moving on.
Yeah, Koifje is moving on. Let's check out the highlights from that last match there. This was game 2 where he had the 0 shield scenario. Little bit of an energy disadvantage, but Corsola does not care about that. It only cared about the Shadow Drapion being played out in the lead already. This was such a heads-up play, and now
this lead. This play right here, this swap out right into the Dugong on the Aqua Tail. That was huge. You can see the smirk from Koifje. I love when the players express their emotion in that moment, because you know what they're thinking, you know how excited they are. And when you get that energy advantage in terms of your momentum in the battle, not on the field, that is the make or break in a lot of these games.
Yep, and not only that, Koifje, he got a ice shot for free through on the catch of the Aqua Tail, and that meant that he even outpaces to a crunch with the Dugong. This was so huge for Koifje. You can see it in his face. He is so happy. This is the biggest accomplishment he has ever had so far, and I think he's ready to take it further.
I think he is ready to take it further. We still have to see an Adequance, who is a powerful trainer in himself. Koifje has to fight his way through an Adequance in order to make it to Sunday, but that is a tough battle ahead of him.
From now on, it is only champions in the running, and Koifje. Koifje is the only one of these trainers who hasn't won a big event before. So we had Gdansk for Pataman. Zizwailos had special championship in Barcelona with his Powder Snow, Shadow Alolan Sensor, and Venusaur, and Pelipper. What a team was that? And we have Inadequate special event in Utrecht, special championship. And we had Nighttime Clasher with the regional championships in Liverpool. And we had Kazim, of course, with the regional championships in Dortmund. So those trainers have all won something. Koifje is the only one who still needs to win a championship.
Well, let's take a look at what this trainer has to fight through as we look down at the losers bracket right here. Koifje is going to be fighting off against Nighttime Clasher and Inadequance versus Chasm.
Yep, those are going to be sick battles. Inadequance with the Shadow Palkia. I wonder if we're going to see that one a lot. But you also have to say, you know, Kazim and Koifje, yes, there is fatigue, you know, but also they are full on playing, right? They are in game mode. They are locked in. They have played those last battles. And Nighttime Clasher and Inadequance, they have been sitting around for a few hours now waiting for those matches. So maybe they're a little bit rusty already.
Yeah, I think if I was to take a guess on who has the ability to overcome in the most, you know, close moments, right, is who has the energy right now. And like you said, Nighttime Clasher and Inadequance have been sitting and waiting for hours, while Koifje Philadelphia is on the momentum train with that win.
Yeah, but maybe they were also sitting around backstage doing some push-ups, you know, keeping themselves fit for the next rounds, being warmed up, running around backstage with those sweatband, running up a hill, running down a hill, you know, doing.
This is a great place to get some cardio in, right? The hall is extremely long.
Oh, that is true. You can run outside and run back inside again, so you are locked in for those battles. The highest stakes, this is now single elimination as they are in the losers bracket. Only 2 trainers so far have been undefeated, and they are still undefeated, and that are Zizweilaus and Pokémon. They're going to face off against each other in the grand finals tomorrow on Championship Sunday, and now we're trying to determine the next trainers.
Before we get to Championship Sunday, yes, the next trainers are ready right now. It's going to be Inadequence versus Chasm here to find out who can make it to Sunday, as we will see the teams right there. If you were just tuning in, maybe you woke up and you're tuning into the tournament, this has been an amazing one. Inadequence and Chasm fighting their way through the losers round 6. And what unique teams we have right here.
We have a Clodsire Pokemon that has basically vanished from the meta. 2 Wigglytuff, but we know 1 Wigglytuff of those has been second at the World Championships already. We have a Talonflame, Superior, Shadow, Palkia, and Gastrodon.
Yes, and on the other side for Chasm, we have Dugong, Shadow, Kanto, Marowak, Wigglytuff, Azumarill, Shadow Drapion, and Galarian Corsola. Now, one thing I just want to mention, I absolutely love the Clodsire pick for this meta. It's so unique for what we see, because the Shadow Drapions aren't bringing the Sludge Bomb, which in a lot of matches would absolutely dominate, but they have to have the Crunch and Aqua Tail. But that Sludge Bomb has been huge in so many situations, like against the Jumpluff we saw earlier.
Yeah. And I want to mention something very interesting about the dynamic of these battles. The Galarian Corsola on Kazim's side looks so strong into Inadequence's team. You have a good play against Shadow Palkia. Actually, funnily enough, Shadow Palkia wins those scenarios because Aqua Tails knock out after a certain amount of Dragon Breath. It's decent against Gastrodon, Talonflame, Superior, and of course Clodsire as well. It just loses hard to the Wigglytuff, and Wigglytuff is rather safe versus the team of Kazim, so I think that we're going to see a whole lot of Wigglytuff from the master of Wigglytuff.
Yeah, I think we are going to see that Wigglytuff. Maybe that Talonflame decides to come in as well, but it's got to be very careful with all the charge moves that Kazim has access to. We've seen Inadequence use Talonflame time and time again to sweep teams when all hope was lost. For Alligator, Azumarill, and Dugong, and Talonflame took them all on in order to conquer the earlier battles in today's sets. But as we look back at what these trainers have accomplished, Inadequence this year, top 8 in Toronto, Worlds finalist last year in Honolulu, taking 2nd place, top 8 as Stuttgart, and regional champion in Utrecht in 2024.
Let me tell you something, I was so proud of Inadequence when he made the World's Finals Championship Sunday. I think everyone who was at home was watching.
Yes.
Thinking Inadequence has to take this one, but Yakai was just not too...
Yakai was on another level that weekend, knocking down top trainer after top trainer. Inadequence bringing the Giratina Origin, such a unique and powerful Pokemon for the Great League, but ultimately met its match against Lickitung.
Yep, and now both trainers have locked in their Pokemon. We're going to see the first battle in the lead. We have Talonflame versus the Galarian Corsola.
Not surprised by this at all. Inadequence and his Talonflame have been dominant this season along with Wigglytuff.
Yep, Wigglytuff also his signature pick. Are we going to see a catch? Nope, Nightshade being thrown by Kazim. I expect a very fast shield here.
Yes.
Power Gem would...
Power Gem, and even then, you don't want the Nightshade to land and then start going down to fast moves right there, so you want to maintain that health. Talonflame is a sweeper for a reason, so you need to give it those shields.
Kazim can now decide to no shield, hoping it is a fly. Doesn't do that, though. Talonflame's fly is not going to connect. He has another charge move, but Kazim goes to the Nightshade first. Inadequence not wanting to throw on unoptimal timing.
Wow, giving up the 2nd protection now. Inadequence is out, but Talonflame is loaded on energy. Fly and Brave Bird are available. Opting for the fly right here. Will we see a 2nd Protect Shield from Chasm?
Oh, Chasm does this even knock out. It is going to be very, very close. Fly connects. There's just a little bit of HP, but now you get farmed down by the Incinerate. Inadequence is down a shield, but up the energy. Nothing on Kazim's team wants to take on that energy. And wow, he's almost at 2 fly. He is at 2 fly now. He's going to take that next ice shard so he can go for double charge attack.
This is perfect. Switch alignment is so important for Inadequence. If you look at the Gastrodon and the Shadow Drapion in the back, this is amazing. Inadequence and his Talonflame have been putting on a performance, and it is not letting up in this battle as a fly will land.
But does Inadequence know that he has to bring in the Wigglytuff? He does. The Gastrodon is sitting in the back. Oh, he's crossing his fingers. Please be Drapion. I need the Drapion in the back there. Kazim is just at this moment hoping for everything except for the Gastrodon. Brings in the Drapion. Gastrodon is the answer of all times.
Gastrodon got the alignment. This is exactly why Inadequence gave up the 2 shields early. Sometimes that seems to be like, oh, maybe is this trainer making a poor decision? No, Inadequence is going for alignment. When you have Wigglytuff, when you have the Gastrodon, you want to align those perfectly on the back end.
There was a drop though on the side of Inadequence. Is going to go for another Mud Slap that knocks out the Shadow Drapion. Things are looking great for Inadequence now. Even outpacing here to the Earth Power. Potentially.
Be able to get to it in time, and that will be a knockout right here. So Inadequence dominating early. Talonflame, 2 shields, got 4 flies off.
Yep.
That is a lot of investment into one Pokemon, but its performance is what Inadequence needed to secure victory and making the correct decision. I see the Dugong there. I need to hope. We saw the fingers crossed. I need to hope that a Shadow Drapion in the back.
Yeah, but Martijn is just going in for those calls time and time again. Knows how his opponent is going to play out the match just before it started already. Absolute genius trainer calling lines over and over again. And just to make this very clear, the trainer who wins this just needs to beat 1 more trainer to advance to Championship Sunday.
This is what it all comes down to. We are in a best of 3 series right now. Inadequence has the momentum up 1-0, but Chasm has been putting on a dominance performance as well this weekend, so do not count him out just yet.
There is an Azumarill on the side of Kazim's team, so maybe if he doesn't bring it again, Inadequence is going to bring the Shadow Palkia in the next game, and here we can see the Icemanship. Yeah.
There it is. He was hoping, please. I'm smiling, please be Shadow Drapion in the back. And the second that he saw the Shadow Drapion, he knew it was all over. And that's why Pokemon like Gastrodon are so polarizing. Pokemon like Wigglytuff are so polarizing. If you get the alignment, you can get the victory.
Yep, and if there is not a flying type on the side of your opponent, Gastrodon can even be super neutral into teams. And for Kazim, that is just the case. The trainers are ready. Kazim rocking
those. What a call!
Oh, wow.
What a call on the lead. Inadequence, you want alignment? You got it, as we see a swap into the Dugong.
But the Dugong is very well positioned here. There is no hard answer for Inadequence. He keeps on charming down on the Dugong. And now that there is a charge attack thrown, the energy of Kazim is used. Does he swap out into the Talonflame?
I think we see the Talonflame come in. Yes, there it is, the fast click. Talonflame comes in. This is a beautiful setup for Inadequence. If he can maintain this position, which Incinerate can do, I think we're going to see a very nice endgame.
Yep, and Inadequence is looking to the side, not really believing what is happening right now. Do I win this game based off of alignment? I need to keep this switch. He goes for another Incinerate. Perfect timing, only 6 turns used for Kazim. Now Fly is going to connect. Fly is going to grant Inadequence the alignment that he needs.
There is still a lot of energy on this Talonflame and a good amount of health to potentially get to a second charge move. Kazim has his back against the wall and an alignment is in the favor of Inadequence.
Now, there is a catch of Kazim, but a catch? What does that mean? Your switch locked. Inadequence isn't anymore. He could just bring in the Wigglytuff, and this is a polarizing matchup.
And Inadequence knows, he saw the Shadow Drapion. He knows this is going to be a good game as the typings are so polarized right here, safely giving up the first Protect Shield against the Corsola.
Martijn putting on a show for sure, charming down the Galarian Corsola. Charm, 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 the motto of Inadequence. Shadow Dropian comes in here, gets debuffed immediately, and Inadequence just knows, I have Gastrodon, I'm so fine with this.
Yes, this was a great call, and this is why a lot of these battles aren't necessarily won actually during the battle. It's won in the team selection that you have, analyzing your opponent's strategy, analyzing your opponent's roster, and bringing your best line of 3. And Inadequence has been a master of that as of late.
I thought for a second he wasn't even going to go into the Gastrodon, but just charming down the Shadow Dropion because it is double debuffed in its attack. A crunch, no charge, and we're going to another charge attack here. We're stalling this one out. Kazim is really enjoying his time on stage. What a phenomenal run by the Dortmund regional champion of this season. Talonflame is being swapped in. The Gastrodon was never revealed, and Inadequence advances to the next round, keeping him away one more match from Championship Sunday.
Congratulations to Inadequence hanging on there, but Kazim had a great run as well this weekend. But ultimately, it came down to line selection and Inadequence champion caliber selection right there.
Who was ever worried? This was such a strong performance by the Gastrodon. But in this scenario, if you don't have a flying type on your team, if you don't have a superior on your team, you have to kind of expect the Gastrodon every single game. So bringing Shadow Dropion gets incredibly dangerous if you can't play for alignment.
Yeah, if you can get proper alignment on Kazim's side and you have loaded energy, there's a lot of utility there. So it's a big risk, but there's also big reward to be had. But I also want to compliment Inadequence's play with Talonflame. He has been showing just how powerful of a flyer it is. And I think we've seen that it deserves to be a dominant force in this meta.
When Kazim went for something that is... It's a tough call to make. So when Martijn had the lead with Wigglytuff versus Corsola, Kazim swapped into the Dugong as a safe swap, and Dugong's strength lies in the attack debuff of Icy Wind. So he reached his charge attack first before the Wigglytuff because Wigglytuff stayed in for a moment, and then attack debuffed the Wigglytuff. Icy Wind doesn't do too much damage. It really thrives off the attack debuff. So if you throw this onto a Pokemon that can just swap out afterwards, it's so much less effective.
Yes, and the timing as well, right? Didn't overload on energy there to be a threat right away against the Talonflame that swapped in. Just threw it on when they had the charge move ready, which opens the door for Talonflame to come in.
Yep.
And here we go. We're going to see that moment right here where Dugong is against that Wigglytuff and just throws the Icy Wind right away. And in the Talonflame, the door is wide open, and Talonflame does what Talonflame does best, and that is apply so much pressure.
Kazim basically hoping in that scenario, hey, I need to chip your Wigglytuff as much as I can. I hope that you don't have an answer for my Dugong, so that's why you are staying in this matchup. But nope, it was just an easy swap out afterwards, dealing a lot of damage with Storm and taking energy.
You know what Inadequence is doing right now? He's teasing all of us. I have been hyping up this Shadow Palkia all day, and it has yet to land a single Draco Meteor, but Inadequence is not out of it yet, so hope is still alive that we can see that legendary Pokemon onto the field. But a lot of these teams have multiple fairies. A lot of these teams have Dugong or Shadow Walrein from Patamon. I don't know if it's going to be able to shine at all in these last couple matches.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that it hasn't really shined at all for Inadequence in those matches that we have seen on stream. So effectively, he is piloting his team around 5 Pokemon, having the Shadow Palkia, and honestly, it didn't even really seem like Kazim was respecting it a lot because he had the Azumarill, he didn't bring it.
He had the Azumarill, he had the Wigglytuff, he had the Dugong. So there's already like 3 great answers right there. So Palkia just has no play, but Inadequence is known for those legendary dragons. Giratina Origin all last season, now Shadow Palkia right now, and hopefully Shadow Dialga one day, like he mentioned earlier. The second that comes out, he will have it on his roster, which will be great to have. But like you said, he's piloting with 5 Pokemon right now and gets to bring Palkia if there is an opportunity, but ultimately it's not something he's trying to force into this meta.
I'm gonna say that the spice pick of last year's champion Emmy Weedle's Skeledirge was very strong for him in comparison to the Palkia that we're seeing from Inadequence. Speaking of Skeledirge, there is a community day coming up very soon at the 8th of March for Fuecoco. You get a new legacy attack and of course finally the shiny of the little Fuecoco.
and the shiny of Skeledurs, which honestly looks pretty good. My daughter loves color pink. Shiny Skeledurs has that pink aura around it. That is going to be a beautiful Pokemon to have.
I love the color pink as well. It's my favorite color on charged TMs, on elite TMs that you can actually get from watching this stream. If you are connected to your account and if you were watching for quite some time, you can get the elite TM for free, and you will also be granted a Jumpluff.
Jumpluff, such a strong Pokemon in this meta. Marto Galde has been piloting it to perfection this weekend and in previous tournaments. And it's a great Pokemon to have on your roster.
Yep, especially if Shadow Marowak is so popular right now. It has been so strong because it's one of the Pokemon that breaks the offensive core of Shadow Feraligatr and Shadow Drapion. And if you're now thinking, hey Leo, why does Shadow Marowak beat Shadow Feraligatr? It is a water type. That is because Mudslap is doing an incredible amount of damage. And if you have the shields to put on your Kanto Marowak, Shadow Kanto Marowak, you can just farm down with Mudslaps the Shadow Feraligatr completely.
Yeah, and it's very important to have this Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Shadow.
That added damage.
Shadow.
Slap, much like Shadow Victory Bell that is so beloved in our community, right? With the Shadow Razor Leaf.
I'm playing Magical Leaf on my Shadow Victory Bell. I find this much more cooler because you have such a fast pacing to your Leaf Blades.
The animation is great as well. That's one thing I love about Pokemon Go is the animations from the moves.
You know, and if you're listening to me when I yap the entire time, you should know. You know what my favorite attack animation is in Pokemon Go? Come on, give me a guess. You should know. Psionic.
I should know.
It is Tackle Donphan. It is hilarious because it's just jumping the entire time. But the players are ready, so let's go over to the table because I just can't wait to see more of these battles. Nighttime Clasher versus Kaifia should be the next trainers up. This is the next losers match. The winner of this is going to face off against the Inadequates.
You're not going to get away with the Tackle Donphan. Tackle Donphan?
Tackle Donphan is amazing.
I was going to go with Shadow Force from Giratina Origin.
You know, oh, that is also
That's
hilarious.
a great one.
But Donphan wants to do a roll jump, but Tackle is too fast, so it can't roll. So it's just hopping up.
It's just hopping.
It is defying gravity because it just falls down as quickly as it jumps up. It is the best attack animation ever. If you haven't seen it, you take a Tackle Donphan and go into these practice battles that you can do against the team leaders.
All right.
Hilarious.
A new meta is developing here on the live stage, but what we have now is Nighttime Clasher versus Kaifia. Zapdos versus the incredible roster of Kaifia, that Shadow Primate, which has been so dominant this tournament forum. These two trainers are fighting it out. Kaifia has the wind in his sails coming back from that epic victory against Arceus Aurelius. Nighttime Clasher, cold and composed, but ready to turn on the heat at any moment.
Yep, he has this regular Zapdos sitting there, spicy as ever. Doesn't do too well against some of the picks that Kaifia is running, that being the Dugong, the Marowak, Corsola sometimes. Normal Zapdos is very strong against that, but also the Shadow Primate outpaces the Zapdos, and I think with the Karate Chops.
That Karate Chop is a great fast move to have on a fighter who has access to such amazing charge moves, right? Rage Fist, Close Combat, Ice Punch, bring in a little Night Slash if you want.
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. I think Karate Chop is better than Lock On.
Whoa! Oh, Lock On.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I think that's I love the damage to energy, but Lock On, I would love to see it on a lot of other Pokemon if
Registeel, for example. Oh no, wait, Karate Chop on Registeel.
Karate Chop on Registeel.
Let's go, everyone.
Just like the Rock Smash on Azumarill. Let's buff that.
Give it Avalanche and Aura Wheel.
No, man.
As well. Okay.
All right. Let's take a look at what these trainers have accomplished this year, though. Nighttime Clasher, top 16, top 8 cuts, and regional champion in Liverpool last year. And Kaifia.
Yep, EUIC top 32, regional top 8, and now also very far at the EUIC 2025.
Both of these trainers taking a look at the rosters, deciding what Pokemon they need to select. And again, this is half of the battle, right? We saw Inadequates dominate the last series because of the decisions made before even doing the first fast attack. And that's why it's so important. Team read your opponent, know their tendencies in battles, what they like to go to as safety picks. We know Nighttime Nighttime Clasher really loves the Diggersby and Azumarill core, and with no superior on Kaifia, I wouldn't be surprised if we see it again as we get locked into the first battle.
Oh, and it is the Shadow Primate versus the Diggersby. Great league for Kaifia here because he has this close combat on the Pokemon. Nighttime Clasher would need to catch it or shield it. It's going for a Fire Punch immediately here.
Deciding to go for that Fire Punch. Is a Protect Shield going to be coming out? Yes, at the last moment decides to put up the Protect Shield, overloading on energy. A close combat needs to be landed, but decides to go for the Rage Fist. Will Nighttime Clasher risk it all in this moment?
Oh, this is such a risky bait. Nighttime Clasher puts up the shield, shrugs a little bit. Kaifia is going to throw a close combat into the Annihilate, but do you know what that means? There is a Galarian Corsola in the back. Great catch for Nighttime Clasher. Great alignment. What is that damage even?
That was way too much damage. Nighttime Clasher was looking at the screen, gets farmed down by the Corsola. Kaifia's like, yeah, that close combat still hurt.
Wait!
But look at the alignment!
Wait, no, there is a Diggersby in front of that Galarian Corsola. Yeah, you got a great farm down, buddy, but I don't care. I'm just gonna get this right back because Diggersby can overfarm so much against Galarian Corsola.
But the Shadow Primate is still in the back. It has 50% health.
Fair enough, yeah.
There is a lot of wiggle room here for Kaifia, and not a lot of damage gonna be put out onto the Diggersby, but Nighttime Clasher loves having this alignment, a master of energy, as we will see him look to go for the next charge move here any moment now.
Honestly, at this point, we're getting very close to Power Gem range as well for the Galarian Corsola. It has so much energy. There's so much energy on that Diggersby as well. And I think one Scorching Set doesn't even knock out here. Swaps into the Shadow Feraligatr to answer this half HP Galarian Corsola.
And is going to be forced to shield the Nightshade right here. That is so unfortunate because there is hard hitting moves left like a close combat from the Shadow. Oh, decides to go for the Rage Fist instead. This is totally fine. This is still going to be a lot of damage from the Shadow Primate.
Yup, let's see how much damage it actually is. Ooh, this is a lot. The question is, do you shield up this Hydro Cannon even now, or do you try to farm it down?
I think he just utilized the Azumarill, but no, he actually decided to give up the final Protect Shield. He wants to invest in the Karate Chop Primate, and he gets it.
Win with the Rage Fist.
Win with the Rage Fist right here. Kaifia grinning. Momentum is on his side as Shadow Primate is looking to be the MVP of this series.
There's only 5 trainers left remaining. A close combat on Annihilate. A Rage Fist on Diggersby to finish off this game. What is happening?
That was way too much damage. I would love to see how much that was now. Nighttime Clasher did a great swap right there, right? Predicting that the second charge move would be close combat, catching it on the ghost typing of Annihilate. He even looked away at the screen when we see the replay. He was looking to the side, looking at the roster, and then the close combat hit, and that was like 60% of his health.
Yep, and he couldn't even chip on the Galarian Corsola. He didn't get to that Rage Fist. That could have also changed things because the Galarian Corsola was so incredibly healthy after farming down the Annihilate, the Shadow Annihilate, in fact. And look at this. Look at this. This is boosted close combat. Kaifia is shrugging as well here.
He's looking at the favorite. Oh, it's in the left. We were denied the damage. What?
Give us the replay back. Now the Shadow Annihilate, the Shadow Primate goes in. Nighttime Clasher shakes his head going, what is this game even?
Yeah, but Nighttime Clasher, a very skilled and high caliber player, do not count him out. He will be locked into game 2 to try to do a reverse sweep. And Kaifia, so much momentum on his side, gonna try to secure the 2-0 victory.
Kaifia has been making phenomenal calls for the last few rounds. Nighttime Clasher has been sitting around for the last few rounds because he made it so far on the winner's side. And now he's sitting next to a guy who has been making such crazy plays over the last few games and has to compete with that. The next game is starting phenomenally for Nighttime Clasher.
Nighttime Clasher gets a great lead and a quick swap in, and now we have the Annihilate against the Shadow Drapion.
This looks like RPS Aurelius back again. Crunch is going to be committed on to that Shadow Annihilate. Can you get a shield out with that? Nope, you can't.
Oh man, that did an incredible amount of damage as an Ice Punch is looking to be thrown right at the last second. But yes, I think Kaifia is going to risk it all and go for the aggressive farm down with the poison staying against an Annihilate.
It doesn't even boost. It doesn't even boost at this point. You can just farm down. He reversed the swap. He has so much energy. He's surely going to... Okay, he might not get a shield back in this situation, but he got the Corsola away from the Diggersby.
Nighttime Clasher did not want to commit a shield there in that mid game to maintain switch alignment, and this might come back to bite him as the crunch does land, and the defense drop with the second crunch coming through.
Zionic, you said momentum. I think Kaifia has it right now. That is a lot of momentum. Now you bring in the Galarian Corsola Diggersby as an answer. Azumarill is looking at the Diggersby. Nighttime Clasher not too happy about that.
But this is still a 2-to-1 shield advantage for Nighttime Clasher, so don't count him out just yet. But Azumarill, very tanky, going to be able to soak this Scorching Sands very easily.
Diggersby is laughing a little bit too much in that situation.
Oh, and an attack drop?
Oh, that is so good for Nighttime Clasher. That is a possible win condition here, because the bubbles will add up less. At some point, Nighttime Clasher can maybe catch an Ice Beam onto that Azumarill, but that would mean getting into the Galarian Corsola again. Nighttime Clasher going for the next Scorching Sands. Can we get another debuff?
This is a very good moment for both trainers to be calm and collected to figure out what their next play is. Switch Clock is coming back up. Kaifia wants to keep the Corsola away from the Diggersby. Nighttime Clasher wants to keep the Diggersby alive to potentially sweep this game.
Yep, because he would have a party time against the Corsola in the back. He just needs a lot of HP for that. Kaifia is just now on a race to the next Ice Beam. Needs to connect it, needs to not be debuffed by this as well.
I think Nighttime's Clasher play is to catch a charge move on his own Azumarill while maintaining energy on the Diggersby, and a catch by Nighttime Clasher doesn't upset right here as the Ice Beam is going to be resisted. What a beautiful play.
Super important catch right there, but now Kaifia can farm up a little bit more energy there. At least clears the debuff. Play Rough is going to come through. Can you farm this Azumarill down with the Galarian Corsola and then Power Gem?
Nighttime Clasher is locked in. Kaifia has to maintain this advantage that he's had in the 1-0 series as a Nightshade's going to be coming through.
Oh, Kaifia is just now saying, hey, I don't want the energy on my Galarian Corsola. I want the HP because I want to try and astonish Power Gem you in range of a knockout. But now look at the damage that Nighttime Clasher can do with those Scorching Sands.
I think as long as Nighttime Clasher comes out of here with a Scorching Sands against the Azumarill, because a Fire Punch is not going to be enough, and he gets the attack drop. Talk about adding insult to injury here. Kaifia's Diggersby is on another level.
Nighttime Clasher is back right here with the Diggersby. It is grinning so much because it knows, hey, I am the MVP of this game right here. But now Kaifia was already reaching for that Azumarill in the back. Is this Scorching Sands going to knock out? He almost has a Power Gem on the Galarian Corsola. Doesn't hang on. The Azumarill comes in, and there's going to be another Scorching Sands.
Kaifia, Nighttime Clasher able to come back from that game using Diggersby to perfection. When all hope was lost, Diggersby carried him through.
That one shield advantage that Kaifia had to give up, going one shield down to reverse the switch to get out of this big pickle that was the Diggersby versus Galarian Corsola matchup, came to bite him later.
And that attack debuff from the Scorching Sands on the Azumarill, those bubbles. I think it would have been a completely different game if that didn't happen, because every bubble would have added up a little bit more. Oh my goodness, what a comeback. We have it. And the catch on the Azumarill. There was so many good plays in game 2 that's giving us a game 3 now.
Yep.
I told you, don't count him out.
No, absolutely not. Nighttime Clasher is never to be counted out, and there we're seeing the Shadow Drapion getting the defense debuff on the Azumarill. I thought this situation, okay, Kaifia might have this now, but then Diggersby went on a solo mission. Look at the Diggersby Azumarill core, by the way.
Yeah, Diggersby Azumarill core. I told you, if there's no superior, Nighttime Clasher's like, it's free to run.
Yeah. Definitely Ice Beam. Oh man, to be thrown here.
What a great comeback.
This is a replay.
The Ice Beam catch right there, that was pivotal as well, not needing to use that shield on the Diggersby.
I think we're in the next game.
We're in the next game.
I think we're in the next game.
It's Shadow Drapion on the lead versus Galarian Corsola. We've been caught off guard, but it just started and we see a quick swap out into the mirror.
Yep, and now Nighttime Clasher is so far ahead because Kaifia had to swap the Shadow Drapion into the Mirror Image. He is behind on energy in that one if Nighttime Clasher wants to play this out. But he swaps into the Annihilate again. Annihilate paces rather slowly. Kaifia is going to go for a crunch right here. Are you no-shielding that Nighttime Clasher?
All right, let's just do a quick...
No, he doesn't!
No shield once again, but this time I think counter is going to be enough damage to take down, but goes for the Rage Fist on charge attack priority, and Kaifia smiles right there, grinning that he forced that energy out.
That is a huge one. You can go into the Galarian Corsola here, get a little bit of energy advantage on the Shadow Drapion that is in the back for Nighttime Clasher that he's surely going to bring out at some point. There's also the Azumarill waiting in Kaifia's side of the team. This is looking decent for Nighttime Clasher because this is such a good matchup.
This is a great matchup right here. And Shadow Feraligatr, while it is a water type against the Azumarill, we've seen how dominant it can be in that no shield situation as a Power Gem is going to be landing.
Oh, Power Gem landing is huge because actually Astonish is resisted, but it still deals a lot of damage. Now Kaifia has to make a shield call again. Is this a Crunch or an Aqua Tail? Gets it correctly. It is Crunch. Would have done so much damage, but in the back there is a Shadow Feraligatr.
Kaifia has to catch this right here, deciding not to though. Will he give up the second Protect Shield on the Crunch? I think he wants to commit to a farm down.
Yeah, but let me tell you what, Nighttime Clasher might swap out here. Has super effective damage as well with those Shadow Claws. Kaifia is not too sure how he thinks about this situation. Gets a shield out with the Galarian Corsola. Do you stay in this now?
Oh man, this is so tough. I think Kaifia needs to get another shield and energy out of this Feraligatr before he brings his Azumarill to close this game out. Able to get to the Nightshade in time. Nighttime Clasher put in a very tough situation.
Okay, if he can now decide to swap out into Azumarill, but he can also try to apply more pressure with Astonish. This is so much energy on that Feraligatr. Can't go for the full farm down here, but at least does so much that he's up to full energy.
Nighttime Clasher really wanted to get the farm down there, but Kaifia just stayed in, forcing that energy out, knowing that Azumarill needs every advantage that it can get. This is going to come down to the final moments.
Azumarill might be one of the best Pokemon in the Open Great League right now, but so is Shadow Feraligatr. How much longer can this Azumarill withstand the Hydro Cannon pressure of the Shadow Feraligatr? Second Hydro Cannon already being thrown here. The Shadow Claws do add up as well.
Shadow Drapion is available as a swap. Two Pokemon extremely low. Azumarill is getting to the charge move. The swap on the Ice Beam was not enough. Azumarill is going to be able to get the farm down in time. No, the Crunch comes through. Is this going to be enough damage? Kaifia staring down Nighttime Clasher. Azumarill has the play rough.
But does the Shadow Feraligatr have a Hydro Cannon? No, it doesn't! The play rough connects, and Kaifia is going to advance to the next round! It is going to be Kaifia versus Inadequance!
What a comeback! Kaifia able to capitalize the moment, trusting in Azumarill, saving the energy and taking out the Feraligatr. What a beautiful play!
What is going on right here? What a loser's run as well! Nighttime Clasher trying to go for that catch on the Shadow Drapion, but giving Kaifia more energy. Whew.
That was so good. And there was a moment there, right, with the Shadow Feraligatr versus the Galarian Corsola. Nighttime Clasher wanted to get the farm down. He needed 100 energy for the Azumarill in the back. And Kaifia, there was a look. He literally just glared up and looked up and grinned, knowing that you have to throw here. You have to unleash that Hydro Cannon so that my Azumarill can win.
Yeah, but Nighttime Clasher, at this point, I think it is very smart to not shield the Shadow Annihilate. It looked like, hey, if you shield this, you can easily go through this Drapion's HP. But if you shield this, if you commit a shield, the matchups of the Shadow Annihilate go over very, very quickly. So that would mean that you're still switch locked when the Galarian Corsola comes in, and then it's astonishing.
Yeah, and it's wondering, like, maybe a shield on that Crunch could have been used on the Annihilate to really have a big momentum shift, but ultimately, Nighttime Clasher decided that Annihilate wasn't his Pokemon for victory. He trusted more in the Feraligatr.
Because of the Galarian Corsola in the back, it is so dangerous with energy, and we have seen that it does so much pressure against the Shadow Drapion as well, even though everything it does is resisted except for the Power Gem. That's a boom right there, by the way.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage as we do see these matchups right here. But man, what a comeback for Kaifia.
Yep, look at this. The Corsola got so much damage, so much work done. And here we are seeing Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon. I think if he didn't go for that sacrificial swap, Nighttime Clasher might have been in a great position to win that game. Play rough connecting this Azumarill, who had so much energy, but only could throw once.
What a great set of battles. Congratulations to Nighttime Clasher for making it so far in this tournament. You always seem to come over the EU and dominate, but Kaifia, like you said, a new uprising player coming through this tournament, taking down Titan after Titan in our community and fighting his way through, hoping to get to Championship Sunday.
And you know what? Speaking of Titans, 4 trainers left remaining at the Pokemon Go European International Championships 2025. It's Pataman and Zizwilers who are going to play the winners finals tomorrow. So both of these can still afford to lose one game. But Kaifia, who just advanced to the next round, can't afford to lose one more game. And Inadequance, his opponent, he also needs to win this now.
Yes, that is going to be a very good battle that we will get to shortly. Inadequance has been dominant in his team selections, fighting for that switch alignment. Kaifia has been making incredible plays, catching opponents off guard. It's anyone's guess who is going to be winning and getting to Championship Sunday.
And you know what? I like to travel to Dutch locals. I like to travel to Belgian locals. They're not too far away from my home. I've met Inadequance there. I've also met Kaifia there, and they are both phenomenal trainers. I remember that also there was a challenge final in which Kaifia beat Inadequance, so there is a chance. There is a chance.
There's a grassroots rivalry coming through right here. Oh, man.
Not even grassroots. This was for a championship points.
For championship points, right. Yeah. Smaller tournament championship points rivalry that's already taken place. Ooh, that's going to come into play here.
These trainers, they know each other, and yeah, the teams look very interesting. I still wonder, I mean, you've been talking about it nonstop. The Shadow Palkia, I think we all want to see it succeed at some point as well. Who doesn't? We don't want to see it get farmed down all the way.
No, we want to see it shine like the legendary Pokemon that it is.
Yep, the Shadow Palkia. Very, very strong niche pick. Let's look at the other picks from the Day 2 meta breakdown, because maybe we find something else interesting in there. There was a 9.4% of Ariados there, and then it immediately picks up with 21% of Shadow Marowak.
And notice how Talonflame and Mandibuzz right there has been kind of 50-50 between their flyer. Even some teams having both on their roster. Wigglytuff being a strong pick, but Azumarill and Shadow Drapion and Diggersby have been dominant in this tournament.
34% Wigglytuff is incredible. It's, I think, the pick of the tournament because it wasn't even in the top 12 most used Pokemon on day 1, and now it's there at 34.4% in the top 32. That is absolutely incredible. Azumarill and Shadow Drapion tying first place is also really cool. Then we have Shadow Annihilate and Diggersby on 4th and 3rd place, which is a very polarizing matchup, which is interesting as well.
Yeah, I wonder if we need to see a rise of Shadow and normal Alolan Sandslash, right? With the typing and moveset, being able to resist those charms, resist the poison stings, have the super effective damage to cover a lot of this meta. It's a Pokemon that has been falling out of grace, but I think it's time to come back.
Okay, so listen.
Yes.
If you could make one Pokemon incredibly strong, and I don't want to hear Alolan Marowak because it is already good, which Pokemon would you make incredibly strong?
Ooh, I'd have to go with the 4-armed champion, Machamp.
I agree. Great Pokemon. I think the players are ready, so we can focus back on those.
Why'd you take away the GOAT from me?
Because I knew you were going to say it. It was a boring answer, okay? Machamp, really, really cool. It has cross-chop, so there is play. Just Annihilate being in the metagame as a fighting-type Pokemon. It's just, it's like Medicham back in the day, right? It takes away the spotlight of other fighting types. Maybe not Primeape, because it has Rage Fist to hit back.
Yeah, I just love Machamp and his aesthetics and its OG Kanto Pokemon like we've seen with Shadow Kanto Marowak dominating this tournament. It would be great to see other pillars of the original Pokemon series make a comeback, and Machamp being a fighter that has been always wanting to come, but it has been overshadowed by Pokemon like Medicham and Annihilate. But what we have here is Inadequance versus Kaifia.
Yep, speaking of original Cantonian picks, we have Primeape, we have Dugong, and we have Marowak on the side of Kaifia. So Kanto is definitely his region, and Inadequance is just answering that with a Wigglytuff. Whew, this is going to be very, very interesting, let me tell you that.
I think Palkia has a little bit more play here than we saw in previous matchups because there's no like multiple fairies and Dugong on one team. There's only a Azumarill, there's the Dugong, and there's a lot of potential play there. But on the flip side, there is a lot of hard-hitting damage, whether it's the Mud Slaps from the Kanto Marowak or the Primeape with that hard-hitting Rage Fist.
Yeah, you don't want hard-hitting damage on your Shadow.
No.
You basically don't want any damage becomes hard-hitting damage, but hard-hitting damage becomes incredibly hard-hitting damage.
Yeah.
Amplifying immediately because of those paper-thin defenses. You wouldn't expect this from the creator or ruler of time. It doesn't have the time to stay on the field for long if there is some fast attack pressure, let me tell you that.
Yes, now both trainers looking to select their roster. Again, this is where the first half of the battle happens. Choosing the right Pokemon to bring in this best of 3 series. It is anyone's guess as who is going to be able to make it.
Inadequence versus Kaifia. The trainers are taking their last seconds to lock in into this last match of the day. Whoever wins this advances to the Championship Sunday.
This is what it all comes down to. Each trainer has been dominating battle after battle. They are ready to go. Inadequence with team selections. Kaifia with unpredictable dominant plays. We are locked in for the final set of battles at EUIC 2025. Inadequence versus Kaifia.
And the lead for Kaifia is Shadow Marowak versus Talonflame on Inadequence's side. This is something that he definitely likes, unless you get hit by a Rock Slide.
Yes, you do not want to see that Rock Slide, but Inadequence going for a traditional line here. The Talonflame lead and the Gastrodon Wiggly back line.
Oh, and now Kaifia throws more than he would need to. Inadequence throws after 4 Incinerate. With this perfect timing, goes for a Fly. This one is going to be shielded up. Kaifia is now almost at 2 Rock Slides. Now he's going to throw a Bone Club. Is Inadequence calling that?
Ooh, deciding to give up the Protect Shield. Again, Talonflame has been a very strong Pokemon for Inadequence to maintain that switch alignment and put a lot of pressure down, but a second charge move is coming through. It's going to be a second Bone Club. Inadequence doesn't care. He's going to give up the second Protect Shield right away.
Double baited in the 2 shield scenario. This could cause disaster here. No, Inadequence is going to charge up more energy. Has a Brave Bird loaded already. Now the defenses are debuffed, but I think that you can easily switch out here.
Yeah, he can swap out. That Wigglytuff might come out on the field, but I think he wants to save the charge move. No, he's going to go for the double Brave Bird. He's like, my Talonflame is not done. Your health is going to disappear as Talonflame is loaded and knocks down the health of the Dugong.
Oh, and now he goes into the Wigglytuff. The Galarian Corsola in the back of Kaifia will not like this, but however, you can take some damage onto that Wigglytuff now.
Yeah, the Wigglytuff gets the attack drop from the Icy Wind, but able to charm down, still in a good position. The Shadow Kanto Marowak has a little bit of health and a little bit of energy, but not going to make it in time as the Swift is ready. Inadequence able to knock out the Kanto Marowak, and all that is left is the Galarian Corsola for 3 Pokemon.
Gotta be honest, I would have seen some play if he had reached that Bone Club before Inadequence had reached that Swift, because then this would basically be farm down range for the Corsola, and Corsola could actually work with that, but wait, we have a Power Gem here. This might knock out.
No, there's still the Gastrodon. There's still the Talonflame. Kaifia, I think, has to reconnect his team building on the next match because Inadequence has been dominant with it right now. There's no amazing plays to be made when Inadequence forces you to stay in.
Yeah, Inadequence has been the king of calling lines, getting that Wigglytuff onto Corsola, getting that Gastrodon onto Shadow Drapion. Now we're going to see an Earth Power to finish off the HP of Galarian Corsola.
Now, I've seen Kaifia in this position many times in this tournament, down 1-0 in the series, and this is where he shines best. That smile right there tells me he still has hope alive because he has done so many return 2-0 sweeps to come back. But Inadequence is the closer king, making sure he has the right team roster. It is anyone's guess as we get into game 2 But in game 1, Inadequence shined. Talonflame on the lead. Give it the shields. Let it do its thing. Double Brave Birds that we saw, getting a shield and chunking the health on Dugong, and then letting Wiggly and Gastrodon clean things up.
Inadequence always knows how to make the most out of the Pokemon that he brings. At this point, I think he might be the best trainer in the world. He's definitely on top of his game. If you say anything differently, I don't want to hear your opinion about this. Kaifia wants to go to Championship Sunday, but there is a titan of the game in his way who is in his head, as we have seen before. Really tough on the Galarian Corsola. Here we can see the Brave Bird after taking away the shield saying, hey, you have energy on your Kanto Marowak? I'm going to use all of the energy on my Talonflame.
That was a great charge move right there. Kaifia was really hoping to get to that Bone Club in time, but the Swift, the energy farm down from Dugong, and then Gastrodon closing this game out. Beautiful play by Inadequence.
Also important information for both trainers that the Galarian Corsola lived that Earth Power. I mean, it doesn't matter for that game because there were still 3 Pokemon, but the players are locked in. It is Inadequence versus Kaifia. Inadequence has such a strong lead with the Gastrodon to the Shadow Drapion.
Can someone stop Inadequence's team picks? This is amazing alignment, but we do see a Dugong swap, and he doesn't have a hard answer for it right away. But what do you see in the back?
Oh, there is double water in the back for Kaifia. There is a superior Kaifia. It's going to be hit with a body slam, which is interesting. Oh, and now Inadequence goes directly into the superior. Superior has a difficult time resisting the energy because it just doesn't. Gets hit by super effective energy. That frees up the Azumarill in the back for Kaifia.
It does, but I think Inadequence knows that after chunking the health, this next friendly plant, even with the Icy Wind debuff, is just going to be just enough damage on charge attack priority right here, unless Kaifia decides to go into shield, because Ice Shard is a dominant fast move here.
I think he's trying to call an Aerial Ace bait here, doesn't get it. Now you have to take care of this superior. It is debuffed. You can bring in your Shadow Drapion, and with that Shadow Drapion, you can try to farm up as much energy as possible in this matchup, because I don't even know if Inadequence is going to go to 2 charge attacks against it.
This is where Kaifia is in his element right now, getting a lot of energy on that Shadow Drapion. We see him use it time and time again, executing to perfection. This is the opportunity that you have to load up on energy. Multiple charge moves are ready to go.
He has the Azumarill in the back as well, which is going to be so strong against the Talonflame of Inadequence. He doesn't know that there's Azumarill. That's why he swapped in the Superior into the Dugong, thinking this is going to be a different Pokemon there. Now we can even see an Aqua Tail because the defense fell on the Gastrodon.
And if he can get the first Protect Shield from Inadequence, the Talonflame is going to be having a tough time against that Azumarill as we see the swap out. And Inadequence knows right here he needs to start chunking the health with Body Slam against the Azumarill, hoping to get the first Protect Shield.
Yep, this is only a Body Slam. Wants to get to 2 charge attacks. Will get the shield from the Body Slam. Kaifia doesn't love that, but he's not out of this game right now. He already has the energy advantage. Can throw Ice Beam after 3 bubbles, which is the perfect timing.
Now Talonflame still in a strong position. Ice Beam is not a super effective charge move because of its typing, so it can hang on. What it really needs to look out for is the bubbles adding up. Yeah. But by that time, we can see multiple charge moves coming through.
Yep, Azumarill is so good. If it is not checked by either a Klotzai or a Superior, the Superior that was already knocked out previously by this Ice and Poison type damage. Inadequence is going for the next charge attack.
He's going for the Brave Bird. Kaifia decides to no shield right here. This is going to be a lot of damage coming in from the Azumarill, but it hangs on in the counter swap to catch it off guard. But Inadequence says, no, I have a fly ready to go, forcing the final Protect Shield from the Shadow Drapion.
What a catch by Kaifia, gets out another shield, goes for the Aqua Tail here, takes out the Gastrodon in the process. He has low HP on the Drapion, but will it be enough to farm down the Talonflame? Is Kaifia grabbing that game back after this tremendous lead for Inadequence? Yes, he is! He ties it up!
1-1 in the series. Kaifia making a comeback and able to get in his element, right? Giving that Shadow Drapion energy, dancing around and using it for crucial plays is his key to victory.
This is absolutely phenomenal. Kaifia is showing, hey, I might lose the lead hard, but I am still in this. I'm going to bring a line that you definitely do not expect. he out-mind-gamed in the team selection Inadequates. Yeah, he brought the double water backline, baiting out Superior with the Dugong, and then winning the game with the Azumarill.
Yeah, and having no counter user on Inadequates' side, that kind of frees up the Dugong to be a very solid safe swap and let Azumarill try to do its thing and close games out. Talonflame did a great job though, landing that Brave Bird and getting the pressure on with the fly, but ultimately Kaifia was able to overcome in game 2, getting us to a decisive game 3. I think we see Inadequates go back to comfort. Charm, 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 charm.
Yeah, Wigglytuff is an absolute menace, especially against the line that Kaifia brought. He basically just had the Shadow drop you, and here we can see the highlights of the last match.
Oh, and forgot the huge lead call as well with Gastron and Shadow Drapion just shows Kaifia was able to overcome the most dire odds on the lead.
Yep, and they're being able to throw an Aqua Tail because the defensive spell also came into play later on because he was just able to reach that Aqua Tail so quickly. Farms down the Talonflame. Kaifia is just grabbing this game back where Inadequates thought he had it.
Oh man. Inadequates now looking at what Pokemon he wants to bring. He knows what can be strong in this meta. He knows what can be strong against Kaifia's team. But Kaifia, the comeback king, is making his way through as we are going to get into game 3 here shortly. Both trainers selecting their final Pokemon. It all comes down to this moment. Inadequates hoping to continue on to Sunday. Kaifia hoping to upset every trainer in his way. Both trainers are locked in, and we're going to be getting into game 3.
And we wouldn't want it any other way. The Wigglytuff is on the Shadow Drapion, so no Wigglytuff on Corsola action. We're going to play this matchup out. Time and times again, the Aqua Tails have been throwing after 4 Poison Stings versus the Wigglytuff.
Wigglytuff, though, still in a great position, can do a lot of damage with Charm. Doesn't have the Corsola that it needs to lock down, as we will see the next Aqua Tail coming through right here, putting some pressure on Inadequates, but Inadequates doesn't want to give up any Protect Shields just yet.
Wigglytuff will hang onto this barely. Oh, Kaifia swaps out catches with the Ice Shark, the Swift, and this Dugong is so good against Inadequates' team, especially with an Ice Shard advantage. Takes some chip damage on, however.
This is a great swap by Inadequates, saving the Superior, going, hey, you did that to me in game 2, leaving Azumarill in the back. I'm gonna keep my Superior hidden. I'm gonna utilize this neutral matchup after chipping some health, and I'm gonna look to dominate this end game.
Yep, but Kaifia also reading a Superior in the back, perhaps because he has the Shadow Drapion. He saved it from some damage from the Wigglytuff. Wants to have the option to maybe farm down a Superior or get some crunches in there. Now Inadequates is going to pace to the next serve. Doesn't even throw on charge attack priority. Are we going to see a swap out into Superior from the side of Inadequates?
Ooh, I don't know. It's going to be able to survive this icy wind. Let's see if there's no swap out just yet, but it's going to be able to load up and go for a body slam here, knocking out the Dugong, unless Kaifia wants to maintain that switch advantage, but there is 2 charge moves ready to go.
Yep, has another charge attack stored. I think that Kaifia is going to come in with the Azumarill. There is the Superior coming in with a little bit of an energy head start and much of a HP head start. He could just go for Aerial Ace now because there's so little HP on the side of Kaifia. He still has the Azumarill, which can hit heavy with the Ice Beam later on.
And this is the tough thing. There's no health remaining on Wigglytuff or Gastrodon, so it's all up to Superior right here, and Kaifia knows it. He's going to be going for the base with Aqua Tail because the pressure is on Inadequates, gives up the first Protect Shield.
And now Inadequates is at the Aerial Ace, throws that immediately. Kaifia not at the crunch just yet. He needs another base to farm up more energy more quickly. Kaifia is almost in Vine Whip down range, and just keep in mind there is still Gastrodon, there is still Wigglytuff, there's still so much damage to be dealt from Inadequates. So few Vine Whips left, another shield being put up against the crunch.
I imagine Kaifia is going to bail out, saving the energy into Azumarill. Let's see. No, Wigglytuff swaps out. Kaifia now locked and loaded. Gastrodon might be able to come in and do one Mud Slap in time, but Kaifia is looking at that Azumarill. He needs to get it onto the field. He needs to maintain that energy. No, the Superior comes in and the crunch is going to be coming through. Is this going to be enough damage?
Crunch does so much damage to Superior. Barely knocks it out. Immediate swap into the Azumarill. Azumarill is going to have to take a Frenzy Plant to the face. This is, however, not going to knock out.
Superior doesn't have the energy or the health to win this game. Kaifia, the comeback king, is going to be able to bubble down. There is an attack?
Oh, there is an attack.
No.
It tries to go for the Earth Power. It can't go for the Earth Power. Kaifia gets to the day 3. He gets the Championship Sunday of the European International Championships 2025.
What a comeback, taking down Inadequence in his own element, using that Shadow Drapion to perfection, and every single time a play was made, that grin came up, staring him down. What a comeback there from Kaifia, winning his way and securing day 3 here at EUIC, but he has powerful trainers ahead of him, right? Powderman and Zweilous at the top of their game.
I'm at an absolute loss for words. This was such a close match. Both trainers showing their in-depth knowledge of the matchup, knowing where to put the Superior for Martine, bringing in the Gastrodon, which traditionally doesn't have the best matchup against the Dugong. But the perfect energy management on Kaifia, knowing I need to preserve my Shadow Drapion in the back because it has to work over hours against this Superior as well. This was as close as it can get. Poison stinging down the Wigglytuff as well in this game.
Oh man, looking back, this was the farm down there in game 2. That's where the momentum shift happened. And right here, the swap out to catch the charge move on the Dugong. That was a huge play right there to soak that energy.
And there we can see Inadequance going for aerial aces, but the Poison Sting buff to 4 damage was so incredibly important for those Poison types. Poison Sting putting so much pressure on in a 2-shield scenario that a crunch is almost enough to knock out, leaving Azumarill to clean up the rest of Superior that was left on the battlefield.
Yeah, and Superior unfortunately wasn't able to get Inadequance over the finish line right there. Maybe it had gone for the Talonflame once again, maybe things would have been a little bit different. He had the right play though, right? The Dugong safe swap in game 2, he recognized that in game 3 and brought the Gastrodon in, saving Superior for Azumarill, but it still wasn't enough. Kaifia, the comeback king, was able to overcome.
We're completely through at this point. Those were the most hyped matches I have ever seen, and I'm so looking forward to Championship Sunday. Those 3 trainers that are still in Zweilous, Patoman, and Kaifia 0-0 have deserved this so much. They have played perfectly, and we're going to give it over to our analyst lounge, to Pedro, Will, and Amanda.
Hey, welcome and thank you for joining us at the afternoon Cine's Tea Time. We're the place where we will discuss everything that happened today. Now I'm gonna talk a little bit more excited because we just witnessed an incredible battle. How are you feeling, guys?
Man, I have to say, Kaifia is apparently a caster slayer here. He knocked out Arceus Aurelius, he knocked out Nighttime Clasher, and he just knocked out Inadequance to secure his spot in Championship Sunday.
The final moments were so exciting. I actually started to shout right here, and I saw some heads turn around because I said, no way, Inadequance is going to get to the earth power, and he was so close. But all these battles have been razor thin in terms of margins. Kaifia, like you said, Amanda, making his way to Championship Sunday. Guys, that's tomorrow.
Yep. What?
It's no Championship Sunday's tomorrow.
Yes, it is. Sorry. We've been waiting for this moment. I love Championship Sunday. It's when every story that we've been seeing in the whole weekend comes to a conclusion. And you know what? Kaifia has one great story. That was what I was talking at on morning at the opening show, because like what I love is to see how things develop in the evening, along the day, and I love to see him every time defeat a new player and gain confidence. You could see his face. He believes he can do it, and I believe it too.
Yeah, and he's not the only trainer that's going to be in Championship Sunday. We have 2 other trainers coming in from the winner's side of the bracket. Look at all of these trainers that have played today, but Zweilous, our German trainer, up against Pato Men, a Spanish player, in the finals to see who will be playing against Kaifia before going into the grand finals.
Zweilous taking taking down Bar the Gamer, Richie, and Nighttime Clasher along the warpath. Meanwhile, Pataman disposing of Marto Calde, Kufia, and Inadequates. Just imagine, everyone, if Pataman loses the winners finals, he will be paired against Kufia for a rematch in that losers finals of Championship Sunday. But who knows, maybe Swilus will take the fall.
Yeah, speaking of the losers bracket, let's go ahead and see that gauntlet that all these trainers had to go through to be able to get to this spot finally today.
Yeah, there's so many huge names here. People know them. They're incredible players. We just saw the losers semis between Kufia and Inadequates, and it was something. It was a nail biter. It was a nail biter till the end. When I saw that Gaspernon at the last moment, I was like, throw the ice beam, but he knew that it wasn't necessary. He didn't need the ice beam, but I think I was like twice as worried as he was. Yeah.
So many incredible battles throughout this day. They've all been seen on our Pokemon Go channel, but don't forget, tomorrow we are on the main channel for Championship Sunday. We've got Pokemon Unite, Pokemon Go, the trading card game, and the video game. You're going to want to make sure to tune into that broadcast, right, Will?
9 a.m., 1 a.m. Pacific time for all of our friends on the West Coast there. So either stay up a little late or wake up really, really early. Either way, you don't want to miss a moment of the action. As a reminder to everyone, we're starting with Pokemon Unite. Then we have Pokemon Go. Then the video game, the trading card game, and then the video game to close things out. Got a little ahead of myself there.
If you want to make sure you're following that schedule, you want to be able to check out the broadcast channel. We have all of the lower thirds for you. Make sure you're looking at those graphics. Make sure you know where to tune in for all of this information, all of this jam-packed events.
Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be the day. EUIC has been a blast. We still got Championship Sunday. And you know what? We got something for you guys at home. We got drops for every single division of the game, starting with obviously Pokemon Go. We got the Jump Bluff. We saw it today. It didn't make it to the Championship Sunday, but we're still giving it away via Twitch rewards. You'll get that and an Elite TM, which is one of the best objects in the game to start preparing Pokemons for PvP and competing.
Absolutely. You want them in your inventory, and if you're a card game player, you're going to want a couple other things in your inventory there as well. You can redeem now using the code on that right-hand side of the screen, using that code to get that EV for your TCG pocket.
These are special illustration rare EVEX cards that you may want to make sure that you pick up. And also, don't forget, there's a Sylveon, a Glaceon, a Leafeon, and the Ogerpon as well. Go ahead and follow that main channel on Twitch, Pokemon TCG. Drop a follow and ding that notification bell so you will know every time the channel goes live. And that's going to be early tomorrow. But don't forget, the video game is also an incredible facet of competitive Pokemon. Another Jump Bluff here, Pedro.
Yeah, another Jump Bluff. Like I said, Jump Bluff is receiving love. He's a great Pokemon. Marco Silva won 2025 LAIC with him. I was there. Great match, great match. I love that Pokemon.
That was a little slide.
Yeah.
Wow, he was there.
Yeah, I think I was there. It was a great. I'm a really big VGC fan, so like I really like that match. I really like when they use Pokemons that are maybe not that strong in appearance, but they could use them in a way that makes the game like it gives the game a third layer, like a new strategy, and they can use it as they can use its full potential, you know. And with that, I think we could say our final conclusions, final thoughts, and then we gotta say goodbye because we've been here all day, too much action, and we need to prepare for the action tomorrow.
Absolutely. I think I'll go ahead and start because I know that Will, he's already got a smug face on. I know what he's going to say, but I want to say this is an absolutely incredible tournament. The biggest competitive tournament so far for Pokemon Go. 400 competitors here at EUIC, all boiling down to the top 3 on Championship Sunday. You're not going to want to miss any of it. It's been an incredible time.
I just want to start by saying I had 2 predictions coming into the event. We were going to get a new champion, and that champion was going to be from the EU region. So my challenge to everyone watching at home is to get involved, get in the chat, watch the grand finals tomorrow. I want to see every EU Pokemon Go trainer in the chat rooting for the trainer they think is going to win it all.
Yeah, I need to admit defeat here. You were right. I'm sorry. I hate to admit it, but I'm sorry. Well, We'll be seeing you guys tomorrow in the most crucial day, you know, Championship Sunday. And with that, we conclude our first and maybe only episode of the afternoon Cinis Tea time. See you guys tomorrow.